Chapter 31, From Sound to Inner Silence 21. Silently intone a word ending in ah. Then in the hh, effortlessly, the spontaneity. 22. Stopping ears by pressing and the rectum by contracting, enter the sound. 23. Enter the sound of your name and through this sound, all sounds. Tantra is not a philosophy. Rather, it is a science with one difference. Science is objective, Tantra is subjective. But still, it is a science and not a philosophy. Philosophy thinks about the truth, the unknown, the ultimate. Science tries to discover what is. Science enters the immediate. Philosophy thinks of the ultimate. Philosophy is always looking toward the sky. Science is more down to earth. Tantra is not concerned with the ultimate. It is concerned with the immediate, the here and now. Tantra says, the ultimate is hidden in the immediate, so you need not worry about the ultimate. By worrying about the ultimate, you will miss the immediate, and the ultimate is hidden in the immediate. So by thinking about the ultimate, you will miss both. If the immediate should be missed, because of it, you will miss the ultimate also. So philosophy is just smoke. The approach of Tantra is scientific, but the object is different from that of so-called science. Science tries to understand the object, the objective world, the reality that is before your eyes. Tantra is the science of the reality that is behind your eyes, the subjectivity, but the approach is scientific. Tantra doesn't believe in thinking, it believes in experimenting, in experiencing. And unless you can experience, everything is just a wastage of energy. I am reminded of one incident. Mullah Nasruddin was crossing a street. Just in front of a church, he was knocked down by a hit-and-run driver. He was an old man, and a crowd gathered. Someone was saying that that man cannot survive. The priest of the church ran out. He came near and he found out that the old man was just going to die, so he prepared to administer the last rites. He came near and asked the dying mullah, "Do you believe in God the Father? You believe in God the Son? Do you believe in God the Holy Ghost?" Mullah opened his eyes and said, "My God, I am dying and he is asking me puzzles." All philosophy is like this, it is asking puzzles while you are dying. Every moment you are dying, every moment everyone is on his deathbed, because death can occur at any moment. But philosophy goes on asking and answering puzzles. Tantra says, it is good for children to philosophize, but those who are wise will not waste their time in philosophy. They should try to know not to think, because through thinking there is no knowledge. Through thinking you go on webbing words, creating patterns of words. It leads nowhere, you remain the same, no transformation, no new insights. The old man just goes on gathering dust. Knowing is a different phenomenon. It does not mean thinking about, it means going deep into the existence itself in order to know, moving into the existence. Remember this, that Tantra is not a philosophy. It is science, a subjective science. The approach is scientific and non-philosophic. It is very down to earth, concerned with the immediate. The immediate is to be used as a door to the ultimate. The ultimate happens if you enter the immediate. It is there, and there is no other way to reach to it. Philosophy is not a way in the eyes of Tantra. It is a false way. It only appears that this is a way. It is a door which is not. It simply appears to be a door. It is a false door. The moment you try to enter it, you come to know that you cannot enter. It is just a painted door. There is no door in reality. Philosophy is a painted door. If you sit by its side and go on thinking and thinking, it is good. If you try to enter it, it is a wall. So every philosophy is good for philosophizing. For experiencing, every philosophy is impotent. That is why there is so much insistence on technique in Tantra, so much insistence on technique, because a science can do nothing but give technology, whether of the outside world or of the inside. The very word Tantra means technique. The very word Tantra means technique. That is why, in this small and yet one of the greatest and deepest books, only techniques are given, no philosophy, just 112 techniques to reach the ultimate through the immediate. The ninth technique concerning sound, silently intone a word ending in ah. Then in the hh, effortlessly, the spontaneity. Silently intone a word ending in ah, any word that ends in ah, intone it silently. Emphasis should be given to the ending ah. Why? Because the moment this sound ah is intoned, your breath goes out. You may not have observed it, but now you can observe whenever your breath goes out you are more silent, and whenever your breath comes in you are more tense because the outgoing breath is death, and the incoming breath is life. Tension is part of life, not of death. Relaxation is part of death. Death means total relaxation. Life cannot be totally relaxed. It is impossible. Life means tension, effort. Only death is relaxed. So whenever a person becomes absolutely relaxed, he is both alive outwardly and dead within. You can see in the face of a Buddha both life and death simultaneously. That is why there is so much silence and calm. They are part of death. Life is not relaxation. You relax in the night when you are asleep. That is why the old traditions say that death and sleep are similar. Sleep is a temporary death and death is permanent sleep. That is why night relaxes you. It is the outgoing breath. The morning is the incoming breath. The day makes you tense and the night relaxes you. Light makes you tense, darkness relaxes you. That is why you cannot sleep when there is light. It is difficult to relax because light is similar to life, it is anti-death. Darkness is similar to death, it is pro-death. So darkness has deep relaxation in it, and those who are afraid of darkness cannot relax. Impossible, because every relaxation is dark, and darkness surrounds your life on both the sides. Before you are born, you are in darkness. When life ceases, you are again in darkness. Darkness is infinite, and this light and this life is just a moment in it, just a wave arising and then falling back. If you can remember the darkness that surrounds both the ends, you will be relaxed here and now. Life, death, they both are two sides of existence. The incoming breath is life, the outgoing breath is death. So it is not that you die someday, you are dying with every breath. That is why the Hindus have been counting life in breaths. They do not count life in years. Tantra, yoga, all the old Indian systems, they count life in breaths, how many breaths you are going to live. So they say if you breathe very fast, with too much breathing in a short time, you will die very soon. If you breathe very slowly and your breaths are less in an interval, you will live very long. And this is so. If you go and observe animals, those animals whose breathing is very slow live long. Take the elephant lives long. The breath is very slow. Then there is the dog dies soon. The breath is very fast. Whenever you find an animal in which the breath is fast, any animal, the animal will not have a long life. A long life is always with slow breath. Tantra and yoga and other Indian systems count your life in breaths. Really, with every breath you are born and with every breath you are dying. This mantra, this technique, uses the outgoing breath as the method, the medium, the vehicle to go deep into silence. It is a death method. Intone silently a word ending in ah. The breath has gone, that is why a word ending in ah. This ah is meaningful because when you say ah, it completely empties you. The whole breath has moved out. Nothing remains within. You are totally empty and dead. For a single moment, for a very small interval, life has moved out of you. You are dead empty. This emptiness, if realized, if you can become aware of it, will change you completely. You will be a different man. Then you will know well that this life is not your life, and this death is also not your death. Then you will know something which is beyond the incoming and outgoing breath, the witnessing soul. And this witnessing can happen easily when you are empty of breath, because life has subsided, and with it all tensions have subsided, so try it. It is a very beautiful method. But the ordinary process, the ordinary habit, is to emphasize the incoming breath, never the outgoing breath. We always take the breath in. We always take it in, but we never throw it out. We take it in and the body throws it out. Observe your breathing and you will know. We take it in. We never exhale, we only inhale. The exhaling is done by the body because we are afraid of death. That is the reason. If it was in our power, we would not exhale at all. We would inhale and then control it within. No one emphasizes exhaling, inhaling is emphasized. Because we have to do exhaling after inhaling, that is why we go on suffering it. We tolerate it because we cannot inhale without exhaling. So exhaling is accepted as a necessary evil, but basically we are not interested in exhaling. And this is not only about breath, this is our whole attitude toward life. We cling to everything that comes to us. We will not leave it. This is the miserliness of the mind. And remember, there are many implications in it. If you are suffering from constipation, this will be the basic cause. You always inhale and never exhale. The mind which never exhales but just inhales will suffer from constipation. The constipation is the other end of the same thing. He cannot exhale anything, He goes on accumulating, he is afraid. The fear is there. He can only accumulate, but anything that is accumulated becomes poisonous. If you only inhale and do not exhale, your very breath becomes poison to you. You will die because of it. You can turn a life-giving force into poison if you behave in a miserly way, because the exhaling is absolutely necessary. It throws all the poisons out of you. So really, death is a purifying process, and life is a poisoning process. This will look paradoxical. Life is a poisoning process because to live you have to use many things, and the moment you have used them they turn into poison. They are converted into poisons. You take a breath in, you use oxygen, and then what remains becomes poison. It was life only because it was oxygen, but you have used it. So life goes on changing everything into a poison. Now there is a great movement in the West ecology. Man has been using everything and turning it into poison, and the very earth is just on the verge of dying. Any day it can die because we have turned everything into poison. Death is a purifying process. When your whole body has become poisonous, death will relieve you of the body. It will renew you, it will give you a new birth. A new body will be given to you. Through death all the accumulated poisons are dissolved back into nature. You are given a new mechanism, and this happens with every breath. The outgoing breath is similar to death, it takes poisons out, and when it is going out, everything ebbs within. If you can throw the whole breath out, completely out so that no breath remains within, you touch a point of silence that can never be touched while the breath is in. It is just like the ebb, and tide with every breath a tide of life comes to you. With every exhalation, everything ebbs, the tide has gone. You are just a vacant, empty shore. This is the use of this technique. Silently intone a word ending in ah. Emphasize the exhaling breath, and you can use it for many changes in the mind. If you are suffering from constipation, forget intaking. Just exhale and do not inhale. Let the body do the work of inhaling. You just do the work of exhaling, you force the breath out and do not inhale. The body will inhale by itself. You need not worry about it, you are not going to die. The body will take breath in, you just throw it out and let the body take it in. Your constipation will go. If you are suffering from heart disease, just exhale, do not inhale. Then you will not suffer from heart disease. If while just going upwards on a staircase or anywhere, you feel tired, very much tired, suffocated, breathless, simply do this, just exhale, do not inhale. Then you can climb up any amount of steps and you will not be tired. What happens? When you go with an emphasis on exhaling, you are ready to let go, you are ready to die. You are not afraid of death. That makes you open. Otherwise you are closed, fear closes you. When you exhale, the whole system changes and accepts death. There is no fear, you are ready to die, and one who is ready to die can live. Really, only one who is ready to die can live. He alone becomes capable of life because he is not afraid. One who accepts death, welcomes it, receives it as a guest, lives with it, goes deep into life. Exhale, do not inhale, and that will change your total mind. Because of simple techniques, Tantra never appeals, because we think, my mind is such a complex thing. It is not complex, just foolish, and fools are very complex. A wise man is simple. Nothing is complex in your mind, it is a very simple mechanism. If you understand, you can change it very easily. If you have not seen anybody dying, if you have been protected from seeing death as Buddha was protected, you cannot understand anything about it. Buddha's father was afraid, because some astrologer said that this boy is going to be a great sannyasin. He will renounce the world. The father asked, what is to be done to protect him from doing such a thing? So those astrologers thought, and then they concluded and they said, do not allow him to see death, because if he is not aware of death he will never think of renouncing life. This is beautiful, very meaningful. That means all religion, all philosophy, all tantra and yoga is basically death-oriented. If you are aware of death, only then does religion become meaningful. That is why no animal except man is religious, because no animal is aware of death. They die, but they are not aware. They cannot conceive or imagine that there is going to be death. When one dog dies, other dogs never imagine that death is going to happen to them also. Always someone else dies, so how can a dog imagine that I am going to die? He has never seen himself dying. Someone else, some other dog dies, so how can he connect that I am going to die? No animal is aware of death. That is why no animal renounces. No animal can become a sannyasin. Only a very high quality of consciousness can lead you to renounce when you become aware of death. And if even by being a man you are not aware of death, you belong to the animal kingdom. You are not yet a man. You become a man only when you encounter death. Otherwise, there is no difference between you and the animal. Everything is similar. Only death makes the difference. With death encountered, you are no more animal. Something has happened to you which never happens to an animal. Now you will be a different consciousness. So Buddha's father protected him from seeing any type of death, not only man's death, but the death of animals and even of flowers. So the gardeners were instructed not to allow the child to see a dead flower, a pale flower dying on the branch, a pale leaf, a dry leaf. No, nowhere should he come to realize that something dies. He may infer from it that I am going to die. And you do not infer it even seeing your wife dying, your mother, your father, your child. You weep for them, but you never conceive that this is a sign that I am going to die. But the astrologers said, the boy is very, very sensitive, so protect him from any type of death. And the father was overconscientious. He would not allow even an old man or an old woman to be seen, because oldness is just death heard from a distance. Death is there from a distance, just coming. So Buddha's father would not allow any old man or old woman to be seen by the child. If Buddha suddenly became aware that just by stopping the breath a man could die, it would be very difficult for him. Just because no breath is coming in, how can a man die, he would wonder. Life is such a big, complex process. If you have not seen anyone dying, even you cannot conceive that just by stopping the breath a man will die. Just by stopping the breath, such a simple thing. And how can such a complex life die? It is the same with these methods. They look simple, but they touch the basic reality. When the breath is going out, when you are completely emptied of life, you touch death, you are just near it, and everything becomes calm and silent within you. Use it as a mantra. Whenever you feel tired, whenever you feel tense, use any word which ends in AH. Allah will do any word that brings your total breath out so that you exhale completely, and you are emptied of breath. The moment you are emptied of breath, you are emptied of life also. And all your problems belong to life, no problem belongs to death. Your anxiety, your anguish, your anger, your sadness, they all belong to life. Death is non-problematic. Death never gives any problem to anyone. And even if you think that I am afraid of death and death creates a problem, it is not death that creates the problem, but you're clinging to life. Only life creates problems. Death dissolves all problems. So when the breath has moved completely out, you are emptied of life. Look within at that moment when the breath is completely out. Before taking another breath in, go deep down in that interval and become aware of the inside calm, the silence. In that moment you are a Buddha. If you can catch that moment, you have known a taste of what Buddha might have known. And once known, you can detach this taste from the incoming outgoing breath. Then the breath can go on coming in, going out, and you can remain in that quality of consciousness that you have come to know. It is always there. One has just to discover it, and it is easier to discover when life is emptied out. Silently intone a word ending in ah. Then in the HH effortlessly, the spontaneity. And when the breath goes out, HH, everything is emptied. Effortlessly in this moment, there is no need to make any effort. The spontaneity, just be aware, be spontaneous, be sensitive, and realize this moment of death. In this moment you are just near the door, just near the door. Very, very near to the ultimate. The immediate has moved out, the superfluous has moved out. In this moment you are not the wave, you are the ocean, just near, just near. If you can become aware, you will forget that you are a wave. Again the wave will come, but now you can never be identified with it, you will remain the ocean. Once you have known that you are the ocean, you can never again be the wave. Life is waves. Death is the ocean. That is why Buddha so much insists about his nirvana, that it is death-like. He never says you will attain life immortal, he says you will simply die totally. Jesus says, "Come to me and I will give you life and life abundant." Buddha says, "Come to me to realize your death. I will give you death totally." And both mean the same thing, but Buddha's terminology is more basic. But you will become afraid of it. That is why Buddha had no appeal in India. He was uprooted completely. And we go on saying that this land is a religious land, but the most religious person couldn't get roots here. What type of religious land is this? We have not produced another Buddha. He is incomparable. And whenever the world thinks India to be religious, the world remembers Buddha, no one else. Because of Buddha, India is thought to be religious. What type of religious land is this? Buddha has no roots here. He was totally uprooted. He used the language of death, that is the cause, and Brahmins were using the language of life. They say the Brahman and he says nirvana. Brahman means life, life, infinite life. And nirvana means just cessation, death, total death. Buddha says your ordinary death is not total. You will be born again. It is not total. You will be born again. I will give you a total death and you will never be born again. A total death means now no birth is possible. So this so-called death, Buddha says, is not death. It is just a rest period. You will become alive again. It is just a breath gone out. You will take the breath in again. You will be reborn. Buddha says, I will give you the way so that the breath will go out and will never come in again. Total death, nirvana, cessation. We become afraid because we cling to life. But this is the paradox. The more you cling to life, the more you will die, and the more you are ready to die, then the more you become deathless. If you are ready to die, then there is no possibility of death. No one can give you death if you accept it, because through that acceptance, you become aware of something within you which is deathless. This incoming breath and outgoing breath are the life and death of the body, not of me. But I do not know anything other than the body. I am identified with the body. Then it will be difficult to be aware when the breath comes in, easy to be aware when the breath goes out. When the breath is going out, for that moment you have become old, dying, emptied completely of the breath. You are dead for a moment. In the effortlessly, the spontaneity, try it. Any moment you can try it. Just riding in a bus or traveling in a train or moving to the office, whenever you have time, intone a sound like Allah, any sound ending with AH. This Allah helped so much in Islam not because of any Allah there in the sky, but because of this AH. This word is beautiful. And then the more one goes on using this word Allah, Allah, it becomes reduced. Then what remains is La, La. Then it is reduced further. Then it remains as Ah, Ah. It is good, but you can use any word that ends in AH or just AH will do. Have you observed that whenever you are tense you will sigh AH and you will feel relaxed? Or whenever you are in joy, overjoyed, you say AH and the whole breath is thrown out and you feel within a tranquility that you have never felt. Try this when you are feeling very good. Take the breath in and then see what you feel. You cannot feel that well-being that comes with AH. It is coming because of the breath. So languages differ, but these two things never differ. All over the world, whenever someone feels tired he will say AH. Really, he is calling for death to come and relax him. Whenever one feels overjoyed, blissful, he says AH. He is so overfilled with joy that he is not afraid of death now. He can relieve himself completely, relax completely. And what will happen if you go on trying it? Trying it, you will become fully aware of something within you, the spontaneousness of your being. Of sahaj, of being spontaneous. That you are already, but you are too much engaged with life, too much occupied with life. You cannot become aware of the being which is behind. When you are not occupied with life, with the incoming breath, the being behind is revealed. There is a glimpse, but the glimpse will become, by and by, a realization. And once it is known, you cannot forget it, and this is not something which you are creating. That is why it is spontaneous, it is not something you are creating. It is there, you have simply forgotten, it is a remembrance, it is a rediscovery. Try to see children, very small children, taking their breaths, they take them in a different way. Look at a child sleeping. His belly comes up and down, not the chest. If you are sleeping and you are being observed, your chest comes up and down. Your breath never goes down to the belly. The breath can go down to the belly only if you exhale and do not inhale. If you inhale and do not exhale, the breath cannot go down to the belly. The reason why breath goes to the belly is that when one exhales, the whole breath is thrown out, and then the body takes it in. And the body takes only that amount which is needed, never more, never less. The body has its own wisdom, and it is more wise than you. Do not disturb it. You can take more than it will be disturbed. You can take less than it will be disturbed. The body has its own wisdom. It only takes that amount which is needed. When more is needed, it creates the situation. When less is needed, it creates the situation. It never goes to the extreme, it is always balanced. But if you inhale, it is never balanced, because you do not know what you are doing. You do not know what is the need of the body. And the need changes every moment. Allow the body. You just exhale, you just throw it out, and then the body will take breath in and it will take it deeply and slowly, and the breath will go down to the belly. It will hit the navel point exactly and your belly will go up and down. If you inhale then really, you never exhale totally. Then the breath is in and you go on inhaling, so the breath which is already in will not allow your breath to go down to the very bottom. Then just shallow breathing happens. You go on taking breath in, and the poisonous breath is there, filling you up. They say that you have 6,000 sacs in your lungs, and only 2,000 are touched by your breath. The 4,000 are always filled with poisonous gases which need to be exhaled, and that 2/3 portion of your chest creates much anxiety, much anguish and misery in the mind, in the body. A child exhales, he never inhales. Inhaling is done by the body itself. When the child is born, the first thing he is going to do is cry. With that cry his throat opens, with that cry comes the first The oxygen and air that had been given by the mother is exhaled. This is his first effort with breathing. That is why if a child is not crying, then the doctor will become uneasy, because he has not shown the sign of life. He still feels dependent on the mother, he must cry. That cry shows that now he is becoming an individual. The mother is not needed, he will take his own breath. And the first thing is that he is going to cry in order to exhale that which was given by the mother, and then his body will start functioning, inhaling. A child is always exhaling, and when the child starts inhaling, when the emphasis moves to inhaling, be aware. He has already become old. He has learned things from you, he has become tense. Whenever you are tense, you cannot take a deep breath. Why your stomach becomes rigid? Whenever you are tense your stomach becomes rigid, it won't allow breath to go down, then you have to take shallow breaths. Try with it has a beautiful feeling around it. Whenever you feel tired, throw the breath, and make it a point to emphasize exhaling, you will be a different man and a different mind will evolve. With the emphasis on breathing in, you have developed a miser mind and a miser body. With exhaling, that miserliness will disappear and with it many problems. Possessiveness will disappear. So Tantra will not say leave possessiveness. Tantra says, change your system of breathing. You cannot possess then. Observe your own breathing and your moods, and you will become aware. Whatsoever is wrong is always associated with the emphasis that is given to the incoming breath, and whatsoever is good, virtuous, beautiful, true, is always associated with exhaling. Whenever you are speaking a lie, you will hold your breath in. Whenever you speak truth, you never hold the breath. You fear that I am speaking a lie, so you hold the breath. You are afraid something may go out with it, the out-moving breath. Your hidden truth may be revealed, so you are afraid. Go on trying this more and more. You will be more healthy in body, more healthy in mind, and a different quality of calm, at-easeness, tranquility will develop. The 10th sound method, stopping ears by pressing and rectum by contracting. Enter the sound. We are not aware of the body even or how the body functions and what is its Tao, what is its way. But if you observe, then you can become very easily aware. If you stop your ears and pull your rectum up, contract your rectum, everything will stop for you. It will be as if the whole world has become non-moving, as if everything has become static, stopped. Not only movements, you will feel as if time has stopped. What happens when you pull the rectum up, contract it? What happens? When both the ears are closed simultaneously, with closed ears you will hear a sound within. But if the rectum is not pulled up, that sound is released by the rectum. That sound is very subtle. If the rectum is pulled up, contracted, and the ears are closed, you will see within you a pillar of sound, and that sound is of silence. It is a negative sound. When all sounds have ceased, then you feel the sound of silence or the sound of soundlessness. But it will be released from the rectum. So close the ears and pull the rectum up. Then you are closed from both the sides, and your body becomes closed and just filled with sound. This feeling of being filled with sound gives a deep fulfillment. So we will have to understand many things around it. Only then will it become possible for you to have the feeling of what happens. We are not aware of the body, that is one of the basic problems for a seeker. And the society is against becoming aware of the body, because society is afraid of the body. So we train every child not to be aware of the body. We make every child insensitive. We create a distance between the child's mind and body, so he is not very much aware of the body, because body awareness will create problems for the society. Many things are implied. If the child is aware of the body, he will become aware of sex sooner or later. And if he is too much aware of the body, he will feel too much sexual, sensuous. So we have to kill the very root. He should be made dull about his body, insensitive, so he never feels it. You do not feel your body. You feel it only when something wrong happens, when something goes wrong. You have a headache in the head, then you feel your head. Some thorn is there, then you feel your leg, your feet. When your body aches, you feel that you have a body. You feel it only when something goes wrong, and then too not right away. You are never aware of your diseases immediately. You become aware only when a period has passed, and when the disease goes on knocking at your consciousness that, I am here. Only then do you become aware. So no one really goes to the doctor in time. Everyone reaches there late, when the disease has entered deep and has done much wrong. If a child has grown up with sensitivity, he will become aware of the disease even before the disease happens. And now, in Russia particularly, they are working on the theory that a disease can be known even 6 months before it's happening if someone is very deeply sensitive about his body, because subtle changes start long in advance. They prepare the body for the disease. The impact is felt even 6 months before. But never mind disease, we never become aware even of death. If you are going to die tomorrow, you are not aware even today. A thing like death which may happen the next moment, and you are not aware this moment you are totally dead to your body, insensitive. This whole society, the whole culture up to now, creates this dullness, this deadness, because it has been against the body. You are not allowed to feel it. Only in accidents can you be pardoned, forgiven for being aware of it. Otherwise, do not be aware of the body. This creates many problems, particularly for Tantra, because Tantra believes in deep sensitivity and knowledge of the body. You go on moving, and your body goes on doing many things and you are unaware. Now much work is being done on body language. The body has its own language, and psychiatrists and psychologists and psychoanalysts in particular are being trained for body language, because they say you cannot believe the modern man. Whatsoever he says cannot be believed. Rather, one must observe his body, that will give a more true clue. A man enters a psychiatrist's office. The old psychiatry, Freudian psychoanalysis, will talk and talk with the man to bring out whatsoever is hidden in his mind. Modern psychiatry will observe his body because that gives clues. If a man is an egoist, if ego is his problem, he stands in a different way than a humble man. His neck has a different angle than a humble man, his spine is not flexible but dead, fixed. He looks wooden, not alive. If you touch his body, it has a wooden feeling, not the warmth of a living body. He is like a soldier just moving to the front. Look at the soldier moving to the front. He has a wooden shape, a wooden feeling, and that is needed by a soldier because he is going to die or to kill. He must not be much aware of the body, so his whole training is to create a wooden body. Soldiers marching look like toys, like dead toys marching. If you are humble, you have a different body. You sit differently, you stand differently. If you feel inferior, you stand differently. If you feel superior, you stand differently. If you are always in fear, you stand in such a way as if you are protecting yourself from some unknown force. That is always there. If you are not afraid, you are just like a child playing with his mother. There is no fear. Wherever you go, you are unafraid, at home with the universe around you. The man who is afraid is armored. And when I say armored, it is not only symbolically, physiologically he is armored. Wilhelm Reich was working very much on body structure, and he came to see some deep associations between mind and body. If a man is afraid, his stomach is not flexible. You touch his stomach, and it is like a stone. If he becomes fearless, his stomach relaxes immediately. Or if you relax the stomach, then the fear disappears. Massage the stomach to relax, and you will feel more fearless, less afraid. A person who is loving has a different quality of body and warmth. He is warm bodily. A person who is not loving is cold. Physiologically, he is cold. Cold and other things have moved into your body, and they have become barriers. They do not allow you to know about your body. But the body goes on working in its own way, and you go on working in your own way. A rift is created. That rift has to be broken. I have seen that if someone is suppressive, if you have suppressed your anger, then your fingers, your hands, have the sensation of a suppressed anger. And a person who knows how to feel it can feel just by touching your hand that you have suppressed anger. And why in the hand? Because anger has to be released by the hands. If you have suppressed anger, then in your teeth, in your gums, it is suppressed and it can be felt by touching. It gives a vibration that I am suppressed here. If you have suppressed sex, then in your erotic zones it is there. If a person has suppressed sex, then if you touch his erotic zones you can feel it. With any erotic zone touched, sex is there if it has been suppressed. The zone will become afraid and will withdraw from your touch. It will not be open. Because the person inside is withdrawing, the part of the body will withdraw. It will not allow you to bring about an opening. Now they say that 50% of women are frigid, and the reason is because we teach girls to be more suppressive than boys. So they have suppressed, and when a girl suppresses her sexual feelings up to the age of 20, it has become a long habit, 20 years of suppression. Then when she will love, she will talk about love, but her body will not be open. The body will be closed. And then a diametrically opposite phenomenon happens. Two currents oppose each other. She wants to love but her body is repressive, the body withdraws. It is not ready to come closer. If you see a woman sitting with a man, if the woman loves the man she will be inclining toward him, the body will be inclining. If they are sitting on a sofa, both of their bodies will be inclining toward each other. They are not aware, but you can see it. If the woman is afraid of the man, her body will be inclining to the opposite direction. If a woman loves a man, she will never cross her legs when sitting near him. If she is afraid of the man, she will cross her legs. She is not aware. This is not done consciously, it is body armor. The body protects itself and works in its own ways. Tantra became aware of this phenomenon. The first awareness of such deep body feeling, sensitivity, was with Tantra. And Tantra says that if you can use your body consciously, the body becomes the vehicle to move to the spirit. Tantra says it is foolish, absolutely idiotic, to be against the body. Use it. It is a vehicle. And use its energy in such a way that you can go beyond it. Now, stopping ears by pressing and rectum by contracting, enter the sound. Many times you have been contracting the rectum, and sometimes the rectum is released even without your consciousness. If you suddenly become afraid, the rectum is released. You may defecate in fear, you may urinate in fear. Then you cannot control it. If a sudden fear grips you, your bladder will relax, your rectum will relax. What happens? In fear, what happens? Fear is a mental thing, so why do you urinate in fear? Why is the control lost? There must be some deep connecting root. Fear happens in the head, in the mind. When you are unafraid, this never happens. The child really has no mental control over his body. No animal controls his urine, bladder, or anything. Whenever the bladder is full, it is released. No animal controls it, but man has to control it of necessity. So we force a child to control when he should go to the bathroom, and when not. We tell him he has to control. We give timings, so the mind takes over the control of a function which is non-voluntary. That is why it is so difficult to train the child for the toilet. And now psychologists say that if we stop toilet training, humanity will very much improve. Toilet training is the first repression of the child and its natural spontaneity, but it seems difficult to listen to these psychologists. We cannot listen to them, because then the children will create many problems. We have to train them of necessity. Only a very, very rich, affluent society will be able not to bother. Poor societies have to manage. We cannot afford it. If the child urinates anywhere, we cannot afford it. If he urinates on the sofa, we cannot afford it, so we have to train. This training is mental. The body really has no built-in program for it. The body has no built-in program for it. Man is an animal as far as body is concerned, and the body knows no culture, no society. That is why when you are in deep fear, the control mechanism that you have imposed on the body is relaxed. You are not in control. You are thrown off control. You can control only in normal conditions. In emergencies, you cannot control because for emergencies you have never been trained. You have only been trained for the normal, day-to-day, routine world. In an emergency, the control is lost. Your body starts functioning in its own animal way. But one relationship can be understood, that with a fearless man this will never happen. So this has become a sign of a coward. If in fear you urinate or defecate, this shows you are a coward. A fearless man will not behave in this way, because a fearless man is taking deep breaths. His body and his breathing system are related. There is no gap. With a man who is a coward there is a gap. And because of that gap, he is always overburdened with urine and defecation. So whenever an emergency comes, that overburdenedness has to be thrown, he has to be unburdened. And it has a reason in nature. A coward who is unburdened can escape more easily with his stomach relaxed, can run more easily. A burdened stomach will become a hindrance, so it is helpful for a coward to be relaxed. Why am I talking about this? I am just saying this, that you have to be aware of your mental processes and your stomach processes. They are deeply related. Psychologists say that 50 to 90% of your dreams are because of your stomach processes. If you have taken a very heavy meal, you are bound to see nightmares. They are not related with the mind. It is just that the heavy stomach creates them. Many dreams can be created by outside tricks. If you are sleeping, your hands can be crossed on your chest, and immediately you will start dreaming some nightmare. A pillow can be put on your chest, and you will dream that some demon is sitting on your chest just going to kill you. And this has been one of the problems. Why is there such a burden from the small weight of a pillow? If you are awake, there is no weight. You do not feel anything heavy. But why is it that a small pillow placed on you in the night when you are sleeping is felt as being so heavy that it is as if you have been burdened with a big stone or a rock? Why is so much weight felt? The reason is this: when you are aware, when you are awake, your mind and body are not correlated. The gap is there. You cannot feel the body and its sensitivity. While asleep, the control, the culture, the conditioning dissolves. You have again become a child and your body has become sensitive. Because of that sensitivity, a small pillow is felt as a rock. It is magnified because of sensitivity. The sensitivity magnifies it. So body-mind processes are deeply related, and if you know what happens, you can use this. Rectum closed, pulled upwards, contracted, creates a situation in the body in which sound can be felt if present. You will feel a pillar of sound in silence within the closed space in your body. Close the ears and pull up the rectum, and then just remain with what is happening inside you. Just remain in that vacant state, which is created by these two things. Your life energy is moving within, and it has no way to go out. Sound goes out either from your ears or from your rectum. Those are the two doors from where the sound can move out. If it is not moving out, you can feel it more easily. And what will happen when you feel this inner sound? With the very phenomenon of hearing the inner sound, your thoughts dissolve. Just try it anytime during the day. Just pull up the rectum and put your fingers in the ears. Press the ears and pull up the rectum. You will feel that your mind has stopped. It will not be functioning. Thoughts will have stopped. That constant flow of thoughts is not there. It is good. And if one goes on doing it whenever there is time, in the day, if you can do it for 5 or 6 times, within 3 or 4 months, you will become an expert in it. And then such a well-being flows out of it. And the inner sound, once heard, remains with you. Then you can hear it the whole day. The market is noisy, the road is noisy, the traffic is noisy, but if even in that noise you have heard the inner sound, you will feel the still small voice that goes on inside. And then nothing will disturb you. If you can feel your inner sound, then nothing from the outside can disturb you. You remain silent. Whatsoever happens around you makes no difference. The last sound technique: enter the sound of your name, and through this sound, all sounds. Your own name can be used as a mantra very easily, and it is very helpful because your name has gone very deep into your unconscious. Nothing else has gone so deep. If we are sitting here, and we all fall asleep and someone comes and calls Ram, no one will listen except the person whose name is Ram. He will listen to it. He will be disturbed in his sleep. No one else will listen to the sound Ram, but why does this man listen? It has gone down deep. It is not conscious now, it has become unconscious. Your name has gone very deep within you, but there is a very beautiful phenomenon about your name: you never call it. Others call it. Others use it. You never use it. I have heard that in the First World War, for the first time in America, rationing was created. Thomas Edison was a very great scientist, but he was very poor, so he had to stand in the queue for his ration card. And he was such a great man that no one ever used his name before him. There was no need to use his name for himself, and no one else would use his name because he was so much respected. Everyone would call him Professor, so he had forgotten what was his name. He was standing in the queue, and when his name was called, when it was asked who Thomas Alva Edison was, he just stared blankly. Again the name was called. Then someone who was a neighbor to Edison said to him, "Why are you standing? Your name is being called." "It is your name, Professor." Then he became aware and he said, "But how can I recognize it? No one calls me Edison. It has been so long. They just call me Professor. You never use your own name. Only others use it. You have heard it used by others. But it has gone deep, very deep. It has penetrated like an arrow into your unconscious. If you yourself use it, then it becomes a mantra. And for two reasons it helps. One, when you use your own name, if your name is Ram and you use Ram, 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 suddenly you feel as if you are using someone else's name as if it is not yours. Or if you feel that this is yours, you feel that there is a separate entity within you which is using it. It may belong to the body, it may belong to the mind, but he who is calling Ram, Ram, becomes a witness. You have always called others names. When you call your own name, it looks as if it belongs to someone else, not to you, and it is a very revealing phenomenon. You can become a witness to your own name, and with the name your whole life is involved. Separated from the name, you are separated from your whole life. And this name has penetrated deep within you because everyone has called you this from your very birth. You have always heard this. So use this sound. And with this sound you can go to the very depths to which the name has gone. In the old days, we gave everyone a name of God. Everyone. Someone was Ram, someone was Narayan, someone was Krishna, someone was Vishnu, or something like that. They say all the Mohammedan names are the names of God, all the Mohammedan names. And all over the world that was the practice, to give a name which is really a name of God. This was for good reasons. One reason was this technique, because if your name can be used as a mantra, it will serve you a double purpose. It will be your name and you have heard it so much, so many times, and all your life it has penetrated deep. Then also, it is the name of God, so go on repeating it inside, and suddenly you will become aware that this name is different from me. Then by and by this name will have a sanctity of its own. You will remember any day that Narayan or Ram, this is God's name. Your name has turned into a mantra. Use it, this is very good. You can try many things with your name. If you want to be awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning, no alarm is so exact as your own name. Just repeat thrice inside, Ram, you have to be awake by 5 o'clock sharp. Repeat it 3 times, and then just fall asleep. You will be awakened at 5 o'clock because Ram, your name, is very deep in the unconscious. Call your name and tell yourself that at 5 o'clock in the morning, let me be awakened. Someone will awaken you. And if you continue this practice, one day you will suddenly realize that at 5 o'clock someone calls you and says, Ram, be awake. That is your unconscious calling you. This technique says, enter the sound of your name and through this sound, all sounds. Your name becomes just a door for all names. But enter the sound. First, when you repeat Ram, Ram, Ram. It is just a word. But it means something when you go on repeating Ram, Ram, Ram. You must have heard the story of Valmiki. He was given this mantra Ram, but he was an ignorant man, uneducated, simple, innocent, childlike. He started repeating Ram, Ram, Ram. But he was repeating so much that he forgot completely and reversed the whole thing. Instead he was chanting Mara, Mara. He was chanting Ram, 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 so fast that it became Mara, Mara, Mara. And he achieved the goal through Mara, Mara, Mara. If you go on repeating the name fast inside, soon it will not be a word, it will become a sound, just meaningless. And then there is no difference between Ram and Mara, no difference. Whether you call Ram or Mara, it makes no sense, they are not words. It is just the sound that matters. Enter the sound of your name. Forget the meaning of it, just enter the sound. Meaning is with the mind, sound is with the body. Meaning is in the head, sound spreads all over the body. So forget the meaning. Just repeat it as a meaningless sound, and through this sound you will enter all sounds. This sound will become the door to all sounds, and all sounds means all that exists. This is one of the basic tenets of Indian inner search, that the basic unit of the existence is sound and not electricity. Modern science says that the basic unit of the existence is electricity, not sound, but they also say that sound is a form of electricity. Indians, however, have always been saying that electricity is nothing but a form of sound. You may have heard that through a particular raga, a particular sound, fire can be created. It can be created because this is the Indian idea, that sound is the basis of all electricity. So if you hit sound in a particular frequency, electricity will be created. On long bridges, if a military is passing, They are not allowed to march because many times it has happened that because of their march the bridge falls. It is because of sound, not because of their weight. They will be passing anyhow, but if they pass marching, then the particular sound of their feet breaks the bridge. In Old Hebrew history, the city of Jericho was very protected by great walls, and it was impossible to break those walls by guns. But through a particular sound the walls were broken, and that sound was the secret of the breaking of those walls. If that sound is created before walls, the walls will give way. You have heard the story of Ali Baba, a particular sound, and the rock moves. These are allegories. Whether they are right or not, one thing is certain: if you can create a particular sound so continuously that meaning is lost, mind is lost, the rock at your heart will be removed. Chapter 32. The Path of Surrender. The first question. Question 1. Beloved Master, please explain whether the techniques you have discussed so far from Vijnana, Bhairava, Tantra belong to the science of yoga, instead of to the actual and central subject matter of Tantra. What is the central subject matter of Tantra? This question arises to many. The techniques that we have discussed also belong to yoga. They are the same techniques, but with a difference: you can use the same techniques with a very different philosophy behind them. The framework, the pattern differs, not the technique. You may have a different attitude toward life, just the contrary to Tantra. Yoga believes in struggle. Yoga is basically the path of will. Tantra does not believe in a struggle. Tantra is not the path of will. Rather, on the contrary, Tantra is the path of total surrender. Your will is not needed. For Tantra, your will is the problem, the source of all anguish. For yoga, your surrender, your will-lessness is the problem. Because your will is weak, that is why you are in anguish, suffering. For yoga. For Tantra, because you have a will, because you have an ego and individuality, that is why you are suffering. Yoga says, bring your will to absolute perfection and you will be liberated. Tantra says, dissolve your will completely, become totally emptied of it, and that will be your liberation. And both are right. This creates the problem. For me, both are right. But the path of yoga is a very difficult one. It is just impossible, nearly impossible, that you can attain to the perfection of the ego. It means you become the center of the whole universe. The path is very long, arduous, and really, it never reaches to the end. So what happens to the followers of yoga? Somewhere on the path, in some life, they turn to Tantra. Intellectually, yoga is conceivable. Existentially, it is impossible. If it is possible, you will reach by yoga also, but generally it never happens. Even if it happens very rarely, such as to a Mahavir. Sometimes centuries and centuries pass and then a man like Mahavir appears who has achieved through yoga, but he is rare, an exception, and he breaks the rule. But yoga is more attractive than Tantra. Tantra is easy, natural, and you can attain through Tantra very easily, very naturally, effortlessly. And because of this, Tantra never appeals to you as much. Why? Anything that appeals to you appeals to your ego. Whatsoever you feel is going to fulfill your ego will appeal to you more. You are gripped in the ego. Thus yoga appeals to you very much. Really, the more egoistic you are, the more yoga will appeal to you because it is pure ego effort. The more impossible, the more it is appealing to the ego. That is why Mount Everest has so much appeal. There is so much attraction to reach to the top of a Himalayan peak because it is so difficult. And when Hillary and Tenzing reached Mount Everest, they felt a very ecstatic moment. What was that? It was because the ego was fulfilled. They were the first. When the first man landed on the moon, can you imagine how he felt? He was the first in all history. And now he cannot be replaced. He will remain the first in all the history to come. Now there is no way to change his status. The ego is fulfilled deeply. There is no competitor now, and there cannot be. Many will land on the moon, but they will not be the first. But many can land on the moon, and many can go to Everest. Yoga gives you a higher peak. And the more unreachable the end, the more there is the perfection of the ego, pure, perfect, absolute ego. Yoga would have appealed to Nietzsche very much because he felt that the energy which is working behind life is the energy of will, the will to power. Yoga gives you that feeling. You are more powerful through it. The more you can control yourself, the more you can control your instincts, the more you can control your body, and the more you can control your mind, then the more you feel powerful. You become a master inside. But this is through conflict. This is through struggle and violence. And it always happens more or less that a person who has been practicing yoga for many lives comes to a point where the whole journey becomes drab, dreary, futile, because the more ego is fulfilled, the more you will feel it is useless. Then the follower of the path of yoga turns to Tantra. But yoga appeals because everyone is an egoist. Tantra never appeals in the beginning. Tantra can appeal only to the higher depths, to those who have worked on themselves, who have really been struggling through yoga for many lives. Then Tantra appeals to them because they can understand. Ordinarily, you will not be attracted by Tantra, and if you are attracted, you will be attracted by the wrong reasons, so try to understand them also. You will not be attracted by Tantra in the first place because it asks you to surrender, not to fight. It asks you to float, not to swim. It asks you to move with the current, not to go upstream. It tells you nature is good. Trust nature, do not fight it. Even sex is good. Trust it, follow it, flow into it. Do not fight it. No fight is the central teaching of Tantra. Flow. Let go, it cannot appeal. There is no fulfillment of your ego through it. In the first step, it asks for your ego to be dissolved. In the very beginning, it asks you to dissolve it. Yoga also asks you, but at the end. First, it will ask you to purify it. And if it is purified completely, it dissolves, it cannot remain. But that is the last in yoga, and in Tantra that is the first. So Tantra will not appeal generally. And if it does appeal, it will appeal for wrong reasons. For example, if you want to indulge in sex, then you can rationalize your indulgence through Tantra. That can become the appeal. If you want to indulge in wine, in women, in other things, you can feel attracted toward Tantra. But really, you are not attracted to Tantra. Tantra is a facade, a trick. You are attracted to something else which you think Tantra allows you, so Tantra always appeals for wrong reasons. Tantra is not to help your indulgence, it is to transform it, so do not deceive yourself. Through Tantra, you can deceive yourself very easily. And because of this possibility of deception, Mahavir would not describe Tantra. This possibility is always there. And man is so deceptive that he can show one thing when he really means another. He can rationalize. For example, in China, in old China, there was something like Tantra, a secret science. It is known as Tao. Tao has similar trends to Tantra. For example, Tao says that it is good, if you want to be freed of sex, that you should not stick to one person, to one woman or one man. You should not stick to one person if you want to be freed. Tao says that it is better to go on changing partners. This is absolutely right, but you can rationalize it. You can deceive yourself. You may just be a sex maniac, and you can think that I am doing Tantra practice, so I cannot stick to one woman, I have to change. And many emperors in China practiced it. They had big harems only for this. But Tao is meaningful if you look deep down into human psychology. If you know only one woman, sooner or later your attraction for that woman will wither away, but your attraction for women will remain. You will be attracted by the other sex. This woman, your wife, will really not be of the opposite sex. She will not attract you, she will not be a magnet for you. You will have become accustomed to her. Tao says that if a man moves amidst women, he will not only go beyond one, he will go beyond the opposite sex. The very knowledge of many women will help him to transcend. And this is right but dangerous, because you would like it not because it is right but because it gives you license. That is the problem with Tantra. So in China also that knowledge was suppressed. It had to be suppressed. In India, Tantra was also suppressed because it said many dangerous things, dangerous only because you are deceptive. Otherwise they are wonderful. Nothing has happened to the human mind that is more wonderful and mysterious than Tantra. No knowledge is so deep, but knowledge always has its dangers. For example, now science has become a danger because it has come to know many deep secrets. Now it knows how to create atomic energy. Einstein is reported to have said that if he is again given a life, rather than being a scientist, he would like to be a plumber, because as he looks back, his whole life has been futile, not only futile, but dangerous to humanity, and he has given one of the deepest secrets, but to a mankind which is self-deceptive. I wonder. The day may come soon when we will have to suppress scientific knowledge. There are rumors that there are secret thoughts amid scientists about whether to disclose more or not, whether they should stop the search, or whether they should go further, because now it is dangerous ground. Every knowledge is dangerous. Only ignorance is not dangerous, you cannot do much with it. Superstitions are always good, never dangerous. They are homeopathic. If the medicine is given to you, it is not going to harm you. Whether it is going to help you or not depends on your own innocence. But one thing is certain, it is not going to harm you. Homeopathy is harmless. It is a deep superstition. If it works, it can only help. Remember, if something can only help, then it is deep superstition. If it can do both help and harm, then only is it knowledge. A real thing can do both help and harm. Only an unreal thing can just help. But then the help never comes from the thing. It is always a projection of your own mind. So, in a way, only illusory things are good. They never harm you. Tantra is science, and it is deeper than atomic knowledge because atomic science is concerned with matter, and Tantra is concerned with you, and you are always more dangerous than any atomic energy. Tantra is concerned with the biological atom, with you, the living cell, with life consciousness itself, and how its inner mechanism works. That is why Tantra became so much interested in sex. One who is interested in life and consciousness will automatically become interested in sex, because sex is the source of life, of love, of all that is happening in the world of consciousness. So if a seeker is not interested in sex, he is not a seeker at all. He may be a philosopher, but he is not a seeker. And philosophy is, more or less, nonsense, thinking about things which are of no use. I have heard that Mullah Nasruddin was interested in girls, but he had very bad luck with girls. No one would like him. He was going to meet a certain girl for the first time, so he asked a friend, "What is your secret? You are wonderful with women. You simply hypnotize them, and I am always a failure. So give me some clue. I am going on a date for the first time with a girl, so give me some secrets." The friend said, "Remember 3 things, always talk about food, family, and philosophy." "Why about food?" Mullah asked. The friend said, "I talk about food because then the girl feels good because every woman is interested in food. She is food for the child, for the whole humanity she is food, so she is basically interested in food." Mullah said, "Okay. And why family?" So the man said, "Talk about her family so your intentions look honorable." Then Mullah said, "And why about philosophy?" The man said, "Talk about philosophy. That makes the woman feel that she is intelligent." So Mullah rushed. Immediately when he saw the girl, he said, "Hello, do you like noodles?" The girl was startled and said no. Then the mullah asked the second question, "Have you got 2 brothers?" The girl was even more startled and wondered, "What type of date is this?" She said no. So for a moment Mullah was at a loss. He wondered how to start talking about philosophy. Just for a moment he was at a loss, and then he asked, "Now, if you had a brother, would he like noodles?" Philosophy is more or less nonsense. Tantra is not interested in philosophy. Tantra is interested in actual existential life. So Tantra never asks whether there is a God, or whether there is moksha, liberation, or whether there is hell or heaven. Tantra asks basic questions about life. That is why there is so much interest in sex and love. They are basic. You are through them. You are part of them. You are a play of sex energy and nothing less, and unless you understand this energy and transcend it, you will never be anything more. You are, right now, nothing but sex energy. You can be more. But if you do not understand this and you do not transcend it, you never will be more. The possibility is just there as a seed. That is why Tantra is interested in sex, in love, in natural life. But the way to know it is not through conflict. Tantra says you cannot know anything if you are in a fighting mood, because then you are not receptive. Then because you are fighting, the secrets will be hidden from you, you are not open to receive. And whenever you are fighting, you are always outside. If you are fighting sex, you are always outside. If you surrender to sex, you reach the very inner core of it. You are an insider. If you surrender, then many things become known. You have been in sex, but always with a fighting attitude behind it. That is why you have not known many secrets. For example, you have not known the life-giving forces of sex. You have not them known because you cannot know that needs you to be an insider. If you are really flowing with sex energy, totally surrendered, sooner or later, you will arrive at the point where you will know that sex cannot only give birth to a new life, sex can give you more life. To lovers, sex can become a life-giving force, but for that, you need a surrender. And once you are surrendered, many dimensions change. For example, Tantra has known, Tao has known that if you ejaculate in the act, then it cannot be life-giving to you. There is no need to ejaculate. Ejaculation can be totally forgotten. Tantra and Tao both say ejaculation is because you are fighting. Otherwise, there is no need of it. the lover and the beloved can be in a deep sexual embrace, just relaxing into each other with no hurry to ejaculate, with no hurry to end the affair. They can just relax into each other. And if this relaxation is total, they both will feel more life. They both will enrich each other. Tao says a man can live for 1,000 years if he is not in any hurry with sex, if he is deeply relaxed. If a woman and man are deeply relaxed with each other, simply melting into each other, absorbed into each other, not in any hurry, not in any tension, many things happen, alchemical things happen, because the life juices of both, the electricity of both, the bioenergy of both meet. And just by this meeting, because they are one is negative, one is positive, they are antipoles. Just by meeting with each other deeply, they invigorate each other, make each other vital, more alive. They can live for a long time, and they can live never becoming old. But this can only be known if you are not in a fighting mood. And this seems paradoxical. Those who are fighting sex, they will ejaculate sooner because the tense mind is in a hurry to be relieved of the tension. New research says many surprising things, many surprising facts. Masters and Johnson, they have worked scientifically for the first time with what happens in deep intercourse. They have come to realize that 75% of men are premature ejaculators, 75% before there is a deep meeting they have ejaculated, and the act is finished. And 90% of women never have any orgasm. They never reach to a peak, to a deep, fulfilling peak, 90% of women. That is why women are so angry and irritated, and they will remain so. No meditation can help them to be peaceful, and no philosophy, no religion, no ethics will make them at ease with the men with whom they are living. They are in frustration, in anger, because modern science and old Tantra both say that, unless a woman is deeply fulfilled orgasmically, she will be a problem in the family. That which she is lacking will create irritations, and she will be always in a fighting mood. So if your wife is always in a fighting mood, think again about the whole thing. It is not simply the wife, you may be the cause. And because women are not achieving orgasm, they become anti-sex. They are not willing to go into sex easily. They have to be bribed. They are not ready to go into sex. Why should they be ready if they never achieve any deep bliss through it? Rather, they feel after it that the man has been using them, that they have been used. They feel like a thing which has been used and then discarded. The man is satisfied because he has ejaculated. Then he moves and goes to sleep, and the wife goes on weeping. She has been just used, and the experience has not been in any way fulfilling to her. It may have relieved her husband or lover or friend, but it has not been in any way fulfilling to her. 90% of women do not even know what orgasm is. They have never known it. They have never reached a peak of such a blissful convulsion of the body that every fiber vibrates and every cell becomes alive. They have not reached it, and this is because of an anti-sexual attitude in the society. The fighting mind is there, and the woman is so repressed that she has become frigid. The man goes on doing the act as if it is a sin. He feels it as guilt, it is not to be done. And while he is making love to his wife or beloved, he is thinking of some Mahatma, so-called saint, of how to go to the Mahatma and how to transcend this sex, this guilt, this sin. It is very difficult to get rid of the Mahatmas. They are already there even while you are making love. You are not two. One Mahatma must be there. If there is no Mahatma, then God is watching you doing this sin. The concept of God in people's minds is just that of a peeping Tom. He is always watching you. This attitude creates anxiety, and when anxiety is there, ejaculation comes soon. When there is no anxiety, ejaculation can be postponed for hours, even for days, and there is no need of it. If the love is deep, both parties can invigorate each other. Then ejaculation completely ceases, and for years two lovers can meet with each other without any ejaculation, without any wastage of energy. They can just relax with each other. Their bodies meet and relax. They enter sex and relax, and sooner or later, sex will not be an excitement. It is an excitement right now. Then it is not an excitement, it is a relaxation, a deep let go. But that can happen only if you have first surrendered inside to the life energy, the life force. Only then can you surrender to your lover or beloved. Tantra says, this happens, and it says how it can happen. Tantra says, never make love while you are excited. This seems very absurd because you want to make love when you are excited. And normally, both partners excite each other in order that they can make love. But Tantra says that in excitement you are wasting energy. Make love while you are calm, serene, meditative. First meditate, then make love, and when making love do not go beyond the limit. What do I mean by do not go beyond the limit? Do not become excited and violent in order that your energy will not be dispersed. If you see two persons making love, you will feel that they are fighting. If small children sometimes see their father and mother making love, they think the father is going to kill the mother. It looks violent. It looks like a fight. It is not beautiful, it looks ugly. It must be more musical, harmonious. The two partners must be as if they are dancing, not fighting, as if singing one harmonious melody, just creating an atmosphere in which both may dissolve and become one. And then they relax. This is what Tantra means. Tantra is not sexual at all. Tantra is the least sexual thing, and yet it has so much concern with sex. And if through this relaxation and let-go nature reveals to you its secrets, it is no wonder. Then you begin to be aware of what is happening. And in that awareness of what is happening, many secrets come to your mind. Firstly, sex becomes life-giving. As it is now, it is death-giving. You are simply dying through it, wasting yourself, deteriorating. Secondly, it becomes the deepest natural meditation. Your thoughts cease completely. When you are totally relaxed with your lover, your thoughts cease. The mind is not there, only your heart beats. It becomes a natural meditation. And if love cannot help you into meditation, nothing will help, because everything else is just superfluous, superficial. If love cannot help, nothing will help. Love has its own meditation, but you do not know love. You know only sex, and you know the misery of wasting energy. Then you get depressed after it. Then you decide to take a vow of brahmacharya, celibacy. And this vow is taken in depression. This vow is taken in anger. This vow is taken in frustration. It is not going to help. A vow can be helpful if taken in a very relaxed, deeply meditative mood. Otherwise, you are simply showing your anger, your frustration, and nothing else, and you will forget the vow within 24 hours. The energy will have come again, and just as an old routine, you will have to release it. Tantra says, sex is very deep because it is life. But you can be interested in Tantra for the wrong reasons. Do not be interested in Tantra for wrong reasons, and then you will not feel that Tantra is dangerous. Then Tantra is life-transforming. Some tantric methods have been used by yoga also, but with a conflict, a fighting attitude. Tantra uses the same methods, but with a very loving attitude, and that makes a great difference. The very quality of the technique changes. The technique becomes different because the whole background is different. It has been asked, what is the central subject matter of Tantra? The answer is you. You are the central subject matter of Tantra, what you are right now, and what is hidden in you that can grow, what you are and what you can be. Right now you are a sex unit, and unless this unit is understood deeply, you cannot become a spirit. You cannot become a spiritual unit. Sexuality and spirituality are two ends of one energy. Tantra starts with you as you are. Yoga starts with what your possibility is. Yoga starts with the end. Tantra starts with the beginning, and it is good to start with the beginning. It is always good to begin with the beginning, because if the end is made the beginning, then you are creating unnecessary misery for yourself. You are not the end, not the ideal. You have to become a god, the ideal, and you are just an animal. And this animal goes berserk because of the ideal of the god. It goes mad, it goes crazy. Tantra says, forget the god. If you are the animal, understand this animal in its totality. In that understanding itself, the god will grow. And if it cannot grow through that understanding, then forget it. It can never be. Ideals cannot bring your possibilities out. Only the knowledge of the real will help. So you are the central subject matter of Tantra, as you are and as you can become. Your actuality and your possibility, they are the subject matter. Sometimes people get worried. If you go to understand Tantra, God is not discussed. Moksha, liberation, is not discussed. Nirvana is not discussed. What type of religion is Tantra? Tantra discusses things which make you feel disgusted, which you do not want to discuss. Who wants to discuss sex? Everyone thinks he knows about it. Because you can reproduce, you think you know. No one wants to discuss sex, and sex is everyone's problem. No one wants to discuss love because everyone feels he is a great lover already. And look at your life. It is just hatred and nothing else. And whatsoever you call love is nothing but a relaxation, a little relaxation of the hatred. Look around you. and then you will know what you know about Baal Shem. A fakir went to his tailor every day for his robe, and the tailor took 6 months to make a simple robe for the fakir. The poor fakir, when the robe was ready and the tailor gave it to Baal Shem said, "Tell me, even God had only 6 days to create the world. Within 6 days, God created the whole world, and you took 6 months to make this poor man's robe." Baal Shem remembered the tailor in his memoirs. The tailor said, "Yes, God created the world in 6 days, but look at the world, at what type of world it is. Yes, he created the world in 6 days, but look at the world. Look around you. Look at the world you have created. Then you will come to know that you do not know anything, you are just groping in the dark. And because everyone else is also groping in the dark, it cannot be that you are living in light. If everyone else is groping in the dark, you feel good, because then you feel there is no comparison. But you are also in the dark, and Tantra starts with you as you are. Tantra wants to enlighten you about basic things which you cannot deny. If you try to deny them, it is at your own cost. The second question, question 2, how can one convert the sex act into a meditative experience? Should one practice any special positions in sex? Positions are irrelevant. Positions are not very meaningful. The real thing is the attitude, not the position of the body, but the position of the mind. But if you change your mind, you may want to change your positions because they are related, but they are not basic. For example, the man is always on the woman on top of the woman. This is an egoist posture because the man always thinks he is better, superior, higher. How can he be below the woman? But all over the world in primitive societies, the woman is above the man. So in Africa, this posture is known as the missionary posture, because for the first time when Christian missionaries went to Africa, the primitives just could not understand what they were doing. They thought it would kill the woman. The man on top posture is known in Africa as the missionary posture. African primitives say this is violent, that man should be on top of the woman. She is weaker, delicate, so she must be on top of the man. But it is difficult for man to think of himself as lower than woman, under her. If your mind changes, many things will change. It is better that the woman should be on top for many reasons. If the woman is on top, she will be passive, so she is not going to do much violence. She will simply relax, and the man under her cannot do much, he will have to relax. This is good. If he is on top, he is going to be violent, he will do much, and nothing is needed to be done on her part. For Tantra you have to relax, so it is good that the woman should be on top. She can relax better than any man. The feminine psychology is more passive, so relaxation comes easy. Positions will change, but do not be bothered about positions much. Just change your mind. Surrender to the life force, float in it. Sometimes, if you are really surrendered, your bodies will take the right position that is needed in that moment. If both partners are deeply surrendered, their bodies will take the right posture that is needed. Everyday situations change, so there is no need to fix postures beforehand. That is a problem, that you try to fix it beforehand. Whenever you try to fix it, this is a fixing by the mind. Then you are not surrendering. If you surrender, then you let things take their own shape, and that is a wonderful harmony when both partners have surrendered. They will take many postures, or they will not take them and will just relax. That depends on the life force, not on your cerebral decision beforehand. You need not decide anything beforehand. Decision is the problem. Even to make love, you decide. Even to make love, you go and consult books. There are books on how to make love. This shows what type of human mind we have produced. You even consult books on how to make love. Then it becomes cerebral. You think everything. Really, you create a rehearsal in the mind and then you enact it. Your action is a copy, it is never real then. You are enacting a rehearsal, it becomes acting. It is not authentic, just surrender and move with the force. What is the fear? Why be afraid? If you cannot be unafraid with your lover, then where will you be unafraid? And once you have the feeling that the life force helps by itself and takes the right path that is needed, it will give you a very basic insight into your whole life. Then you can leave your whole life to the divine. That is your beloved. Then you leave your whole life to the divine. Then you do not think and you do not plan. You do not force the future according to you. You just allow yourself to move into the future according to him, according to the total. But how to make the sex act a meditation? Just by surrendering it becomes so. Do not think about it, let it happen, and be relaxed, do not move ahead. This is one of the basic problems with the mind. It always moves ahead. It is always seeking the result, and the result is in the future. You are never in the act. You are always in the future seeking a result. That seeking of a result is disturbing everything, it damages everything. Just be in the act. What is the future? It is to come. You need not worry about it, and you are not going to bring it with your worries. It is already coming. It has already come, so you forget about it, you just be here and now. Sex can become a deep insight in being here and now. That is, I think, the only act now left into which you can be here and now. You cannot be here and now while in your office. You cannot be here and now while you are studying in your college. You cannot be here and now anywhere in this modern world. Only in love can you be here and now. But even then you are not. You are thinking of the result. And now many modern books have created many new problems. You read a book on how to make love, and then you are afraid about whether you are making it rightly or wrongly. You read a book on how a posture is to be taken, or what type of posture is to be used, and then you are afraid about whether you are taking the right posture or not. Psychologists have created new worries in the mind. Now they say the husband must remember whether his wife is achieving orgasm or not, so he is worried over it. And this worry is not going to help in any way. It is going to become a hindrance. The wife is worried whether she is helping the husband to relax totally or not. She must show that she is feeling very blissful. Then everything becomes false. Both are worried about the result, and because of this worry, the result will never come. Forget everything. Flow in the moment and allow your bodies their expression. Your bodies know well. They have their own wisdom. Your bodies are constituted of sex cells. They have a built-in program. You are not asked at all. Just leave it to the body and the body will move. This leaving it to nature together, both together, this let go, will create meditation automatically. And if you can feel it in sex, then you know one thing, that whenever you surrender you will feel the same. Then you can surrender to a master. It is a love relationship. You can surrender to a master, and then while you are putting your head at his feet, your head will become empty, you will be in meditation. Then there is even no need of a master. Then go out and surrender to the sky. You know how to surrender, that is all. Then you can go and surrender to a tree. But it looks foolish because we do not know how to surrender. We see a person, a villager, a primitive man going to the river, surrendering himself to the river, calling the river the mother, the divine mother, or surrendering himself to the rising sun, calling the rising sun a great god, or going to a tree and putting his head at the roots and surrendering. For us it looks superstitious. You say, what nonsense he is doing. What will the tree do? What will the river do? They are not goddesses. What is the sun? The sun is not a god. Anything becomes a god if you can surrender. So your surrender creates divinity. There is nothing divine. There is only a surrendering mind which creates divinity. Surrender to a wife and she becomes divine. Surrender to a husband and he becomes divine. The divinity is revealed through surrender. Surrender to a stone, and there is no stone now. That stone has become a statue, a person alive. So just know how to surrender. And when I say how to surrender, I do not mean to know a technique. I mean you have a natural possibility of surrendering in love. Surrender in love and feel it there. And then let it spread all over your life. The third question, question 3, please explain whether the anahat nada soundless sound is a type of sound, or whether it is total soundlessness. And also explain how the state of total soundfulness can be equal to total soundlessness. Anahat nada is not a type of sound. It is soundlessness, but this soundlessness is heard. To express it is difficult because then the logical question arises of how soundlessness can be heard. Let me explain it. I am sitting on this chair. If I go away from this chair, will you not see my absence in the chair? It cannot be seen by one who has not seen me sitting here, he will simply see the chair. But a moment before I was here and you have seen me sitting here. If I move away and you look at the chair, you will see two things, the chair and my absence. But that absence will be seen only if you have seen me, and you have not forgotten me, that I was there. We are hearing sounds. We only know sounds, so when that soundlessness comes, anahat nada, we feel that every sound has disappeared and absence is felt. That is why it is called anahat nada. It is also called nada. Nada means sound, but anahat changes the quality of the sound. Anahat means uncreated, so it is uncreated sound. Every sound is a created sound. Whatsoever sounds you have heard, they are all created. That which is created will die. I can clap my hands, a sound is created. It was not there before and now it is no more. It was created and it has died. A created sound is known as ahat nada. Uncreated sound is known as anahat nada, the sound that is always. Which is that sound that is always? It is not really a sound. You call it a sound because the absence is heard. If you live by a railway station, and one day the railway union goes on strike, you will hear something no one can hear. You will hear the absence of the trains coming and going and moving. I was traveling in the past for at least 3 weeks every month. In the beginning, it was very difficult to sleep in the train, and then it became difficult to sleep at home. When I was no longer sleeping only in trains, the sound of the train was missed. Whenever I would reach home, it would be difficult, because I would miss, and I would feel the absence of the railway sounds. We are accustomed to sounds. Every moment is filled with sound. Our heads are constantly filled by sounds and sounds and sounds. When your mind goes away, moves up or down, goes beyond or below, when you are not in the world of sounds, you can hear the absence. That absence is soundlessness. But we have called it anahat nada. Because it is heard, we call it not a sound. And because it is not really a sound, we call it anahat uncreated. Uncreated sound is contradictory. Sound is created, uncreated contradicts. So all deep experiences of life have to be expressed in contradictory terms. If you go and ask a master like Eckhart or Jacob Boehm, or Zen masters like Hui Hai or Huang Po or Bodhidharma or Nagarjuna or Vedanta and the Upanishads, everywhere you will find two contradictory terms whenever a deeper experience is talked about. The Vedas say, he is and he is not about God. You cannot find a more atheistic expression, he is and he is not. He is far away and he is near. He is far away and he is also near. Why contradictory statements? The Upanishads say, you cannot see him, but unless you see him you have not seen anything. What type of language is this? Lao Tzu says that truth cannot be said, and he is saying it. This too is a saying. He says that truth cannot be said. If it is said, it cannot be true, and then he writes a book and says something about the truth. It is contradictory. One student came to a great old sage. The student said, if you can forgive me, master, I want to relate to you something about myself. I have become an atheist. Now I do not believe in God. So the old sage asked, for how many days have you been studying scriptures? For how many days? So the man, the seeker, the student said, near about 20 years I have been studying the Vedas, the scriptures. So the old man sighed and said, just 20 years and you have the nerve to say that you have become an atheist. The student was puzzled. What was this old man saying? So he said, I am puzzled. What are you saying? You make me more confused than when I came here. The old man said, go on studying the Vedas. In the beginning one says God is. Only in the end does one say God is not. To become an atheist you will have to travel much into theism. God is at the beginning. God is not at the end. Do not be in a hurry. The student was even more puzzled. God is and God is not has been uttered by those who know. God is uttered by those who do not know, and God is not is also uttered by those who do not know. Those who know, they utter both simultaneously, God is and God is not. Anahat nada is a contradictory term, but used with much consideration, with deep consideration. It is meaningful. It says that the phenomenon is felt as a sound, and it is not a sound. It is felt as a sound because you have only felt sounds. You do not know any other language, you know only the language of sounds. That is why it is felt as sound. But it is silence, not sound. And the question further says, explain in which way the state of soundfulness can be equal to total soundlessness. It is always so. The zero and the absolute both mean the same. For example, if I have a jar which is completely empty and I have another jar which is completely filled, both are complete. One is completely empty, another is completely filled. But both are complete, both are perfect. If the jar is half filled, it is half filled and half empty. You can call it half empty, you can call it half filled. But whether it is completely empty or completely filled, one thing is common to both: completeness. Soundlessness is complete. You cannot do anything more to make it more soundless. Understand this, it is complete, nothing can be done. You have come to a point beyond which there is no movement possible. And if a sound is total, you cannot add anything to it. You have come to another limit. You cannot go beyond it. This is common, and this is what is meant. One can say it is soundlessness because no sound is heard, everything has become absent, you cannot take anything further from it. It is complete. Or you can say it is a complete sound, a full sound, absolute sound. Nothing can be added to it. But in both the cases, the indication is for perfection, absoluteness, wholeness. It depends on the mind. There are two types of minds and two types of expressions. For example, if you ask Buddha, what will happen in deep meditation? When one achieves samadhi, what will happen? He will say, there will be no dukkha, there will be no pain. He will never say there will be bliss. He will simply say there will be no pain, just painlessness. If you ask Shankara, he will never talk about pain. He will simply say, there will be bliss, absolute bliss. And both are expressing the same experience. Buddha saying no pain refers to the world. He says, all the pains I have known are not there. And whatsoever is there, I cannot relate it in your language. Shankara says, there is bliss, absolute bliss. He never talks about the world and its pain. He is not referring to your world. He is referring to the experience itself. He is positive. Buddha is negative, but their indications are toward the same moon. Their fingers are different, but what their fingers indicate is the same. Chapter 33, The Spirituality of the Trantic Sex Act at the Start of Sexual Union. Keep attentive on the fire in the beginning, and so continuing, avoid the embers in the end. When in such embrace your senses are shaken as leaves, enter this shaking. Even remembering union, without the embrace, transformation. On joyously seeing a long-absent friend, permeate this joy. When eating or drinking, become the taste of food or drink and be filled. Sigmund Freud has said somewhere that man is born neurotic. This is a half-truth. Man is not born neurotic, but he is born in a neurotic humanity, and the society around drives everyone neurotic sooner or later. Man is born natural, real, normal, but the moment the newborn becomes part of the society, neurosis starts working. As we are neurotic, and the neurosis consists of a deep split. You are not one, you are two or even many. This has to be understood deeply. Only then can we proceed in Tantra. Your feeling and thinking have become two different things. This is the basic neurosis. Your thinking part and your feeling part have become two, and you are identified with the thinking part, not with the feeling part. And feeling is more real than thinking. Feeling is more natural than thinking. You have come with a feeling heart, but thinking is cultivated. It is given by society, and your feeling has become a suppressed thing. Even when you say that you feel, you only think that you feel. The feeling has become dead, and this has happened for certain reasons. When a child is born, he is a feeling being, he feels things. He is not a thinking being yet. He is natural, just like anything natural in nature, just like a tree or like an animal. But we start molding him, cultivating. He has to suppress his feelings because without suppressing his feelings, he is always in trouble. When he wants to cry, he cannot cry because his parents will not approve of it, he will be condemned. He will not be appreciated, he will not be loved. He is not accepted as he is. He must behave according to a particular ideology, ideals. Only then will he be loved. Love is not for him as he is. He can be loved only if he follows certain rules. Those rules are imposed. They are not natural. The natural being begins to become suppressed, and the unnatural, the unreal, is imposed over it. This unreal is your mind, and a moment comes when the split is so great that you cannot bridge it. You go on forgetting completely what your real nature was or is. You are a false face. The original face is lost, and you are also afraid to feel the original, because the moment you feel it, the whole society will be against you, so you yourself are against your real nature. This creates a very neurotic state. You do not know what you want. You do not know what are your real, authentic needs, and then you go on after non-authentic needs, because only the feeling heart can give you the sense, the direction of what are your real needs. When they are suppressed, you create symbolic needs. For example, you may go on eating more and more, stuffing yourself with food, and you may never feel that you are filled. The need is for love. It is not for food. But food and love are deeply related, so when the need for love is not felt, or is suppressed, a false need for food is created and you can go on eating. Because the need is false, it can never be fulfilled, and we live in false needs. That is why there is no fulfillment. You want to be loved. That is a basic need, natural, but it can be diverted into a false dimension. For example, the love need, the need to be loved, can be felt as a false need if you try to divert the attention of others to yourself. You want that others should pay attention to you, so you may become a political leader. Great crowds may pay attention to you, but the real basic need is to be loved. And even if the whole world is paying attention to you, that basic need cannot be fulfilled. That basic need can be fulfilled even by a single person loving you, paying attention to you because of love. When you love someone, you pay attention to him. Attention and love are deeply related. If you suppress the need for love, then it becomes a symbolic need. Then you need the attention of others. You may get it. But then too there will be no fulfillment. The need is false, disconnected from the natural, basic need. This division in the personality is neurosis. Tantra is a very revolutionary concept, the oldest and yet the newest. Tantra is one of the oldest traditions and yet non-traditional, even anti-traditional, because Tantra says unless you are whole and one you are missing life altogether. You should not remain in a split state, you must become one. What to do to become one? You can go on thinking, but that is not going to help because thinking is the technique to divide. Thinking is analytical, it divides. It splits things. Feeling unites, synthesizes, makes things one so you can go on thinking, reading, studying, contemplating. It is not going to help unless you fall back to the feeling center. But it is very difficult, because even when we think about the feeling center, we think. When you say to someone, "I love you," be aware of whether it is just a thought or whether it is a feeling. If it is just a thought, then you are missing something. A feeling is of the whole, your whole body, mind, everything you are, is involved. In thinking, only your head is involved, and that too not totally, but just a fragment of it. There is only a passing thought. It may not be there the next moment, only a fragment is involved, and that creates much misery in life because with a fragmentary thought, you give promises which you cannot fulfill. You can say, "I love you and I will love you forever." However, the second part is a promise which you cannot fulfill because it is given by a fragmentary thought. Your whole being is not involved in it. And what will you do tomorrow when the fragment has gone and the thought is no more there? Now the promise will become a bondage. Sartre said somewhere that every promise is going to be false. You cannot promise because you are not whole. Just a part of you promises, and when the part is no more there on the throne and another part has taken over, what are you going to do? Who will fulfill the promise? Hypocrisy is born because when you go on trying to fulfill, pretending that you are fulfilling, then everything becomes false. Tantra says fall down deep within to the feeling center. What to do and how to fall back. Now I will enter the sutras. These sutras, each sutra, is an effort to make you whole. The first sutra at the start of sexual union, keep attentive on the fire in the beginning, and so continuing, avoid the embers in the end. Sex can be a very deep fulfillment, and sex can throw you back to your wholeness, to your natural, real being, for many reasons. Those reasons have to be understood. 1. Sex is a total act. You are thrown off your mind, off balance. That is why there is so much fear of sex. You are identified with the mind, and sex is a no-mind act. You become headless. You do not have any head in the act. There is no reasoning, no mental process. And if there is any mental process, there is no real, authentic sex act. Then there is no orgasm, no fulfillment. Then the sex act itself becomes a local thing, something cerebral, and it has become so. All over the world, so much hankering, so much lust for sex, is not because the world has become more sexual. It is because you cannot even enjoy sex as a total act. The world was more sexual before. That is why there was no such hankering for sex. This hankering shows that the real is missing, and there is only the false. The whole modern mind has become sexual because the sex act itself is no more there. Even the sex act is transferred to the mind. It has become mental. You think about it. Many people come to me, they say they go on thinking about sex. They enjoy thinking about it, reading, seeing pictures, pornography. They enjoy this, but when the actual moment for sex comes, they suddenly feel they are not interested. They even feel they have become impotent. They feel vital energy when they are thinking. When they want to move into the actual act, they feel there is no energy, even no desire. They feel that the body has become dead. What is happening to them? Even the sex act has become mental. They can only think about it. They cannot do it because doing will involve their whole being. And whenever there is any involvement of the whole, the head becomes uneasy because then it can no more be the master. It can no more be in control. Tantra uses the sex act to make you whole, but then you have to move in it very meditatively. Then you have to move in it forgetting all that you have heard about sex, studied about sex, all that the society has told you, the church, your religion, the teachers. Forget everything and get involved in it in your totality. Forget to control. Control is the barrier. Rather, be possessed by it. Do not control it. Move in it as if you have become mad. The no-mind state looks like madness. Become the body, become the animal, because the animal is whole. And as modern man is, only sex seems to be the easiest possibility to make you whole because sex is the deepest, the biological center within you. You are born out of it. Your every cell is a sex cell. Your whole body is a sex energy phenomenon. This first sutra says, at the start of sexual union, keep attentive on the fire in the beginning, and so continuing, avoid the embers in the end. And this makes the whole difference. For you, the sex act is a release. So when you move in it, you are in a hurry. You just want to release. Overflowing energy will be released. You will feel at ease. This at-easeness is just a sort of weakness. Overflowing energy creates tensions, excitement. You feel something has to be done. When the energy is released, you feel weak. You may take this weakness as relaxation. Because the excitement is no more, the overflowing energy is no more, you can relax. But this relaxation is a negative relaxation. If you can relax just by throwing energy, it is at a very great cost, and this relaxation can only be physical. It cannot go deeper and cannot become spiritual. This first sutra says don't be in a hurry and do not hanker for the end, remain with the beginning. There are two parts to the sex act, the beginning and the end. Remain with the beginning. The beginning part is more relaxed, warm. But do not be in a hurry to move to the end. Forget the end completely. At the start of sexual union, keep attentive on the fire in the beginning. While you are overflowing, do not think in terms of release, remain with this overflowing energy. Do not seek ejaculation, forget it completely. Be whole in this warm beginning. Remain with your beloved or your lover as if you have become one. Create a circle. There are three possibilities. Two lovers meeting can create three figures, geometrical figures. You may have even read about it, or even seen an old alchemical picture in which a man and woman are standing naked within three geometrical figures. One figure is a square, another figure is a triangle, and the third figure is a circle. This is one of the old alchemical and tantric analyses of the sex act. Ordinarily, when you are in the sex act, there are four persons, not two, and this is a square. Four angles are there because you yourself are divided in two into the thinking part and the feeling part. Your partner is also divided in two. You are four persons. Two persons are not meeting there, four persons are meeting. It is a crowd, and there can be no deep meeting really. There are four corners, and the meeting is just false. It looks like a meeting, but it is not. There can be no communion because your deeper part is hidden, and your beloved's deeper part is also hidden. And only two heads are meeting, only two thinking processes are meeting, not two feeling processes. They are hidden. The second type of meeting can be like a triangle. You are two angles of the base. For a sudden moment you become one, like the third angle of the triangle. For a sudden moment your two-ness is lost and you become one. This is better than a square meeting because at least for a single moment there is oneness. That oneness gives you health, vitality, you feel alive and young again. But the third is the best, and the third is the tantric meeting. You become a circle. There are no angles, and the meeting is not for a single moment. The meeting is really non-temporal. There is no time in it, and this can happen only if you are not seeking ejaculation. If you are seeking ejaculation, then it will become a triangle meeting because the moment there is ejaculation the contact point is lost. Remain with the beginning. Do not move to the end. How to remain in the beginning? Many things are to be remembered. First, don't take the sex act as a way of going anywhere. Don't take it as a means, it is the end in itself. There is no end to it. It is not a means. Secondly, do not think of the future. Remain with the present. And if you cannot remain in the present in the beginning part of the sex act, then you can never remain in the present, because the very nature of the act is such that you are thrown into the present. Remain in the present. Enjoy the meeting of two bodies, two souls, and merge into each other, melt into each other. Forget that you are going anywhere. Remain in the moment, going nowhere, and melt. Warmth, love, should be made a situation for two persons to melt into each other. That is why, if there is no love, The sex act is a hurried act, you are using the other. The other is just a means, and the other is using you. You are exploiting each other, not merging into each other. With love you can merge. This merging in the beginning will give many new insights. If you are not in a hurry to finish the act by and by becomes less and less sexual and more spiritual. Sex organs also melt into each other. A deep, silent communion happens between two body energies, and then you can remain for hours together. This togetherness moves deeper and deeper as time passes. But don't think, remain with the moment deeply merged. It becomes an ecstasy, a samadhi, cosmic consciousness. And if you can know this, if you can feel and realize this, your sexual mind will become non-sexual. A very deep brahmacharya, celibacy, can be attained. Celibacy can be attained through it. This looks paradoxical because we have been always thinking in terms that if a person has to remain celibate, he must not look at the other sex, he must not meet the other sex, he must avoid, escape. A very false celibacy happens then the mind goes on thinking about the other sex, and the more you escape from the other, the more you have to think, because this is a basic, deep need. Tantra says do not try to escape. There is no escape possible. Rather, use nature itself to transcend. Don't fight, accept nature in order to transcend it. If this communion with your beloved or your lover is prolonged with no end in mind, then you can just remain in the beginning. Excitement is energy, you can lose it. You can come to a peak. Then the energy is lost and a depression will follow, a weakness will follow. You may take it as relaxation, but it is negative. Tantra gives you a dimension of a higher relaxation which is positive. Both partners melting with each other give vital energy to each other. They become a circle, and their energy begins to move in a circle. They are giving life to each other, renewing life. No energy is lost. Rather, more energy is gained because through the contact with the opposite sex your every cell is challenged, excited. And if you can merge into that excitement without leading it to a peak, if you can remain in the beginning without becoming hot, just remaining warm, then those two warmths will meet, and you can prolong the act for a very long time. With no ejaculation, with no throwing energy out, it becomes a meditation, and through it you become whole. Through it your split personality is no more split, it is bridged. All neurosis is a splitness. If you are bridged again, you become again a child innocent, and once you know this innocence you can go on behaving in your society as it requires. But now this behavior is just a drama, an acting. You are not involved in it. It is a requirement, so you do it, but you are not in it. You are just acting. You will have to use unreal faces because you live in an unreal world. Otherwise the world will crush you and kill you. We have killed many real faces. We crucified Jesus because he started behaving like a real man. The unreal society will not tolerate it. We poisoned Socrates because he started behaving like a real man. Behave as the society requires. Do not create unnecessary troubles for yourself and others. But once you know your real being and the wholeness, the unreal society cannot drive you neurotic. It cannot make you mad. At the start of sexual union, keep attentive on the fire in the beginning, and so continuing, avoid the embers in the end. If ejaculation is there, energy is dissipated. Then there is no more fire. You are simply relieved of your energy without gaining anything. The second sutra, when in such embrace your senses are shaken as leaves, enter this shaking. When in such embrace, in such deep communion with the beloved or the lover, your senses are shaken as leaves, enter this shaking. We have even become afraid while making love you do not allow your bodies to move much, because if your bodies are allowed much movement, the sex act spreads all over your body. You can control it when it is localized at the sex center, the mind can remain in control. When it spreads all over your body, you cannot control it. You may start shaking, you may start screaming, and you will not be able to control your body once the body takes over. We suppress movements. Particularly, all over the world, we suppress all movements, all shaking for women. They remain just like dead bodies. You are doing something to them. They are not doing anything to you, they are just passive partners. Why is this happening? Why all over the world do men suppress women in such a way? There is fear because once a woman's body becomes possessed, it is very difficult for a man to satisfy her because a woman can have chain orgasms. A man cannot have. A man can have only one orgasm. A woman can have chain orgasms. There are cases of multiple orgasms reported. Any woman can have at least 3 orgasms in a chain, but man can have only one. And with man's orgasm, the woman is aroused and is ready for further orgasms. Then it is difficult. Then how to manage it? She needs another man immediately, and group sex is a taboo. All over the world, we have created monogamous societies. We seem to feel that it is better to suppress the woman. So, really, 80 to 90% of women never know what orgasm is. They can give birth to children. That is another thing, they can satisfy the man. That is also another thing, but they themselves are never satisfied. So if you see such bitterness in women all over the world, sadness, bitterness, frustration, it is natural. Their basic need is not fulfilled. Shaking is just wonderful because when you shake in your sex act, the energy starts flowing all over the body. The energy vibrates all over the body. Every cell of the body is involved then. Every cell becomes alive because every cell is a sex cell. When you were born, 2 sex cells met and your being was created. Your body was created. Those 2 sex cells are everywhere in your body. They have multiplied and multiplied and multiplied, but your basic unit remains the sex cell. When you shake all over your body, it is not only a meeting of you with your beloved. Within your body also, each cell is meeting with the opposite cell. This shaking shows it. It will look animal-like, but man is an animal and there is nothing wrong in it. This second sutra says, when in such embrace your senses are shaken as leaves. A great wind is blowing and a tree is shaking. Even the roots are shaking. Every leaf is shaking. Just be like a tree. A great wind is blowing, and sex is a great wind, a great energy blowing through you. Shake, vibrate. Allow every cell of your body to dance, and this should be for both. The beloved is also dancing, every cell vibrating. Only then can you both meet, and then that meeting is not mental. It is a meeting of your bioenergies. Enter this shaking, and while shaking, don't remain aloof. Don't be a spectator, because mind is the spectator. Don't stand aloof, be the shaking, become the shaking. Forget everything and become the shaking. It is not that your body is shaking, it is you, your whole being. You become the shaking itself. Then there are not 2 bodies, 2 minds. In the beginning, there are 2 shaking energies, and in the end, just a circle, not 2. What will happen in this circle? 1. You will be part of an existential force, not a societal mind, but an existential force. You will be part of the whole cosmos. In that shaking, you will be part of the whole cosmos. That moment is of great creation. You are dissolved as solid bodies. You have become liquid flowing into each other. The mind is lost, the division is lost, you have a oneness. This is Advaita, this is non-duality. And if you cannot feel this non-duality, then all the philosophies of non-duality are useless. They are just words. Once you know this non-dual existential moment, then only can you understand the Upanishads. Then only you can understand the mystics what they are talking about when they talk of a cosmic oneness, a wholeness. Then you are not separate from the world, not alien to it. Then the existence becomes your home. And with that feeling that now I am at home in the existence, all worries are lost. Then there is no anguish, no struggle, no conflict. This is what Lao Tzu calls Tao, what Shankara calls Advaita. You can choose your own word for it, but through a deep love embrace it is easy to feel it. But be alive, shaking, and become the shaking itself. The third sutra, even remembering union, without the embrace, the transformation. Once you know this, even the partner is not needed. You can simply remember the act and enter into it, but first you must have the feeling. If you know the feeling, you can enter into the act without the partner. This is a little difficult, but it happens. And unless it happens, you go on being dependent, a dependency is created. For so many reasons it happens. If you have had the feeling, if you have known the moment when you were not there, but only a vibrating energy had become one, and there was a circle with the partner, in that moment there was no partner. In that moment only you are, and for the partner you are not only he or she is. That oneness is centered within you. The partner is no more there, and it is easier for women to have this feeling because they are always making love with closed eyes. During this technique, it is good if you have your eyes closed. Then only an inner feeling of a circle, only an inner feeling of oneness is there. Then just remember it, close your eyes. Lie down as if you are with your partner, just remember and start feeling it. Your body will begin to shake and vibrate. Allow it. Forget completely that the other is not there. Move as if the other is present. Only in the beginning is it as if. Once you know, then it is not as if, then the other is there. Move as if you are actually going into the love act. Do whatsoever you would have done with your partner. Scream, move, shake. Soon the circle will be there, and this circle is miraculous. Soon you will feel that the circle is created, but now this circle is not created with a man and woman. If you are man, then the whole universe has become woman. If you are woman, then the whole universe has become man. Now you are in a deep communion with the existence itself, and the door, the other, is no more there. The other is simply a door. While making love to a woman, you are really making love to existence itself. The woman is just a door, the man is just a door. The other is just a door for the whole, but you are in such a hurry you never feel it. If you remain in communion, in deep embrace for hours together, you will forget the other, and the other will just become an extension of the whole. Once this technique is known, you can use it alone, and when you can use it alone, it gives you a new freedom from the other. It really happens that the whole existence becomes the other, your beloved, your lover, and then this technique can be used continuously, and one can remain in constant communion with the existence. And then you can do it in other dimensions also. Walking in the morning, you can do it. Then you are in communion with the air, with the rising sun and the stars and the trees. Staring at the stars in the night, you can do it. Looking at the moon, you can do it. You can be in the sex act with the whole universe once you know how it happens. But it is good to start with human beings because they are nearest to you, the nearest part of the universe. But they are dispensable. You can take a jump and forget the door completely, even remembering union, the transformation, and you will be transformed, you will become new. Tantra uses sex as a vehicle. It is energy. It can be used as a vehicle, it can transform you, and it can give you transcendental states. But as we are using sex, it looks difficult for us because we are using it in a very wrong way, and the wrong way is not natural. Even animals are better than us, they are using it in a natural way. Our ways are perverted. Constant hammering on the human mind that sex is sin has created a deep barrier within you. You never allow yourself a total let go. Something is always standing aloof, condemning, even for the new generation. They may say they are not burdened, obsessed, that sex is not a taboo for them, but you cannot unburden your unconscious so easily. It has been built over centuries and centuries. The whole human past is there, so while you may not be condemning it as sin consciously, the unconscious is there constantly condemning it. You are never totally in it. Something is always left out. That left out part creates the split. Tantra says move in it totally. Just forget yourself, your civilization, your religion, your culture, your ideology. Forget everything. Just move in the sex act, move in it totally. Do not leave anything out, become absolutely non-thinking. Only then does the awareness happen that you have become one with someone, and this feeling of oneness can then be detached from the partner, and it can be used with the whole universe. You can be in a sex act with a tree, with the moon, with anything. Once you know how to create this circle, it can be created with anything, even without anything. You can create this circle within yourself because man is both man and woman is both woman and man. You are both because you were created by two. You were created by man and woman both, so half of you remains the other. You can forget everything completely, and the circle can be created within you. Once the circle is created within you, your man is meeting your woman. The inner woman is meeting the inner man. You are in an embrace within yourself. And only when this circle is created is real celibacy attained. Otherwise, all celibacies are just perversions, and then they create their own problems. When this circle is created inside, you are freed. This is what Tantra says sex is the deepest bondage, yet it can be used as a vehicle for the highest freedom. Tantra says poison can be used as medicine, but wisdom is needed. So do not condemn anything, rather, use it, and do not be against anything. Find out ways how it can be used and transformed. Tantra is a deep, total acceptance of life. It is the only approach of its kind. All over the world, in all the centuries that have gone by, Tantra is unique. It says don't throw anything, and don't be against anything, and don't create any conflict, because with any conflict you will be destructive with yourself. All the religions are against sex, afraid of it, because it is such a great energy. Once you are in it, you are no more, and then the current will take you anywhere. That is why the fear. So create a barrier in which you and the current become two, and do not allow this vital energy to have any possession over you. Be the master of it. Only Tantra says that this mastery is going to be false, diseased, pathological, because you cannot really be divided with this current. You are it. So all divisions will be false, arbitrary, and basically, no division is possible because you are the current, a part and parcel of it, just a wave in it. You can become frozen and you can separate yourself from the current, but that frozenness will be deadness, and humanity has become dead. No one is really alive. You are just dead weights floating in the stream. Melt, Tantra says, try to melt. Do not become like icebergs. Melt and become one with the river. Becoming one with the river, feeling one with the river, merging in the river, be aware, and there will be transformation. There is transformation. Transformation is not through conflict. It is through awareness. These three techniques are very, very scientific, but then sex becomes something other than what you know. Then it is not a temporary relief. Then it is not throwing energy out. Then there is no end to it. It becomes a meditative circle. A few more related techniques on joyously seeing a long absent friend. Permeate this joy. Enter this joy and become one with it. Any joy, any happiness. This is just an example on joyously seeing a long absent friend. Suddenly you see a friend you have not seen for many, many days or many, many years. A sudden joy grips you, but your attention will be on the friend, not on your joy. Then you are missing something, and this joy will be momentary. Your attention is focused on the friend. You will start talking, remembering things, and you will miss this joy, and this joy will go. When you see a friend and suddenly feel a joy arising in your heart, concentrate on this joy. Feel it and become it, and meet the friend while being aware and filled with your joy. Let the friend be just on the periphery, and you remain centered in your feeling of happiness. This can be done in many other situations. The sun is rising, and suddenly you feel something rising within you. Then forget the sun. Let it remain on the periphery. You be centered in your own feeling of rising energy. The moment you look at it, it will spread. It will become your whole body, your whole being, and do not just be an observer of it. Merge into it. There are very few moments when you feel joy, happiness, bliss, but you go on missing them because you become object-centered. Whenever there is joy, you feel that it is coming from without. You have met a friend, of course. It appears that the joy is coming from your friend, from seeing him. That is not the actual case. The joy is always within you. The friend has just become a situation. The friend has helped it to come out, has helped you to see that it is there. And this is not only with joy, but with everything, with anger, with sadness, with misery, with happiness, with everything, it is so. Others are only situations in which things that are hidden in you are expressed. They are not causes. They are not causing something in you. Whatsoever is happening to you. It has always been there. It is only that meeting with this friend has become a situation in which whatsoever was hidden has come out in the open, has come out. From the hidden sources, it has become apparent, manifest. Whenever this happens, remain centered in the inner feeling, and then you will have a different attitude about everything in life. Even with negative emotions, do this. When you are angry, do not be centered on the person who has aroused it. Let him be on the periphery. You just become anger. Feel anger in its totality. Allow it to happen within. Don't rationalize. Don't say that this man has created it. Do not condemn the man. He has just become the situation. And feel grateful towards him that he has helped something which was hidden to come into the open. He has hit you somewhere, and a wound was there hidden. Now you know it, so become the wound. With negative or positive, with any emotion, use this, and there will be a great change in you. If the emotion is negative, you will be freed of it by being aware that it is within you. If the emotion is positive, you will become the emotion itself. If it is joy, you will become joy. If it is anger, the anger will dissolve. And this is the difference between negative and positive emotions. If you become aware of a certain emotion, and by your becoming aware the emotion dissolves, it is negative. If by your becoming aware of a certain emotion you then become the emotion, if the emotion then spreads and becomes your being, it is positive. Awareness works differently in both cases. If it is a poisonous emotion, you are relieved of it through awareness. If it is good, blissful, ecstatic, you become one with it. Awareness deepens it. So to me, this is the criterion. If something is deepened by your awareness, it is something good. If something is dissolved through awareness, it is something bad. That which cannot remain in awareness is sin, and that which grows in awareness is virtue. Virtue and sin are not social concepts, they are inner realizations. Use your awareness. It is just as if there is darkness and you bring in light, the darkness will be no more there. Just by bringing light in, the darkness is no more there, because really, it was not. It was negative, just an absence of light. But many things will become manifest which are there. Just by bringing in light, these shelves, these books, these walls will not disappear. In darkness they were not. You could not see them. If you bring light in, darkness will be no more there, but that which is real will be revealed. Through awareness, all that is negative like darkness will dissolve: hatred, anger, sadness, violence. Then love, joy, ecstasy will, for the first time, become revealed to you. So, on joyously seeing a long-absent friend, permeate this joy. The fifth technique: when eating or drinking, become the taste of the food or drink and be filled. We go on eating things. We cannot live without them, but we eat them very unconsciously, automatically, robot-like. If the taste is not lived, you are just stuffing. Go slow and be aware of the taste. And only when you go slow can you be aware. Do not just go on swallowing things. Taste them unhurriedly and become the taste. When you feel sweetness, become that sweetness. And then it can be felt all over the body, not just in the mouth, not just on the tongue. It can be felt all over the body. A certain sweetness or anything else is spreading in ripples. Whatsoever you are eating, feel the taste and become the taste. This is how Tantra appears to be quite the contrary from other traditions. Jainas say, no taste aswad. Mahatma Gandhi had it as a rule in his ashram: aswad, do not taste anything. Eat, but do not taste. Forget the taste. Eating is a necessity, but do it in a mechanical way. Taste is desire, so do not taste. Tantra says taste it as much as possible. Be more sensitive, alive, and not only be sensitive, become the taste. With aswad, with no taste, your senses will be deadened. They will become less and less sensitive. And with less sensitivity, you will not be able to feel your body, you will not be able to feel your feelings, then you will just remain centered in the head. This centeredness in the head is the split. Tantra says do not create any division within yourself. It is beautiful to taste. It is beautiful to be sensitive. And if you are more sensitive, you will be more alive. And if you are more alive, then more life will enter your inner being. You will be more open. You can eat things without tasting. It is not difficult. You can touch someone without touching. It is not difficult. We are already doing it. You shake hands with someone without touching him, because to touch, you have to come to the hand. You have to move to the hand. You have to become your fingers and your palm, as if you, your soul, have come to the hand. Only then can you touch. You can take someone's hand in your hand and withdraw. You can withdraw. Then the dead hand is there. It appears to be touching, but it is not touching. We are not touching. We are afraid to touch somebody because symbolically, touch has become sexual. You may be standing in a crowd, in a tram, in a railway compartment, touching many persons, but you are not touching them and they are not touching you. Only bodies are there in contact, but you are withdrawn. And you can feel the difference. If you really touch someone in the crowd, he will feel offended. Your body can touch, but you must not move in that body. You must remain aloof, as if not in the body, as if there is only a dead body touching. This insensitivity is bad. It is bad because you are defending yourself against life. You are so much afraid of death, and you are already dead. You need not really be afraid because no one is going to die. You are already dead. And that is why you are afraid, because you have not lived. You have been missing life and death is coming. A person who is alive will not be afraid of death because he is living. When you are really living, there is no fear of death. You can even live death. When death comes, you will be so sensitive to it that you will enjoy it. It is going to be a great experience. If you are alive, you can even live death, and then death is no more there. If you can even live death, if you can even be sensitive to your dying body as you are withdrawing to the center and dissolving, if you can live even this, then you have become deathless. When eating or drinking, become the taste of the food or drink, and be filled by the taste. When drinking water, feel the coolness. Close your eyes, drink it slowly, taste it. Feel the coolness and feel that you have become that coolness, because the coolness is being transferred to you from the water. It is becoming a part of your body. Your mouth is touching, your tongue is touching, and the coolness is transferred. Allow it to happen to the whole of your body. Allow its ripples to spread, and you will feel a coolness all over your body. In this way, your sensitivity can grow, and you can become more alive and more filled. We are frustrated, feeling vacant, empty, and we go on talking that life is empty. But we are the reasons why it is empty. We are not filling it, and we are not allowing anything to fill it. We have an armor around us, a defense armor. We are afraid to be vulnerable, so we go on defending against everything. And then we become tombs, dead things. Tantra says be alive, more alive, because life is God. There is no other God than life. Be more alive, and you will be more divine. Be totally alive, and there is no death for you. Chapter 34 Cosmic Orgasm through Tantra begin. Before I take your questions, some other points have to be clarified, because those points will help you understand more what Tantra means. Tantra is not a moral concept. It is neither moral nor immoral. It is amoral. It is a science, and science is neither. Your moralities and concepts concerning moral behavior are irrelevant for Tantra. Tantra is not concerned with how one should behave. It is not concerned with ideals. It is concerned basically with what is, with what you are. This distinction has to be understood deeply. Morality is concerned with ideals, how you should be, what you should be. Therefore, morality is basically condemning. You are never the ideal, so you are condemned. Every morality is guilt-creating. You can never become the ideal. You are always lagging behind. The gap will always be there because the ideal is the impossible, and through morality it becomes more impossible. The ideal is there in the future, and you are here as you are, and you go on comparing. You are never the perfect man. Something is always lacking. Then you feel guilt. You feel a self-condemnation. One thing, Tantra is against self-condemnation because condemnation can never transform you. Condemnation can only create hypocrisy. Then you try to pretend to show that you are what you are not. Hypocrisy means you are the real man, not the ideal man, but you pretend, you try to show that you are the ideal man. Then you have a split within you. You have a false face. The unreal man is born, and Tantra is basically a search for the real man, not for the unreal man of necessity. Every morality creates hypocrisy. It will do so inevitably. Hypocrisy will remain with morality. It is part of it, the shadow. This will look paradoxical because moralists are the men who condemn hypocrisy the most, and they are the creators of it. And hypocrisy cannot disappear from the earth unless morality disappears. They both will exist together. They are two aspects of the same coin. Morality gives you the ideal and you are not the ideal. That is why the ideal is given to you. Then you start feeling that you are wrong, and that this wrongness is natural. It is given to you. You are born with it, and you cannot immediately do anything about it. You cannot transform it. It is not so easy, you can only suppress it. That is easy. But there are two things you can do. You can create a false face. You can pretend to be something you are not. That saves you. Then you can move more easily in the society more conveniently. And inwardly, you have to suppress the real because the unreal can be imposed only if the real is suppressed. So your reality goes on moving downward into the unconscious, and your unreality becomes your conscious. Your unreal part becomes more dominant, and the real recedes back. You are divided, and the more you try to pretend, the greater will be the gap. The child is born as one whole. That is why every child is so beautiful. The beauty is because of wholeness. The child has no gap, no split, no divisions, no fragments. The child is one. The real and unreal are not there. The child is simply real, authentic. You cannot say that the child is moral. The child is neither moral nor immoral. He is just unaware that there is anything moral or immoral. The moment he becomes aware, a split starts. Then the child begins behaving in unreal ways because to be real becomes more and more difficult. This happens of necessity, remember, because the family has to regulate, the parents have to regulate. The child has to be civilized, educated, given manners, cultivated. Otherwise, it will be impossible for the child to move in the society. He has to be told, do this. Don't do that. And when we say, do this, the child's reality may not be ready to do it. It may not be real. There may not be any real desire within the child to do it. And when we say, don't do this or don't do that, the child's nature may like to do it. We condemn the real, and we enforce the unreal, because the unreal is going to be helpful in an unreal society, and the unreal is going to be convenient. Where everyone is false, the real is not going to be convenient. A real child will be in a basic difficulty with the society because the whole society is unreal. This is a vicious circle. We are born in a society, and hitherto not a single society has existed on the earth which is real, and this is vicious. A child is born in a society, and a society is already there with its fixed rules, regulations, behaviors, and moralities which the child has to learn. When he will grow, he will become false. Then children will be born to him, and he will help make them false, and this goes on and on. What to do? We cannot change the society. Or if we try to change the society, we will not be there when the society will be changed. It will take an eternity of time. What to do? The individual can become aware of this basic split within that the real has been suppressed and the unreal has been imposed. This is pain, this is suffering, this is hell. You cannot get any satisfaction through the unreal, because through the unreal only unreal satisfactions are possible, and this is natural. Only through the real can real satisfactions happen. Through the real you can reach reality. Through the real you can reach the truth. Through the unreal, you can only reach more and more hallucinations, illusions, dreams, and through dreams you can deceive yourself, but you can never be satisfied. For example, in a dream, if you feel thirsty, you may dream you are drinking water. This will be helpful and convenient for the sleep to continue. If this dream where you dream you are drinking water is not there, your sleep will be broken. A real thirst is there. It will break the sleep. The sleep will be disturbed. Dream is a help. It gives you the feeling that you are drinking water, but the water is false. Your thirst is simply deceived. It is not removed. You may continue to sleep, but the thirst is there suppressed. This is happening not only in sleep, in your whole life this is happening. You are searching for things through the unreal personality which is not there, which is just a facade. If you do not get them, you will be in misery. If you get them, then too you will be in misery. If you do not get them, the misery will be less. Remember, if you get them, the misery will be deeper and more. Psychologists say that because of this unreal personality, we basically never want to reach the goal, never want to reach, because if you reach the goal, you will be totally frustrated. You live in hope. In hope you can continue. Hope is a dream. You never reach the goal, so you never come to realize that the goal is false. A poor man struggling for riches is more happy in the struggle, because in the struggle there is hope. And with the unreal personality, only hope is happiness. If the poor man gets riches, he will become hopeless. Now frustration will be the natural consequence. Riches will be there, but no satisfaction. He will have achieved the goal, but nothing will have happened. His hopes are shattered. That is why the moment a society becomes affluent, it becomes disturbed. If America is so much disturbed today, it is because hopes are achieved, goals are achieved, and now you cannot deceive yourself anymore. So if in America the younger generation is revolting against all the goals of the older generation, it is because of this that they all proved nonsense. In India we cannot conceive of this. We cannot conceive of young people voluntarily going poor, going hippie, voluntarily going poor. We cannot conceive of it. We still have hope. We are hoping for the future that someday the country will become rich and then there will be heaven. Heaven is always in the hoping. Because of this unreal personality, whatsoever you try, whatsoever you do, whatsoever you see, becomes unreal. Tantra says truth can happen to you only if you are again grounded in the real. But to be grounded in the real, you have to be very courageous with yourself, because the unreal is convenient, and the unreal is so much cultivated, and your mind is so much conditioned, that you will become afraid of the real. Someone has asked, question when you said yesterday to be in the love act totally to enjoy, to feel the bliss of it, to remain in it, and when the body starts shaking, to be the shaking. Then what are you teaching us? Indulgence? This is perversion. This is the unreal personality speaking to you. The unreal personality is always against enjoying anything. It is always against you. You must not enjoy. It is always for sacrificing things, for you're sacrificing yourself for others. It looks beautiful because you have been brought up in it. Sacrifice yourself for others. This is altruism. If you are trying to enjoy yourself, this is selfish. And the moment someone says, this is selfish, it becomes a sin. But I tell you, Tantra is a basically different approach. Tantra says that unless you can enjoy yourself, you cannot help anyone to enjoy. Unless you are really contented with yourself, you cannot serve others. You cannot help others toward their contentment. Unless you are overflowing with your own bliss, you are a danger to society, because a person who sacrifices always becomes a sadist. If your mother goes on talking to you and says that I have sacrificed myself for you, she will torture you. If the husband goes on saying to the wife that I am sacrificing, he will be a sadistic torturer. He will torture because sacrifice is just a trick to torture the other. So those who are always sacrificing are very dangerous, potentially dangerous. Be aware of them, and do not sacrifice. The very word is ugly. Enjoy yourself. Be bliss-filled. And when you are overflowing with your own bliss, that bliss will reach to others also. But that is not a sacrifice. No one is obliged to you. No one needs to thank you. Rather, you will feel grateful to others because they have been participating in your bliss. Words like sacrifice, duty, service are ugly. They are violent. Tantra says that unless you are filled with light, how can you help others to be enlightened? Be selfish. Only then can you be altruistic. Otherwise, the whole concept of altruism is nonsense. Be happy. Only then can you help others to be happy. If you are sad, unhappy, bitter, you are going to be violent with others and you will create misery for others. You may become a Mahatma, a so-called great saint. That is not very difficult. But look at your Mahatmas. They are trying in every way to torture everyone who comes to them, but their torturing is very deceptive. They torture you for your own sake. They torture you for your own good. And because they are torturing themselves, you cannot say to them, "You are preaching something to us which you are not practicing." They are already practicing it. They are torturing themselves. Now they can torture you. And when a torture is for your own good, that is the most dangerous torture. You cannot escape it. And what is wrong with enjoying yourself? What is wrong in being happy? If there is anything wrong, it is always in your unhappiness, because an unhappy person creates ripples of unhappiness all around him. Be happy. And the sex act, the act of love, can be one of the deepest means through which bliss can be attained. Tantra is not teaching sexuality. It is simply saying that sex can be a source of bliss. And once you know that bliss, you can go further because now you are grounded in reality. One is not to remain with sex forever, but you can use sex as a jumping point. That is what Tantra means. You can use sex as a jumping point. And once you have known the ecstasy of sex, you can understand what mystics have been talking about: a greater orgasm, a cosmic orgasm. Mira is dancing. You cannot understand her. You cannot even understand her songs. They are sexual. Their symbology is sexual. This is bound to be, because in human life, the sex act is the only act in which you come to feel a non-duality, in which you come to feel a deep oneness, in which the past disappears, and the future disappears, and only the present moment, the only real moment, remains. So all those mystics who have really known oneness with the divine, oneness with existence itself, they have always used sexual terms and symbols for their experience to express it. There is no other symbology. There is no other symbology which comes near to it. Sex is just the beginning, not the end. But if you miss the beginning, you will miss the end also, and you cannot escape the beginning to reach the end. Tantra says take life naturally. Do not be unreal. Sex is there as a deep possibility, a great potentiality. Use it. And what is wrong in being happy in it? Really, all moralities are against happiness. Someone is happy, and you feel something has gone wrong. When someone is sad, everything is okay. We live in a neurotic society where everyone is sad. When you are sad, everyone is happy because everyone can sympathize with you. When you are happy, everyone is at a loss. What to do with you? When someone sympathizes with you, look at his face. The face gleams. A subtle shining comes to the face. He is happy, sympathizing. If you are happy, then there is no possibility for this. Your happiness creates sadness in others. Your unhappiness creates happiness. This is neurosis. The very foundation seems to be mad. Tantra says be real, be authentic to yourself. Your happiness is not bad. It is good. It is not sin. Only sadness is sin. Only to be miserable is sin. To be happy is virtue, because a happy person will not create unhappiness for others. Only a happy person can be a ground for others' happiness. Secondly, when I say that Tantra is neither moral nor immoral, I mean that Tantra is basically a science. It looks at you, at what you are. It means that Tantra is not trying to transform you, but it actually does transform you through reality. The difference between magic and science is the same as between morality and Tantra. Magic also tries to transform things simply through words, without knowing the reality. The magician can say that now the rains will stop. He cannot really stop them. Or he can say that rains will come but he cannot start them, he can just go on using words. Sometimes coincidences will be there, and then he will feel powerful. And if the thing is not going to happen according to his magic prophecy, he can always say, "What has gone wrong?" That possibility is always hidden in his profession. With magic, everything starts with if. He can say, if everyone is good, virtuous, then the rains will come on a particular day. If the rains come, it is okay. If the rains are not coming, then everyone is not virtuous. There is someone who is a sinner. Even in this century, the 20th century, a person like Mahatma Gandhi could say, when there was famine in Bihar, "It is because of the sin of the people living in Bihar that the famine has come," as if the whole world is not sinning, only Bihar. Magic starts with if, and that if is great and big. Science never starts with if because science first tries to know what is real, what reality is, what the real is. Once the real is known, it can be transformed. Once you know what electricity is, it can be changed, transformed, used. A magician does not know what electricity is. Without knowing electricity, he is going to transform, he is thinking to transform. Those kind of prophecies are just false illusions. Morality is just like magic. It goes on talking about the perfect man, and without knowing what man is the real man. The perfect man remains as a dream. It is used just to condemn the real man. Man never reaches it. Tantra is science. Tantra says first know what the reality is, what man is, and don't create values and don't create ideals right now. First know what is. Do not think of the ought. Just think of the is. And once the is known, then you change it. Then you have the secret. For example, Tantra says do not try to go against sex, because if you go against sex and try to create a state of brahmacharya celibacy, purity, it is impossible. It is just magical. Without knowing what sex energy is, without knowing of what sex is constituted, without going deep into the reality of it, the secrets of it, you can create an ideal of brahmacharya. Then what will you do? You will simply suppress. And a person who is suppressing sex is more sexual than a person who is indulging in it, because through indulgence the energy is released. Through suppression it is there, moving in your system continuously. A person who suppresses sex starts seeing sex everywhere. Everything becomes sexual. Not that everything is sexual, but now he projects. Now he projects. His own hidden energy is now projected. Everywhere he will look, he will see sex, and because he is condemning himself, he will start condemning everyone. You cannot find a moralist who is not violently condemning. He is condemning everyone. To him, everyone is wrong. Then he feels good, his ego is fulfilled. Why is everyone wrong? Because he sees everywhere the same thing he is suppressing. His own mind will become more and more sexual, and more he will be afraid. This brahmacharya is perversion, it is unnatural. A different quality, a different type of brahmacharya, happens to the follower of Tantra, but the very process is totally, diametrically opposite. Tantra first teaches how to move in sex, how to know it, how to feel it, how to come to the deepest possibility hidden in it, to the climax, how to find the essential beauty, the essential happiness and bliss that is hidden there. Once you know that secret, you can transcend it because, really, in a deep sexual orgasm, it is not sex which gives you bliss. It is something else. Sex is just a situation. Something else is giving you the euphoria, the ecstasy. That something else can be divided into 3 elements. But when I speak about those elements, do not think that you can understand them just from my words. They must become part of your experience. As concepts, they are useless. Because of 3 basic elements in sex, you come to a blissful moment. Those 3 are, firstly, timelessness. You transcend time completely. There is no time. You forget time completely. Time ceases for you. Not that time ceases, it ceases for you. You are not in it. There is no past, no future. In this very moment, here and now, the whole existence is concentrated. This moment becomes the only real moment. If you can make this moment the only real moment without sex, then there is no need of sex. Through meditation it happens. Secondly, in sex for the first time you lose your ego, you become egoless. So all those who are very much egoistic, they are all always against sex, because in sex they have to lose their egos. You are not, nor is there the other. You and your beloved are both lost into something else. A new reality evolves. A new unit comes into existence in which the old 2 are lost, completely lost. The ego is afraid, you are no more there. If without sex you can come to a moment when you are not, then there is no need of it. And thirdly, in sex you are natural for the first time. The unreal is lost, the faces, the facades are lost. The society, the culture, the civilization is lost. You are a part of nature. As trees are, as animals are, as stars are, you are a part of nature. You are in a greater something, the cosmos, the Tao, you are floating in it. You cannot even swim in it. You are not. You are just floating, being taken by the current. These three things give you the ecstasy. Sex is just a situation in which it happens naturally. Once you know, and once you can feel these elements, you can create these elements independently of sex. All meditation is essentially the experience of sex without sex, but you have to go through it. It must become part of your experience, not just be there as concepts, ideas, thoughts. Tantra is not for sex, Tantra is to transcend. But you can transcend only through experience, existential experience, not through ideology. Only through Tantra does brahmacharya happen. This looks paradoxical, but it is not. Only through knowledge does transcendence happen. Ignorance cannot help you towards transcendence. It can only help you towards hypocrisy. Now I will take more questions. Someone has asked, Question 2: How often should one indulge in sex in order to help and not to hinder the meditation process? The question arises because we go on misunderstanding. Your sex act and the tantric sex act are basically different. Your sex act is to relieve. It is just like sneezing out a good sneeze. The energy is thrown out and you are unburdened. It is destructive, it is not creative, it is good therapeutic. It helps you to be relaxed, but nothing more. The tantric sex act is basically diametrically opposite and different. It is not to relieve, it is not to throw energy out. It is to remain in the act without ejaculation, without throwing energy out. To remain in the act merged just at the beginning part of the act, not the end part. This changes the quality. The complete quality is different then. Try to understand two things. There are two types of climaxes, two types of orgasm. One type of orgasm is known. You reach to a peak of excitement, then you cannot go further, the end has come. The excitement reaches to a point where it becomes non-voluntary. The energy jumps into you and goes out. You are relieved of it, unburdened. The load is thrown. You can relax and sleep. You are using it like a tranquilizer. It is a natural tranquilizer. A good sleep will follow if your mind is not burdened by religion. Otherwise, even the tranquilizer is destroyed. If your mind is not burdened by religion, only then can sex be a tranquilizing thing. If you feel guilt, even your sleep will be disturbed. You will feel depression, you will start condemning yourself, and you will begin to take oaths that now you won't indulge anymore. Then your sleep will become a nightmare afterwards. If you are a natural being not too much burdened by religion and morality, only then can sex be used as a tranquilizer. This is one type of orgasm coming to the peak of excitement. Tantra is centered on another type of orgasm. If we call the first kind a peak orgasm, you can call the tantric orgasm a valley orgasm. In it, you are not coming to the peak of excitement, but to the very deepest valley of relaxation. Excitement has to be used for both in the beginning. That is why I say that in the beginning both are the same, but the ends are totally different. Excitement has to be used for both. Either you are going toward the peak of excitement or to the valley of relaxation. For the first, excitement has to be intense, more and more intense. You have to grow in it. You have to help it to grow towards the peak. In the second, excitement is just a beginning. And once the man has entered, both lover and beloved can relax. No movement is needed. They can relax in a loving embrace. When the man feels or the woman feels that the erection is going to be lost, only then is a little movement and excitement required. But then again, relax. You can prolong this deep embrace for hours with no ejaculation, and then both can fall into deep sleep together. This is a valley orgasm. Both are relaxed, and they meet as two relaxed beings. In the ordinary sexual orgasm, you meet as two excited beings, tense, full of excitement, trying to unburden yourselves. The ordinary sexual orgasm looks like madness. The tantric orgasm is a deep, relaxing meditation. Then there is no question of how often one should indulge. You can indulge as much as you like because no energy is lost. Rather, energy is gained. You may not be aware of it, but this is a fact of biology, of bioenergy, that man and woman are opposite forces. Negative, positive, yin-yang, or whatsoever you call them, they are challenging to each other, and when they both meet in a deep relaxation, they revitalize each other. They both revitalize each other, they both become generators, they both feel livelier, they both become radiant with new energy, and nothing is lost. Just by meeting with the opposite pole, energy is renewed. The tantric love act can be done as much as you like. The ordinary sex act cannot be done as much as you like, because you are losing energy in it, and your body will have to wait to regain it. And when you regain it, you will only lose it again. This looks absurd. The whole life is spent in gaining and losing, regaining and losing. It is just like an obsession. The second thing to be remembered, you may or may not have observed that when you look at animals, you can never see them enjoying sex. In intercourse, they are not enjoying themselves. Look at baboons, monkeys, dogs, or any kind of animals. In their sex act, you cannot see that they are feeling blissful or enjoying it. You cannot. It seems to be just a mechanical act, a natural force pushing them towards it. If you have seen monkeys in intercourse, after the intercourse they will separate. Look at their faces, there is no ecstasy in them. It is as if nothing has happened. When the energy forces itself, when the energy is too much, they throw it. The ordinary sex act is just like this, but moralists have been saying quite the contrary. They say, do not indulge, do not enjoy. They say this is as animals do. This is wrong. Animals never enjoy. Only man can enjoy. And the deeper you can enjoy, the higher is the kind of humanity that is born. And if your sex act can become meditative, ecstatic, the highest is touched. But remember, Tantra, it is a valley orgasm. It is not a peak experience. It is a valley experience. In the West, Abraham Maslow has made this term peak experience very famous. You go into excitement towards the peak and then you fall. That is why, after every sex act, you feel a fall. And it is natural, you are falling from a peak. You will never feel that after a tantric sex experience. Then you are not falling. You cannot fall any further because you have been in the valley. Rather, you are rising. When you come back after a tantric sex act, you have risen, not fallen. You feel filled with energy, more vital, more alive, radiant. And that ecstasy will last for hours, even for days. It depends on how deeply you were in it. If you move into it, sooner or later you will realize that ejaculation is wastage of energy. No need of it unless you need children. And with a tantric sex experience, you will feel a deep relaxation the whole day. One tantric sex experience, and even for days you will feel relaxed, at ease, at home, non-violent, non-angry, non-depressed. And this type of person is never a danger to others. If he can, he will help others to be happy. If he cannot, at least he will not make anyone unhappy. Only Tantra can create a new man, and this man who can know timelessness, egolessness, and deep non-duality with existence will grow. A dimension has opened. It is not far away, the day is not very far away, when sex will simply disappear. When sex disappears without your knowledge, when suddenly one day, you realize that sex has disappeared completely and there is no lust, then brahmacharya is born. But this is arduous. It looks arduous because of too much false teaching, and you feel afraid of it also because of your mind's conditioning. Of two things we are very much afraid: sex and death, and both are basic. A really religious seeker will enter both. He will experience sex to know what it is, because to know sex is to know life. And he would also like to know what death is, because unless death is known, you cannot know what eternal life is. If you can enter sex to its very center, you will know what life is. And if you can enter into death voluntarily, to its very center, then the moment you touch the center of death, you become eternal. Then you are immortal, because death is something that happens just on the periphery. Sex and death, both are basic for a real seeker, but for ordinary humanity, both are taboo. No one talks about them, and both are basic and both are deeply related. They are so deeply related that even upon entering sex, you enter a certain death because you are dying. The ego is disappearing. Time is disappearing. Your individuality is disappearing, you are dying. Sex is also a subtle death. And if you can know that sex is a subtle death, death can become a great sexual orgasm. A Socrates entering death is not afraid. Rather, he is very much enthusiastic, thrilled, excited to know what death is. There is a deep welcome in his heart. Why? Because if you have known the small death of sex, and you have known the bliss that follows it, you would like to know the greater death, the greater bliss that is hidden behind it. But for us both are taboo. For Tantra, both are basic dimensions for search. One has to go through them. Someone has asked, question 3, if one experiences Kundalini, the rising of energy up the spinal passage, does not it deplete one's meditative energies to have orgasm? All the questions are basically without understanding of what the tantric sex act is. Ordinarily, it is so. If your energy, your Kundalini, goes up, rises and rushes up towards the head, you cannot have an ordinary orgasm. And if you try to have it, you will be in a deep conflict within, because energy is moving up and you are forcing it down. But the tantric orgasm is not a difficulty. It will be a help. Energy moving up is not contradictory to tantric orgasm. You can relax, and that relaxation with your beloved will help the energy move higher. In the ordinary sex act, it is a difficulty. That is why all those techniques which are not tantric are against sex, because they do not know that a valley orgasm is possible. They know only one kind, the ordinary orgasm, and then it is a problem for them. For yoga, it is a problem because yoga is trying to force your sex energy upwards. Your sex energy moving upwards is what is called Kundalini. In the sex act, it moves downwards. Yoga will say to be a celibate, because if you are doing both yoga and indulging in sex, you are creating chaos in your system. On the one hand, you are trying to pull energy up, and on the other hand, you are throwing energy out down. You are creating chaos. That is why yoga techniques are against sex, but Tantra is not against sex because Tantra has a different type of orgasm, a valley orgasm which can help, and no chaos, no conflict is created. Rather, it will be helpful. If you are escaping, if you are a man and you are escaping from woman, or if you are a woman escaping from man, then whatsoever you do the other remains in your mind and goes on pulling you down. This is paradoxical, but this is a truth. While in a deep embrace with your beloved you can forget the other. Only then do you forget the other. A man forgets that woman exists. A woman forgets that man exists. Only in a deep embrace the other is no more, and when the other is no more, your energy can flow easily. Otherwise, the other goes on pulling it down. So yoga and ordinary techniques try to get you to escape from the other, the opposite sex. You have to escape. You have to be aware, continuously struggling and controlling. But if you are against the other sex, that very againstness is a constant strain and goes on pulling you down. Tantra says no strain is needed. Be relaxed with the other. In that relaxed moment, the other disappears, and your energy can flow up, but it flows up only when you are in a valley. It flows down when you are at a peak. One more question for last night, you said that the full act should be slow and unhurried, but you also said that one should not have any control over the sexual act, and that one should become total. This confuses me. Please explain these two things. It is not control. Control is a different thing, and relaxation is totally different. In sex, you are relaxing in it, not controlling it. If you are controlling it, there will be no relaxation. If you are controlling it, sooner or later you will be hurried to finish it because control is a strain, and every strain creates tension, and tension creates a necessity, a need to release. It is not a control. You are not resisting something. You are simply not in a hurry because sex is not happening in order to move somewhere. You are not going somewhere. It is just a play. There is no goal. Nothing is to be reached, so why hurry? But a man who is always, in every act, present totally. If you are hurried in everything, you will be hurried in your sex act also, because you will be there. A person who is very much time conscious will be hurried in his sex act also, as if time is being wasted. So we ask for instant coffee and for instant sex. With coffee it is good, but with sex it is simply nonsense. There can be no instant sex. It is not work and it is not something which you can hurry. Through hurry you will destroy it. You will miss the very point. Enjoy it because through it, a timelessness is to be felt. If you are in a hurry, then timelessness cannot be felt. Tantra says go unhurriedly, slowly enjoying it just as if you are going for a walk in the morning, not as if you are going to the office. That is a different thing. When you are going to the office, you are in a hurry to reach somewhere, and when you are on a walk in the morning, you are not in a hurry because you are not going anywhere. You are simply going, there is no hurry, there is no goal, you can return from any point. This unhurriedness is basic to create the valley. Otherwise, the peak will be created. And when this is said, it does not mean that you have to control. You are not to control your excitement, because that is contradictory. You cannot control excitement. If you control it, you are creating a double excitement. Just relax, take it as a play. Do not make any end. The beginning is enough in the act, close your eyes. Feel the other's body, feel the other's energy flowing towards you and be merged in it, melt in it. It will come. The old habit may persist for a few days. Then it will go. But do not force it to go. Just go on relaxing, 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 and if there is no ejaculation, do not feel that something has gone wrong. A man feels that something has gone wrong if there is no ejaculation. He tends to feel that something has gone wrong. Nothing has gone wrong. And do not feel that you have missed something you have not missed. In the beginning it will be felt as if you are missing something, because the excitement and the peak will not be there. Before the valley comes, you will feel that you are missing something, but this is just an old habit. Within a period, within a month or 3 weeks, the valley will start appearing, and when the valley appears, you will forget your peaks. No peak is worth this. But you have to wait, and do not force it and do not control it. Just relax. Relaxation is a problem because when we say, relax, in the mind it is translated as if some effort is to be made. Our language gives this appearance. I was reading one book. The book is entitled, You Must Relax, You Must. The very must will not allow you to relax, because when it becomes a goal, you must, and if you are not able, you will feel frustrated. The very must gives you a feeling of hard effort of an arduous journey. You cannot relax if you are thinking in terms of must. Language is a problem. There are certain things which language always expresses wrongly. For example, relaxation, if I say to relax, then too it becomes an effort and you will ask, how to relax? With how you miss the point. You cannot ask how. Then you are asking for a technique, and technique will create effort will create tension. So if you ask me how to relax, I will say do not do anything, just relax. Just lie down and wait, do not do anything. All that you can do will be the barrier. It will create the hindrance. If you start counting from 1 to 100 and back from 100 to 1, you will remain awake the whole night. And if sometimes you have fallen asleep because of counting, it is not because of counting. It is because you counted, and then you became bored because of that boredom. It is not because of counting, only because of boredom. And then you forgot counting, and then sleep came. But sleep comes, relaxation comes, only when you are not doing anything. This is the problem. When I say sex act, it looks like you need an effort, you do not. Just start playing with your beloved or your lover. Just go on playing, feel each other, be sensitive to each other, just like small children playing or just like dogs playing, animals playing. Just go on playing, and do not think about the sex act at all. It may happen, it may not happen. If it happens through just playing, it will lead you to the valley more easily. If you think about it, then you are already ahead of yourself. You are playing with your beloved, but you are thinking of the sex act, then the playing is false. You are not here and the mind is in the future, and this mind will always move in the future. When you are in the sex act, the mind is thinking about how to finish it. It is always ahead of you. Do not allow it. Just play, and forget about any sex act. It will happen, then allow it to happen. Then it will be easy to relax, and when it happens, just relax, be together, be in each other's presence and feel happy. Negatively, something can be done. For example, when you get excited, you breathe fast because excitement needs fast breathing. For relaxation, it is good, helpful, if you breathe deeply, not fast, but slow, breathing very easily, being at ease. Then the sex act can be prolonged. Don't talk, don't say anything, because that creates disturbance. Don't use mind, use bodies. Use mind only to feel what is happening. Don't think, just feel what is happening, the warmth that is flowing, the love that is flowing, the energy that is encountered. Just feel it, be aware, and that too should not be made a strain. Float effortlessly. Then only will the valley appear, and once the valley appears, you are transcended. Once you feel and realize the valley, the relaxed orgasm, it is already a transcendence. Then sex is not there. It has become a meditation, a samadhi. Chapter 35, Turning Inward Toward the Real. Lotuside 1. Sweet of touch. When singing, seeing, tasting, be aware you are and discover the ever-living. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. At the point of sleep, when the sleep has not yet come and the external wakefulness vanishes, at this point being is revealed. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Civilization is a training in how to become unreal. Tantra is the reverse process how to prevent yourself from becoming unreal. And if you have already become unreal, how to touch the reality which is hidden within you, how to contact it again, how to be again real. The first thing to be understood is how we go on becoming unreal. And once this process is understood, many things change immediately. The very understanding becomes mutation. Man is born undivided. He is neither a body nor a mind. He is born undivided as one individual. He is both body and mind. Even to say that he is both is wrong. He is body-mind. Body and mind are two aspects of his being, not two divisions, two polarities of something which we may call life, energy, or anything X, Y, Z, but body and mind are not two things. The very process of civilization, education, culture, conditioning, starts with the division. Everyone is taught that he is two, not one, and then, of course, one begins to be identified with the mind and not with the body. The very thinking process becomes your center, and the thinking process is just a periphery. It is not the center because you can exist without thinking. Once you existed without thinking, thinking is not a necessity to exist. If you go deep in meditation, you will be, and there will be no thinking. If you become unconscious, you will be, but there will be no thinking. Moving into deep sleep, you will be, but there will be no thinking. Thinking is just on the periphery. Your being is somewhere else deeper than thinking, but you are being taught continuously that you are two, body and mind, and that really, you are the mind and you possess the body. The mind becomes the master and body becomes the slave, and you go on struggling against the body. This creates a rift, a gap, and that gap is the problem. All neurosis is born out of that gap. All anxiety is born out of that gap. Your being is rooted in your body, and your body is not just something separate from existence. It is part of it. Your body is the whole universe. It is not something limited, finite. You may not have observed it, but try to observe where your body really ends where. You think that your body ends where your skin ends. If the sun which is so far away just goes dead, instantly you will be dead here. If the sun rays stop coming, you will be no more here. Your body cannot exist without the sun being there so far away. The sun and you are somehow deeply related. The sun must be included in your body. Otherwise, you cannot exist. You are part of its rays. In the morning, you see flowers open. Their opening is really the rising of the sun. In the night, they will close. Their closing is the setting of the sun. They are just rays that are spread out. You exist here because there, so far away, the sun exists. Your skin is not really your skin. Your skin goes on spreading. Even the sun is included. You are breathing, you can breathe because the air is there, the atmosphere is there. Each moment you exhale and inhale the atmosphere in and out. If for a single moment there were no air, you would be dead. Your breath is your life. If your breath is your life, then the whole atmosphere is part of you. You cannot exist without it. So where does your body really end? Where is the limit? There is no limit. If you observe, if you go deep, you will find there is no limit. Or the limit of the universe is your body limit. The whole universe is involved in you, so your body is not just your body. It is your universe and you are grounded in it. Your mind too cannot exist without the body. It is part of it, a process of it. Division is destructive, and with the division, you are bound to become identified with the mind. You think, and without thinking there is no division. You think, and you become identified with your thinking. Then you feel as if you possess the body. This is a complete reversal of the truth. You do not possess the body. Neither is the body possessing you. They are not two things. Your existence is one, a deep harmony of opposite poles. But opposite poles are not divided, they are joined together. Only then can they become opposite poles, and the opposition is good. It gives challenge, it gives stamina, it creates energy. It is dialectical. If you were really one, without opposite poles within, you would be dull and dead. These two opposite poles, body and mind, give you life. They are opposite, and at the same time complementary and basically and ultimately one. One current of energy runs in both. But once we get identified with the thinking process, we think that we are centered in the head. If your legs are cut, you will not feel that you are cut. You will say, "My legs are cut." But if your head is cut, you are murdered. If you close your eyes to feel where you are, immediately you will feel you are in your head. You are not there because when for the first moment you entered life in your mother's womb, when the male and female atoms met, there was no head. But life was started. You were there, and there was no head. In that first meeting of two alive cells, you were created. The head came later on, but your being was there. Where is that being? It is not in your head. Really, it is nowhere or everywhere in your body. It is nowhere. You cannot pinpoint where it is, and the moment you pinpoint it, you miss the whole thing. It is everywhere. Your life is everywhere. It is spread out all over you. And not only all over you. If you follow it, you will have to go to the very ends of the universe. It is everywhere. With the identification that I am my mind, everything becomes false. You become unreal because this identity is false. This has to be broken. Tantra techniques are to break down this identity. The effort of Tantra is to make you headless, uncentered, everywhere or nowhere. And why do human beings become false and unreal with the mind? Because mind is an epiphenomenon, a process which is necessary, useful, but secondary. A process which consists of words, not of realities. The word love is not love, the word God is not God. But mind consists of words, of a verbal process, and then love itself becomes less significant than the word love. For the mind, the word is more significant. God becomes less significant than the word God. For the mind, it is so. Words become more meaningful, significant. They become primary, and we start living in words. And the more you live in words, the more shallow you become, and you will go on missing the reality which is not words. Reality is existence. Living in the mind is as if someone is living in a mirror. In the night, if you go to a lake and the lake is silent and there are no ripples, the lake becomes a mirror. You can look at the moon in the lake, but that moon is false, just a reflection. The reflection comes from the real, but the reflection is not real. Mind is just a reflecting phenomenon. The reality is reflected in it, but reflections are not real. And if you get caught in reflections, you will miss reality completely. That is why, with mind reflections, everything wavers. A slight wave, a slight wind will disturb your mind. Reality is not disturbed, but the mind is disturbed by anything. Mind is a reflecting phenomenon, and we are living in mind. Tantra says, come down. Descend from your thrones, come down from your heads. Forget the reflections and move towards the reality. All the techniques which we are discussing are concerned with this, how to be away from the mind so that you can move into reality. Now we will discuss the techniques. The first technique, O Lotuside 1, sweet of touch, when singing, seeing, tasting, be aware you are and discover the ever-living. We are living, but we are not aware that we are or that we are living. There is no self-remembering. You are eating, or you are taking a bath, or you are taking a walk, you are not aware that you are while walking. Everything is, only you are not. The trees, the houses, the traffic, everything is. You are aware of everything around you, but you are not aware of your own being that you are. You may be aware of the whole world, but if you are not aware of yourself, that awareness is false. Why? Because your mind can reflect everything, but your mind cannot reflect you. If you are aware of yourself, then you have transcended the mind. Your self-remembering cannot be reflected in your mind because you are behind the mind. It can reflect only things which are in front of it. You can just see others, but you cannot see yourself. Your eyes can see everyone, but your eyes cannot see themselves. If you want to see yourself, you will need a mirror. Only in the mirror can you see yourself, but then you will have to stand in front of the mirror. If your mind is a mirror, it can reflect the whole world. It cannot reflect you because you cannot stand before it. You are always behind, hidden behind the mirror. This technique says while doing anything, singing, seeing, tasting, be aware that you are and discover the ever-living, and discover within yourself the current, the energy, the life, the ever-living. But we are not aware of ourselves. Gurdjieff used self-remembering as a basic technique in the West. The self-remembering is derived from this sutra. The whole Gurdjieffian system is based on this one sutra. Remember yourself, whatsoever you are doing. It is very difficult. It looks very easy, but you will go on forgetting. Even for 3 or 4 seconds, you cannot remember yourself. You will have a feeling that you are remembering, and suddenly, you will have moved to some other thought. Even with this thought that, okay, I am remembering myself, you will have missed, because this thought is not self-remembering. In self-remembering, there will be no thought. You will be completely empty, and self-remembering is not a mental process. It is not that you say, yes, I am. Saying yes, I am, you have missed. This is a mind thing, this is a mental process, I am. Feel I am, not the words I am. Don't verbalize, just feel that you are. Don't think, feel, try it. It is difficult, but if you go on insisting, it happens. While walking, remember you are, and have the feeling of your being, not of any thought, not of any idea, just feel. I touch your hand or I put my hand on your head, don't verbalize. Just feel the touch, and in that feeling feel not only the touch, but feel also the touched one. Then your consciousness becomes double-arrowed. You are walking under trees, the trees are there, the breeze is there, the sun is rising. This is the world all around you. You are aware of it. Stand for a moment and suddenly remember that you are, but don't verbalize. Just feel that you are. This nonverbal feeling, even if for only a single moment, will give you a glimpse which no LSD can give you, a glimpse which is of the real. For a single moment you are thrown back to the center of your being. You are behind the mirror. You have transcended the world of reflections. You are existential. And you can do it at any time. It doesn't need any special place or any special time, and you cannot say, I have no time. When eating you can do it. When taking a bath you can do it. When moving or sitting you can do it anytime. No matter what you are doing, you can suddenly remember yourself and then try to continue that glimpse of your being. It will be difficult. One moment you will feel it is there, the next moment you will have moved away. Some thought will have entered, some reflection will have come to you, and you will have become involved in the reflection. But don't be sad and don't be disappointed. This is so because for lives together we have been concerned with the reflections. This has become a robot-like mechanism. Instantly, automatically, we are thrown to the reflection. But if even for a single moment you have the glimpse, it is enough for the beginning. And why is it enough? Because you will never get two moments together. Only one moment is with you always. And if you can have the glimpse for a single moment, you can remain in it. Only effort is needed, a continuous effort is needed. A single moment is given to you. You cannot have two moments together, so don't worry about two moments. You will always get only one moment. And if you can be aware in one moment, you can be aware for your whole life. Now only effort is needed, and this can be done the whole day. Whenever you remember, remember yourself. O lotus-eyed one, sweet of touch, when singing, seeing, tasting, be aware you are, and discover the ever-living when the sutra says be aware you are. What will you do? Will you remember that, my name is Ram or Jesus or something else? Will you remember that you belong to such and such a family, to such and such a religion and tradition, to such and such a country and caste and creed? Will you remember that you are a communist or a Hindu or a Christian? What will you remember? The sutra says be aware you are. It simply says you are. No name is needed, no country is needed. Let there be simple existence you are. So don't say to yourself who you are. Don't answer that I am this and that. Let there be simple existence that you are. But it becomes difficult because we never remember simple existence. We always remember something which is just a label, not existence itself. Whenever you think about yourself, you think about your name, religion, country, many things, but never the simple existence that you are. You can practice this relaxing in a chair or just sitting under a tree. Forget everything and feel this awareness. No Christian, no Hindu, no Buddhist, no Indian, no Englishman, no German, simply, you are. Have the feeling of it, and then it will be easy for you to remember what this sutra says, be aware you are, and discover the ever-living. And the moment you are aware that you are thrown into the current of the ever-living. The false is going to die. Only the real will remain. That is why we are so much afraid of death, because the unreal is going to die. The unreal cannot be forever, and we are attached to the unreal, identified with the unreal. You as a Hindu will have to die. You as Ram or Krishna will have to die. You as a communist, as an atheist, as a theist will have to die. You as a name and form will have to die. And if you are attached to name and form, obviously the fear of death will come to you. But the real, the existential, the basic in you, is deathless. Once the forms and names are forgotten, once you have a look within to the nameless and the formless, you have moved into the eternal. Be aware you are and discover the ever-living. This technique is one of the most helpful, and it has been used for millennia by many teachers, masters. Buddha used it, Mahavira used it, Jesus used it, and in modern times Gurdjieff used it. Among all the techniques, this is one of the most potential. Try it. It will take time. Months will pass. When Ouspensky was learning with Gurdjieff, for 3 months he had to make much effort, arduous effort, in order to have a glimpse of what self-remembering is. So continuously, for 3 months, Ouspensky lived in a secluded house just doing only one thing, self-remembering. 30 persons started that experiment, and by the end of the first week, 27 had escaped. Only 3 remained. The whole day they were trying to remember, not doing anything else, just remembering that I am. 27 felt they were going crazy. They felt that now madness was just near, so they escaped. They never turned back. They never met Gurdjieff again. Why, as we are, really, we are mad. Not remembering who we are, what we are mad, but this madness is taken as sanity. Once you try to go back, once you try to contact the real, it will look like craziness, it will look like madness. Compared to what we are, it is just the reverse, the opposite. If you feel that this is sanity, that will look like madness. But 3 persisted. One of the 3 was P.D. Ouspensky. For 3 months they persisted. Only after the first month did they start having glimpses of simply being of I am. After the second month, even the I dropped, and they started having the glimpses of amness, of just being, not even of I, because I is also a label. The pure being is not I and thou. It just is. And by the third month even the feeling of amness dissolved, because that feeling of amness is still a word. Even that word dissolves. Then you are, and then you know what you are. Before that point comes you cannot ask, who am I? Or you can go on asking continuously, who am I? Just continuously inquiring, who am I, who am I? And all the answers that will be provided by the mind will be found false, irrelevant. You go on asking, who am I, who am I, who am I? And a point comes where you can no more ask the question. All the answers fall down, and then the question itself falls down and disappears. And when even the question, who am I, disappears, you know who you are. Gurdjieff tried from one corner, just try to remember you are. Raman Maharshi tried from another corner. He made it a meditation to ask, to inquire, who am I, and don't believe in any answers that the mind can supply. The mind will say, what nonsense are you asking? You are this, you are that, you are a man, you are a woman, you are educated or uneducated, rich or poor. The mind will supply answers, but go on asking. Don't accept any answer, because all the answers given by the mind are false. They are from the unreal part of you. They are coming from words, they are coming from scriptures, they are coming from conditioning, they are coming from society, they are coming from others. Go on asking. Let this arrow of who am I penetrate deeper and deeper. A moment will come when no answer will come. That is the right moment. Now you are nearing the answer. When no answer comes, you are near the answer, because mind is becoming silent, or you have gone far away from the mind. When there will be no answer and a vacuum will be created all around you, your questioning will look absurd. Whom are you questioning? There is no one to answer you. Suddenly, even your questioning will stop. With the questioning, the last part of the mind has dissolved, because this question was also of the mind. Those answers were of the mind, and this question was also of the mind. Both have dissolved, so now you are, try this. There is every possibility, if you persist, that this technique can give you a glimpse of the real, and the real is ever living. The second technique, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. You feel thirsty, so you drink water. A subtle satisfaction is attained. Forget the water, forget the thirst. Remain with the subtle satisfaction that you are feeling, be filled with it. Simply feel satisfied. But the human mind is mischievous. It only feels dissatisfactions, discontent. It never feels satisfaction. It never feels content. If you are dissatisfied, you will feel it and you will be filled by it. When you are thirsty, you feel it, you are filled with thirst. You feel it in the throat. If it grows, you feel it all over your body, and a moment will come when it is not that you are thirsty, you will feel that you have become the thirst. If you are in a desert and there is no hope of getting water, you will not feel that you are thirsty. You will feel that you have become the thirst. Dissatisfactions are felt, miseries are felt, pains are felt. Whenever you suffer, you become the suffering. That is why the whole life becomes a hell. You have never felt the positive. You have always felt the negative. Life is not such a misery as we have made it. Misery is just our interpretation. A Buddha is happy here and now, in this very life. A Krishna is dancing and playing on a flute. In this very life here and now, where we are in misery, Krishna is dancing. Life is neither misery, nor is life bliss. Bliss and misery are our interpretations, our attitudes, our approaches, how we look at it. It is your mind how it takes it. Asterisk, 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 remember and analyze your own life. Have you ever taken account of happy moments, of contents, of satisfactions, of blissful glimpses? You have not taken any account, but you have taken every account of your pain, suffering, misery, and you go on accumulating. You are an accumulated hell, and this is your own choice. No one else is forcing you into this hell. This is your own choice. The mind takes the negative, accumulates it, and becomes negative itself. And then this is a self-perpetuating misery. The more negatives you have within the mind, the more negative you become, the more negatives are accumulated. The similar attracts the similar, and this has been for lives and lives. You miss everything because of your negative approach. This technique gives you a positive approach, a total reversal to the ordinary mind and its process. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this, feel it, become one with it. Don't take it just as a passing phase. The satisfaction can become a glimpse of a greater positive existence. Everything is just a window. If you become identified with a pain, you are looking from a window, and the window of pain, of suffering, opens only towards hell. If you are one with a satisfactory moment, a blissful moment, an ecstatic moment, you are opening another window. The existence is the same, but your windows are different. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatsoever act, actualize it wherever. No conditions wherever. You see a friend and you feel happy. You meet your lover or beloved and you feel happy. Actualize this. Be happiness in that moment, and make that happiness a door. Then you are changing the mind, and you will start accumulating happiness. Your mind will turn positive, and the same world will look different. One Zen monk, Bokuju, is reported to have said, "The world is the same, but nothing is the same because the mind changes. Everything remains the same, but nothing is the same because I am not the same." You go on trying to change the world, and no matter what you do, the world will remain the same because you remain the same. You can get a bigger house, you can get a bigger car, you can get a more beautiful wife or a husband, but nothing will change. The bigger house will not be bigger. The beautiful wife or husband will not be more beautiful. The bigger car will remain the smaller one because you are the same. Your mind, your approach, your ways of seeing are the same. You go on changing things without changing yourself. So only a miserable person leaves a hut and moves to a palace, but the miserable person remains the same. He was miserable in a hut. Now he will be miserable in a palace. This misery may be palatial, but he will be miserable. You go on carrying your misery with you, and wherever you move you will be with yourself. So no outer change is basically a change. It is just an appearance. You simply feel that there has been a change, but there is no change. Only one change, only one revolution, only one mutation can be there, and that is if your mind changes from negative to the positive. If your outlook is focused on misery, you live in hell. If your outlook is focused on happiness, the very hell becomes the heaven. Try this. This will change your very quality of life. But you are interested in quantity. You are interested in how to get more rich in quantity, not in quality. You can have 2 houses and 2 cars, a bigger bank account, many things. Quantity changes, it becomes more and more. But your quality remains the same, and richness is not of things. Richness is of the quality of your mind, of your life. Even a poor man can be a rich man as far as quality is concerned, and even a rich man can be a poor man. Almost always this is the case, because a person concerned with things and quantity is totally unaware that a different dimension is there within him, the dimension of quality. And that dimension changes only when your mind is positive. From tomorrow morning, for the whole day, remember this whenever you feel something beautiful, satisfactory, something blissful, and there are many moments in a 24-hour day, be aware of it. There are many moments when heaven is just near you, but you are so attached and involved with the hell that you go on missing it. The sun rises, the flowers open, the birds sing, and the breeze blows through the trees. It is happening. A small child looks at you with innocent eyes, and a subtle feeling of bliss enters into you. Or someone smiles and you feel blissful. Look all around and try to find the blissful. Be filled with it. In that moment, forget everything. Be filled with it, taste it, and allow it to happen to your whole being. Be one with it. The fragrance of it will follow you. It will go on resounding within you the whole day, and the resounding, the echoing feeling will help you to be more positive. This is accumulative. If you start in the morning, in the evening you will be more open to the stars, to the moon, to the night, to the darkness. Do it for 24 hours experimentally, just to have a feeling of what it is. Once you can feel that the positive leads you to a different world because you become different, you are not going to leave it. the whole emphasis will have changed from negative to positive. Then you look at the world in a new way. I am reminded of one anecdote. One of Buddha's disciples was taking leave from his master. The disciple's name was Purna. He asked Buddha, "Where am I to go? Where am I to go to preach your message?" Buddha said, "You yourself can choose where." So he said, "I will go to a far corner of Bihar. It was known as Sukha. I will move to Sukha province." Buddha said, "It is better if you change your choice because the people of that province are very cruel, violent, mischievous, and no one has yet dared to go there to teach them non-violence, love, compassion. So please change your choice." But Purna said, "Allow me to go there because no one has gone there, and someone has to be there." Buddha said, "Then I will ask you 3 questions before I allow you to go. If the people of that province insult you, humiliate you, how will you feel it?" Purna said, "I will feel they are very good if they simply insult me. Then they are not beating me, they are good people. They could have beaten me." Buddha said, "Then the second question, if they start beating you, how will you feel?" Purna said, "I will feel they are very good people. They could have killed me, but they are simply beating me." Then Buddha said, "Now the third question, if they really kill you and murder you, then at the moment when you are dying, how will you feel?" Purna said, "I will thank you in them. If they kill me, they will have freed me of a life where many errors were possible. They will have freed me, so I will feel thankful." So Buddha said, "Now you can go anywhere. The whole world is heaven for you. Now there is no problem. The world is a heaven, so you can go anywhere. With this mind, nothing is wrong with the world. With your mind, nothing can be right. With a negative mind, everything is wrong, not that it is wrong. It is wrong because a negative mind can see only what is wrong. Wherever the satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. This is a very delicate process, but very sweet also, and the more you proceed in it, the sweeter it becomes. You will be filled with a new sweetness and fragrance. Just look for the beautiful. Forget the ugly. Then a moment comes when the ugly also becomes the beautiful. Just look to the happy moment, and a moment comes when there is nothing which you can call unhappy. There is no unhappy moment then. Be concerned with the blissful, and sooner or later there will be no misery. Everything is beautified by a positive mind. The third technique, at the point of sleep. When the sleep has not yet come and external wakefulness vanishes, at this point being is revealed. There are some turning points in your consciousness. At these turning points, you are nearer to your center than at other times. You change gears, and whenever you change a gear, you pass through the neutral gear. That neutral gear is nearer. In the morning, when sleep is going, vanishing, and you are feeling awake but not yet awake, just at the midpoint, you are in a neutral gear. There is a point when you are not asleep and not awake, just in the middle. There you are in a neutral gear. From sleep to waking, your consciousness changes the whole mechanism. It jumps from one mechanism to another. Between the two mechanisms, there is no mechanism. There is a gap. Through that gap, you can have a glimpse of your being. The same happens in the night when you are again jumping from your waking mechanism to your sleeping mechanism, from your consciousness to the unconscious. For a single moment, there is no mechanism, no grip of the mechanism on you, because you have to take a jump from one to another. Between the two, if you can be awake, between the two, if you can become aware, between the two, if you can remember yourself, you will have a glimpse of your real being. How to do it? While going to sleep, relax. Close your eyes, make the room dark. Just close your eyes and start waiting. The sleep is coming. Just wait, don't do anything, just wait. Your body is relaxing, the body is becoming heavy, feel it. Have the feeling of it. Sleep has its own mechanism, it starts working. Your waking consciousness is vanishing. Remember, because the moment will be very subtle and the moment will be atomic. If you miss, you miss. It is not a very long period, a single moment, a very small gap, and you will change from waking to sleep. Just wait, fully aware. Go on waiting, this will take time. It takes at least 3 months. Only then can you have the glimpse one day of the moment which is just in the middle, so don't be in a hurry. You cannot do it just now. You cannot do it tonight. But you have to start, and you may have to wait for months. Ordinarily, within 3 months, one day it happens. It is happening every day, but your awareness and the meeting of the gap cannot be planned. It is a happening. You just go on waiting, and someday it happens. Someday, suddenly you become aware that you are neither awake nor asleep, a very weird phenomenon. You may even become afraid because you have known only the two you know when you are asleep. you know when you are awake, but you don't know a third point in your being when you are neither. At the first impact of it, you may become afraid and scared. Don't get scared and don't be afraid. Anything which is so new, unknown previously, is bound to give a certain fear because this moment, when you will have experienced it again and again, will give you another feeling also that you are neither alive nor dead, neither this nor that. This is an abyss. These two mechanisms are like two hills. You jump from one peak to another. If you remain in the middle, you fall into an abyss, and the abyss is bottomless. You go on falling, you go on falling. Sufis have used this technique, and before they give this technique to a seeker, they give another practice also just to safeguard. Whenever this technique is given in Sufi systems, before it another practice is given, and that is to imagine with closed eyes that you are falling into a deep well, dark, deep and bottomless. Just imagine falling into a deep well, falling and falling and falling, eternally falling. There is no bottom, you cannot reach to the bottom. Now this fall cannot stop anywhere. You can stop. You can open your eyes and say no more, but this fall in itself cannot stop. If you continue, the well is bottomless, and it gets more and more dark. In Sufi systems, this well exercise, this bottomless, dark well exercise is to be practiced first. It is good, helpful. If you have practiced it and you have realized the beauty of it, the silence, then the deeper you go into the well, the more silent you become. The world is left far away, and you feel that you have gone far away, far away, far away. Silence grows with darkness, and deep down there is no bottom. Fear comes to your mind, but you know that this is just imagination, so you can continue. Through this exercise, you become capable of this technique, and then, when you fall into the well between waking and sleeping, it is not imagination. It is a real fact, and it is bottomless. The abyss is bottomless. That is why Buddha has called this nothingness, emptiness, shunya. There is no end to it. Once you know it, you also have become endless. It is difficult to have this glimpse while awake. Then it is impossible, of course, while you are asleep, because then the mechanism is functioning, and it is difficult to detach yourself from the mechanism. But there is a moment in the night, and in the morning, another moment in 24 hours. There are these two moments when it is very easy, but one has to wait. At the point of sleep, when sleep has not yet come and external wakefulness vanishes, at this point being is revealed. Then you know who you are. What is your real being? What is your authentic existence? We are false while we are awake, and you know it well. You are false while you are awake. You smile when tears would have been more real. Your tears are also not believable. They may be just a facade, ceremonial, a duty. Your smile is false, and those who study faces can say that your smile is just a painted smile. There are no roots within. The smile is just on your face, just on your lips. It is nowhere else in your being. There are no roots, there are no limbs. It is imposed. The smile is not coming from within to without. The smile has been forced from without. Whatsoever you say, and whatsoever you act is false, and it is not necessarily the case that you are doing this false business of life knowingly, not necessarily. You may be totally unaware, and you are. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to carry such false nonsense continuously. It is automatic. This falseness continues while you are awake, and it continues even while you are asleep in a different way, of course. Your dreams are symbolic, not real. It is surprising that even in your dreams you are not real. Even in your dreams you are afraid, and you create symbols. Now psychoanalysis goes on doing this business of analyzing your dreams. They have a big business because you cannot analyze your own dreams. They are symbolic, they are not real. They say something only in metaphors. If you want to kill your mother and get rid of her, you are not going to kill her even in your dream. You will kill someone else who looks like your mother. You will kill your aunt or someone else, but not your mother. Even in dreams you cannot be real. Then psychoanalysis is needed. A professional is needed to interpret, but you may describe the whole thing in such a way that even psychoanalysis is deceived. Your dreams are also totally false. If you are real while you are awake, your dreams will be real. They will not be symbolic. If you want to kill your mother, you will see a dream in which you kill your mother, and no interpreter will be needed to show you what your dream means. But we are so false. In dream you are alone, still afraid of the world and the society. To kill a mother is the greatest sin. And I wonder whether you have ever thought about why to kill a mother is the greatest sin. It is the greatest sin because everyone feels a deep enmity toward his mother. It is the greatest sin, and it is taught. Your mind is conditioned that even to think of harming your mother is a sin. She has given birth to you. All over the world, in all societies, the same is taught. There is not a single society on the earth which will not agree to this, that to kill a mother is the greatest sin. She has given you birth and you are killing her. But why this teaching? Deep down there is the possibility that everyone goes against his mother of necessity, because the mother has not only given birth to you, she has been the instrument of falsifying you. She has been the instrument of forcing you to be unreal. She has made you whatsoever you are. If you are a hell, she has a part in it, the greatest part. If you are miserable, your mother is there somewhere, hidden in you because the mother has given you birth. She has brought you up, or really, she has brought you down from your reality. She has falsified you. The first untruth happened between you and your mother. The first lie happened between you and your mother, the first lie. Even when there is no language and the child cannot speak, he can lie. The child sooner or later becomes aware that many of his feelings are not approved by his mother. Her face, her eyes, her behavior, her mood, everything shows that something in him is not accepted, appreciated. Then he starts suppressing. Something is wrong. There is no language yet. His mind is not functioning, but his whole body starts suppressing. Then he begins to feel that sometimes something is appreciated by the mother. He depends on the mother, his life depends on the mother. If the mother leaves him, he will be no more. His whole existence is centered on the mother. Everything the mother shows, does, speaks, behaves, is significant. If the child smiles, and the mother loves him and gives him warmth and milk and hugs him, he is learning politics. He will smile while there is no smile in him because now he knows he can persuade the mother. He will smile a false smile. Then the liar is born. The politician has come into existence. Now he knows how to falsify, and this he learns in his relationship with his mother. This is the first relationship with the world. When he will become aware of his misery, of his hell, of his confusions, he will find that his mother is hidden somewhere. There is every possibility that you may feel inimical towards your mother. That is why every culture insists that it is the greatest sin to kill your mother. Even in thought, even in dream, you cannot kill your mother. I am not saying that you should kill her. I am simply saying that your dreams are also false, symbolic, not real. You are so false that you cannot even dream a real dream. These are our two false faces. One is there while you are awake, one is there while you are asleep. Between these two false faces, there is a very small door, an interval. In that interval, you can have a glimpse of your original face when you were not related to your mother, and through the mother to the society. When you were alone with yourself. When you were not this and that, there was no division. Only the real was. There was no unreal. You can have a glimpse of that face, that innocent face between these two mechanisms. Ordinarily, we are not concerned with dreams, we are concerned with our waking hours. But psychoanalysis is more concerned with your dreams, not with your waking hours, because it feels that in waking hours you are a greater liar, in dreams something can be caught. You are less aware when you are asleep, and you are not forcing things, you are not manipulating. Then something real can be caught. You may be a celibate, a monk in your waking hours, but you have suppressed the sex urge. Then it will force itself into your dreams. Your dreams are going to be sexual. It is very difficult to find a monk who is without sexual dreams, rather, impossible. You can find a criminal without sexual dreams, but you cannot find a religious man without sexual dreams. A debauchee may be without sexual dreams, but not so-called saints, because whatsoever you force down while you are awake will erupt in your dreams and will color your dreams. Psychoanalysts are not concerned with your waking life because they know it is totally false. If something of the real can be glimpsed, it can be glimpsed only through your dreams. But Tantra says that even dreams are not so real. They are more real. And this will look paradoxical, because we think that dreams are unreal. They are more real than your waking hours, because then you are less on guard. The censor is asleep, and things can come up, and the suppressed can express itself, of course, symbolically, but symbols can be analyzed. And all over the world human symbols are the same. You may speak a different language while awake, but while dreaming you speak the same language. All over the world the dream language is one. If sex is repressed, then the same symbols will come up. If the urge for food, the urge to eat, hunger, is repressed, then the same symbols will come or similar ones. The dream language is one, but in dreams there are still problems because they are symbolic. and a Freud may interpret them in a different way, a Jung in a different way, and an Adler still in a different way. And if you are analyzed by 100 psychoanalysts, there will be 100 interpretations. You will be still more confused than you were before, more confused with 100 interpretations of one thing. Tantra says in neither waking nor sleeping are you real. You are real only in between. So don't be concerned with the waking, and don't be concerned with dreaming and sleep. Be concerned with the gap. Be aware of the gap. While passing from one state to another, have a glimpse. And once you know when the gap comes, you become the master of it. You have the key. You can open that gap anytime and enter into it. A different dimension of being, the real dimension, opens. The fourth technique, and the last illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. This is a rare technique, one not much used, but one of the greatest teachers in India, Shankara, has used it, and Shankara has based his whole philosophy on this technique. You know his philosophy of Maya illusion. Shankara says everything is illusory. Whatsoever you are seeing, hearing, feeling, all is illusion. It is not real because the real cannot be contacted by senses. You are hearing me, and I am seeing you hearing me. It may be just a dream, and there is no way how to judge whether it is a dream or not. I may be just dreaming that you are here listening to me. How am I to know that this is real and not a dream? There is no way. Chuang Tzu is reported to have said that one night he dreamt that he had become a butterfly. In the morning he was very sad, and he was not a man to have sadness. He was never known to be sad. His disciples gathered and said, "Chuang Tzu, Master, why are you so sad?" Chuang Tzu said, "Because of a dream." The disciples laughed and said, "Because of a dream you are sad, you who have been always teaching us not to be sad even if the whole world causes you sadness. And just a dream has caused you sadness. What are you talking about?" Chuang Tzu said, "It is such a dream that it causes me very, very deep confusion, sadness, misery. I dreamt in my dream that I had become a butterfly." The disciples said, "What is so puzzling in it?" Chuang Tzu said, "Now this is the puzzle. If Chuang Tzu can dream that he can become a butterfly, why not the reverse? The butterfly may dream that it has become a Chuang Tzu. So now I am disturbed. What is right and what is wrong? What is real and what is unreal? Was it Chuang Tzu who was dreaming of becoming a butterfly, or has the butterfly now gone to sleep and dreamt that it has become a Chuang Tzu? If one is possible, then the other is possible. And it is said that Chuang Tzu never could get over this puzzle. This remained for his whole life. How to decide that I am not in a dream talking to you? How to decide that you are not dreaming I am talking? With senses no decision is possible, because while dreaming, dreams look real as anything. When you dream, you always feel it is real. When dreams can be felt as real, why can reality not be felt as dream? Shankara says with senses there is no possibility to know whether the thing confronting you is real or unreal. And if there is no possibility to know whether it is real or unreal, Shankara calls it Maya. It is illusion. Illusion doesn't mean unreal. Illusion means an impossibility to decide whether it is real or unreal. Remember this. In Western languages, Maya has been translated very wrongly, and it gives the feeling in Western terms that illusion means unreal. It does not. Illusion means the inability to decide whether the thing is real or unreal. This confusion is Maya. This whole world is Maya, a confusion you cannot decide. You cannot be decisive about it. It is always escaping you, always changing, turning into something else. It is fantasy, a dreamlike thing. This technique is concerned with this philosophy. Illusions deceive, or that which deceives is illusion. Colors circumscribe. Even divisibles are indivisible. In this world of illusion nothing is certain. This whole world is like rainbows. They appear to be, but they are not. If you are far away they are, but if you come nearer they dissolve. The nearer you come, the more they are not. If you reach to a point where you were seeing a rainbow, it is no more there. The whole world is like rainbow colors, and it is so. When you are far away everything is hopeful. When you come nearer the hope disappears. And when you reach the goal, only ashes are there, just a dead rainbow. The colors have disappeared, and things as they appeared are not. As you feel them to be, they are not. Even divisibles are indivisible. Your whole mathematics, your whole calculating system, all your concepts, all your philosophy just become futile. If you try to understand this illusion, your very effort confuses you more. Nothing is certain there. Everything is uncertain, a a flux of change, with no possibility for you to decide whether this or that is true or false. What will happen? If you take this attitude, what will happen? If you really go deep in this attitude that everything which cannot be decided is illusory, you will automatically, spontaneously turn to yourself. Then the only point where you can have a center is in your own being. That is certain. Try to understand this. I may dream in the night that I have become a butterfly, and I cannot decide in that dream whether this is real or unreal. In the morning, I may be puzzled like Chuang Tzu whether instead the butterfly may have been dreaming. These are two dreams, and there is no way to compare which is real and which is unreal. But Chuang Tzu is missing one thing: the dreamer. He is thinking only of dreams, comparing dreams and missing the dreamer, the one who dreams that Chuang Tzu has become a butterfly, the one who is thinking that it may be quite the reverse, that the butterfly is dreaming that she has become Chuang Tzu. Who is this observer? Who was asleep and is now awake? You may be unreal, you may be a dream to me, but I cannot be a dream to myself, because even for a dream to exist, a real dreamer is needed. Even for a false dream, a real dreamer is needed. Even a dream cannot exist without a real dreamer. So forget dream. This technique says forget dream. The whole world is illusion, you are not, so don't go after the world, there is no possibility to gain certainty there. And now, this appears to be proven even by scientific research. For the last 3 centuries science was certain, and Shankara looked to be just a philosophical mind, poetic. For 3 centuries science was certain, but now, during these 2 last decades, science has become uncertain. Now the greatest scientists say nothing is certain, and with matter we will never be certain. Everything has again become uncertain. Everything looks like a flux, changing. Only appearance looks certain. The deeper you go, the more everything becomes uncertain, indefinite. Shankara says, and Tantra has always been saying, that the world is illusory. Even before Shankara was born, Tantra was preaching one technique: that the whole world is illusory, so think of it as a dream. If you can think of it as a dream, and if you think at all, you will come to realize it as a dream, then your whole focus of consciousness will turn inwards, because there is a deep urge to find the truth, the real. If the whole world is unreal, then there is no shelter in it. Then you are moving after, following shadows, and wasting time and life and energy. Then move inward. One thing is certain: I am. Even if the whole world is illusory, one thing is certain: there is someone who knows this is illusory. The knowledge may be illusory, the known may be illusory, but the knower cannot be. This is the only certainty, the only rock on which you can stand. This technique says look at the world, it is a dream, illusory, and nothing is as it appears. It is just a rainbow. Go deep in this feeling, you will be thrown to yourself. With that coming to one's own self, you come to a certain truth, to something which is indubitable, which is absolute. Science can never be absolute. It is going to be relative. Only religion can be absolute because it searches not the dream, it searches for the dreamer. Not for the observed, but for the observer, the seer, the one who is aware. Chapter 36 From Maya Illusion to Reality. The first question 1: In which way can the practice of self-remembering transform the human mind? Man is not centered in himself. He is born centered, but the society, the family, the education, the culture, they push him off center, and they put him off center in a very cunning way, knowingly or unknowingly. So everyone becomes, in a sense, eccentric off the center. There are reasons, survival reasons for it. When a child is born, he has to be forced into a certain discipline. He cannot be allowed freedom. If he is allowed total freedom, he will remain with the center, spontaneous, living with himself, living himself. He will be original as he is. He will be authentic, and then there will be no need to practice any self-remembering. There will be no need to practice any meditation because he will never go off the center. He will remain with himself, centered, rooted, grounded in his own being. But this has not yet been possible. Meditation is therefore medicinal. The society creates the disease, and then the disease has to be treated. Religion is medicinal. If really a human society based in freedom can be evolved, there would be no need of religion. Because we are ill, medicine is needed, and because we are off-center, methods of centering are needed. If someday it becomes possible on Earth to create a healthy society, healthy in the inner sense, there will be no religion. But it seems difficult to create such a society. The child has to be disciplined. What are you doing when you are disciplining a child? You are forcing something which is not natural to him. You are asking and demanding something which he will never do spontaneously. You will punish him, you will appreciate, you will bribe him, you will do everything to make him social to take him away from his natural being. You will create a new center in his mind which was never there, and this center will grow, and the natural center will go into oblivion, into the unconscious. Your natural center has moved into the unconscious, into the dark, and your unnatural center has become your conscious. There is really no division between unconscious and conscious. The division is created, you are one consciousness. This division comes because your own center has been forced to some dark corner, even you are not in contact with it. You are not allowed to be in contact with it. You yourself have become unconscious that you have a center. You live what the society, the culture, the family have taught you to live. You live a false life. For this false life, a false center is needed. That center is your ego, your conscious mind. That is why, no matter what you do, you will never be blissful because only the real center can happen. Only the real center can explode, can come to the climax, the optimum of the possibility of bliss. The false center is a shadow game. You can play with it, you can hope with it, but ultimately nothing but frustration comes out of it, with a false anxiety that is bound to be so. In a way, everything is forcing you not to be yourself, and this cannot be changed just by saying that this is wrong, because society has its own needs. A child, when born, is just like an animal, spontaneous, centered, grounded, but so independent. He cannot become part of an organization. He is disturbing. He has to be forced, cultivated, and changed. In this cultivation, he has to be pushed off center. We live on the periphery, and we live only to the extent that the society allows us. Our freedom is false because the rules of the game, of the social game, are so deeply fixed that you may feel that you are choosing this and that, but you are not choosing. The choice comes from your cultivated mind, and this goes on in a mechanical way. I am reminded of a man who married 8 women in his life. He married one woman, then divorced her, then married another very cautiously, very carefully, in order not to fall into the old trap again. In every way he calculated, and he was thinking that this new woman was going to be totally different than the first one. But within a few days, with the honeymoon not yet even over, the new woman started to prove herself to be just the same as the old one, the first one. Within 6 months, the marriage was shattered again. He married a third woman, and now he was still more cautious, but again the same thing happened. He married 8 women, and every time the woman turned out to be the same as the old one. What was happening? And he was choosing very cautiously now, very carefully. What was happening? The chooser was unconscious. He couldn't change the chooser, and the chooser was always the same, so the choice was going to be the same, and the chooser works unconsciously. You go on doing this and that, and you go on changing outward things, but you remain the same, you remain off-center. Whatsoever you do, howsoever it is apparently different, it ultimately proves to be the same. The results are always the same. The outcome is always the same. The consequence is always the same. Whenever you feel you are choosing and you are free, then too you are not free and you are not choosing. The choice is also a mechanical thing. Scientists say, biologists particularly, that the mind becomes imprinted, and that happens very early. The first 2 or 3 years are the years for imprinting, and things become fixed in the mind. Then you go on doing the same. You go on repeating in a mechanical way. You are moving in a vicious circle. The child is forced to be off-center, he has to be disciplined. He has to learn obedience. That is why we give so much value to obedience. And obedience destroys everyone, because obedience means now you are not the center, the other is the center. You are just to follow him. Education is a necessity in order to survive, but we make this necessity to survive an excuse for submitting. We force everyone to be obedient. What does it mean, obedient to whom? Always someone else, the father, the mother, someone else is there, and you have to be obedient to him. Why so much insistence for obedience? Because your father was forced to be obedient when he was a child. Your mother was forced to be obedient when she was a child. They were forced off their centers. Now they are doing the same. They are doing the same with their children, and these children will do the same again. This is how the vicious circle moves on. Freedom is killed, and with freedom you lose your center. Not that the center is destroyed. It cannot be destroyed while you are alive. It would be good if it was destroyed. You would be more at ease with yourself. If you were totally false and there was no real center hidden within you, you would be at ease. There would be no conflict, no anxiety, no struggle. The conflict comes into existence because the real remains there. It remains in the center, and just on the periphery an unreal center is created. Between these two centers, a constant struggle, a constant anxiety, tension is created. This must be transformed, and there is only one way: the false must disappear, and the real must be given its place. You must be regrounded into your center, into your being. Otherwise, you will be in anguish. The false can disappear. The real cannot disappear unless you die. While you are alive, the real will be there. The society can do only one thing: it can push it deep down, and it can create a barrier so that even you become unconscious of it. Can you remember any moment in your life when you were spontaneous, when you just lived in the moment, when you were living yourself, and you were not following someone else? I was reading one memoir of a poet. His father had died, and the dead body was put in a coffin. The poet, the son, was weeping, crying. And then suddenly he kissed the forehead of his father's dead body and said, "There, now that you are dead, I can do this. I always wanted to kiss you on your forehead, but while you were alive it was impossible. I was so afraid of you. You can kiss only a dead father, and even if the alive father allows you to kiss, the kiss is going to be false. It cannot be spontaneous. A young boy cannot even kiss his mother spontaneously because always the fear of sex is there. The bodies must not come too closely in contact, even with the mother. Everything becomes false. There is fear and falsity, no freedom, no spontaneousness, and the real center can function only when you are spontaneous and free. Now you will be able to understand what is my attitude towards this question: in which way can the practice of self-remembering transform the human mind? It will reground you. It will give you again roots into your own center. By self-remembering, you are forgetting everything other than yourself: the society, the mad world around you, the family, the relationships, everything you are forgetting. You are simply remembering that you are. This remembrance is not given by the society to you. This self-remembrance will detach you from all that is peripheral. And if you can remember, you will fall back to your own being, to your own center. The ego will be there just on the periphery, but you will be able to see it now. Like any other object, you will be able to observe it. And once you become capable of observing your ego, your false center, you will never be false again. You may need your false center because you have to live in a society which is false. You will be able to use it now, but you will never be identified with it. It will be instrumental now. You will live on your center, in your center. You will be able to use the false as a social convenience, a convention, but you will not be identified with it. Now you know you can be spontaneous, free. Self-remembering transforms you because it gives you the opportunity to be yourself again, and to be oneself is the ultimate, and to be oneself is the absolute. The peak of all the possibilities, of all the potentialities, is the divine, or whatsoever you want to call it. God is not somewhere in the past. He is your future. You have heard it said again and again that God is the Father. More significantly, He is going to be your Son, not the Father, because He is going to evolve out of you. So I say, God the Son, because the Father is in the past and the Son is in the future. You can become divine. God can be born out of you. If you are authentically yourself, you have taken the basic step. You are going towards divinity, towards total freedom. As a slave, you cannot move to that. As a slave, as a false person, there is no path leading towards the divine, to the ultimate possibility, the ultimate flowering of your being. First, you must be centered in yourself. Self-remembering helps, and only self-remembering helps. Nothing else can transform you. With the false center, there is no growth, only accumulation, and remember the distinction between accumulation and growth. With the false center, you can accumulate wealth, you can accumulate knowledge, you can accumulate anything without any growth. Growth happens only to the real center. Growth is not an accumulation. You are not burdened by growth. Accumulation is a burden. You can know many things without knowing anything. You can know much about love without knowing love. Then it is an accumulation. If you know love, then it is growth. You can know much about love with the false center. You can love only with the real center. Real centers can mature. The false can only get bigger and bigger without any growth, without any maturity. The false is just a cancerous growth, an accumulation, burdening you like a disease. But you can do one thing: you can change your focus totally. From the false, you can move your eyes to the real. This is what is meant by self-remembering whatsoever you are doing. Remember yourself that you are, don't forget it. The very remembering will give an authentic reality to whatsoever you are doing. If you are loving, first remember that you are. Otherwise you will be loving from the false center, and from the false center you can only pretend. You cannot love. If you are praying, first remember that you are. Otherwise the prayer is going to be just nonsense, just a deception. And you are not deceiving anyone else. You are deceiving yourself. First remember that you are, and this remembering that I am must become so basic that it follows you like a shadow. Then even while asleep it will enter and you will remember. If you can remember the whole day, by and by it enters even in your dreams, even in your sleep, and you will know that I am. The day you can know even in your sleep that you are grounded in your center. Now the false is no more. It is not a burden to you. You can use it now. It is instrumental. You are not a slave to it, you have become the master. Krishna says in the Gita that while everyone is asleep, the yogi is not, he is awake. It is not meant that the yogi lives without sleep, because sleep is a biological, bodily necessity. What is meant is that he remembers even in his sleep that he is that I am. Sleep is just on the periphery, in the center the remembrance is there. The yogi remembers even while he is asleep, and you are not remembering yourself while you are even awake. You are walking on the street, but you are not remembering that you are. Try, and you will feel a change of quality. Try to remember that you are. Suddenly a new lightness comes to you, the heaviness disappears. You become weightless. You are thrown off the false center to the real one again, but it is difficult and arduous because we are so much grounded in the false. It will take time, but no transformation is possible without self-remembering becoming effortless for you. You simply start remembering yourself. Otherwise no transformation is possible. The second question 2 last night, you said that one should always see life in its positive dimensions, and one should not give emphasis to the negative. Is this not a choice? And is this not against encountering the total reality that which is? It is a choice, but one who is negative cannot take a jump towards choicelessness. If he can take it, it is good, but it is impossible. From the negative, it is impossible to take a jump towards choicelessness, because the negative mind means that you can see only the ugly, you can see only death, you can see only misery. You cannot see any positive elements in life. And remember, it is difficult to lose misery. It may look very strange when I say this, but it is difficult to take a jump from misery. It is easier to take a jump from happiness. It is easier to take a jump when you are happy because with happiness courage comes. With happiness the possibility of a higher bliss opens. With happiness the whole world looks like a home. With misery the world is like a hell, and there is no hope. Everything is just hopeless. Then you cannot take any jump. In misery, one becomes a coward, and one clings to misery because at least this misery is known. You cannot be adventurous when you are unhappy. Adventure needs a subtle happiness in you. Then you can leave the known. You are so happy that you are not afraid of the unknown. And the happiness has become such a deep phenomenon to you that you know that wherever you will be happy. With the positive mind, you know there is no hell, and wherever you are the heaven will be. You can move into the unknown because now you know that heaven moves with you. You have heard that you enter heaven or hell. This is nonsense. No one enters heaven, no one enters hell. You carry your own hell and heaven with you, and wherever you enter with your hell or heaven. Heaven and hell are not doors, they are burdens. You carry them with you. Only with a dancing heart, happy, blissful, positive, can you take a jump into the uncharted. That is why I say that from the negative you cannot be choiceless. You cling to your misery. It is known. You are acquainted with it, you are related to it, and it is better to remain with the known misery than with the unknown. At least you have become accustomed to it, and you know its ways. You have created certain defense mechanisms, an armor around you to be safe from this misery. An unknown misery will create new defense mechanisms. It is always better to be with the known misery than with an unknown misery. With happiness, quite the reverse is the case. With happiness, one wants to move into the unknown happiness because the known gets boring. You never get bored with the known misery. You enjoy it. Look at people talking about their misery, they enjoy it, they magnify their misery. They have a subtle happiness. With happiness you get bored. You can move into the unknown. The unknown is alluring, and the choiceless is the door for the unknown. This is how one has to move from the negative to the positive, and from the positive to the choiceless. First, make your mind positive. From hell, move to heaven, and from heaven, you can move to moksha, to the ultimate, which is neither. From misery, move to bliss, and only then you can move to the beyond, which is beyond both. That is why the sutra said first to transform your mind from negative to positive, and this change is just a change of focusing. Life is both or neither. It is both or neither. It depends on you, on how you see it. You can look at it with a negative mind and then it looks like hell. It is not hell. This is only your interpretation. You change your outlook, look positively. And this is what is meant by the attitude of the atheist. I don't call a man an atheist or theist because he believes in God or not. I call a man a theist if he has a positive attitude, and an atheist if he has a negative attitude. It is not a question of saying no to God. It is a question of saying no to life. The theist is one who says yes and looks always from a yes-saying mind. Then everything changes totally. If a negative mind comes to a rose, to a garden, many roses may be there, but he will count only the thorns. The first thing for the negative mind is the thorns. That is significant. Flowers are just illusory. Only thorns are real. He will count, and of course for each flower 1,000 thorns exist, and once he has counted 1,000 thorns, he cannot believe in one flower. He will say this one flower is just illusory. How can such a beautiful flower exist with such ugly thorns, violent thorns? It is impossible, it is unbelievable. And even if it exists, it means nothing now. 1,000 thorns have been counted, and the flower disappears. A positive mind will start with the rose, with the flower. And once you are in a communion with the rose, once you know the beauty, the life, the unearthly flowering, thorns disappear. And one who has known the rose in its beauty, in its highest possibility, one who has looked deep into it, for him now even thorns will not look like thorns. The eyes filled with the rose are different now. Now the thorns will look just like a protection for this flower. They will not be enemies. They will look just like part of the happening of flowers. Now this mind will know that this flower happens, and these thorns are needed, they protect. Because of these thorns, this flower could happen. This positive mind will feel grateful even to thorns. And if this approach deepens, a moment comes when thorns become flowers. With the first approach, the flower disappears, or the flower even becomes a thorn. Only with a positive mind can you get the state of a non-tense mind. With a negative mind, you will remain tense, with so many miseries all around. Such a negative, inventive mind goes on revealing miseries and miseries and hells and hells. In Buddha's time, there was one really famous teacher. His name was Sanjaya Vailthiputta. He was an absolutely negative thinker. Buddha thought of 7 hells, so someone came to Sanjaya Vailthiputta and told him that Buddha said there are 7 hells. Sanjaya Vailthiputta said, "Go and tell your Buddha he doesn't know anything. There are 700 hells. He doesn't know anything, only 7. There are 700 hells, and I have counted all of them. If you have a negative mind, even 700 are not much, you will find more. There is no end to it. The positive mind can be non-tense. Really, if you are positive, how can you be tense? And if you are negative, how you can be non-tense? With a negative mind, there can be no association with meditation. The negative mind is anti-meditative. It cannot meditate. A single mosquito is enough to destroy all meditation. With a negative mind, the door is closed for tranquility, for stillness, for silence. The negative mind is self-perpetuating for misery. How can it take a jump toward choicelessness? Krishnamurti goes on talking about choicelessness, and the audience is negative. They listen, but they never understand. And when they are not understanding, Krishnamurti gets disturbed because they are not understanding him. Only a positive mind can understand what he is saying, but a positive mind need not go anywhere, neither to any Krishnamurti nor to any Rajneesh, nowhere. Only a negative mind is in search of a teacher, of a master. To talk to the negative mind about choicelessness, about going beyond duality, about living both negative and positive, is meaningless. Not that this is untrue, it is true, but meaningless. The one who is listening must be taken into account. He is more important than the one who is talking. As I see it, you are negative. First, you need a transformation towards positivity. From your no-saying, you must become a yes-sayer. You must look at life with a yes attitude, and with a yes attitude, this very earth is totally transformed. Only then, when you have attained a positive attitude, can you take a jump towards choicelessness, and that will be easy, very easy. Misery cannot be renounced. It is difficult. You cling to it. Only happiness can be renounced, because then you know that when you renounce the negative, you gain the positive and a positive happiness. You renounce the negative and you gain happiness just by renouncing the negative you attain to happiness. If you now renounce this happiness, this positive mind also, you open the doors for the infinite. But you must first have a feel of the positive. Only then, can you take a jump. The third question 3 in the last technique yesterday, you explained that in this world of Maya, the inner consciousness of the seeker is the only real center for him. In this reference, please explain the significance and role of the guru in this world of Maya. This world of Maya is not a world of Maya for you. It is very real, and the role of the guru is to show you that it is not real. It is real for you, so how can you think that it is unreal? You can think about unreality only if you have a glimpse of the real. Only then can you compare. This world is not Maya illusory for you. You have read that this world is Maya, and you may have memorized it just like a parrot, so you also call this world illusory. Every day someone comes to me who calls this world illusory and then he says, "My mind is very much bothered. I am very tense, so tell me how to attain peace." And this world is illusory. If this world is illusory, how can your mind be tense? If you have known that this world is illusory, the world will have disappeared, and with the world all its misery. But the mind still is. You don't know that this world is illusory. In the morning when the sleep has disappeared, and with it the dream, are you worried about the dream? Are you worried that in the dream you felt ill or that you were even dead? While the dream was there, you were worried, you were ill, you were asking for a doctor, for some medicine. But in the morning, the moment you are not asleep and the dream has disappeared, you are not worried. Now you know it was a dream and you are not ill. If someone comes to me and says, "I know that it was a dream that I was ill, but now tell me something, where am I to get the medicine to get over that illness?" What will it show? It will show he is still asleep. It will show that he is still dreaming. The dream is still there. In India, this parrot-like speech that the whole world is illusory has gone deep into the mind, but in the false center, it is not a growth. We have heard the Upanishads, the Vedas and the Rishis have been saying for centuries that the world is illusory. They have propagated the idea so strongly that those who are asleep and dreaming, they think they are awake. The whole world is asleep, but their misery shows that the world is real. Their anguish shows that the world is real. The role of the guru is to give you a glimpse of the real, not a teaching, but an awakening. The guru is not a teacher, the guru is an awakener. He is not to give you doctrines. If he gives you doctrines, he is a philosopher. If he talks about the world as illusory and argues and proves that the world is illusory, if he discusses, debates, if he intellectually gives you a doctrine, he is not a guru, he is not a master. He may be a teacher of a particular doctrine, but he is not a master, not a guru. A guru is not a giver of doctrines. He is a giver of methods which can help you to come out of your sleep. That is why a guru is always a disturber of your dreams, and it is difficult to live with a guru. It is very easy to live with a teacher because he never disturbs you. Rather, he goes on increasing your accumulation of knowledge. He helps you to be more egoist. He makes you more knowledgeable, your ego is more fulfilled. Now you know more, you can argue more. You can teach yourself, but a guru is always a disturber. He will disturb your dream and your sleep, and you may have been dreaming a very beautiful dream. You may have been on a trip, a beautiful trip. He will disturb it, and you will get angry. A guru is always in danger from his disciples. Any moment they can kill him because he is going to disturb. That is what his work is. He cannot help you to be yourself as you are because you are false. He has to destroy your false identity. It is painful. That is why, unless there is a very deep love, the work is impossible. A very deep intimacy is needed. Otherwise, hate will be there. So a guru cannot allow you to be near him unless you have surrendered. Otherwise, you are going to be an enemy. Only with your total surrender can a guru work, because it is a spiritual surgery. Of necessity, much suffering will be there for the disciple. And if he is not in deep intimacy with the guru, it is impossible. He will not be ready to suffer so much. He has come in search of bliss, and the guru gives him suffering. He has come to feel euphoria, and the guru creates a hell for him. In the beginning, hell will be there because your image will be shattered, your expectations will be shattered. Whatsoever you have known, you will have to throw it. Whatsoever you are, he will undo it. Really, you are passing through a death. In India, in the old days, we said, Acharya Amritya. It means that the master, the guru, is a death. He is. And unless you trust him so totally, this surgical operation is impossible, because in the beginning there will be suffering, your anguish will come up. All your suppressed hells will be revealed. And only if you believe, if you have deep faith and trust in him, can you remain with him. Otherwise you will escape because this man is disturbing you completely. So, remember, the guru's work is, his role is, to make you aware of your falsity, and because of your false center your world is false. The world is not really illusory, it is not Maya. It is Maya because your eyes are illusory, they are dream-filled. You project your dreams all around, and the reality is falsified. The same world will become real when your eyes are real, when the false center is broken, and you are again rooted in your real center, in your being. This world will become the nirvana. Zen masters have been continuously saying that this world is nirvana. This very world is moksha, liberation. It is only a question of eyes. With false eyes everything is falsified. With real eyes everything is real. Your false entity creates a false world around you. And don't think that you all live in one world. You cannot, each one lives in his own world, and there are as many worlds as there are minds because each mind creates its own world, its own milieu. Even if you are living in a family, the husband lives in his own world and the wife in her own world, and there are collisions every day between these two worlds. They never meet. They collide. Meeting is impossible. With mind there can be no meeting, only collision, conflict. When mind is not, there can be a meeting. The wife lives in her own world, in her own expectations. The husband for her is not the real husband that is there in the world, he is just her own image. The husband lives in his own world, and the real wife is not his wife. He has an image of a wife, and whenever this wife falls short of his image, there is struggle, conflict, anger, hatred. He loves his own image of a wife, and the wife loves her own image of a husband, and these both are illusory. They exist nowhere. This real wife is there and this real husband is there, but they cannot meet because between these two real things are the unreal wife and the unreal husband. They are always there. They won't allow a meeting of the real ones. Everyone is living in his own world, in his own dreams, expectations, projections. There are as many worlds as there are minds. Those worlds are illusory, Maya. When your false center disappears, the whole world changes. Then it is a real world. Then for the first time you see things as they are. Then there is no misery because with illusion expectation disappears, and with reality there can be no misery. Then one comes to feel, it is so. Fact is fact. Only with fictions are there problems, and fictions never allow you to know fact. These fictions of the mind are Maya. The role of the guru is to shatter the fictions so that the fact becomes available to you and you become available to the fact. That facticity is truth. Once you know that facticity, even the guru will be different. If you come to a guru now, you come with your own image of him. Someone comes to me, he comes with his own image of me. And then, if I am not following his image, he is in difficulty. But how am I to follow his image? And if I try to follow everyone's image, I will be in a mess, and every disciple thinks I should be like this or that. He has his own concept of a guru. If I am not fulfilling his concepts, he becomes frustrated. But this is how it is going to be. A disciple comes with a mind, and this is the problem. I have to change his mind to destroy it. He comes with a mind, and he looks at me also with his mind. I was staying in a home with a family. The family was Jaina, so they wouldn't eat in the night. The old man of the family, the grandfather, he was a lover of my books. He had never seen me, and it is easy to love a book. A book is a dead thing. He came to meet me. He was very old, and even to come from his room was difficult for him. He was 92, and he came to meet me. I told him I would come to his room, but he said, no, I respect you so much, I will come. So he came, and he was praising me very much. He said, you are just like a Tirthankara, like the highest in Jaina mythology, Mahavira. The greatest teachers are known as Tirthankaras, so he said, you are just like a Tirthankara. He was praising and praising me, and then evening came and darkness descended. Someone from the house came and said, now it is getting late, you come for your evening meal, so I said, wait a little because of this old man. Let him say whatsoever he wants to say. Then I will come. The old man said, What are you saying? Are you going to eat in the night? I said, It is okay with me. So he said, I take my words back, you are no Tirthankara. A person who doesn't even know that to eat in the night is the greatest sin. What else can he know now? This man cannot have any meeting with me. Impossible. If I was not eating in the night, I was a Tirthankara, a great master. I had not eaten yet. I had just said that I would eat in the night, and suddenly I am no more a Tirthankara. The old man said to me, I have come to learn something from you, but now that is impossible. Now I feel I must teach you something. When this world becomes an illusion, your guru will also be part of it and will disappear. That is why, when the disciple awakens, there is no guru. This will seem very paradoxical. When the disciple really awakens, there is no guru. There are beautiful songs of Saraha, a Buddhist mystic. With every song the last ending line is, and Saraha disappeared. He teaches something. He gives some teachings. He says, neither the world is nor the nirvana is, neither the good nor the bad. Go beyond, and Saraha disappears. It has been a puzzle. Why does Saraha go on saying, and Saraha disappears? If you really attain to the song, to whatsoever he has said there is neither good nor bad, nor the world nor the nirvana. If the disciple really awakens to this, Saraha will disappear. Where will be the guru? The guru was part of the disciple's world. Now there will be no entities like the guru and the disciple. They will have become one. When the disciple awakens, he becomes the guru, and Saraha disappears. Then the guru is no more there. Even the guru is part of your dream, of your illusioned world. But because of this many problems arise. Krishnamurti goes on saying there is no teacher and he is right. This is the ultimate truth. When you have awakened, you are the teacher and there is no other teacher. But this is the ultimate truth, and before this happens the teacher is because the disciple is. The disciple creates the teacher. It is the disciple's need. So remember this: if you meet a wrong teacher, you deserve a wrong teacher. That is why you meet a wrong teacher. A wrong disciple cannot meet a right teacher. You create your teacher, your master. A small teacher or a great teacher depends on you. You will meet the person you deserve. If you meet a wrong person, it is because of you. You are responsible for it, not the wrong person. The guru also is part of your mind. It is part of the dream world. But unless you become awakened, you will need someone to disturb you, someone to help. This someone is a guru if he gives you methods. He is simply a teacher if he gives you only doctrines, principles, teachings, but you may need him right now. Think of it in this way: even in a dream, there is something which can help you to come out of it. Even in a dream, something can help you to come out of it. You can try it just while falling asleep. Go on repeating in the mind, whenever there is a dream, my eyes will open. For 3 weeks go on continuously repeating it just when you are falling asleep. Whenever there is a dream, my eyes will open. Suddenly I will be awakened, and you will be awakened. Even from a dream you can be awakened by a certain method. Just when falling asleep, say to yourself, if your name is Ram, say, Ram, awaken me at 5 o'clock in the morning. Repeat it twice, and then silently fall asleep. Sooner or later you will get the trick. Exactly at 5 o'clock someone will awaken you. Even in dream, even in sleep, methods can be used which will awaken you. The same is the case for the spiritual sleep you are in. A master can give you methods which will be helpful for this. Then whenever you are falling into a dream, the methods will not allow you to fall, or whenever you have fallen into a dream suddenly you will be awakened. When this awakening becomes natural to you, there is no need for the guru. When you have awakened, the guru disappears, but you will still feel gratitude for the guru because he helped you. Sariputta was one of the greatest disciples of Buddha. He became enlightened in his own right. He became a Buddha himself. Then Buddha said to Sariputta, now you can go and move. Now my presence is not needed for you. You yourself have become a master in your own right, so you can go and help others to come out of their sleep. Sariputta, when leaving Buddha, touched his feet. Someone asked Sariputta, you yourself have become enlightened, so why are you touching Buddha's feet? Sariputta said, now there is no need to touch his feet, but this situation could happen only because of him. Now there is no need, but this could happen only because of him. Sariputta moved away, but wherever he was, in the morning he would prostrate himself in the direction where Buddha was. In the evening he would prostrate himself, and everyone would ask, what are you doing, to whom you are prostrating yourself? Because Buddha was far away, miles away. He would say to my teacher who has disappeared, I am myself now the guru, but it was not possible before him. It became possible only because of him. So even when the teacher disappears, when the guru disappears, the disciple will feel a deep gratitude, the greatest gratitude that is possible. There is a need while you are asleep for someone to disturb you, and if you allow someone, that is what surrender means. If you say, okay, I allow you to disturb me, that is what surrender means. A trust. Trust means that now even if this man leads you towards misery, you will be ready to move. You will not question him anymore. Wherever he leads you, you trust in him. He is not going to harm you. If you don't trust, then no progress is possible because you feel he is going to harm you. You feel, in your terms, that he is going to harm you in many ways, and if you think, I am to protect myself, then no further work is possible. If you mistrust your surgeon, you will not allow him to make you unconscious. You don't know what he is going to do, and you will say, do the operation, but allow me to be conscious so I can go on seeing what you are doing. I cannot trust you. You trust your surgeon. He makes you unconscious because things are such that in your conscious state surgery would be impossible to do. Your consciousness would interfere. That is why trust is blind. It means you are ready even to become unconscious, even to become blind. You are ready to follow him wherever he leads. Only then does a deeper, inner surgery become possible. And it is not only a physical, physiological surgery. It is psychological. Much pain will be felt, much anguish, because catharsis is needed and you have to be thrown back to your own center which you have forgotten completely, pulled back to your roots again which you have left behind miles away. This is going to be arduous and difficult. It even takes years. But if the disciple is ready to surrender, it can even happen in seconds. It depends on the intensity of surrender. Unnecessary time is wasted because the guru has to go slowly, so that you are prepared to trust more. And he has to do many things unnecessarily just to create trust. Just to do the surgery, he has to create many things unnecessarily, which can be discarded. No need to waste time and energy on them, but they are needed just to create trust. I quoted Saraha. Saraha is one of the 84 siddhas, one of the 84 Buddhist mystics who attained. Saraha says to those disciples who have become masters, behave in such a way that others can trust you. I know now that you need no morality. I know now that you need no rules. You have gone beyond, and you can do whatsoever you like, and you can be whatsoever you like. Now, no system, no morality exists for you. But behave in such a way so that disciples can trust you. So great masters have behaved in such a way that the society approves. It is not because they need to behave in that way. It is only an unnecessary thing to create trust. So if Mahavira behaves in the pattern that Jainas have set, it is not because there is any inner necessity. He behaves that way only so that Jainas can follow and become disciples, so that they can trust. That is why many problems arise whenever a teacher starts behaving in a new way. Jesus behaved in a new way which was not known to the Jewish community. There was nothing wrong in it, but this became the problem. Jews couldn't trust him. Their masters of old had behaved differently, and this man was behaving differently. He was not following the rules of the game, so they couldn't trust him. Thus, they had to crucify him. And why did Jesus behave in such a way? India was behind it. He was here for many years before he appeared in Jerusalem. He was taught here in a Buddhist monastery, and he tried to follow Buddhist rules there where no Buddhist society existed. In a Jewish community, he was behaving as if he was living in a Buddhist community, and that created the whole problem. He was killed, misunderstood, murdered, and the reason was only this that Jews couldn't trust him. A teacher, a guru, has unnecessarily to create many things around him, to do many things, just to create trust. But even then, problems arise because everyone comes with his own expectations. The guru must be like this or like that. Surrender means you leave your expectations. You allow the guru to be as he is and you allow him to do whatsoever he wants to do. Even if pain results, you are ready for it. Even if he leads you towards death, you are ready for it, because ultimately, he will lead you to a deep death. Only after it is rebirth possible. Resurrection is possible only when your old identity has been crucified. Chapter 37 Techniques to witness the flux-like film of life in moods of extreme desire. Be undisturbed. This so-called universe appears as a juggling, a picture show. To be happy, look upon it so. O beloved, Put attention neither on pleasure nor on pain, but between these. Objects and desires exist in me as in others. So accepting, let them be transformed. The original mind is like a mirror, it is pure, and it remains pure, but dust can gather upon it. The purity is not lost. The dust cannot destroy the purity, but the purity can be covered up. This is the condition of the ordinary mind covered with dust. Hidden behind the dust, the original mind remains pure. It cannot become impure. That is impossible. And if it was possible for it to become impure, then there would be no way to regain the purity again. In itself, it remains pure, just covered by dust. Our mind is the original mind plus dust, the Buddha mind plus dust, the divine mind plus dust. Once you know how to uncover it, how to reclaim it from the dust, you have known all that is worth knowing, and you have attained all that is worth attaining. All these techniques are concerned with how to free your mind from the day-to-day dust that is bound to gather upon it. Dust is but natural. Just like with a traveler passing from many, many roads, dust is gathered, and for many, many lives you have been a traveler. You have traveled long distances, and much dust has gathered. Many points have to be understood before we enter the techniques. 1. The East is basically different from the West in its attitude towards inner transformation. Christianity thinks that something has happened to man's being itself, the sin. The East thinks that nothing has happened to the being itself. Nothing can happen. The being remains in its absolute purity. There has been no sin, so man is not condemned in the East, he is not something degraded. On the contrary, he remains the divine that he is, that he has always been, and it is natural that dust will gather. Dust is bound to gather, so there is no sin, just a false identification. We become identified with the mind, with the dust. Our experience, our knowledge, our memories, all are dust. Whatsoever you have known, whatsoever you have experienced, whatsoever has been your past, is all dust. Regaining the original mind means regaining the purity without experiences, without knowledge, without memories, without the past. The whole past is dust, but we are identified with the past and not with the consciousness that is always present. Think of it in this way: whatsoever you know is always of the past, and you are here and now in the present. All your knowledge is dust. Knowing is your purity, knowledge is dust. The capacity to know, the energy to know knowing, is your original nature. Through that knowing you gather knowledge. That knowledge is dust-like. Here and now, this very moment, you are absolutely pure, but you are not identified with this purity. You are identified with the past, the accumulated past. So all meditative techniques are basically methods to remove yourself from the past and to allow you to plunge into the here and now. Buddha was searching for how to regain this purity of consciousness, how to be free from the past, because unless you are free from the past you will remain in bondage, you will be a slave. The past is heavy on you, and because of the past, the present is never known. The past is known. The present is a very minute atomic moment. You go on missing it because of the past, and because of the past you go on projecting into the future. The past is projected into the future, and both are false. The past is no more, the future is yet to be. Both are not, and that which is hidden between these two which are not. Buddha was in search. He went from one teacher to another. He searched, and he went to many teachers, all of the known teachers. He consulted them, he allowed them to work upon him, he cooperated. He disciplined himself in many ways, but he was not fulfilled. And the difficulty was this: the teachers were interested in the future, in some liberated state somewhere beyond death, after the life is over. They were interested in some God, some nirvana, some moksha, some liberated state somewhere in the future, and Buddha was interested in the here and now, so there was really no meeting. He said to every teacher, I am interested in the here and now, in how to be total, complete, and pure here and now. And they would say, apply this method, do this, and if you do it rightly, someday in the future, in some future life, in some future state, you will attain. Sooner or later he left every teacher, and then he tried by himself alone. What did he do? He did a very simple thing. Once you know it, it is very simple and obvious, but when you don't know it, it is so arduous and so difficult, it seems impossible. He did only one thing: he remained with the present moment. He forgot his past and he forgot his future. He said, I will be here and now. I will simply exist. If you can exist even for a single moment, you have known the taste of your pure consciousness. and once it is tasted, you can never forget it. Then the taste, the flavor, remains with you, and that flavor becomes a transformation. Many are the ways how to uncover yourself from your past, how to throw the dust and have a look into the mirror of your own mind. All these techniques are different ways, but with every technique, a deep understanding is needed. Remember that these techniques are not mechanical because they are to uncover consciousness. They are not mechanical things. You can use these techniques mechanically, and if you use them as mechanical techniques, you may gain a certain stillness of mind, but that won't be the original purity. You may gain a certain silence, but that silence will be cultivated. That too belongs to the dust part of the mind, not to the original layer. Don't use them mechanically. A deep understanding is needed, and with understanding, they can be helpful to uncover your being. The first technique: in moods of extreme desire, be undisturbed. In moods of extreme desire, be undisturbed. When desire grips you, you are disturbed, of course, that is natural. Desire grips you, then your mind starts wavering and many ripples go on the surface. The desire pulls you somewhere into the future. The past pushes you somewhere in the future. You are disturbed, you are not at ease. Desire is therefore a dis-ease. This sutra says, in moods of extreme desire, be undisturbed. But how to be undisturbed? Desire means disturbance, so how to be undisturbed? And in extreme moments of desire, you will have to do certain experiments. Only then will you understand what it means. You are in anger, anger grips you, you are temporarily mad, possessed, you are no more in your senses. Suddenly remember to be undisturbed as if you are undressing. Inside, become naked, naked from the anger, undressed. Anger will be there, but now you have a point within you which is not disturbed. You will know that anger is there on the periphery. Like fever, it is there. The periphery is wavering. The periphery is disturbed, but you can look at it. If you can look at it, you will be undisturbed. Become a witness to it, and you will be undisturbed. This undisturbed point is your original mind. The original mind cannot be disturbed. It is never disturbed, but you have never looked at it. When anger is there, you become identified with the anger. You forget that anger is something other than you. You become one with it, and you start acting through it. You start doing something through it. Two things can be done. In anger, you will be violent to someone, to the object of your anger. Then you have moved to the other. Anger is just in between you and the other. Here I am, then there is anger, and there you are the object of my anger. From anger, I can travel in two dimensions. Either I can travel to you. Then you become my center of consciousness, the object of my anger. Then my mind becomes focused on you, the one who has insulted me. This is one way how you can travel from anger. There is another way you can travel to yourself. You don't move to the person whom you feel has caused the anger. You move to the person who feels to be angry. You move to the subject and not to the object. Ordinarily, we go on moving to the object. If you move to the object, the dust part of your mind is disturbed and you will feel disturbed. If you move within to the center of your own being, you will be able to witness the dust part. You will be able to see that the dust part of the mind is disturbed, but I am not disturbed. And you can experiment upon this with any desire, any disturbance. A sexual desire comes to your mind. Your whole body is taken by it. You can move to the sexual object, the object of your desire. The object may be there, it may not be there. You can move to the object in imagination also. But then you will get more and more disturbed. The further you go away from your center, the more you will be disturbed. Really, the distance and disturbance are always in proportion. The more distant you are from your center, the more you are disturbed. The nearer you are to the center, the less you are disturbed. If you are just at the center, there is no disturbance. In a cyclone, there is a center which is undisturbed. In the cyclone of anger, the cyclone of sex, the cyclone of any desire. Just in the center there is no cyclone, and a cyclone cannot exist without a silent center. The anger also cannot exist without something within you which is beyond anger. Remember this: nothing can exist without its opposite. The opposite is needed there. Without it, there is no possibility of it existing. If there were no center within you which remains unmoved, no movement would be possible there. If there were no center within you which remains undisturbed, no disturbance could happen to you. Analyze this and observe this. If there were no center of absolute undisturbance in you, how could you feel that you are disturbed? You need a comparison. You need 2 points to compare. Suppose a person is ill, he feels illness because somewhere within him, A point, a center of absolute health exists. That is why he can compare. You say that your head is aching. How is it that you know about this ache, this headache? If you were the headache, you could not know it. You must be someone else. Something else, the observer, the witness, who can say, "My head is aching." This ache can be felt only by something which is not the ache. If you are ill, you are feverish, you can feel it because you are not the fever. The fever cannot feel that there is fever. Someone is needed who is beyond it. A polarity is needed. When you are in anger, and if you feel you are in anger, it means that a point exists within you which is still undisturbed and which can be a witness. You may not look at that point, that is another thing. You may not see yourself at that point, that is another thing. But it is there always in its pristine purity. It is there. This sutra says, in moods of extreme desire, be undisturbed. What can you do? This technique is not for suppression. This technique is not saying that when there is anger, suppress it and remain undisturbed. No. If you suppress, you will create more disturbance. If the anger is there and an effort to suppress is there, it will double the disturbance. When anger is there, close your doors, meditate on the anger, allow the anger to be. You remain undisturbed and don't suppress it. It is easy to suppress. It is easy to express. We do both. We express if the situation allows, and if it is convenient and not dangerous for you. If you can harm the other and the other cannot harm you, you will express the anger. If it is dangerous, if the other can harm you more, if your boss or whoever you are angry at is more strong, you will suppress it. Expression and suppression are easy, witnessing is difficult. Witnessing is neither. It is not suppressing, it is not expressing. It is not expressing because you are not expressing it to the object of anger. It is not being suppressed either. You are allowing it to be expressed in a vacuum. You are meditating on it. Stand before a mirror and express your anger and be a witness to it. You are alone, so you can meditate on it. Do whatsoever you want to do, but in a vacuum. If you want to beat someone, beat the empty sky. If you want to be angry, be angry. If you want to scream, scream. But do it alone, and remember yourself as a point which is seeing all this drama. Then it becomes a psychodrama, and you can laugh at it, and it will be a deep catharsis for you. Afterwards, you will feel relieved of it, and not only relieved of it, you will have gained something through it. You will have matured. A growth will have come to you. And now you will know that even while you were in anger, there was a center within you which was undisturbed. Now try to uncover this center more and more, and it is easy to uncover it in desire. That is why Tantra is not against desire. It says be in desire, but remember the center which is undisturbed. So Tantra says that even sex can be used. Move in sex, but remain undisturbed. Be a witness. Go on being a deep observer. Whatsoever is happening on the periphery. You are just an onlooker, a spectator. This technique can be very useful, and much benefit can happen to you through it. But it will be difficult because when you become disturbed, you forget everything. You may forget that you have to meditate. Then try it in this way. Don't wait for the moment when anger happens to you. Don't wait for the moment. Just close your room and think of some past experience of anger when you went mad. Remember it and reenact it. That will be easy for you. Reenact it again, do it again, relive it. Do not just remember it, relive it. Remember that someone had insulted you and what was said and how you reacted to him. React again, replay it. You may not know that mind is just a tape recording device. And now scientists say, now it is a scientific fact, that if your memory centers are touched with electrodes, they start replaying. For example, you were once angry, the incident is recorded, in the same sequence as it happened, just as if on a tape recording in your brain. If it is touched by an electrode, it will start replaying. You will have the same feeling again. Your eyes will go red, your body will start trembling and will become feverish, the whole thing will be reenacted. The moment the electrode is put away, it stops. If you give it energy again, it starts from the very beginning again. Now they say that mind is a recording machine, and you can reenact anything. But don't just remember, relive. Start feeling the experience again, and the mind will get the idea. The incident will come to you. You will relive it. In reliving it, remain undisturbed. Start from the past. This is easy because now it is a play, the actual situation is not there. And if you become capable of doing this, then you will be able to do it when the situation for anger is really there, when a real situation is there. And this can be done with every desire, and it is to be done with every desire. This reenacting something from the past will do much. Everyone has scars in his mind. Unhealed wounds are there. If you reenact them, you will be unburdened. If you can go to your past and do something which has remained incomplete, you will be unburdened from your past. Your mind will become fresher. The dust will be thrown away. Remember in your past something which you feel has remained suspended. You wanted to kill someone, you wanted to love someone, you wanted this and that has remained incomplete. That incomplete thing goes on hovering on the mind like a cloud. It influences everything that you are and that you are doing. That cloud has to be dispersed. Move back on the time track and bring back desires which have remained incomplete, and relive the wounds which are still green. They will be healed. You will become more whole, and through this you will have the knack of how to remain undisturbed in a situation which is disturbed. In moods of extreme desire, be undisturbed. Gurdjieff used this technique very much. He created situations, but to create situations a school is needed. You cannot do that alone. Gurdjieff had a small school in Fontainebleau, and he was a taskmaster. He knew how to create situations. You would enter the room, and a group would be sitting there. You would enter the room where a group was sitting, and something would be done so that you would get angry, and it would be done so naturally that you could never imagine that some situation was being created for you. But it was a device. Someone would insult you by saying something, and you would get disturbed. Then everyone would help the disturbance, and you would become mad. And when you were right at the point where you could explode, Gurdjieff would shout, "Remember, remain undisturbed." A situation can be created, but only in a school where many persons are working on themselves, and when Gurdjieff would shout, "Remember, remain undisturbed," now you would know that this was a created situation. The disturbance cannot disappear so suddenly, so immediately, because it has physical roots. Your glands had thrown poison in the blood. Your body had become affected. Anger cannot disappear so immediately. Even now that you had come to know that you had been deceived, that no one was insulting you and no one meant anything by it, it would be difficult to do anything. The anger is there, your body is filled with it, but suddenly your temperature cools down. Only on the body, on the periphery, does the anger remain. At the center you suddenly cool down, and you know that a point exists within you which is undisturbed. You start laughing. Your eyes are red with anger. Your face is violent, animal-like, but you start laughing. You know two things now: a point which is undisturbed and a periphery which is disturbed. You can help. Your family can become a school. You can help each other. Friends can become a school and they can help each other. You can decide with your family. The whole family can decide that now a situation has to be created for the father or for the mother, and then the whole family works to create the situation. When the father or mother goes completely mad, then everyone starts laughing and says, "Remain completely undisturbed, you can help each other," and the experience is simply wonderful. Once you know a cool center within you in a hot situation, you cannot forget it, and then in any hot situation you can remember it, reclaim it, regain it. In the West now one technique, a therapeutic technique, is used. It is called psychodrama. It helps, and it is also based on techniques like this. In psychodrama you just enact, you just play a game. In the beginning it is a game, but sooner or later you become possessed. And when you become possessed your mind starts functioning, because your mind and your body function automatically. They function automatically. So if you see an actor acting in a psychodrama who, in a situation of anger, really becomes angry, you may think that he is simply acting, but it is not so. He might have really become angry. It may not be acting at all now. He is possessed by the desire, by the disturbance, by the feeling, by the mood, and if he is really possessed, only then does his acting look real. Your body cannot know whether you are playing or whether you are doing it for real. You may have observed yourself at some time in your life that you were just playing at being angry, and you didn't know when the anger became real, or you were just playing and you were not feeling sexual. You were playing with your wife, or with your girlfriend, or with your husband, and then suddenly it became real. The body takes it, and the body can be deceived. The body cannot know whether it is real or unreal, particularly with sex. If you imagine it, your body thinks it is real. Sex is one of the most imaginary centers in the body, so just by imagining, you can have a sexual orgasm. You can deceive the body. In dream, you can have a sexual release. Even in dream, the body is deceived, you are not making love to anyone. Just in dream, in fantasy, in imagination, you are making love, but the body can release sexual energy and even a deep orgasm can be felt. What is happening? How is the body deceived? The body cannot know what is real and what is unreal. Once you start doing something, the body thinks it is real and it starts behaving in a real way. Psychodrama is a technique based on such methods. You are not angry, you are simply acting angry and then you get into it. But psychodrama is beautiful because you know that you are simply acting, and then on the periphery anger becomes real, and just behind it, you are hidden and looking at it. Now you know that you are not disturbed, but the anger is there, the disturbance is there, the disturbance is there, and yet the disturbance is not. This feeling of two forces working simultaneously gives you a transcendence, and then in real anger also you can feel it. Once you know how to feel it, you can feel it in real situations also. Use this technique. This will change your total life. Once you know how to remain undisturbed, the world is not misery for you. Then nothing can create any confusion in you, really. Nothing can hurt you. Now there is no suffering for you, and once you know it, you can do another thing. Gurdjieff used to do it. He was able to change his face at any moment. He would be laughing, he would be smiling, he would be looking happy with you, and suddenly he would become angry without any cause. And it is reported about him that he became so proficient at this art that if two persons were sitting near him, one on each side, he could be angry with half of his face, and he could be smiling with the other half of his face. Then one person would report, "What a beautiful man Gurdjieff is," and the other would say, "What an ugly man." He would look at one person from one side smiling, and he would look at the other side angrily. Once you can detach your center from the periphery, you can do it. Once the center is detached completely, if you can remain undisturbed in anger, in desire, you can play with desires, with anger, with disturbances. This technique is to create a feeling of two extremes within you. They are there, two polar opposites are there. Once you become aware of this polarity, you become for the first time a master of yourself. Otherwise, others are your masters. You are just a slave. Your wife knows, your son knows, your father knows, your friends know that you can be pushed and pulled, you can be disturbed, you can be made happy and unhappy. If someone else can make you happy and unhappy, you are not a master, you are just a slave. The other has a hold. Just by a single gesture he can make you unhappy. Just by a small smile he can make you happy, so you are just at the mercy of someone else. The other can do anything to you. And if this is the situation, then all your reactions are simply reactions, not actions. You simply react. If someone insults you and you become angry, your anger is not an action, it is a reaction. If someone appreciates you and you start smiling and feeling good, great. This is a reaction, not an action. Buddha was passing by a village, and some persons gathered there, they were against him, and they insulted him. Buddha listened, and then he said, "I am to reach to the other village in time, so can I go now? If you have said whatsoever you have come to say, if it is finished, then I can move. Or if you have to say something more to me, while returning I will wait here, you can come and tell me." Those persons were just surprised. They couldn't understand. They had been insulting him, using bad words, abusing him, so they said, "But we are not saying something to you, we are abusing and insulting you." Buddha said, "You can do that, but if you want any reaction from me you have come late. 10 years before, if you had come with such words, I would have reacted. But now I have learned how to act, I am a master of myself now. You cannot force me to do anything, so you will have to go back. You cannot disturb me. Nothing can disturb me now because I have known my own center. This knowledge of the center or this grounding in the center makes you a master. Otherwise you are a slave, and a slave of so many, not only of one master but of many. Everything is a master, and you are a slave to the whole universe. Obviously, you will be in trouble. With so many masters pulling you in so many directions and dimensions, you are never together. You are not in a unity and pulled in so many dimensions, you are in anguish. Only a master of oneself can transcend anguish. The second technique, this so-called universe appears as a juggling, a picture show. To be happy, look upon it so. This whole world is just like a drama, so don't be too serious about it. Seriousness will force you into trouble, you will get into trouble. Don't be serious about it. Nothing is serious. This whole world is just a drama, If you can look to the whole world as a drama, you will regain your original consciousness. The dust gathers because you are so serious. That seriousness creates problems, and we are so serious that even while seeing a drama, we gather dust. Go to a picture house and look at the spectators. Don't look at the screen, forget the picture. Don't look at the screen. Just look at the spectators in the hall. Someone will be weeping and tears will be rolling down. Someone will be laughing. Someone will become sexually excited. Just look at people. What are they doing? What is happening to them? And there is nothing on the screen, just pictures, pictures of light and shadow. The screen is vacant. But how are they getting excited? They are weeping, crying, laughing. The picture is not just a picture. The film is not just a film. They have forgotten that it is just a story. They have taken it seriously. It has become alive, it is real. And this is happening everywhere, not only in a picture house. Look at the life that is all around you. What is it? Many people have lived on this earth. Where you are sitting, at least 10 dead bodies are buried in that place, and they too were serious like you. Now they are no more. Where have their lives gone? Where have their problems gone? They were fighting for a single inch of earth, and the earth is there and they are no more. And I am not saying that their problems were not problems. They were as your problems are problems. They were serious problems of life and death. But where are their problems? And if the whole humanity should disappear any day, the earth will be there, the trees will grow, the rivers will flow and the sun will rise, and the earth will not feel any absence or wonder where humanity is. Look at the expanse, look backwards, look forwards, look to all dimensions at what you are, what your life is. It looks like a long dream, and everything that you take so seriously this moment becomes useless the next moment. You may not even remember it. Remember your first love, how serious it was. Life depended on it. Now you don't remember it at all, it is forgotten. And whatsoever you are thinking that your life depends on today will be forgotten. Life is a flux, nothing remains. It is like a moving film, everything changing into everything else. But in the moment you feel it is very serious and you get disturbed. This technique says, this so-called universe appears as a juggling, a picture show. To be happy, look upon it so. In India, we have called this world not a creation of God, but a play, a game, a leela. This concept of leela is beautiful, because creation seems serious. The Christian, the Jewish God is very serious. Even for a single disobedience, Adam was thrown out of the Garden of Eden, and not only was he thrown out, because of him, the whole humanity. He was our Father, and we are suffering because of him. God seems to be so serious, he should not be disobeyed. And if he is disobeyed, he is going to take revenge, and the revenge has been so long. The sin doesn't seem to be so serious. Really, Adam committed it because of God's own foolishness. God the Father said to Adam, "Don't go near the tree of knowledge, and don't eat its fruit." This prohibition becomes an invitation, and this is psychological. In that big garden, only that tree of knowledge became attractive. It was prohibited. Any psychologist can say, God committed an error. If the fruit of that tree was not to be eaten, it was good not to talk about it at all. There was no possibility of Adam reaching to that tree, and the whole humanity would have been in the garden. But this saying, this order, don't eat, created the trouble. This don't created the whole trouble. Because Adam disobeyed, he was thrown out of heaven, and the revenge seems so long. And Christians say Jesus was crucified just to redeem us from that sin that Adam committed. So the whole Christian concept of history hangs on two persons, Adam and Jesus. Adam committed the sin, and Jesus suffered to redeem us from it and allowed himself to be crucified. He suffered so that Adam's sin may be forgiven. But it doesn't seem that God has forgiven yet. Jesus was crucified, but humanity goes on suffering in the same way. The very concept of God as a father is ugly, serious. The Indian concept is not of a creator. God is just a player. He is not serious, this is just a game. Rules are there, but rules of a game. You need not be serious about them. Nothing is sin, only error, and you suffer because of error, not because God punishes you. You suffer because of the rules you don't follow. God is not punishing you. The whole concept of Leela gives life a dramatic color. It becomes a long drama. And this technique is based on this concept. This so-called universe appears as a juggling, a picture show. To be happy, look upon it so. If you are unhappy, you have taken it too seriously. And don't try to find any way how to be happy. Just change your attitude. You cannot be happy with a serious mind. With a festive mind, you can be happy. Take this whole life as a myth, as a story. It is one, but once you take it this way, you will not be unhappy. Unhappiness comes out of too much seriousness. Try for 7 days. For 7 days, remember only one thing, that the whole world is just a drama, and you will not be the same again. Just for 7 days. You are not going to lose much because you don't have anything to lose. You can try it. For 7 days, take everything as a drama, just as a show. These 7 days will give you many glimpses of your Buddha nature, of your inner purity. And once you have the glimpse, you cannot be the same again. You will be happy, and you cannot conceive of what type of happiness can happen to you because you have not known any happiness. You have known only degrees of unhappiness. Sometimes you were more unhappy, sometimes less unhappy, and when you were less unhappy, you called it happiness. You don't know what happiness is because you cannot know. When you have a concept of the world in which you are taking it very seriously, you cannot know what happiness is. Happiness happens only when you are grounded in this attitude, that the world is just a play. So try this, and do everything in a very festive way, celebrating, doing an act, not a real thing. If you are a husband, be a play husband. If you are a wife, be a play wife. Make it just a game, and there are rules, of course. Any game to be played needs rules. Marriage is a rule and divorce is a rule, but don't be serious about them. They are rules, and one rule begets another. Divorce is bad. Because marriage is bad, one rule begets another. But don't take them seriously, and then look how the quality of your life immediately changes. Go to your home this night, and behave with your wife or husband or your children as if you are doing a part in a drama, and see the beauty of it. If you are playing a part, you will try to be efficient, but you will not get disturbed. There is no need. You will do the part and go to sleep. But remember, it is a part, and for 7 days continuously follow this attitude. Then happiness can happen to you, and once you know what happiness is, you need not move into unhappiness, because it is your choice. You are unhappy because you have chosen a wrong attitude towards life. You can be happy if you choose a right attitude. Buddha pays so much attention to right attitude. He makes it a base, a foundation. Right attitude. What is right attitude? What is the criterion? To me, this is the criterion. The attitude that makes you happy is the right attitude, and there is no objective criterion. The attitude that makes you unhappy and miserable is the wrong attitude. The criterion is subjective. Your happiness is the criterion. The third technique, O beloved, put attention neither on pleasure nor on pain, but between these. Everything is polar, and mind moves from one polarity to another, never staying in between. Have you known any moment when you were neither happy nor unhappy? Have you known any moment when you were neither healthy nor sick? Have you known any moment when you were neither this nor that, when you were just in between, just in the middle? Right in the middle, mind moves from one pole to another immediately. If you are happy, sooner or later you will move to unhappiness, and you will move immediately. The happiness will disappear, and you will be unhappy. If you are feeling good, sooner or later you will feel bad, and there is no point where you stay in between. You move immediately from this to that. Just like the pendulum of an old clock, you move from left to right, from right to left, and the pendulum goes on moving. There is a secret law. When the pendulum is going to the left, it appears to be going to the left, but it is gathering momentum to go right. When it is going to the left, it is gathering energy, momentum to go right. When it is going right, it is gathering momentum to go left, so what appears is not the whole. When you are becoming happy, you are gathering momentum to be unhappy. So whenever I see you laughing, the moment is not far away when you will be weeping. In Indian villages, the mothers know this, so when a child starts laughing too much they say, "Stop him. Otherwise he will weep." It is bound to be so. If a child is so much happy, the next step can be nothing but unhappiness. Thus they stop him. Otherwise he will be unhappy. But the same applies to the reverse, and that is not known. When a child is weeping and you try to stop him, you are not only stopping his weeping. You are stopping his next step. He cannot be happy now. When a child is weeping, allow him. Help him to weep more so that when weeping is finished he has gathered momentum. Now he can move to the right, he can be happy. Now psychoanalysts say that when a child is weeping and screaming, don't stop him, don't try to persuade him, don't distract him, don't try to focus his mind somewhere else. Don't bribe him to stop. Don't do anything. just remain silent near him and allow him to weep and cry and scream so that he can move easily to happiness. Otherwise, neither will he be able to weep nor will he be able to be happy. That is how we all have become. We cannot do anything. The smile is half-hearted, the tear is also half-hearted. Everything is confusion. But this is the natural law of mind. It moves from one pole to another. This technique is to change this natural law, O beloved. Put attention neither on pleasure nor on pain, but between these. Any of the polarities can be chosen, and try to be just in between. What can you do to be in between? How will you be in between? One thing: when pain is there, what can you do? When pain is there, you want to escape from it, you don't want it. You try to go away from it. Your effort is to go to the opposite, to be happy, to be joyful. When there is happiness, what do? Your effort is to cling to it so that the other pole may not enter to cling to it. When happiness is there, you cling. When pain is there, you escape. This is the natural attitude. If you want to change this natural law and transcend it, when pain is there, don't try to escape. Remain with it. You will disturb the whole natural mechanism. You have a headache, remain with it. Close your eyes, meditate on the headache. Remain with it, don't do anything, just be a witness. Don't try to escape. When happiness is there and you are feeling especially blissful in any particular moment, don't cling to it. Close your eyes and remain a witness to it all. Clinging or escaping are natural for the dust-covered mind. If you remain a witness, sooner or later you will fall in between, because the natural law is to move to the polarity, to the polar opposite. If you remain a witness, you are in between. Buddha has called his whole philosophy Majjhima Nikaya, the middle way, because of this technique. He says remain in the middle always. No matter what the polarity, remain always in the middle. By witnessing, one remains in the middle. The moment you lose your witnessing, you either become attached or repulsed. If you are repulsed, you will go to the other extreme. If you are attached, you will try to remain at this extreme, but you will never be in between, just be a witness. Don't be attracted, don't be repulsed. The headache is there. Accept it. It is there as a fact. As a tree is there, as the house is there, as the night is there, the headache is there. Accept it and close your eyes. Don't try to escape from it. You are happy. Accept the fact. Don't cling to it and don't try not to become unhappy. Don't try anything. If unhappiness comes, allow it. If happiness comes, allow it. Just remain a watcher on the hill, just seeing things. The morning comes and then evening comes and then the sun rises, and then the sun sets and there are stars and darkness, and again the sun rises and you are just a watcher on the hill. You cannot do anything. You simply see. The morning has come. You note the fact, and you know that now the evening will come because the evening follows the morning. And when the evening comes, you note the fact, and you know that now the morning will be coming because the morning follows the evening. When pain is there, you are just a watcher. You know that pain has come, and sooner or later it will go, and the polar opposite will come. And when happiness has come, you know that it is not going to remain always. Unhappiness will be just hidden somewhere. It will be coming, you remain a watcher. If you can watch without attraction and without repulsion, you will fall in the middle, and once the pendulum stops in the middle, you can look for the first time at what the world is. While you are moving, you cannot know what the world is. Your movement confuses everything. Once you are not moving, you can look at the world. For the first time, you know what reality is. A non-moving mind knows what reality is. A moving mind cannot know what reality is. Your mind is just like a camera, you go on moving and taking shots. But whatsoever comes is just a confusion because the camera must not move. If the camera is moving, the pictures are going to be just a confusion. Your consciousness is moving from one pendulum to another, and whatsoever you know of reality is just a confusion, a nightmare. You don't know what is what. Everything is confused, mist. If you remain in the middle and the pendulum has stopped, if your consciousness is focused now, centered, then you know what reality is. Only a mind that is unmoving can know what the truth is. O beloved, put attention neither on pleasure nor on pain, but between these. The fourth technique: objects and desires exist in me as in others. So accepting, let them be transformed. This technique can be very helpful. When you are angry, you always justify your anger, but when someone else gets angry, you always criticize. Your madness is natural, but others' madness is just perversion. Whatsoever you do is good, or even if it was not good, it was necessary to do. You always find some rationalization for it. The same is done by others, but then the same rationalization is not given. If you are angry, you say it was necessary to help the other. If you were not angry, the other would have been destroyed. He would have got a wrong habit, so it was good to give him punishment. It was just for his good. But when someone gets angry at you, the same rationalization is not applicable. Then he is mad, he is evil. We have double standards, one standard for oneself, and another standard for everyone else. This double standard mind is going to be in deep misery always. This mind is not just, and unless your mind is just, you cannot have a glimpse of the truth. Only a just mind can leave this double standard. Jesus says, "Don't do to others what you would not like done to you." This means a similar standard is needed. This technique is based on the idea of a single standard. Objects and desires exist in me as in others. You are not exceptional, although everyone thinks he is exceptional. If you think you are exceptional, know well this is how every ordinary mind thinks. To know that one is ordinary is the most extraordinary thing in this world. Someone asked Suzuki about his teacher what was exceptional in your teacher. Suzuki was a Zen master, so he said, "The only thing I will never forget is this, that I have never seen a man who thought himself so ordinary." He was just ordinary, and that is the most extraordinary thing, because every ordinary mind thinks he is exceptional, extraordinary, but no one is extraordinary, and if you know this, you become extraordinary. Everyone is just like everyone else. The same desires that hover around you hover around everyone else, but you call your sex love. Others' love you call sex. Whatsoever you do, you protect it. You say it is good. That is why you are doing it, and the same thing done by others is not the same, and this happens not only to persons. It happens to races, nations. This is why the whole world has become a mess because of this. If India goes on strengthening its army, it is for defense. And if China goes on strengthening its army, it is for attack. Every government in the world calls its military organization defense. Then who attacks? If everyone is defending, who is the aggressor? If you move into history, you cannot find anyone who is an aggressor. Of course, the defeated ones prove to be aggressors. The defeated ones always prove to be aggressors because they cannot write history. The victorious ones write history. If Hitler could have won, then the history would have been different. Then he would have been the savior of the world, not the aggressor. Then Churchill and Roosevelt and the other allies would have been the aggressors, and it would have been good if they were destroyed. But because Hitler couldn't win, he was the aggressor, and Churchill and Roosevelt and Stalin and the other allies saved humanity. Not only with persons, but with everything we do as nations, as races, the same logic moves. We are something different and the other is different. No one is different. A religious mind knows that everyone is the same, so if you give rationalizations for yourself, please give the same rationalizations to others also. If you criticize others, then apply that same criticism to yourself. Don't create two standards. One standard will transform your being totally, because with one standard you become just, and for the first time you can look straight into reality as it is. Objects and desires exist in me as in others. So accepting, let them be transformed, accept them, and they will be transformed. What are we doing? We accept that they exist in others. Whatsoever is wrong exists in others. Whatsoever is right exists in you. Then how can you be transformed? You are already transformed. You think that you are already good and everyone else is bad. The world needs a transformation, not you. That is why there are always leaders, movements, prophets. They go on crying from the rooftops to change the world, to create a revolution, and we have been making revolutions and nothing changes. Man remains the same and the earth remains in the same misery. Only faces and labels change, but misery continues. It is not a question of how to change the world. The world is not wrong. You are wrong. The question is how to change yourself, how to change myself, is the religious quest, how to change everyone else, is political, but the politician thinks he is okay. Really, he is the model of how the whole world should be. He is the model, he is the ideal, and it is up to him to change the whole. Whatsoever the religious man sees in everyone else he sees in himself also. If there is violence, he immediately wonders whether the violence exists in him or not. If there is greed, if he sees greed somewhere, his first reflection is over whether the same greed is in him or not. And the more he searches, the more he finds that he is the source of all evil. then it is not a question of how to change the world. It is a question of how to change oneself, and the change starts the moment you accept one's standard. Then you are already changing. Don't condemn others. I don't mean condemn yourself, no. Just don't condemn others. And if you are not condemning others, you will have a deep compassion for them, because the same problems are there. If someone commits a sin in the eyes of the society, you start condemning him, never thinking that you also have the seed to commit that sin within you. If someone commits a murder, you condemn him, but have you not always been thinking to kill someone, to murder? Is not the potential seed there always? The man who has committed murder was not a murderer a moment before, but the seed was there. And the seed is with you also. A moment later, who knows, you may be a murderer. So don't condemn him. Rather, accept. Then you will feel a deep compassion for him, because whatsoever he has done any man is capable of doing. You are capable of doing it. A non-condemning mind will have compassion. A non-condemning mind will have a deep acceptance. He knows that this is how humanity is, and that this is how I am. Then the whole world will become just a reflection of your own self. It will become a mirror. Then every face becomes a mirror for you. You look at yourself in every face. Objects and desires exist in me as in others. So accepting, let them be transformed. Acceptance becomes transformation. This is difficult to understand because we always reject, and then too we cannot transform anything. You have greed, but you reject it. No one wants to think of himself as greedy. You are sexual, but you reject it. No one wants to feel oneself as sexual. You are angry, you have anger, but you reject it, you create a facade, and you try to justify it. You never feel that you are angry or that you are anger. But rejection never transforms anything. It simply suppresses, and that which is suppressed becomes more powerful. It moves to your roots, to your unconscious deep down within you, and it begins functioning from there. And from that darkness of the unconscious, it becomes more powerful. You cannot accept it now because you are not even conscious of it. Acceptance brings everything up. There is no need to suppress. You know you are greedy, you know you have anger, you know you are sexual, and you accept them as natural facts without any condemnation. There is no need to suppress them. They come to the surface of the mind, and from the surface of the mind they can be thrown very easily. From the deep center they cannot be thrown. And when they are on the surface you are always aware of them, but when they are in the unconscious you become unaware. And a disease of which you are aware can be cured. A disease of which you are unaware cannot be cured. Bring everything up to the surface. Accept your humanity, your animality. Whatsoever is there, accept it without any condemnation. It is there, and be aware of it. Greed is there. Don't try to make it non-greed, you cannot. And if you try to make it non-greed, you will simply suppress it. Your non-greed will simply be another form of greed and nothing else. Don't try to change it into the other. You cannot change it. If you want to try to change greed, what will you do? And a greedy mind can be attracted only towards the ideal of non-greed if some further greed is possible through it. If someone says that if you leave all your riches you will be allowed in my kingdom of God, then you can even renounce. A further greed becomes possible. This is a bargain. Greed has not to become non-greed. Greed is to be transcended, you cannot change it. How can a violent mind become non-violent? If you force yourself to be non-violent, this will be a violence to yourself. You cannot change one into another, you can simply be aware and accepting. Accept greed as it is. By acceptance is not meant that there is no need to transform it. By acceptance is meant only that you accept the fact, the natural fact, as it is. Then move in life knowing well that greed is there. Do whatsoever you are doing, remembering well that greed is there. This awareness will transform you. It transforms because knowingly you cannot be greedy, knowingly you cannot be angry. For anger, for greed, for violence, unawareness is a basic requirement. Just as you cannot knowingly take poison, just as knowingly you cannot put your hand into a flame, unknowingly you can put it. If you don't know what a flame is, what fire is, you can put your hand in it. But if you know that fire burns, you cannot put your hand in it. The more your knowingness grows, the more greed becomes a fire and anger becomes poison. They simply become impossible. Without any suppression, they disappear. And when greed disappears without any ideal of non-greed, it has a beauty of its own. When violence disappears without making you non-violent, it has a beauty of its own. Otherwise, a non-violent man is deeply violent. That violence is there hidden, and you can have a glimpse of it from his non-violence also. He will force his non-violence upon himself and upon others in a very violent way. That violence has become subtle. This sutra says that acceptance is transformation, because through acceptance awareness becomes possible. Chapter 38 Toward the Authentic being the first question. Question 1 In which way does the modernized original mind become identified with the dust of the past knowledge and experience? Mind is pure, and no impurity can enter it. That is impossible. The mind is just the Buddha nature, the ultimate. And when I say mind, I don't mean your mind. I simply mean the mind where no I and you exist. You are the impurity. Just behind you is the original mind. You are the dust. So first try to analyze what you are, and then you will be able to understand how the original mind becomes identified with the past, with memories, with dust. What are you? Right now, if I ask you what you are, you can answer in two ways. One will be a verbal answer, and in that verbal answer you will relate your past. You will say, my name is this. I belong to this family or that, to this religion or that, to this country or that. I am educated or uneducated, rich or poor. These are all past experiences, they are not you. You have been through them, you have passed through them, they have been the passage, but your past goes on accumulating. This will be the verbal answer, but this is not the real answer. This is your mind arguing, the false ego. Right now, if you leave all of your past, if you forget your father, your parents, your family, your religion, your country, all which is accidental, if you forget all that is accidental, and just remain with yourself here and now, then who are you? No name will come to your consciousness. No form, just a simple awareness that you are. You won't be able to say who you are. You will simply say, I am. The moment you answer the who, you move into the past. You are a simple consciousness, a pure mind, an innocent mirror. Right now, this very moment, you are. Who are you? Just a simple awareness that I am. Even the I is not needed. The deeper you move, the more you will feel just amness, existence. This existence is the pure mind, but this existence has no form. This is formless Nirakar. This existence has no name. It is nameless Anam. It will be difficult for you to be introduced by this which you really are. In the society, relating with others, you will need some name, some form. Your past supplies you name and form. That name and form are useful. Without them, it will be difficult to survive. They are needed, but they are not you. They are just labels. Because of this utilitarian need, the original mind becomes identified with name and form. A child is born. He is a simple consciousness, but you have to call him, you have to give him a name. In the beginning, the child will use his own name. He will not say, I am feeling hungry. He will say, Ram is feeling hungry. Ram is his name. He will say, Ram is feeling very angry. Only later on will he learn that this cannot be used in this way. He cannot call himself Ram. Ram is the name that he is to be called by others. Then he will learn the use of I. First he will become identified with Ram, the name that others call him. Then he will become identified with I. This is utilitarian. You need it. Without it, survival will be difficult. Because of this utilitarian necessity, one becomes identified. You can go beyond this identification. And the moment you start going beyond and reclaiming your original consciousness, you have started meditation. And you can start meditation only when you become frustrated with your name and form and the world that belongs to it. Religion starts when you become frustrated, totally frustrated, with the world of name and form, and when the whole thing looks meaningless. Ultimately it is meaningless. This feeling of meaninglessness of the world that is created around name and form makes you uneasy. That uneasiness is the beginning of a religious search. You become uneasy, because with this label, you cannot become totally identified. The label remains a label. You remain what you are. This label covers you a little, but it cannot become your totality, and sooner or later you become fed up with this label. You want to know who you really are, and the moment you ask sincerely, who am I? You are on a different journey. You are transcending. This identification is natural. There is another reason why it is so easy to become identified. This is a room. If I say to you, look at the room, where will you look? You will look at the walls. The walls are not the room is just roominess. It is not the walls are just the boundaries of the space that we call room. But if I tell you to look at the room, you will look at the walls because the roominess cannot be looked at. You are just inner space. Your name and form are the walls. They give you a boundary, they give you a definition, they give you a definite place. You can be identified with that definiteness. Otherwise, you are just a zero, shunya, a nothingness. That nothingness is there, that inner space is there. Look at it in this way. You breathe in, you breathe out. If you breathe in and breathe out silently and there is no thinking in the mind, if you are simply sitting under a tree breathing in and breathing out, what will you feel? You will feel that there is outer space, there is inner space. The breath comes into the inner space, the breath moves out to the outer space, but where are you? There are simply two spaces. Your throat is just a door, a swinging door. When the breath comes in, the breath forces the door and moves in. When the breath goes out, it again forces the door and goes out. Your throat is just a swinging door, and there are two spaces, the outer and the inner. And if this door is broken, then there are not even two spaces, just one space. You will become afraid if you feel a nothingness within. You want to be something definable, definite. There is no one who is definite inside. The outer space is infinite, and the inner space is also infinite. That is why Buddha insisted that there is no soul, no Atman. You are just a vacant space, infinite. It is difficult to feel oneself as this infinite space unless you make an arduous effort. One becomes identified with the boundaries. It is easier to feel oneself that way with the boundaries. Your name is just a boundary. Your body is just a boundary. Your thoughts are just a boundary. For outer utility, for your own convenience also, you become identified. Then, once you become identified, accumulation goes on and on and on, and with accumulation you feel a fulfillment of the ego. You are identified with your riches, then you go on accumulating. You have a feeling you are growing greater, bigger. You have a big house, then a bigger house, then a still bigger house, so you feel that you are getting bigger and bigger, and that is how greed is born. Greed is nothing but an expansion, an effort to expand the ego. But howsoever great you become in your ego, you can never become infinite, and you are infinite within. If you can look into the nothingness, you are infinite within. That is why ego is never satisfied. Ultimately, it is frustrating. It cannot become infinite. It will remain finite. This is how one always has a spiritual discontent. You are infinite. Nothing less will be helpful for you, and nothing less will ever satisfy you. But every boundary is going to be finite. It is needed, it is necessary in a way, useful, but it is not true. It is not the truth. This inner mirror, this inner mind, is pure consciousness, just consciousness. Just look at the light. You say the room is filled with light, but how do you see the light? You have never seen light itself, you cannot see it. You always see something lighted. Light falls on the walls, light falls on the books, light falls on other persons. It is reflected on those objects. Because you can see objects, you say light is there. When you cannot see objects, you say there is darkness. You have never seen light pure in itself. It is always seen reflected on some object. Consciousness is even purer than light. It is the purest possibility in existence. If you become totally silent, all boundaries disappear, and you will not be able to say who you are. You simply are, because there is no object you can feel yourself to be in contrast with. You cannot say that you are a subject, soul, or even a consciousness. Because of this purity of consciousness, you always know yourself through something else. You cannot know yourself directly, so when you create boundaries, you feel that you know yourself. With a name you feel you know yourself. With your riches you feel you know yourself. Something around you becomes the boundary, and the pure consciousness is reflected back. When Buddha attained enlightenment, he said, "I am no more." When you attain to that state, you will also say, "I am no more," because without a boundary how can you be? When Shankara attained, he said, "I am all." Both mean the same. If you are the all, you are no more. All or nothing, only two possibilities are there. But in both the possibilities you are not. If you are all, the Brahman, then you are not. If you are not, totally a nothingness, then too you are not. Because of this, it is a necessary part of life to become identified. And it is good, because unless you become identified, you cannot become unidentified. Unless you become identified, you cannot become unidentified. At least once, one has to become identified. It is like this: if you are born healthy and have never been ill, you will never be aware of your health. You cannot be, because awareness of health needs a background of disease and illness. You will have to fall ill to know that you were healthy or what health is. The other pole will be needed. Eastern esoteric science says this is why the world is. so that you can experience that you are divine. The world gives a contrast. Go into a school, and you will see that the teacher is writing on a blackboard with white chalk. He can write on a whiteboard too, but then it will be meaningless because it will be invisible. It won't be seen. Only on a blackboard can one write with white chalk so that it is seen. The blackboard is a necessity for the white writing to become visible. The world is just a blackboard, and you become visible because of it. This is an inherent polarity, and it is good. That is why in the East we have never said that the world is bad. We take it just as a school, a training. It is good because only in contrast will you be able to know your purity. When you come into the world, you become identified. With identification you enter. The world starts, so you will have to fall ill to know your inner health. This has been a basic question all over the world. Why is this world there? Why is it at all? Many answers have been given, but those answers are just superfluous. Only this attitude seems to be very deep and meaningful, that the world is just a background. Without it, you cannot become aware of your inner consciousness. I will tell you one story. One man, very rich, the richest in his country, became disturbed, became frustrated. He felt that life was meaningless. He had everything that could be purchased, but all that could be purchased proved meaningless. Only something that could not be purchased could have real meaning. He had everything he could purchase. He could have purchased the whole world, but what to do now? He was frustrated, and deep discontent was within. So he gathered all his valuables, ornaments, gold, jewels, everything, into a big bag, and he started on a journey just to find a man who could give him something valuable, a glimpse of happiness. Then B would present his whole life's earnings to him. He went from one teacher to another, traveled and traveled, but no one was able to give him even a glimpse, and he was ready to give everything, his whole kingdom. Then he reached a village and asked for Mullah Nasruddin, who was a fakir living there. A village man told him, "Mullah Nasruddin is just sitting outside the town, meditating under a tree. You go there, and if he cannot give you a glimpse of happiness, then forget it. Then you can go to all the corners of the world, but you will never get it. If this man cannot give you a glimpse, then there is no possibility." So the man was very excited. He came to Nasruddin, who was sitting under a tree. The sun was setting. The man said, "I have come for this purpose. My whole life's earnings are here in this bag, and I will give them to you if you can give me a glimpse of happiness." Mullah Nasruddin listened. The evening was descending. It was becoming dark. Without answering him, Mullah Nasruddin snatched the bag from the rich man and ran away. Of course, the rich man followed him, crying, weeping, and screaming. The village streets were known to Mullah Nasruddin. They were not known to the rich man, as he was a stranger, so he couldn't find him. From all over the village, people from the whole village started following them. Nasruddin was just running round and round. The man was mad. He was crying, "I have been robbed of all my life's riches. I am a poor man. I have become a beggar." He was weeping, weeping like anything. Then Nasruddin reached the same tree, and he just put the bag before the tree and went behind the tree to hide there. The man came there, he fell on the bag, and started weeping in happiness. Nasruddin looked from behind the tree and said, "Are you happy, man? Have you had a little glimpse?" The man said, "I am as happy as anyone can be on this earth." What happened? To have a peak, a valley is needed. To feel happiness, unhappiness is needed. To know the divine, the world is needed. The world is just a valley. The man was the same, the bag was the same. Nothing new had happened. But now he said that he was happy as anyone can be on this earth, and just a few minutes before he was miserable. Nothing had changed. The man was the same, the bag was the same, the tree was the same. Nothing had changed, but the man was now happy, dancing. The contrast had happened. Consciousness becomes identified because through identification the world is, and through the world you can regain yourself. When Buddha attained, he was asked, "What have you achieved?" He said, "Nothing. On the contrary, I have lost much. I have not attained anything because now I know that whatsoever I have attained was always there. It was my nature. It was never taken away from me, so I have not achieved anything. I have achieved that which was already there, which was already achieved. I have lost only my ignorance. Identification is ignorance. It is part of this great play, this cosmic Leela, this cosmic play that you will have to lose yourself to find yourself again. This losing yourself is just a way, and the only way, to regain yourself. If you have lost too much already, you can regain. If you have not yet lost yourself enough, you will have to lose more. And nothing can be done before that. No help is possible before that. Unless you are lost completely in the valley, in the darkness, in the samsara, in the world, nothing can be done. Lose so that you can gain. This looks paradoxical, but this is how the world is, how the very process is. The second question, question 2, if one begins to feel that life is a psychodrama, then one also feels detached and lonely. Thus, the intensity, sincerity, and depth of living is lost. Please suggest what to do in this situation. What then is the right attitude toward life? If one begins to feel that life is a psychodrama, then one also feels detached and lonely. Then feel it. Why create a problem? If you feel detached and lonely, then feel it. But we go on creating problems. Whatsoever happens, we will create a problem out of it. Feel lonely and detached, and if you can be at ease with your loneliness, it will disappear. If you start doing something with it to transcend it, it will never disappear. It will remain there. Now, a modern trend in psychology and psychoanalysis says that anything can disappear if you remain with it without creating any problems. And this has been one of the oldest teachings of Tantra. For the last 10 or 12 years, in Japan, a small psychotherapeutic technique has been in use. Western psychoanalysts and psychiatrists have been studying it. It is a Zen therapy, and it is wonderful. If someone goes neurotic or psychotic, that man or woman is simply put into a lonely room, and he or she is told, remain with yourself, whatsoever you are, neurotic. Okay, then be neurotic and live with it, and the doctors do not interfere. Food is provided, needs will be fulfilled, attention will be given, but there is no interference. The patient has to live with himself, and within 10 days he starts changing. Western psychoanalysis works for years, and basically nothing changes. What happens to this Zen patient? There is no interference from outside. There is just acceptance of the fact that okay, you are neurotic. Nothing can be done. Zen says that one tree is small and another tree is very big. So okay, one is small, another is big, and nothing can be done. Once you accept a thing, you are already transcending it. One of the most original psychiatrists of England, R.D. Lang, has now proposed that if we can leave a madman to himself, just paying loving attention to him, fulfilling his needs and not interfering with him, he will get over his madness within 3 or 4 weeks. His proposal is that no madness can last for more than 10 days if it is not interfered with. If you interfere, then you prolong the process. What happens when you are not interfering in anything? You feel lonely. So feel lonely, it is how you are. But when you feel lonely, you start doing something, and then you are divided. Then one part of you feels lonely, and another part tries to change it. This is absurd. It is just pulling yourself up by your legs or the strings of your shoes pulling yourself up to the sky. Absurd, you are lonely, so what can you do? There is no one else to do anything, you are alone, so be lonely. This is your fate. This is how you are. What will happen if you accept it? If you accept it, your fragmentariness will disappear. You will become one, you will be whole, not divided. If you are depressed, so be depressed. Don't do anything, and what can you do? Whatsoever you do will be done out of depression, so it will create more confusion. You can pray to God, but you will pray so depressingly that you will even make God depressed through your prayers. Don't do that violence. Your prayer is going to be a depressed prayer. You can meditate, but what will you do? The depression will be there. Because you are depressed, whatsoever you do, the depression will follow. More confusion will be created, more frustration, because you cannot succeed. And when you cannot succeed, you will feel more depressed, and this can go on ad infinitum. It is better to remain with the first depression than to create a second circle and then a third circle. Remain with the first. The original is beautiful. The second will be false, and the third will be a far-off echo. Don't create these. The first is beautiful, you are depressed, so this is how existence is happening to you at this moment. You are depressed, so remain with it, wait and watch. You cannot be depressed for long because in this world nothing is permanent. This world is a flux. This world cannot change its basic law for you so that you remain depressed forever. Nothing is here forever. Everything is moving and changing. Existence is a river. It cannot stop for you just for you so that you remain depressed forever. It is moving, it has already moved. If you look at your depression, you will feel that even your depression is not the same the next moment. It is different, it is changing. Just watch, remain with it, and don't do anything. This is how transformation happens through non-doing. This is what is meant by effortless effort. Feel depression, taste it deeply, live it. It is your fate. Then suddenly you will feel it has disappeared because the man who can accept even depression cannot be depressed. A mind, who can accept even depression cannot remain depressed. Depression needs a non-accepting mind. This is not good, that is not good. This should not be, that should not be, this must not be like this. Everything is denied, rejected, not accepted. No is basic, even happiness will be rejected by such a mind. Such a mind will find something to reject in happiness also. One man came to me just the other day and he said, "Meditation is going deep, and I am feeling very happy, but I am suspicious. This happiness must be illusory because I have never felt any happiness before. I must be in a delusion. So much doubt has come to me. Now, please clarify my doubt." Even if happiness happens to a mind who has been always rejecting, he will feel a doubt about it. He will feel that something has gone wrong. He is happy, so he will feel something has gone wrong. Just by meditating for a few days, this is not possible. A non-accepting mind will not accept anything, but if you can accept your loneliness, your depression, your sadness, you are transcending already. Acceptance is transcendence. You have taken the very ground away, and then the depression cannot stand there. Try this whatsoever your state of mind. Accept it and wait for when the state changes itself. You are not changing it. You can feel the beauty that comes when states change by themselves. You can know that it is just like the sun rising in the morning and then setting in the evening. Then again, it will rise and again it will set, and it will go on. You need not do anything about it. If you can feel your states of mind changing by themselves, you can remain indifferent, you can remain away, miles away, as if the mind is going somewhere else. The sun is rising, setting. The depression is coming, the happiness is coming, going, but you are not in it. It goes and comes by itself. The states come and move. If one begins to feel that life is a psychodrama, then one also feels depressed and lonely, so feel it. Thus, the intensity, sincerity, and depth of living is lost. Let it be lost, because the sincerity and depth that can be lost was not real. It was pseudo, false, and it is better that the false thing is lost. How can a real depth be lost? The very definition of a real depth is that it cannot be lost, no matter what you do. If you can disturb a Buddha, then he is not a Buddha. Whatsoever you do, he remains undisturbed. That unconditional undisturbance is the Buddha nature. The real cannot be lost. The real is always unconditional. If I love you and I say, "Don't be angry," otherwise my love will be lost, then the sooner such a love is lost, the better. If the love is real, whatsoever you do makes no difference. The love will remain, and only then does it have any worth. So if just by looking at the world as a psychodrama, as a drama, your intensity, your depth of living is lost, then it is not worth preserving. It was false. Why is it lost? Because it was really an act in a drama, and you were thinking that it was real, so you felt it was deeper. Now you know it was just a drama. If it was just a drama, and the sincerity is lost, the sincerity was false. You were thinking it was real, and it was not real. Just by looking at life as a drama, it disappeared. It is just as if a rope was there lying in a dark room, and you felt that it was a snake, but there was no snake. Now you come with a lamp, and with the lamp the snake is lost and only the rope remains. If with the lamp the snake is lost, then it was never there. If you look at life as a drama, that which is false will be lost, and that which is real will, for the first time, appear in you. Wait. Let the false be lost and wait. There will be a gap, an interval, before the false disappears and the real comes. There will be a gap. When false shadows will have disappeared completely, and your eyes will not be filled by them, and your eyes will have become detached from the false shadows, you will be able to look at the real that was always there. But one has to wait. Please suggest what to do in this situation. Nothing. Please don't do anything. You have created a mess because of too much of your doing. You are such a good doer. You have confused everything around you, not only for yourself, but for others also. Be a non-doer. That will be compassion towards yourself. Be compassionate. Don't do anything, because with a false mind, a confused mind, everything becomes more confused. With a confused mind, it is better to wait and not to do anything so that the confusion disappears. It will disappear. Nothing is permanent in this world. You need only a deep patience. Don't be in a hurry. I will tell you one story. Buddha was traveling through a forest. The day was hot. It was just midday. He felt thirsty, so he said to his disciple Ananda, "Go back. We crossed a little stream. You go back and fetch some water for me." Ananda went back, but the stream was very small and some carts were passing through it. The water was disturbed and had become dirty. All the dirt that had settled in it had come up, and the water was not drinkable now. So Ananda thought, I shall have to go back. He came back and he said to Buddha, that water has become absolutely dirty and it is not drinkable. Allow me to go ahead. I know there is a river just a few miles away from here. I will go and fetch water from there. Buddha said, no, you go back to the same stream. As Buddha had said this, Ananda had to follow it, but he followed it with half a heart as he knew that the water would not be brought. And time was being unnecessarily wasted and he was feeling thirsty, but when Buddha said it he had to go. Again he came back and he said, why did you insist? That water is not drinkable. Buddha said, you go again. And as Buddha said it, Ananda had to follow. The third time he reached the stream, the water was as clear as it had ever been. The dust had flowed away, the dead leaves had gone, and the water was pure again. Then Ananda laughed. He brought the water and he came dancing. He fell at Buddha's feet and he said, your ways of teaching are miraculous. You have taught me a great lesson that just patience is needed and nothing is permanent. And this is Buddha's basic teaching: nothing is permanent. Everything is fleeting, so why be so worried? Go back to the same stream. By now everything should have changed. Nothing remains the same. Just be patient, go again and again and again. Just a few moments, and the leaves will have gone and the dirt will have settled again and the water will be pure again. Ananda also asked Buddha, when he was going back for the second time, you insist that I go, but can I do something to make that water pure? Buddha said, please don't do anything. Otherwise you will make it more impure, and don't enter the stream. Just be outside, wait on the bank. Your entering the stream will create a mess. The stream flows by itself, so allow it to flow. Nothing is permanent. Life is a flux. Heraclitus has said that you cannot step twice in the same river. It is impossible to step twice in the same river because the river has flowed on. Everything has changed. And not only has the river flowed on, you have also flowed on. You are also different. You are also a river flowing. See this impermanency of everything. Don't be in a hurry. Don't try to do anything, just wait. Wait in a total non-doing. And if you can wait, the transformation will be there. This very waiting is a transformation. The third question 3. The practice of witnessing makes me quiet, still, and silent. But then the friends around me say that I have become serious. There seems to be some substance in what they say. Please explain how one can grow simultaneously in stillness and playfulness. If you have really become silent, you will not pay attention to what others are saying. If others' opinions are still important, you are not silent. Really, you are waiting for them to say something, or for them to approve and appreciate that you have become silent. Your silence needs their approval, you need them to certify it. Then you are not confident that you have become silent. Others' opinions are meaningful only because you don't know anything. Opinion is never knowledge. You go on gathering others' opinions because you don't know what you are, who you are, what is happening to you. You have to ask others. What is happening to me? You have to ask others. If you are really silent, quiet, still, then there are no friends and no opinion is meaningful. Then you can laugh. Let them say whatsoever they say. But you become affected. Whatsoever they say goes deep in you. You become disturbed. Your silence is false, forced, cultivated. It is not a spontaneous flowering within you. You may have forced yourself to be silent, but you were boiling within. Then the silence is just on the surface. If someone says you are not silent, or if someone says this is not good, or if someone says this is false, then you are disturbed and the silence is gone. The silence is gone. That is why you are asking me this. There seems to be some substance in what they say. You have become serious. So what is wrong in being serious? If you are born serious to be serious, you will be serious. You cannot force playfulness. Otherwise, your playfulness will be serious, and you will destroy the whole play. There are serious players. They get so serious in their games and plays that it becomes even more anxiety-creating. I was reading the memoirs of someone who was a great industrialist, much worried with day-to-day problems. Someone suggested golf, play golf. That will be anxiety-reducing. He started playing golf, but he was the same man. He became so excited about his golf that he couldn't sleep. He was playing the whole night. The industry was a burden. And now golf became a second burden and a stronger one. He played golf, but with a serious mind, the same mind. If you are serious, you are serious. Nothing can be done about it. Be serious and remain serious. Then you have already started being playful. Then you are playful about your seriousness, not serious about it. You take it as a play, so you say, okay, God has given me this role, so I will be a serious man and I will play my seriousness. Then it will have disappeared deep down. You understand me, you can create seriousness out of your playfulness, or you can create playfulness out of your seriousness. If you are a sad one, a serious one, tell everyone, I am born serious and I am going to remain so, and don't get serious about it. Be. Simply be, and then you can laugh about it and it will disappear, and you will not even become aware of when it has disappeared. And don't pay attention to what others say. This is a disease. They will drive you crazy, the others. Who are these others and why are you so much interested in them? They drive you crazy, and you drive them crazy because you are the other to them. Why pay so much importance to others' opinions? Pay attention to your own experiences and remain true to your own experiences. If you feel good in being serious, it is okay. If you feel you have become quiet and silent and still through your practice of witnessing, why be interested and why be disturbed by what others say? But we are not confident, so we must gather others' opinions. We must go on a signature campaign. You think I have become a Buddha, so please sign. When everyone signs it and you have gathered many signatures, at least the majority, you think you are a Buddha. This is not the way to be an enlightened one. And please explain how one can grow simultaneously in stillness and playfulness. One grows. There has never been any case that is otherwise. One grows simultaneously in stillness and playfulness, but if your stillness is false, then the problem arises. All those who have known silence have always been playful, non-serious. They could laugh, and they could laugh not only at others, they could laugh at themselves. Bodhidharma entered China 1400 years ago from India. He put one of his shoes on his head. One was on one of his feet and one was on his head. The Emperor of China, Wu, had come to welcome him. He became disturbed. There were many, many rumors, of course, that this man was strange, but he was an enlightened one, and the emperor wanted to welcome him to his kingdom. He became disturbed. His courtiers, they also became disturbed. What type of man was this? And he was laughing. It was not good to say anything before others, so when everyone had gone and Bodhidharma, and the emperor retired into Bodhidharma's room, the emperor asked, please tell me, why are you making such a fool of yourself? Why are you carrying one shoe on your head? Bodhidharma laughed and said, because I can laugh at myself, and it is good to show you my reality. I am such a man, and I don't pay more importance to my head than I pay to my feet. Both are the same to me. Higher and lower have disappeared. And moreover, I want to tell you that I don't pay any significance to what others say about me. This is good. The first moment that I entered, I wanted you to know what type of man I am. This Bodhidharma was a rare jewel. Very few have existed who can be compared to him. What was he showing? He is simply showing that on this path of spirituality, you are to go alone as an individual. Society becomes irrelevant. Someone had come to do an interview with George Gurdjieff. The man who came was a big journalist. Gurdjieff's disciples were very much excited because now the story was going to be in a big newspaper, and their master's photo and their master's news was going to be published. They cared very much. They paid much attention to the journalist. They virtually forgot their master, and they hung around the journalist. Then the interview began, but really, it never began. When the journalist asked some questions to Gurdjieff, Gurdjieff said, wait a minute. Just by his side was sitting a lady. Gurdjieff asked, what day is today? The lady said, Sunday. Gurdjieff said, how is that possible? Just the day before it was Saturday, so how can it be Sunday today? Just the other day you said it is Saturday, and now it is Sunday. How after Saturday can Sunday come? The journalist stood up. He said, I am going. This man seems to be mad. All the disciples just couldn't understand what had happened. When the journalist had left, Gurdjieff was laughing. What others say is not relevant. Be authentic to what you feel, but be authentic. If real silence happens to you, you will be able to laugh. It is said about Du Zen, one Zen master, that when he attained enlightenment, many people asked, what did you do after that? He said, I ordered a cup of tea. What is there to do next? Everything is finished. And Du Zen was serious about his playfulness, playful about his seriousness. Really, what remains? Don't pay much attention to what others say and remember only one thing: don't force and cultivate stillness. A cultivated stillness will be serious, ill, tense. But how can a real silence come to you? Try to understand this. You are tense, you are unhappy, you are depressed, angry, greedy, violent. 1,000 diseases are there. Still, you can practice silence. These diseases will be within you, and you can create a layer of silence. You can do transcendental meditation. You can use a mantra. The mantra is not going to change your violence, neither is it going to change your greed. It is not going to change anything deep. The mantra can just give a tranquilizing effect. Just on the periphery, you will feel more silent. This is just a tranquilizer, a sound tranquilizer, and tranquilizing is possible through many ways, many ways. When you repeat a mantra continuously, you become sleepy. Any continuous repetition of a sound creates boredom and sleep. You feel relaxed, but this relaxation is just on the surface. Within, you remain the same. Go on practicing a mantra every day, and you will feel a certain stillness, but not really, because your diseases have not changed. Your personality structure remains the same. It is just whitewashed. Stop the mantra, stop the practice, and all your diseases will come up again. This is happening everywhere. Seekers move from one teacher to another. They go on moving, practicing, and when they stop their practice, they find they are the same. Nothing has happened. Nothing will happen in this way. These are cultivated silences. You have to go on cultivating them. Of course, if you go on cultivating them, they remain with you just like a habit. But if you break the habit, they disappear. A real silence comes not by just using some superficial technique, but by being aware of all that you are, not only being aware, but remaining with the fact of what you are. Remain with the fact. This is very difficult because the mind wants change. How to change violence, how to change depression, how to change unhappiness. The mind seeks change to create somehow a better image in the future. Because of this, one goes on seeking this and that method. Remain with the fact, and don't try to change it. Do this for 1 year. Fix a date, and say that from this date for 1 year, I will not think in terms of change. I will remain with whatsoever I am. I will just be alert and aware. I am not saying that you are not to do anything, but that alertness is the only effort. You have to be alert, not thinking in terms of change. Remaining whatsoever you are, good, bad, or whatsoever. 1 year, with no attitude of change, just being alert. Suddenly one day you will find you are no more the same. Alertness will have changed everything. In Zen, they call it zazen, just sitting and doing nothing. Whatsoever happens, happens. You are just sitting. Zazen means just sitting, doing nothing. In Zen monasteries, monks will sit for years, the whole day. You will think they are meditating, they are not. They are just sitting silently. And by silence, it is not that they are using some mantra to create any silence. They are simply sitting. If a leg goes dead, they feel it, they are alert. If the body feels tired, they are alert, the body feels tired. This is how the body has to feel. If thoughts are moving, they know it. They are not trying to stop them. They are not trying to push them away. They are not doing anything. Thoughts are just there like clouds in the sky, but they know the clouds cannot destroy the sky, they come and go. So thoughts are moving in the sky of consciousness. They come and go. They don't force them, they don't stop them, they don't do anything. They are just alert that the thoughts are moving. Sometimes depression comes, a cloud. Everything becomes shadowy. Sometimes happiness comes, a sunshine. Everything starts dancing, as if flowers have opened all over the consciousness. But they are not disturbed by either this or that, by cloudy weather or by sunshine. They just wait and see that things are moving. They are just sitting on the bank of a river and everything goes on moving. They don't try to change anything. If a bad thought comes, they don't say, "This is bad," because the moment you say, "This is bad," you have agreed to change it. The moment you say, "This is bad," you have pushed it away. You have condemned it, and you would like to change it into something good. They simply say, "This is this, that is that," no condemnation, no evaluation, no justification. Simply watching, witnessing. Sometimes they forget witnessing. Then too they are not disturbed. They know that of course it is so that I forgot to witness. Now I remember and I will witness again. They don't create any problem, they live what is. Years come and go, and they go on sitting and seeing what is. Then one day everything disappears. Just like a dream, everything disappears and you are awakened. This awakening is not a practice thing. This awakening is not cultivated. This awakening is your nature, your basic nature. It has erupted because you could wait patiently and watch, and you didn't create any problems. Remember this as a very basic thing, don't create problems. don't create problems. One lady was here just 2 or 3 days ago. She said, "My mind is sexual, so what can I do?" Someone else came and said, "I feel very inferior. An inferiority complex is there. What can I do?" So I told that man, "You feel inferior, so feel inferior. Know that you feel like that, what to do? There is nothing to do. One feels sexual, so feel sexual. Know that you are sexual." But the moment I say such things to someone, he feels shocked. He had come for a technique to change himself. No one accepts himself. You are such enemies to yourself. You have never had any love for yourself. You have never been at ease with yourself. And this is surprising. You expect everyone to love you, and you yourself cannot even love yourself. You are so against yourself. You would like to shatter yourself in every way and create another. If you were allowed, you would create another man. And you would not be satisfied with that either because you would still remain behind it. Love yourself, accept yourself, and don't create unnecessary problems. And all problems are unnecessary. There are no necessary problems. I have not come across any. Remain with your facticity, and transformation will happen. But it is not a result. You cannot force it to happen. It is a consequence, not a result. If you accept yourself and remain alert, it comes. You cannot force it. You cannot say that I will force it to come. And if you force, a false thing will happen to you. And then that false thing can be disturbed by anyone. The last question for you said that acceptance transforms. But why is it that when I accept my senses and desires, I feel that I have become animalic instead of transformed? This is your transformation. This is your reality. And what is wrong in being an animal? I have not seen a single man who can be compared to any animal. Suzuki used to say, "I love a frog, even a frog, more than a man." Look at a frog sitting near a pond, how meditatively a frog sits. Look at him, how meditative he is, not disturbed by the whole world going on, just sitting and meditating, one with existence. Suzuki said, "When I was unenlightened, I was a man, and when I became enlightened, I became just like a cat." Look at a cat, she knows the secret of how to relax, and she has not read any books about relaxation. How to relax, look at a cat. No man can be a better teacher than a cat. The cat is relaxed and alert. If you relax, you go to sleep. The cat is alert even in her sleep, and the body is so flexible, so relaxed in every moment. What is wrong in being an animal? Man, through his ego, has created comparisons. He says, we are not animals. But no animal would like to be a human being. They are at ease, at home in existence. They are not worried, they are not tense. Of course, they don't create any religion because they don't need to. They don't have any psychoanalysts, not because they are undeveloped, but because they don't need any. What is wrong with animals? Why this condemnation? This condemnation is part of the human ego. Man thinks in terms of being the superior one, the highest in the hierarchy. No animal has consented to this hierarchy. Darwin said that man has evolved out of monkeys, but if you ask monkeys, I'm afraid they will not say that man is an evolution. They will say he is a degradation. Man thinks himself as the center. There is no need for this. This is only egoistic nonsense. If you feel like being an animal, nothing is wrong in it. Be one, and be one totally, and be one with full alertness. That alertness will first uncover your animal because that is your reality. Your humanity is just false, skin deep. Someone insults you, and the animal comes out, not the human being. Someone condemns you, and the animal comes out, not the human being. It is there, and your humanity is just skin deep. If you accept everything, this skin deep humanity will disappear. This is a false thing, and you can become aware of your real animal. And it is good to become aware of reality. If you go on being alert, within this animal you will find the divine. And it is always better to be a real animal than to be an unreal man. Reality is the point. So I am not against animals, I am only against falsities. Don't be a false human being, be a real animal. And with that reality, you will have become authentic, substantial. Now go on being alert, and by you will come to a deeper layer which is more real than the animal, and that is the divine. The divine is not only in you, remember. It is in all animals. It is not only that it is in animals, it is in all the trees, it is in the rocks. The divine is the basic center in everything. You can lose it only by being false, and you can gain it again by being real. Chapter 38, From the Wave to the Cosmic Ocean Sutras, as waves come with water and flames with fire, so the universal waves with us. Wherever your mind is wandering, internally or externally at this very place, when vividly aware through some particular sense, keep in the awareness. Sri Aurobindo says somewhere that the whole life is yoga, and it is so. Everything can become a meditation. And unless everything becomes a meditation, meditation has not happened to you. Meditation cannot be a part, a fragment. Either it is, and when it is you are wholly in it, or it is not. You cannot make a part of your life meditative. That is impossible, and that is what is being tried everywhere. You can become meditative, not a part of you. That is impossible because meditation is a quality of your being. It is just like breathing, you go on breathing whatsoever you are doing. Irrelevant of what you are doing, you go on breathing. Walking, sitting, lying, sleeping, you continue breathing. You cannot arrange it in such a way that sometimes you breathe and sometimes you don't breathe. It is a continuum. Meditation is an inner breathing, and when I say an inner breathing, I mean it literally. It is not a metaphor. Just as you are breathing air, you can breathe consciousness, and once you start breathing consciousness in and out, you are no more just a physical body. And with that start, beginning with a higher breathing, a breathing of consciousness, of life itself, as it were you enter a different realm, a different dimension. That dimension is metaphysics. Your breathing is physical. Meditation is metaphysical. So you cannot make a part of your life meditative. You cannot meditate in the morning and then forget it. You cannot go to a temple or to a church and meditate there and come out of your meditation as you come out of the temple. That is not possible, and if you try it you will be trying a false thing. You can enter a church and you come out of it, but you cannot enter meditation and come out of it. When you enter, you have entered. Wherever you go now, meditation will be you. This is one of the basic, primary, elemental facts to be remembered always. Secondly, you can enter meditation from anywhere because the whole life is in a deep meditation. The hills are meditating, the stars are meditating, the flowers, the trees, the elements are meditating, the very earth is meditating. The whole life is meditating, and you can enter it from anywhere. Anything can become an entrance. This has been used. That is why there are so many techniques. That is why there are so many religions. That is why one religion cannot understand another because their entrances are different. And sometimes there are religions which are not known even by the name of religion. You will not recognize certain persons as religious because their entrance is so different. For example, a poet. A poet can enter meditation without going to any teacher, without going to any temple, without in any way being religious, so-called religious. His poetry, his creativity, can become an entrance. He can enter through it. Or a potter who is just creating earthen pots can enter meditation just by creating earthen pots. The very craft can become an entry. Or an archer can become meditative through his archery, or a gardener, or anyone can enter from anywhere. Whatsoever you can do can become a door. If the quality of awareness changes while you are doing something, it becomes a technique. So there can be as many techniques as you can imagine. Any act can become a door. So the act, the technique, the way, the method, is not primary, but the quality of consciousness that you bring to the act is the basic thing. Kabir, one of India's greatest mystics, was a weaver, and he remained a weaver even when he attained. He had thousands and thousands of disciples, and they would come and they would tell him, "Now stop your weaving. You don't need it. We are here and we will serve you in every way." Kabir would laugh and he would say, "This weaving is not just weaving. I am making clothes. That is the outer act, but something goes on within me simultaneously that you cannot see. This is my meditation." How can a weaver be a meditator through weaving? If the quality of the mind that you bring to weaving is meditative, then the act is not relevant. It is irrelevant. Another mystic was a potter. His name was Gora. He worked on earthen pots, and he would dance and he would sing while he was making his pots. While he was making a pot on the wheel, as the pot would center on the wheel, he would also center within himself. One would see only one thing: the wheel was moving, the earthen pot was emerging, and he was centering the earthen pot. You were seeing only one centering. Another centering was happening simultaneously. He was also being centered. While centering the pot, while helping the pot to emerge, he was also emerging in the unseen world of inner consciousness. When the pot was created, that was not the real thing he was working on. He was also creating himself. Any act can become meditative, And once you know how an act becomes meditative, you can transform all your acts into meditation. Then the whole life becomes yoga, walking on the street or working in the office or just sitting and not doing anything, just idling, or anything can become meditation. So remember, meditation doesn't belong to the act. It belongs to the quality you bring to the act. Now we will enter the techniques. First, as waves come with water and flames with fire, so the universal waves with us. First, try to understand what a wave is, and then you can feel how this consciousness of waves can help you to enter into meditation. You see waves in the ocean. They appear. They are in a sense, and still in a deeper sense they are not. This is the first thing to be understood about a wave. The wave appears. It is there in a sense, but still it is not there in a deeper sense. In a deeper sense, only the ocean is. You cannot have a wave without the ocean, and even while the wave is there, only the ocean is. The wave is just a form, not a substance. The ocean is substantial. The wave is just a form. Because of language, many problems are created. Because we say wave, it looks as if a wave is something. It would be better if we use not wave, but waving. There is no wave, just waving, just an activity, not a thing. Just a movement, not a substance. Just a process, not matter. The matter is the ocean. The wave is just a form. The ocean can be silent. The waves will disappear, but the ocean will be there. The ocean can be silent or in movement or in much activity or in no activity, but you cannot find a silent wave. A wave is activity, not a substance. When the activity is there, the wave is there, it is a waving, a movement, a simple form of movement. But when the silence comes, when an activity comes, the wave is no more and the ocean is there. In both the cases, the ocean is the reality. The wave is just a playform. The wave happens and disappears, the ocean remains. Secondly, waves appear as individuals. Each wave has its own personality, unique, different from any other. No two waves are similar. Some waves are big, some waves are small. They have their own peculiar characteristics. Each wave has its own character, and of course, each wave is different from the other. One wave may rise, another may die. While one is rising, another is dying. Both cannot be the same because one is rising, another is dying. Still, the reality behind both is the same. They look different, they look separate, they look individual, but the look is fallacious. Deep down, only one ocean is, and no matter how they look unrelated, they are related. And while one wave is rising and another is dying, you may not see any relationship. The relationship may not appear, because how can a rising wave be related to a dying wave? An old man is dying, and a child is born. How are they related? If they are related, they will die both together, or they will be born together. The child is born and the old man has died. One wave is dying, another is arising. But the rising wave may be gathering energy from the dying wave. The dying wave may be helping it, by its death, to rise. The dispersing wave may be the cause of the wave that is rising. Deep down, they are related to one ocean. They are not different. They are not unrelated. They are not separate. Their individuality is false and illusory. They are non-individual. Their duality appears to be, but it is not so. Their non-duality is the truth. Now I will read the sutra again. As waves come with water and flames with fire, so the universal waves with us. We are just waves in a cosmic ocean. Meditate on it. Allow this feeling to go deep down within you. Start feeling your breathing as just the rising of a wave. You breathe in, you breathe out, and the breath that is entering you was someone else's breath just a moment before, and the breath that is leaving you will become someone else's breath the next moment. Breathing is just waving in the ocean of life. You are not separate, just waves. You are one deep down. We have a togetherness. Individuality is false and illusory. Hence, the ego is the only barrier. Individuality is false. It appears to be, but it is not real. The real is the non-individual, the oceanic, the togetherness. That is why every religion is against the egoistic attitude. The person who says there is no God may not be irreligious, but the person who says I am is irreligious. Gautam Buddha was an atheist. He didn't believe in any God. Mahavira Vardhaman was an atheist. He didn't believe in any God. But they achieved, they arrived, they realized the totality, the wholeness. If you don't believe in any God, you may not be irreligious, because God is not basic to religion. Non-ego is basic to religion. And even if you believe in God, with an egoist mind you are irreligious. With a non-egoistic mind, there is no need to believe in a God. You fall into the divine automatically. With no ego, you cannot cling to the wave. You have to fall to the ocean. With the ego, you go on clinging to the wave. Look at life as an ocean, and feel yourself just as a wave, and allow this feeling to enter in you. You can use this technique in many ways. While breathing, feel that the ocean is breathing in you. The ocean comes to you, goes out, comes in, goes out. With every breath, feel a wave rising. With every exhalation, feel a wave dying. And between the two, who are you? Just a nothingness. Shunya, a void. With that feeling of the void, you will be transformed. With that feeling of nothingness, all your misery will disappear, because misery needs a center, and a false center at that. The void is your real center. With it, there is no misery. You are in a deep ease. Because you are not, who can be tense? You are bliss-filled. It is not that you are bliss-filled, but because you are not, only bliss is. Without you, can you create misery? That is why Buddha never says that in that state, the ultimate state, there will be ananda bliss. He never says it. He says that there will be no misery, that is all. To talk about bliss may mislead you, so Buddha says don't ask about bliss. Simply try to know how you can be without misery, and that means how you can be without yourself. What is our problem? The problem is that the wave thinks itself separate from the ocean. Then there are problems. If a wave thinks itself separate from the ocean, the fear of death will immediately come. The wave has to die, and the wave can see all around dying waves. And you cannot deceive yourself for long. The wave is seeing that other waves are dying, and the wave knows that even in its rising, death is hidden somewhere, because those other waves a moment before were rising and now they are falling down, dispersing. So you are to die. If the wave thinks itself separate from the ocean, the fear of death is bound to appear sooner or later. But if the wave knows that it is not and only the ocean is, there is no fear of death. Only a wave can die, not the ocean. I can die, but not life. You can die, you will die, but not the cosmos, not the existence. The existence goes on waving. It has waved in you, it will wave in others. And while your wave may be disappearing, just by your dispersal, other waves will arise and the ocean continues. Once you detach yourself from the waveform, and you become one and feel one and realize oneness with the ocean, the formless, there is no death for you. Otherwise, the fear of death will create misery. In every pain, in every anguish, in every anxiety, the basic fear is of death. You are afraid, trembling. You may not be conscious of it, but if you penetrate within, you will find that every moment there is a trembling because you are going to die. You may create many securities, you may create a citadel around you, but nothing is going to help. Nothing is going to help. Dust unto dust, you are going to fall back down. Have you ever observed, or have you ever meditated on the fact that when you are just walking on the road, dust clings to your shoe? The dust may have been the body of a Napoleon, of an Alexander. Somewhere, Alexander is just dust now, and the dust clinging to your shoe may have once been the body of Alexander. The same is going to be the case with you. Now you are here, and the next moment you will not be. The same is going to be the case with you. Sooner or later, the dust will go unto dust. The wave will disappear. Fear grips. Just imagine yourself as dust clinging to somebody's shoe, or imagine some potter making an earthen pot of you, of your body, or of your beloved's body, or imagine yourself moving into a worm or becoming a tree. But this is happening. Everything is a form, and form has to die. Only the formless is eternal. If you cling to the form, if you identify yourself with the form, if you feel yourself as a waveform, you are getting into trouble by yourself. You are the ocean, not the wave. This meditation can help. It can bring a metamorphosis for you, it can become a mutation, but allow it to spread all through your life. While breathing, think. While eating, think. While walking, think. Think two things: that the form is always the wave and the formless is always the ocean. The formless is deathless. The form is mortal. And it is not that you will die someday, you are dying every day. Childhood dies and youthhood is born. Then youthhood dies and the old age is born. Then the old age dies and the form disappears. Every moment you are dying into something else. Something else is born. Your first day of birth is not the first day of your only birth. That is simply part of many more births to come. And your death of this life is not the first death, it is only the death of this life. You have been dying before. Every moment something is dying and something else is born. A part of you dies. Another part is born. Physiologists say that within 7 years nothing old remains in your body. Everything changes every cell. If you are going to live for 70 years, 10 times over your body is renewed again and again. Every 7 years you have a new body. Not suddenly, but every moment something is changing. You are a wave, and that too not substantial. Every moment you are changing. And a wave cannot be static, a wave has to be changing. A wave has to be constantly in movement. There can be no phenomenon like a non-moving wave. How can there be a non-moving wave makes no sense. There is movement, process. You are a process, a movement. If you become identified with this movement and process, and think yourself confined between birth and death, you will be in misery. Then you are taking appearance as reality. This is what Shankara calls my illusion. The ocean is the Brahman, the ocean is the truth. So think yourself as a wave, or as a continuum of waves rising and falling, and just be a witness to this. You cannot do anything. These waves will disappear. That which has appeared will have to disappear. Nothing can be done about it. Every effort is absolutely useless. Only one thing can be done, and that is to be a witness of this waveform. Once you become a witness, suddenly you will become aware of something which is beyond the wave, which transcends the wave, which is in the wave also and out of the wave also, which forms the wave and still goes beyond, which is the ocean. As waves come with water and flames with fire, so the universal waves with us. The universal waves with us. You are not, the universal is, and he is waving through you. Feel it, contemplate over it, meditate on it. Allow it to happen to you in many, many ways. I told you about breathing. A sex desire arises in you, feel it not as your desire, but just as the ocean waving in you, just as life pulsating, just as life having a wave in you. You meet in a love act, don't think of it as two waves meeting, don't think of it as two individuals meeting. Rather, think of it as two individuals merging. There are no more two individuals. Waves have disappeared. Only the ocean has remained. Then the sex act becomes a meditation. Whatsoever happens to you, feel it not as if it is happening to you, but as if it is happening to the cosmos. You are just a part of it, just a wave on the surface. Leave everything to the universe. Dogen, a Zen master, used to say, when he felt hungry he would say, "It seems the universal feels hungry through me." When he would feel thirsty he would say, "The existence is thirsty within me." This is what this meditation will lead you to. Then everything disperses from your ego and becomes part of the universe. Then whatsoever happens, happens to existence itself. You are no more here. Then there is no sin, then there is no responsibility. I don't mean that you will become irresponsible. I don't mean that you will become a sinner. Sin will be impossible because sin can happen only around an ego. There will be no responsibility because sin can happen only around an ego. There will be no responsibility because now you cannot be irresponsible. Only you are, so to whom can you be responsible? And now if you see someone dying, you will feel you are dying with him, within him. The universe is dying and you are part of it. And if you will see some flower flowering, you will flower with it. The whole universe will become you now. To be in such a deep affinity and harmony is to be in samadhi. Meditation is the way, and this harmony of oneness, this feeling of oneness with all, is the end, is the goal. Try it. Remember the ocean and forget the wave. And whenever you remember the wave and start behaving as the wave, remember, you are doing something wrong and you will create misery because of it. There is no God who is punishing you. Whenever you fall a prey to some illusion, you punish yourself. The law, dharma, the Tao is there. If you move in harmony with it, you feel blissful. If you move against it, you feel yourself to be in misery. There is no one sitting there in the skies to punish you. There is no record of your sins. There is no need for this. It is just like gravity. If you walk rightly, the gravity is a help. You cannot walk without it. If you walk wrongly, you will fall down, you may get a fracture, but no one is punishing you. It is just the law, the gravity, the impersonal gravity. If you walk wrongly and you fall down, you will have a fracture. If you walk rightly, you use gravity. The energy can be used wrongly or rightly. When you feel yourself as a wave, you are against the universal law, you are against the reality. Then you will create misery for yourself. This is what the law of karma means. There is no lawgiver. God is not a judge. To be a judge is ugly, and if God were a judge, he would be completely bored, or else he would have gone mad by now. He is not a judge, he is not a controller, he is not a lawgiver. The universe has its own laws, and the basic law is that to be real is to be in bliss, to be unreal is to be in misery. The second technique, wherever your mind is wandering, internally or externally at this very place, this mind is the door, this very mind. Wherever it is wandering, whatsoever it is thinking, contemplating, dreaming, this very mind, this very moment, is the door. This is a very revolutionary method because we never think that the ordinary mind is the door. We think that some supermind, a Buddha, a Jesus can enter, that they have some superhuman mind. This very mind that you have, this mind which goes on dreaming and imagining relevant or irrelevant thoughts, which is crowded with ugly desires, passions, anger, greed, all that is condemned, which is there beyond your control, pulling you here and there, pushing you from here and there, constantly a madhouse. This very mind, says this sutra, is the door. Wherever your mind is wandering, wherever, remember, the object is not relevant. Wherever your mind is wandering, internally or externally, at this very place, many things have to be understood. 1. The ordinary mind is not so ordinary as we think. The ordinary mind is not unrelated to the universal mind, it is part of it. Its roots go down to the very center of existence. Otherwise you cannot be. Even a sinner is grounded into the divine. Otherwise he cannot be. Even if the devil is there, he cannot be without divine support. Existence itself is possible only because of the groundedness into the being. Your mind is dreaming, imagining, wandering, tense, in anguish, in misery. Howsoever it moves and wheresoever it moves, it remains grounded in the totality, otherwise is not possible. You cannot go away from existence. That is impossible. This very moment you are grounded in it. So what is to be done? If this very moment we are grounded in it, then it will appear to the egoist mind that nothing is to be done. We are already the divine, so why so much fuss? You are grounded in the divine, but you are unaware of the fact. When mind is wandering, there are two things: the mind and the wandering, the objects in the mind and the mind itself, clouds wandering in the sky and the sky. There are two things: the clouds and the sky. Sometimes it may happen, it happens, that there are so many clouds that the sky disappears, you cannot see it. But even if you cannot see it, it has not disappeared. It cannot disappear. There is no way to help the sky to disappear. It is there. Hidden or unhidden, visible or invisible, it is there. But clouds are also there. If you pay attention to the clouds, the sky has disappeared. If you pay attention to the sky, the clouds are just accidental, they come and they go. You need not be too much worried about them. They come and they go. They have been coming, they have been going. They have not been destroying the sky even an inch, they have not made the sky dirty. They have not even touched it. The sky remains virgin. When your mind is wandering, there are two things: one is the clouds, the thoughts, the objects, images, and the other is the consciousness, the mind itself. If you pay too much attention to the clouds, to objects, thoughts, images, you have forgotten the sky, you have forgotten the host. You have become too much interested in the guest. Those thoughts, images, wandering, are just guests. If you focus yourself on the guests, you forget your own being. Change the focus from the guests to the host, from the clouds to the sky. Do it practically. A sex desire arises, this is a cloud. Or a greed arises to have a bigger house, this is a cloud. You can become so obsessed with it that you forget completely to whom it has arisen, to whom it has happened. Who is behind it? In what sky is this cloud moving? Remember that sky. And suddenly the cloud disappears. You need just a change of focus from the object to the subject, from the outer to the inner, from the cloud to the sky, from the guest to the host, just a change of focus. Ling Kai, one Zen master, was speaking. Someone said from the crowd, "Answer me only one question, who am I?" Ling Kai stopped speaking. Everyone was alert. What answer was he going to give? But he didn't answer. He came down from his chair, walked, came near to the man. The whole crowd became attentive, alert. They were not even breathing. What was he going to do? He should have answered from the chair. There was no need. The man became afraid, and Ling Kai came near him with his piercing eyes. He took the man's collar in his hand, gave him a shake and asked him, "Close your eyes. And remember who is asking this question, who am I?" The man closed his eyes, afraid, of course. He went within to seek who had asked this question, and he would not come back. The crowd waited and waited and waited. His face became silent, calm, still. Then Lin Kai had to shock him again. Now come out and tell everybody, who am I? The man started laughing and he said, what a miraculous way of answering a thing. But if someone asks me this now, I am going to do the same. I cannot answer. It was just a change of focus. You ask the question, who am I? And your mind is focused on the question, and the answer is hidden just behind the question in the questioner. Change the focus. Return to yourself. This sutra says, wherever your mind is wandering, internally or externally, at this very place, this. Move from the objects to the mind itself, and you are no more an ordinary mind. You are ordinary because of the objects. Suddenly you become a Buddha yourself. You are already a Buddha, you are just burdened with many clouds. And not only are you burdened, you are clinging to your clouds, you won't allow them to move. You think that clouds are your property. You think that the more you have, the better you are richer. And your whole sky, your inner space, is just hidden. In a way, it has disappeared amidst the clouds and clouds have become your life. The life of the clouds is samsara, the world. This can happen in a single moment even, this change of focus, and it always happens suddenly. I don't mean that you need not do anything and it will happen suddenly. You will have to do much, but it will never happen gradually. You will have to do, and one day, suddenly, a moment comes when you are at the right temperature to evaporate. Suddenly, there is no water. It has evaporated. Suddenly, you are not in the object, your eyes are not focused to the clouds, suddenly, they have turned inward to the inner space. It never happens gradually that one part of your eyes has turned inward, and one part is with the outward clouds, nor does it happen in percentages, that now you have become 10% inner and 90% outer, now 20% inner and 80% outer. No. When it happens 100%, because you cannot divide your focusing. Either you see the objects, or you see yourself, either the world or the Brahman. You can come back to the world, you can change your focus again. You are the master. Really, only now are you the master when you can change your focus as you like. I remember Marpa, one Tibetan mystic. When he realized, when he became a Buddha, when he turned inward, when he came to encounter the inner space, the infinity, someone asked him, Marpa, how are you now? Marpa's answer is exceptional, unexpected. No Buddha has answered that way. Marpa said, as miserable as before. The man was bewildered. He said, as miserable as before, but Marpa laughed. He said, yes, but with a difference, and the difference is that now the misery is voluntary. Sometimes, just for a taste of the world, I move outwards, but now I am the master. Any moment I can go inwards, and it is good to move in the polarities. Then one remains alive. I can move. Marpa said, I can move now. Sometimes I move in the miseries, but now the miseries are not something which happen to me. I happen to them and I remain untouched. Of course, when you move voluntarily, you remain untouched. Once you know how to change your focus inwards, you can come back to the world. Every Buddha has come back to the world. Again he focuses, but now the inner man has a different quality. He knows that this is his focusing. These clouds are allowed to move. These clouds are not masters. They cannot dominate you, you allow them, and it is beautiful. Sometimes, when the sky is filled with clouds, it is beautiful. The movement of the clouds is beautiful. If the sky remains itself, the clouds can be allowed to move. The problem arises only when the sky forgets itself, and only clouds are there. Then everything becomes ugly because the freedom is lost. This sutra is beautiful. Wherever your mind is wandering, internally or externally, at this very place, this sutra has been used deeply in Zen tradition. Zen says your ordinary mind is the Buddha mind. Eating, you are a Buddha. Sleeping, you are a Buddha. Carrying water from the well, you are a Buddha, you are carrying water from the well. Eating your food, lying down on your bed, you are a Buddha. Inconceivable. It looks puzzling, but it is the truth. If when carrying water, you simply carry the water, if you don't make any problem out of it, and you simply carry water, if your mind is unclouded and the sky vacant, if you are just carrying water, then you are a Buddha. Eating, just eat without doing anything else. When we are eating, we are doing thousands and thousands of things. The mind may not be here at all. Your body may be eating just like a robot. Your mind may be somewhere else. One university student was here some days before. His examination is coming near, so he came to ask me, I am very much confused, and the problem is this: I have fallen in love with a girl. While I am with the girl, I think of my examination, and while I read I think only of my girl. So what to do? While reading, studying, I am not there. I am with my girl in my imagination. And with my girl, I am never with her. I am thinking about my problems, about my examination which is drawing near, so everything has become a mess. This is how everyone has become a mess, not only that boy. While in the office you think of the house. While in the house you are in the office. And you cannot do such a magical thing. While in the house you can be only in the house, you cannot be in the office. And if you are in the office you are not sane, you are insane. Then everything gets into everything else. Then nothing is clear. And this mind is a problem. While drawing water from a well, carrying water from a well, if you are simply doing this simple act, you are a Buddha. So many times, if you go to Zen masters and ask them, what do you do? What is your sadhana? What is your meditation? They will say, while feeling sleepy, we sleep. While feeling hungry, we eat. And that is all, there is no other sadhana. But this is very arduous. It looks simple if while eating you can just eat, if while sitting you can just sit not doing anything else, if you can remain with the moment and not move away from it, if you can be merged with the moment with no future, no past, if this moment now is the only existence, then you are a Buddha. This very mind becomes a Buddha mind. When your mind wanders, don't try to stop it. Rather, become aware of the sky. When mind wanders, don't try to stop it. Don't try to bring it to some point, to some concentration, no. Allow it to wander, but don't pay much attention to the wandering because for or against, you remain concerned with the wandering. Remember the sky, allow the wandering, and just say, okay, it is just a traffic on the road. Many people are moving this way and that. The same traffic is going on in the mind. I am just the sky, not the cloud. Feel it, remember it, and remain in it. Sooner or later you will feel that the clouds are slowing down and there are bigger gaps between the clouds. They are not so dark, not so dense. The speed has slowed down, and intervals can be seen, and the sky can be looked at. Go on feeling yourself as the sky and not the clouds. Sooner or later, someday, in some right moment when your focus has really gone inwards, clouds will have disappeared, and you are the sky, the ever-pure sky, the ever-virgin sky. Once you know this virginity, you can come back to the clouds, to the world of the clouds. Then that world has its own beauty. You can move in it, but now you are a master. The world is not bad. The world as the master is the problem. With you as the master, you can move in it. Then the world has a beauty of its own. It is beautiful, it is lovely, but you need to know that beauty and that loveliness as a master within. The third technique, when vividly aware through some particular sense, keep in the awareness. You see through your eyes. Remember, you see through your eyes. Eyes cannot see. You see through them. The seer is hidden behind. The eyes are just the opening, just the windows. But we go on thinking that we see by the eyes. We go on thinking we hear by the ears. No one has ever heard by the ears. You hear through the ears, not by the ears. The hearer is hidden behind. The ears are just receptive organs. I touch you, I give you a loving touch, a hand clasp. The hand is not touching you, I am touching you, through the hand. The hand is just instrumental, so there can be two types of touch: when I really touch you, and when I just avoid touch. I can touch your hand and avoid touch. I may not be there in my hand, I may have withdrawn, try this, and you will have a distant feeling. Put your hand on someone and withdraw yourself. A dead hand is there, not you, and if the other is sensitive, he will feel a dead hand. He will feel insulted, you are deceiving. You are just showing that you are touching and you are not touching. Women are very sensitive about it. You cannot deceive them. They have a greater sensitivity of touch, of body touch, so they know. The husband may be talking beautiful things. He may have brought flowers and he may be saying, I love you, but his touch will show that he is not there. And women have an instinctive feeling when you are with them and when you are not with them. It is difficult to deceive them unless you are a master. Unless you are a master of your own self, you cannot deceive them. But a master would not like to become a husband, that is the difficulty. Whatsoever you say will be false. Your touch will show it. Children are very sensitive, you cannot deceive them. You may pat them, but they know that this is a dead pat. If your hand is not a flowing energy, a loving energy, they know. Then it is just as if a dead thing is being used. When you are present in your hand in your totality, when you have moved, when your center of being has come to the hand, when your soul is there, then the touch has a different quality. This sutra says that the senses are just doors, receiving stations, mediums, instruments, receptors. You are hidden behind. When vividly aware through some particular sense, Keep in the awareness. While hearing music, don't forget yourself in the ear, don't lose yourself into the ear. Remember the awareness that is hidden behind. Be alert while seeing someone. Try this. You can try it right now, looking at me. What is happening? You can look at me by the eyes, and when I say by the eyes, it means you are not aware that you are hidden behind the eyes. You can look at me through the eyes, and when I say through the eyes, then the eyes are just in between you and me. You are standing there behind the eyes, looking through the eyes, just as if someone looks through a window or specs. Have you seen some clerk in a bank looking from above his specs? The specs have slipped down on his nose, and he looks. Just look that way at me, towards me, as if you are looking from above your eyes, as if the eyes have slipped down a little on your nose and you are standing behind looking at me. Suddenly, you will feel a change in the quality, your focus changes. Eyes become just doors. This becomes a meditation. When hearing, just hear through the ears and remain aware of your inner center. When touching, just touch through the hand and remember the inner one who is hidden behind. From any sense, you can have a feeling of the inner center, and every sense goes to the inner center. It has to report. That is why, when you are seeing me and you are hearing me, when you see me through the eyes and you hear me through the ears, deep down within you know that you are seeing the same man whom you are also hearing. If I have some body odor, your nose will smell it. Then 3 different senses report to one center. That is why you can coordinate. Otherwise, it will be difficult if your eyes see and your ears hear. It will be difficult to know whether you are hearing the same man whom you are seeing or 2 different ones, because these 2 senses are different and they never meet. Your eyes have never known about your ears, and your ears have not heard about your eyes. They don't know each other, they have never met. They have not even been introduced. So how does everything become synthetic? Ears hear, eyes see, hands touch, the nose smells, and suddenly somewhere inside you know that this is the same man that you are hearing and seeing and touching and smelling. This knower is different from the senses. Every sense reports to this knower. And in this knower, in the center, everything falls, fits, and becomes one. This is miraculous. I am one outside you. I am one, my body and body's presence, my body odor, my speaking, are one. Your senses will divide me. Your ears will report if I say something. Your nose will report if there is some odor. Your eyes will report if I can be seen and invisible. They will divide me into parts. But again, somewhere within you, I will become one. Where I become one within you is your center of being. That is your awareness, and you have forgotten it completely. This forgetfulness is the ignorance, and the awareness will open the doors for self-knowledge, and you cannot know yourself in any other way. When vividly aware through some particular sense, keep in the awareness, remain with the awareness. Keep in the awareness, remain alert. It is difficult in the beginning. We go on falling asleep, and it seems arduous to look through the eyes. It is easy to look by the eyes. In the beginning, you will feel a certain strain if you try to look through the eyes. Not only will you feel a strain, the person you look at will also feel a strain. If you look at someone through the eyes, he will feel as if you are trespassing upon him, as if you are doing something unmannerly. If you look through the eyes, the other will become aware suddenly that you are not behaving properly, because your look will become piercing. Your look will go deeper. If it comes from your depth, it will penetrate to the other's depth. That is why society has a built-in security. Don't look too deeply into anyone unless you are in love. If you are in love, you can look deeply into the other. You can penetrate to the very depth because the other is not afraid. The other can be naked, totally naked. The other can be vulnerable. The other can be open to you. But ordinarily, if you are not in love, you are not allowed to see directly, to see penetratingly. In India, a person who looks in such a way, penetratingly at someone, is called a luchcha. A luchcha means a seer. The word luchcha comes from Lachin. Lachin means eyes, and luchcha means one who has become eyes towards you, so don't try it on someone you don't know. He will think you are a luchcha. First try with objects of flower, a tree, the stars in the night. They will not feel trespassed upon and they will not object. Rather, they will like it and will feel very good and appreciated. First try with them, then with loving persons, your wife, your child. Sometimes take your child into your lap and look at him through the eyes, and the child will understand. He will understand more than anyone else, because he is still uncrippled by the society, still unperverted, still natural. He will feel deep love if you look through the eyes. He will feel your presence. Look at your lover or beloved. And then only, by and by, as you get the feel of it, and as you become more artful about it, you will be able to look at anyone, because then no one will be able to know that someone has looked so deeply. And once you have this art of standing always alert behind your senses, the senses cannot deceive you. Otherwise, the senses deceive you. In a world which is just an appearance, they have deceived you to feel it as real. If you can look through the senses and remain alert, the world will by and by appear to you as illusory, dreamlike, and you will be able to penetrate to the substance, to the very substance of it. That substance is the Brahman. Chapter 40, Sudden Enlightenment and Its Obstacles. The first question when you said that either one sees the world or the Brahman, and that no gradually increasing perception of the Brahman is possible. But in experience, we feel that as we become aware and more silent, and still, the feeling of the divine presence becomes gradually clearer and clearer. What is this gradual growth and clarity if the authentic experience is never gradual, but sudden? This has been a very ancient problem. Is enlightenment sudden or gradual? Many things have to be understood. There has been a tradition which says that enlightenment is gradual and that everything can be divided into degrees. Everything can be divided into steps that, like anything else, knowledge can also be divided. You can become more and more wise. You can become more and more enlightened. This has been widely accepted because the human mind cannot conceive of anything sudden. Mind wants to divide, analyze. Mind is a divider. Degrees can be understood by the mind, but suddenness is non-mental beyond mind. If I say to you that you are ignorant and that gradually you will become wise, this is comprehensible, you can comprehend it. If I say to you, no, there is no gradual growth. Either you are ignorant or you become enlightened, there is a sudden jump, then the question arises of how to become enlightened. If there were no gradualness, there could be no progress. If there were no degree of growth, no degrees, then you could not make progress, you could not proceed. From where to begin in a sudden explosion, the beginning and the end are both the same. There is no gap between the beginning and the end, so from where to begin, the beginning is the end. It becomes a puzzle for the mind, it becomes a koan. But sudden enlightenment seems to be impossible. It is not that it is impossible, but that the mind cannot conceive of it. And remember, how can the mind conceive of enlightenment? It cannot. It has been widely accepted that this inner explosion is also gradual growth. Even many enlightened persons have conceded that to your minds, and they have said, yes, there is a gradual growth. It is not that there is. They have said it and accepted your attitude, your way of perception. They have been in a deep compassion for you. They know that if you start thinking that it is gradual, the start will be good, but there will be no gradual growth. But if you go on seeking it, someday the sudden thing will happen to you. And if it is said that enlightenment is only sudden and no gradual growth is possible, you are not even going to start and it will never happen. Many enlightened persons have said that enlightenment is a gradual thing just to help you, just to persuade you to start. Something is possible through gradual process, but not enlightenment, something else. And that something else becomes helpful. For example, if you are making water to evaporate it, heating it, evaporation will come suddenly. At a certain point, at 100 degrees, evaporation will happen suddenly. There will be no gradual growth between water and vapor. You cannot divide. You cannot say that this water is a little vapor and a little water. Either it is water or it is all vapor. Suddenly the water jumps into the state of vapor. There is a jump, not gradual growth. But by heating you are gradually giving heat to the water. You are helping it to reach the 100-degree point, the evaporating point. This is a natural growth. Up to the evaporating point, the water will grow in the sense of being more and more hot. Then evaporation will happen suddenly. So there have been masters who were wise, compassionate, who used the language of the human mind which you can understand, telling you, yes, there is a gradual growth. It gives you courage and confidence and hope, and a possibility that it can happen to you also. You cannot attain in a sudden explosion, but by and by, step by step, with your limitations, with your weaknesses, you can grow to it. It may take many lives, but still there is hope. You will just get heated by all your efforts. The second thing to remember, even hot water is still water. So even if you become more clear in your mind, more pure in your perceptions, more moral, more centered, you are still man, not a Buddha, not enlightened. You become more silent, more still, calmer. You feel a deep bliss, but still you are a man, and your feelings are really negative, not positive. You feel calm because you are now less tense. You feel blissful because now you are clinging less to your miseries. You are not creating them, you feel collected. It is not that you have come to realize the one, but only because now you are less divided. Remember this: your growth is negative. You are just hot water. The possibility is there that at any moment you will come to the point where evaporation happens. When it happens, you will not feel calmness, you will not even feel blissful, you will not feel silent, because these attributes are relative to their opposites. When you are tense, you can feel silence. When you feel noise, you can feel stillness. When you are divided, fragmentary, you can feel oneness. When you are in suffering, anguish, you can feel bliss. That is why Buddha was silent, because language cannot now express that which is beyond polarities. He cannot say, "Now I am filled with bliss," because even this feeling that now I am filled with bliss is possible only with a background of suffering and anguish. You can feel health only with a background of illness and disease. You can feel life only with a background of death. Buddha cannot say, "Now I am deathless," because death has disappeared so completely that deathlessness cannot be felt. If the misery has disappeared so completely, how can you feel blissful? If the noise and the anguish are so absolutely non-existent, how can you feel silence? All these experiences, feelings, are related to their opposites. Without their opposites, they cannot be felt. If darkness disappears completely, how can you feel light? It is impossible. Buddha cannot say, "I have become light." He cannot say, "Now I am filled with light." If he says such things, we will say he is not yet a Buddha. He cannot utter such things. Darkness must be there if you want to feel light. Death must be there if you want to feel deathlessness. You cannot avoid the opposite. It is a basic necessity for any experience to exist. So what is Buddha's experience? Whatsoever we know, it is not that. It is neither negative nor positive, neither this nor that. And whatsoever can be expressed, it is not that. That is why Lao Tzu insists so much that truth cannot be said, and the moment you say it, you have falsified it. Already it is untrue. Truth cannot be said. Because of this, it cannot be divided into polar opposites, and language is meaningful only with polar opposites. Language becomes meaningless otherwise. Without the contrary, language loses meaning. So there is a tradition which says that enlightenment is gradual, but that tradition is not really the truth. It is just a half-truth uttered in compassion for human minds. Enlightenment is sudden, and it cannot be otherwise. It is a jump. It is a discontinuity from your past. Try to understand: if something is gradual, the past goes on remaining in it. If something is gradual, then there is a continuity. There is no gap. If from ignorance to knowledge there is gradual growth, the ignorance cannot completely disappear. It will remain, it will continue, because there has been no discontinuity, there has been no gap. So the ignorance may become more polished, the ignorance may become more knowledgeable. The ignorance may appear wise, but it is there. The more polished it is, then, of course, the more dangerous. The more knowledgeable it is, then the more cunning one is, and the more capable of deceiving oneself. Enlightenment and ignorance are absolutely separate, discontinuous. A jump is needed, a jump in which the past dissolves completely, the old is gone. It is no more, and the new has appeared which was never there before. Buddha is reported to have said, "I am not that one who was seeking. The one who has appeared now never was before." This looks absurd, illogical, but it is so, it is so. Buddha says, "I am not he who was seeking. I am not he who was desiring enlightenment. I am not he who was ignorant. The old man is dead completely. I am a new one. I never existed in that old man. There has been a gap. The old has died and the new is born. For the mind to conceive of this is difficult." How can you conceive of it? How can you conceive of a gap? Something must continue. How can something disappear completely and something new appear? It was absurd for logical minds. It was absurd for scientific minds just 2 decades before. But now, for science, it is not absurd. Now they say that deep down in the atom electrons appear and disappear, and they take jumps. From one point the electron takes a jump to another. In between the two, it is not. It appears at point A, then disappears and reappears at point B, and within the gap it is no more. It is not there. It becomes absolutely non-existent. If this is so, it means that non-existence is also a sort of existence. It is difficult to conceive of, but it is so. Non-existence is also a sort of existence. It is as if something moves from the visible to the invisible, as if something moves from form to formlessness. When Gautam Siddhartha, the old man who died in Gautam Buddha, was seeking, he was a visible form. When the enlightenment happened, that form completely dissolved into the formless. For a moment there was a gap. There was no one. Then from that formlessness a new form arose. This was Gautam Buddha. Because the body continues in the same way, we think that there is a continuity, but the inner reality changes completely. Because the body continues in the same way, that is why we say Gautam Buddha, that Gautam Siddhartha has now become Gautam the awakened. He has become a Buddha, but Buddha himself says, I am not he who was seeking. I am a totally different one. It is difficult for the mind to conceive of this, and for the mind many things are difficult, but they cannot be denied just because they are difficult for the mind. The mind has to yield to those impossibilities which are incomprehensible to it. Sex cannot yield to the mind. The mind has to yield to sex. This is one of the most basic inner facts, that enlightenment is a discontinuous phenomenon. The old simply disappears, and the new is born. There has been another tradition, a later tradition, of those who have been insisting all through history that enlightenment is sudden, that it is not gradual. But those who belong to it are very few. They stick to the truth, but they are bound to be very few because no following can be created if sudden enlightenment is the case. You simply cannot understand it. So how can you follow it? It is shocking to the logical structure, and it seems absurd, impossible. But remember one thing, then you move into deeper realms. Whether of matter or of mind, you will have to encounter many things of which a superficial mind cannot conceive. Tertullian, one of the greatest Christian mystics, has said, I believe in God because God is the greatest absurdity. I believe in God because mind cannot believe in God. It is impossible to believe in God. No proof, no argument, no logic can help the belief in God. Everything goes against him, against his existence, but Tertullian says, that is why I believe, because only by believing in an absurdity can I move away from my mind. This is beautiful. If you want to move away from your mind, you will need something of which your mind cannot conceive. If your mind can conceive of it, it will absorb it into its own system, and then you cannot transcend your mind. That is why every religion has insisted on some point which is absurd. No religion can exist without some absurdity, just as a foundation in it. From that absurdity, you either turn back and say, I cannot believe, so I will go away. Then you remain yourself, or you take a jump, you turn away from your mind. And unless your mind is killed, the enlightenment cannot happen. Your mind is the problem, your logic is the problem, your arguments are the problem. They are on the surface, they look true, but they deceive. They are not true. For example, look how the mind structure functions. The mind divides everything in two, and nothing is divisible. Existence is indivisible. You cannot divide it, but mind goes on dividing it. It says that this is life and this is death. What is the actual fact? The actual fact is that both are the same. You are both alive and dying this very moment. You are doing both. Rather, you are both death and life. Mind divides. It says, this is death and this is life. Not only does it divide, it says that both are opposites, enemies, and that death is trying to destroy life. And it looks okay, death is trying to destroy life. But if you penetrate deeper, deeper than the mind, death is not trying to destroy life. You cannot exist without death. Death is helping you to exist. It is every moment helping you to exist. If for a single moment death stops working, you will die. Death is every moment throwing away many parts in you which have become non-functional. Many cells die. They are removed by death. When they are removed, new ones are born. You are growing, something is dying, and something is being born continuously. Every moment there is death and life, and both are functioning. In language I have to call them both two. They are not two. They are two aspects of one phenomenon. Life and death are one. Life-death is a process, but mind divides. That division looks okay for us, but that division is false. You say this is light and that is dark. You divide. But where does darkness start and where does light end? Can you demarcate them? You cannot demark them. Actually, whiteness and blackness are two poles of a long grayness, and that grayness is life. On one pole blackness appears, and on another pole whiteness appears, but the reality is gray, and that gray contains both in itself. Mind divides, and then everything looks clear-cut. Life is very confusing. That is why life is a mystery. And because of this, mind cannot understand life. It is helpful to create clear-cut concepts. You can think easily, conveniently, but you miss the very reality of life. Life is a mystery, and mind demystifies everything. Then you have dead fragments, not the whole. With the mind you will not be able to conceive of how enlightenment is sudden, how you will disappear and something new will be there which you had never known before. But don't try to understand through mind. Rather, practice something which will make you more and more hot. Rather, try to attain some fire which will make you more and more hot. And then one day suddenly, you will know that the old has disappeared. The water is no more. This is a new phenomenon. You have evaporated and everything has changed totally. Water was always flowing downwards, and after evaporation the new phenomenon is rising upwards. The whole law has changed. You have heard about one law, Newton's law of gravity, which says that the earth attracts everything downwards. But the law of gravity is only one law. There is another law. You may not have heard about it because science has yet to uncover it, but yoga and tantra have known it for centuries. They call it levitation. Gravity is the pull downwards and levitation is the pull upwards. The story of how the law of gravity was discovered is well known. Newton was sitting under a tree, under an apple tree, and then one apple fell down. Because of this, he started thinking, and he felt that something is pulling the apple downwards. Tantra and yoga ask, how did the apple reach upwards in the first place? How that must be explained first, how the apple reached the upward position, how the tree is growing upwards. The apple was not there. It was hidden in a seed, and then the apple traveled the whole journey. It reached the upward position, and only then did it fall down. So gravity is a secondary law. Levitation was there first. Something was pulling the apple upwards. What is that in life? We easily know gravity because we are all pulled downwards. The water flows downwards. It is under the law of gravity. When it evaporates, suddenly the law also evaporated. Now it is under levitation, it rises upwards. Ignorance is under the law of gravity, you always move downwards, and whatsoever you do makes no difference, you have to move downwards. In every way you will have to move downwards, and struggle alone will not be of much help unless you enter a different law, the law of levitation. That is what samadhi is, the door for levitation. Once you evaporate, once you are no more water, everything changes. It is not that now you can control, there is no need to control, you simply cannot flow downwards now. As it was impossible before to rise upwards, now it is impossible to flow downwards. It is not that a Buddha tries to be non-violent. He cannot do otherwise. It is not that he tries to be loving. He cannot do otherwise, he has to be loving. That is not a choice, not an effort, not any cultivated virtue. It is simply that now this is the law, he rises upwards. Hate is under the law of gravity. Love is under levitation. This sudden transformation doesn't mean that you are not to do anything and that you are simply to wait for the sudden transformation. Then it will never come. This is the puzzle. When I say or someone else says that enlightenment is sudden, we think that if it is sudden nothing can be done, that we must simply wait. When it will happen, it will happen. So what can one do? If it is gradual you can do something. But I say to you that it is not gradual, and yet you can do something. And you have to do something, but that something will not bring you enlightenment. That something will bring you near the phenomenon of enlightenment. That something will make you open for the phenomenon of enlightenment to happen. So enlightenment cannot be an outcome of your efforts. It is not. Through your efforts you simply become available for the higher law of levitation. Your availability will come through your effort, not enlightenment. You will become open, you will become non-resistant, you will become cooperative for the higher law to work. And once you are cooperative and non-resistant, the higher law starts functioning. Your efforts will yield you, your efforts will make you more receptive. It is just like this: you are sitting in your room with closed doors. The sun is outside, but you are in darkness. You cannot do anything to bring the sun in, but if you simply open the doors, your room becomes available. You cannot bring the sun in, but you can block it out. If you open your doors, the sun will enter, the waves will come. The light will come into the room. You are not really bringing the light, you are simply removing the hindrance. The light comes by itself. Understand it deeply: you cannot do anything to reach enlightenment, but you are doing many things to hinder it from reaching to you. You are creating many barriers, so you can only do something negatively. You can throw the barriers, you can open the doors. The moment the doors are open, the rays will enter, the light will touch you and transform you. All effort in this sense is to destroy the barriers, not to attain enlightenment. All effort is negative. It is just like medicine. The medicine cannot give you health. It can only destroy your diseases. Once the diseases are not there, health happens. You become available. If diseases are there, health cannot happen. That is why medical science, Eastern or Western, has not yet been able to define what health is. They can define each disease exactly. They know thousands and thousands of diseases, and they have defined them all, but they cannot define what health is. At the most they can say that when there is no disease you are healthy. But what is health? Something which goes beyond mind. It is something which is there, you can have it, you can feel it, but you cannot define it. You have known health, but can you define it what it is? The moment you try to define it you will have to bring disease in. You will have to talk something about disease, and you will have to say, no disease is health. This is ridiculous. To define health you need disease, and disease has definite qualities. Health also has its own qualities, but they are not so definite because they are infinite, you can feel them. When health is there you know it is there. But what is it? Diseases can be treated, destroyed. Barriers are broken and the light enters. Similar is the phenomenon of enlightenment. It is a spiritual health. Mind is a spiritual disease, and meditation is nothing but medicine. Buddha is said to have said, I am a medicine man, a Vaidya, a physician. I am not a teacher and I have not come to give you doctrines. I know a certain medicine which can cure your diseases, and don't ask about health. Take the medicine, destroy the disease, and you will know what health is. Don't ask about it. Buddha says, I am not a metaphysician, I am not a philosopher. I am not interested in what God is, in what soul is, in what kaivalya, aloneness, moksha, liberation, and nirvana is. I am not interested. I am simply interested in what disease is and in how it can be cured. I am a medicine man. His approach is absolutely scientific. He has diagnosed human dilemma and disease. His approach is absolutely right. Destroy the barriers. What are the barriers? Thinking is the basic barrier. When you think, a barrier of thoughts is created. Between you and the reality, a wall of thoughts is created, and thoughts are more dense than any stone wall can be. And then there are many layers of thought. You cannot penetrate through them and see what the real is. You go on thinking about what the real is, and you go on imagining what the real is, and the real is here and now waiting for you. If you become available to it, it will happen to you. You go on thinking about what the real is, but how can you think if you don't know? You cannot think about something which you don't know. You can only think about something which you already know. Thinking is repetitious, tautological. It never reaches to anything new and unknown. Through thinking you never touch the unknown. You only touch the known, and it is meaningless because you already know it. You can go on feeling it again and again. You may enjoy the feeling, but nothing new comes out of it. Stop thinking. Dissolve thinking, and the barrier is broken. Then your doors are open and the light can enter. And once the light enters, you know that the old is no more. You know now that that which you are is absolutely the new. It never was before, you had never known it. But you may even say that this is the ancient most, it was there always, not known to you. You can use both expressions, they mean the same. You can call it the ancient most, the Brahman who has always been there, and you can say that you were missing it continuously. Or you can say that this is the most new, that which has happened only now and never was before. That too is right because for you this is the new. If you want to speak about the truth, you will have to use paradoxical expressions. The Upanishads say, this is the new and this is the old. This is the most ancient and this is the most new. It is the far and the near both. But then language becomes paradoxical, contradictory. And you ask me, what is this gradual growth in clarity if the authentic experience is never gradual, but sudden? This clarity is of the mind. This clarity is of a lessening of disease. This clarity is of the falling of barriers. If one barrier falls, you are less burdened, your eyes are less clouded. If another barrier falls, you are still more unburdened, your eyes become still more clear. But this clarity is not of enlightenment. This clarity is only of a lessening disease, not of health. When all barriers disappear, with those barriers your mind also disappears. Then you cannot say, now my mind is clear, it is no more. Then you simply say, now there is no mind. When there is no mind, then the clarity is of enlightenment. Then the clarity is of enlightenment. That is absolutely different. Then another dimension has opened, but you will have to pass through clarities of mind. Remember always that no matter how clear your mind becomes, it is still a barrier. No matter how transparent your mind becomes, even if it becomes a transparent glass and you can look to the other side, still it is a barrier and you will have to break it completely. So sometimes it happens that when one is meditating, one becomes more and more clear, more sane, more still. Silence is felt. Then one clings to meditation and thinks that everything is achieved. Great masters have always been emphasizing that a day comes when you have to throw your meditation also. I will tell you one story, one Zen story. Bokuju was meditating very deeply, meditating with his whole heart. His master would come every day, and he would just laugh and go back. Bokuju became annoyed. The master would not say anything, he would just come and look at him, laugh and go away. And Bokuju was feeling very good in meditation. His meditation was deepening, and he needed someone to appreciate him. He was waiting for the master to pat him and say, "Good, Bokuju, you did well." But the master just laughed. The laughter felt insulting, as if Bokuju was not progressing, and he was progressing. As he progressed more, the laughter grew more and more insulting. It was impossible to tolerate it now. One day the master came, and Bokuju was feeling absolutely silent as far as mind can go. There was no noise within, no thought. The mind was absolutely transparent. No barrier was felt. He was filled with a subtle, deep happiness. Joy was bubbling all over. He was in ecstasy. Thus, he thought, now my master will not laugh. Now the moment has come, and he is going to tell me, now Bokuju, you have become enlightened. That day the master came with a brick in his hand, and he started rubbing that brick on the rock on which Bokuju was sitting. He was so silent, and the rubbing of the brick created noise. He became annoyed. At last he couldn't tolerate it, so he opened his eyes and asked his master, "What are you doing?" The master said, "I am trying to make this brick a mirror, and by continuously rubbing it I hope that someday this brick will become a mirror." Bokuju said, "You are behaving stupidly. This stone, this brick, is not going to become a mirror. No matter how much you rub it, it is not going to become a mirror." The master laughed and said, "Then what are you doing? This mind can never become enlightened, and you go on rubbing and rubbing it. You are polishing it, and you are feeling so good that when I laugh you feel annoyed." And suddenly, as the master threw his brick, Bokuju became aware. When the master threw his brick, suddenly he felt that the master was right, and the mind broke. Then from that day on there was no mind and no meditation. He became enlightened. The master said to him, "Now you can move anywhere. Go and teach others also. First teach them meditation. Then teach them non-meditation. First teach them how to make the mind clear, because only a very clear mind can understand that now even this clear mind is a barrier. Only a deeply meditative mind can understand that now even meditation has to be thrown. You cannot understand it right now." Krishnamurti goes on saying that there is no need of any meditation, and he is right. But he is talking to wrong persons. He is right. There is no need for any meditation, but he is wrong because of to whom he is saying this. Those who cannot even understand what meditation is, how can they understand that there is no need for any meditation? This is going to be harmful for them because they will cling to this idea. They will feel that this idea is very good, there is no need of meditation, so we are already enlightened. Listening to Krishnamurti, many feel that now there is no need of meditation and that those who are meditating are foolish. They may waste their whole life because of this thought, and this thought is right. There comes a point when meditation has to be thrown. There comes a point when meditation becomes a barrier, but wait for this point to come. You cannot throw something which you don't have. Krishnamurti says, no need of meditation. Don't meditate. But you have never meditated, so how can you say, don't meditate? A rich man can renounce his riches, not a poor man. To renounce you need something to renounce in the first place. If you meditate, you can renounce it one day, and that is the last renunciation, and that is the greatest. Wealth can be renounced, it is easy. Family can be renounced, it is not difficult. The whole world can be renounced because everything is outer and outer and outer. The last thing is meditation, the innermost wealth. And when you renounce it, you have renounced yourself. Then no self remains, not even the meditating self, the great meditator. Even that image is broken. You have fallen into nothingness. Only in this nothingness, the discontinuity, The old has disappeared and the new has happened. You become available through meditation. Whatsoever is felt through meditation, don't think that it is enlightenment. These are just glimpses of a lessening disease, of a dispersing disease. You feel good. The disease is less, so you feel relatively healthy. Real health is not yet there, but you are more healthy than before, and it is good to be more healthy than before. The second question, question 2, you said that life exists in polar opposites like love and hate, attraction and repulsion, virtue and vice, etc. But what happens to these polar opposites when one is in the witnessing consciousness? Don't ask, wait for the happening, for what happens, you can ask and some answer can be given, but that answer cannot become an authentic answer for you, and never jump ahead. Don't ask what happens when one dies. What happens? Whatsoever is said will be meaningless because you are still alive. What happens when someone is dead? You will have to pass through it. Unless you are dead, you cannot know it. Whatsoever is said can be believed on trust, but this is meaningless. Rather, ask how to be dead so that you can know what happens. No one else can die for you. No one else's experience can be an experience for you. You will have to die. Death cannot be another's experience for you. It has to be your own. Similar is the case here. What happens when polarities disappear? In a way, nothing happens. Happening dissolves because all happening is polar. When love and hate both dissolve, and they do dissolve, what happens when you love? You hate also, and you hate the same person you love. Hate is just hidden, and when hate comes up, love goes down. Jesus says, love your enemies, and I say that you cannot do otherwise. You do love your enemies. You hate them so much, and without love that is impossible. Love is just the other aspect of the coin. And where is the demarcation where love ends and hate begins? There is just a gray extension. When do you hate someone and when do you love? Can you demarcate? You love and hate the same person. Any moment hate can become love and love can become hate. This is the polarity of mind. This is how mind functions. Don't become worried about it. If you know, you will never become worried. If you love someone, you know hate will be there. If someone loves you, you will expect both love and hate. But what happens in a Buddha-like consciousness when love and hate both disappear? What happens? It is difficult to express what happens, but whatsoever has been felt around Buddha is more like love without hate. It has been felt around Buddha. It is not that Buddha feels it so. Buddha cannot feel love now because he cannot feel hate. He cannot feel love, but around him, everyone has felt a deep love flowing. We can describe it as love without hate, but then the quality is different with our love. Hate is inevitably present, it colors it changes the quality of it. Hate gives a passion to love, a force, an intensity, a focused quality, a concentration, while Buddha's love becomes a dispersed phenomenon. Intensity is not there, it cannot burn you, it can only warm you. It is not a fire, it is just a glow. It is not a flame, it is just like the morning light when the sun has not yet risen and the night has disappeared. It is just the moment of interval light without any fire, without any flame. We have felt it as love, and as the purest because there is no hate. Even to feel this type of love, you have to be a very deeply meditative mind. You need a mind which can meditate. Otherwise, such a delicate and diffuse phenomenon will not be felt. You have to be very deeply sensitive. You can only feel gross love, and that grossness is given by hate. If someone simply loves you without any hate, it will be difficult for you to feel his love. You will have to grow to become more transparent, delicate, sensitive. You will have to become like a very sensitive musical instrument. Only then will the breeze sometimes come to you, and the breeze is so non-violent now that it will not hit you. It will be just a delicate touch. If you are very, very aware, you will feel it. Otherwise, you will miss it. But this is our feeling around a Buddha, not Buddha's feeling. Buddha cannot feel love or hate. Really, the polar opposites disappear, and simple presence remains. Buddha is a presence, not a mood. You are moods, not a presence. Sometimes you are hate, one mood, sometimes you are love, another mood. Sometimes you are anger, another mood, sometimes you are greed, another mood. You are moods. You are never a pure presence, and your consciousness goes on being modified by your moods. Each mood becomes the master. It modifies the consciousness, cripples it, changes it, colors it, deforms it. A Buddha is without moods. Now hate has gone, love has gone, anger has gone, greed has gone, and non-greed also, non-anger also. They have disappeared. They both have disappeared. He is a simple presence. If you are sensitive, you will feel love flowing from him, you will feel compassion. If you are not sensitive, if you are gross, if your meditation has not developed, you will not feel him at all. A Buddha will move amidst you, and you will not even become aware that some phenomenon is passing, something rare, something which passes only once in centuries. You will not become aware. Or if you are very gross, anti-meditative, you will even become angered by his presence. Because his presence is subtle, you may even become violent because of his presence. His presence may be disturbing to you. If you are very gross, anti-meditative, you will become an enemy of a Buddha and he will not have done anything. If you are open, sensitive, you will become a lover, and he will not have done anything. Remember this: when you become an enemy, it is you. When you become a friend, it is you. A Buddha is a simple presence, he is available. If you become an enemy, you turn your back, you will simply miss something for which you may have to wait for lives to come again. Ananda was weeping the day Buddha was passing away, and Buddha said in the morning, "Now this is my last day. Now the body is going to be finished." Ananda was near. He was the first to whom Buddha said, "This is my last day, so go and tell everyone that if they have to ask something they can ask." Ananda started weeping and crying, so Buddha said, "Why are you weeping?" "For this body. I have been teaching and teaching and teaching that this body is false. It is already dead, or are you weeping for my death? Don't weep, because I have died 40 years ago. I died the day I became enlightened, so this body is only disappearing now. Don't weep." Ananda said a beautiful thing. He said, "I am not weeping for your body or for you. I am weeping for myself. I'm yet unenlightened, and now how many lives will pass before again a Buddha will be available? And I may not be again able to recognize you. Unless you become enlightened, your clarity of mind can be clouded at any moment. Before you become enlightened, you can fall back again and again. Nothing is certain." So Ananda said, "I am weeping for myself. I am yet unenlightened, I have not yet reached the goal, and you are entering nothingness." Many, even Buddha's own father, couldn't recognize that his son was no more his son, that something had happened into this body which rarely happens. The darkness had disappeared, and the eternal light was burning there, but he couldn't recognize it. Many were against him. Many tried to kill him. But it is all up to you whether you become a friend, a lover, or an enemy. Depends on you, on your sensitivity, on your mind, how your mind feels. But a Buddha is not doing anything, he is simply a presence. Just by his presence much happens around him. Those who can feel love, they will feel he is in deep love with them. And the deeper you can feel, the more you will grow in the feeling that his love is deepening towards you. If you can become a real lover, you will feel that a Buddha is a lover to you. If you become an enemy and you feel hate, you will feel that a Buddha is an enemy, and you will feel that he has to be killed, destroyed. It depends on you. A Buddha is a non-doer. He is simply being, he is there. So what happens is difficult to say, because whatsoever we say will be a mood. If we say he becomes a lover, that he has a great love, it will be false. That will be our feeling. Jesus's followers felt that he was simply love, and Jesus' enemies thought he had to be crucified. So it depends on you. It depends on you how you take it, how you are capable of taking it, how much open you are. But from the side of an enlightened one, nothing can he said. He can simply say that now he is, without doing anything, he is just a presence, a being. The third question, question 3, you said that when a person is totally in the present moment without any thought in the mind, then he is a Buddha mind. But even when there is no thought in me and I am in the moment, absorbed, with no past or future, I do not feel the Buddha nature. Please explain when in this thoughtless awareness the Buddha mind is revealed. The first thing, if you are aware that there is no thought in your mind, there is thought. Even this is a thought, that now there is no thought in you. This thought is the last thought. Allow it also to disappear. And why are you waiting for when the Buddha nature is going to happen to you? That again is a thought. It will not happen in that way, never. I will tell you one story. One king came to Gautama Buddha. He was a devotee, a great devotee, and he had come for the first time for his darshan, for his audience. In one of his hands, in his left hand, he had one beautiful golden ornament, priceless, with many jewels in it. It was the most precious, that he had a rare piece of art. He had come to present it to Buddha just to show his devotion. He came near, in his left hand was that priceless jeweled ornament. He was going to present it. Buddha said, "Drop it." He was disturbed. He never expected this, he was shocked. But because Buddha was saying drop it, he dropped it. In his other hand, in his right hand, He had brought a beautiful rose. He thought that Buddha might not like stones. He might just think that this was a childish thing that he had brought. But it was good to have an alternative, so he brought a beautiful rose. A rose is not so gross, not so material. It has a spirituality, something of the unknown is there. And Buddha might like it because he says life is flux, and the flower is in the morning, and in the evening it is no more. It is the most flux-like thing in the world. So he put his other hand in front of Buddha, and he wanted to present the flower. Buddha again said, "Drop it." Then he felt very disturbed. Now he had nothing to present. But when Buddha again said to drop it, he dropped it. Then suddenly he became aware of the I. He thought, why am I presenting things when I can present myself? When he became aware, with both his hands empty he presented himself. But Buddha again said, drop it. Now he had nothing to drop, just empty hands, and Buddha said, drop it. Mahakashyapa, Sariputta, Ananda and his other disciples were there, and they started laughing. The man became aware that even to say that I present myself to you is egoistic. Even to say, now I am here and I surrender to you, is not surrender. So he himself fell down. Buddha smiled and said, you understand well. Unless you drop even this idea of surrendering, unless you drop even this idea of empty hands, it is not surrender. One has to drop even emptiness in the hand. It is easy to understand the dropping of things. But then the hands were empty and Buddha said, drop it. Don't even cling to this emptiness. When you do meditation, you have to drop thoughts. When thoughts are dropped, a thought remains and the thought is, now I have become thoughtless. There is a subtle feeling, a thought that now I have achieved and now there is no thought. Now the mind is vacant, now I am empty, but this emptiness is filled with this thought. And whether thoughts are there or a thought is there makes no difference. Drop the thought also. And why are you waiting for the Buddha nature? You cannot wait because you will not be there. You will never meet Buddha. When Buddha happens, you will not be there, so your hopes are futile. You are wasting time, you will not be there. Kabir has said, when I was you were not, now you are, and where has Kabir gone? When I was seeking and desiring and hungering for you, you were not, I was there. Now you are there, and please tell me where has Kabir gone? Where is that seeker who was seeking and hungering and weeping and crying for you? Where has that Kabir gone? You will not be there when Buddha happens. So don't wait, don't desire, because your desire of when will Buddha happen to me? And when will I become a Buddha nature? When will I become enlightened? This very desire will create a barrier, the last barrier. For the achieving of total freedom, the desire for freedom is the last barrier. To be enlightened, even this desire for enlightenment has to be thrown, has to be cast away. One of the great Zen masters, Linkai, used to say, if you meet Buddha anywhere, kill him immediately. If you meet Buddha anywhere in your meditation, kill him immediately. He means it. This desire to be a Buddha, to be enlightened, if you meet it anywhere, kill it immediately. Only then does it happen. Total desirelessness is needed, and when I say total desirelessness, I mean that even the desire for total desirelessness must be dropped. You are, without any desire. You are, without any thought, not even aware that there is no thought, that there is no desire. Then it happens. The last question, question 4, what are the possible reasons for not having an explosive catharsis? I constantly, even with today's Shaktipat meditation, have only a very mild catharsis. Does it necessarily mean that I am not open or not open enough, or are there other possible reasons? My concern over this then becomes a distraction to me during the meditation and after. The first thing to be noted, to be remembered, catharsis will happen deeply if you just help it to happen, if you just cooperate with it. Mind is so suppressed, and you have so much pushed things down, that to reach them your cooperation is needed. So whenever you feel even a light catharsis, help it to become stronger. Don't just wait. If you feel that your hand is trembling, don't just wait, help it to tremble more. Don't feel. Think that it has to be spontaneous, so you have to wait. If it has to be spontaneous, then you will have to wait for years, because for years you have been suppressing and the suppression was not spontaneous. You have done it on purpose. You will have to do quite the opposite now. Only then can the suppressions be brought to the surface. You feel like weeping. You weep mildly, help it along. Make it a deep scream. You don't know that from the very beginning you have been suppressing your crying, you have not cried really. From the very beginning the child wants to cry, to laugh. The crying is a deep necessity in him. Through crying, every day he goes through catharsis. The child has many frustrations. This is bound to be. It is of necessity. The child wants something, but he cannot say what, he cannot express it. The child wants something, but the parents may not be in a position to fulfill it. The mother may not be available there. She may be engaged in some other work, and he may not be cared for. At that moment, no attention is paid to him, so he starts crying. The mother wants to persuade him, to console him, because she is disturbed, the father is disturbed, the whole family is disturbed. No one wants him to cry. Crying is a disturbance. Everyone tries to distract him so that he may not cry. We can bribe him. The mother can give him a toy. The mother can give him milk, anything to create a distraction or to console him, but he should not cry. But crying is a deep necessity. If he can cry and is allowed to cry, he will become fresh again. The frustration is thrown through crying. Otherwise, with a stopped crying, the frustration is stopped. Now he will go on piling it up, and you are a piled-up cry. Now psychologists say that you need a primal scream. Now a therapy is developing in the West just to help you to scream so totally that every cell of your body is involved in it. If you can scream so madly that your whole body screams in it, you will be relieved of much pain, much suffering that is accumulated. You will become just like a child, fresh and innocent again. But that primal scream is not going to come suddenly. You will have to help it. It is so deep down, and there are so many layers of repression that don't just wait, help it. When you want to cry, cry wholeheartedly. Give total energy to it and enjoy it, help it. And the second thing, enjoy it, because if you are not enjoying what you are doing, it cannot go deep, it will be superficial. If you are screaming, then enjoy it. Enjoy the very thing. Feel good. If you are feeling somewhere that what I am doing is not good, what will others say? What a childish thing I am doing. Even a slight feeling like this will become repression. Enjoy it and be playful about it. Enjoy and be playful. Just inquire more and more whether it can become deeper, whether you can help it along more, in what ways you can help it along more. If you are sitting and crying, then maybe if you start jumping, the cry will become deeper. Or if you lie down on the floor and start thrashing about, maybe it will become deeper. Try, help it along, and enjoy it, and you will feel there are many ways in which you can help it along. Enjoy trying to deepen it, and once it takes over, then you will not be needed. Once it comes to the right source where energy is hidden, once you touch the right source and the energy is released, then you are not needed. You can flow automatically, spontaneously. And when it starts flowing spontaneously, you will be cleansed completely. The end. Chapter 41. Be a witness, not a judge. At the start of sneezing, during fright, in anxiety, above a chasm, flying in battle, in extreme curiosity, at the beginning of hunger, at the end of hunger, be uninterruptedly aware. The purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. In reality, know nothing as pure or impure. Life is a paradox. To reach near, you have to travel far, and that which is already achieved you have to achieve again. Nothing is lost. Man remains natural, man remains pure, man remains innocent. It is only that he forgets it. The purity is not disturbed, the innocence is not destroyed. Only a deep forgetfulness is there. That which is to be achieved you are already. In essence, nothing new is to be achieved. You have only to discover, uncover, unfold that which is already the case. Hence, both the difficulty of spiritual endeavor and the simplicity. I say both. It is very simple if you can understand, but it is very difficult because you have to understand that which you have completely forgotten, that which is so obvious that you never become aware of it, that which is just like your breathing. It goes on continuously, uninterruptedly, but because it goes on continuously, uninterruptedly, you need not be aware of it. Your awareness is not needed. It is not a basic requirement. You can forget it or you can remember it. It is a choice. Sansara and nirvana, the world and the liberated state of consciousness, are not two things, just two attitudes, just two choices. You can choose either. You can be in the world because of a certain attitude, and the same world becomes nirvana, the same world becomes absolute bliss, just by changing the attitude. You remain the same, everything remains the same. Just a change of focus, a change of emphasis, a change of choice is required. It is easy. Once absolute bliss is achieved, you will laugh about it. Once it is known, you will not be able to understand why you were missing it, how you could miss it. It was there always, just waiting to be looked at, and it was yours. A Buddha laughs. Anyone who achieves it laughs because the whole thing seems to be ridiculous. You were searching for something which was never lost. The whole effort was absurd. But this happens only when you have achieved it, so those who have achieved it say it is very simple. But those who have not achieved it, they say it is the most arduous thing, the most difficult really, not simply difficult, but the most impossible thing. These methods, which we will be discussing, are told by someone who has achieved. Remember this. They will look too simple, and they are. To our minds, things so simple cannot be appealing, because if techniques are so simple, and the abode is so near, if you are already in it, if techniques are so simple and the home is so near, you will look ridiculous to yourself. Then why are you missing it? Rather than feel the ridiculousness of your own ego, you will think that such simple methods cannot help. That is a deception. Your mind will tell you that these simple methods cannot be of any help, that they are so simple, they cannot achieve anything. To achieve divine existence, to achieve the absolute and the ultimate, how can such simple methods be used? How can they be of any help? Your ego will say that they cannot be of any help. Remember another thing, ego is always interested in something which is difficult, because when something is difficult there is a challenge. And if you can overcome the difficulty, your ego will feel fulfilled. The ego is never attracted towards anything which is simple, never. If you want to give your ego a challenge, then you have to have something difficult devised. If something is simple, there is no appeal, because even if you can conquer it, there will be no fulfillment of the ego. In the first place, there was nothing to be conquered, the thing was so simple. Ego asks for difficulties, some hurdles to be crossed, some peaks to be conquered, and the more difficult the peak, the more at ease your ego will feel. Because these techniques are so simple, they will not have any appeal to your mind. Remember, that which appeals to the ego cannot help your spiritual growth. Only that which has no appeal to your ego can be a help towards transformation. But this is what happens if some teacher says that this or that is very difficult, very arduous, that only after lives and lives and lives will you have any possibility for any glimpse. Your ego will feel good. These techniques are so simple that right now, here and now, the thing is possible. But then there is no contact with your ego. If I say that right now, here, this very moment you can achieve all that is possible to man, that you can become a Buddha or a Christ or a Krishna in this very moment here and now without losing a single instant, then there will be no contact with your ego. You will say, this is not possible. I must go somewhere else to search for it. And these techniques are so simple that you can achieve all that is possible to human consciousness at any moment that you decide to achieve it. When I say that these techniques are simple, I mean many things. First, spiritual explosion is not caused by anything. It is not a causal phenomenon. If it were caused by something, then time would be needed, because time is necessary for the cause to take place. And if time is needed, then it cannot be the case. It cannot happen this very moment. Then you will have to wait for tomorrow or for another life. The next moment will be needed. If anything is causal, then the cause has to take place, and then after the cause the effect will follow, and you cannot produce the effect right now without the cause. Time will be needed, but a spiritual happening is not a causal phenomenon. You are already in that state. Just a remembering is needed. It is not a causal phenomenon. It is just like this: in the morning somebody has suddenly awakened you, and you cannot recognize where you are. For a moment you may not even recognize who you are. In a sudden awakening from deep sleep, you may not be able to recognize the place, the time, but within a moment you will recognize. The more alert you will become, the more you will recognize who you are, where you are, and what has happened. This is not a causal thing, just a question of alertness. With a growing alertness, you will recognize. All these techniques are for a growing alertness. You are already the person you long to be. You are already where you want to reach. You have reached your home already. You have never left it, really. You have always been there, but dreaming, asleep. You can fall asleep here and then you can dream, and in your dream you can move anywhere. You can go to hell or to heaven or anywhere. Have you ever observed that whenever you are in your dream, one thing is certain, that you are never in the room in which you are asleep? Have you observed that fact? You can be anywhere, but you will never be in the same room, on the same cot where you are. Because you are already there, there is no need to dream about it. Dream means you have to trek away. You may be sleeping in this room, but you will never dream of this room. There is no need, you are already there. The mind desires something which is not, so the mind moves. It may go to London, to New York, to Calcutta, to the Himalayas, to Tibet, to anywhere. It may go anywhere, but it will never be here. It can be anywhere, but never here, and you are here. This is the case, you are dreaming. Your divine existence is here. You are that. But you have been trekking long. And each dream creates a new sequence of dreaming. Each dream creates new dreams, and you go on dreaming and dreaming and dreaming. All these techniques are just to make you alert, so that you can come out of your dreams back to the place where you have always been, to the state which you have never missed. And you cannot miss it. It is your nature, it is Swabhav. It is your very being. So how can you miss it? These techniques are just to help your alertness to grow more, to help it become more intense. With the intensity of awareness, everything changes. The more intense the awareness, the less the possibility for dreaming. You become more and more alert about the real. The less intense the awareness, the more you drift into dreaming. So the whole phenomenon is that a non-alert state of mind is the world, and an alert state of mind is nirvana. Non-alert, you are what you appear to be. Alert, you are what you are. So the whole question is one of how to change your non-alert state of mind into an alert state of mind, how to become more aware, how to get out of sleep and dreaming. That is why techniques can be of help. Even an alarm clock can be of help, just an artificial device, just an alarm clock. But if the alarm goes on, it can help to bring you out of your dreaming. But you can deceive it also. You can even dream about it, and then the whole thing is falsified. When the alarm goes, you can dream. You can make a dream around the alarm also. You can dream that you have entered a temple and the bells are going on. Now you have deceived the alarm. It could have broken your sleep, but you can change it into dream itself. You can make it part of your dreaming. If you can make it part of your dreaming, if it can be absorbed into a dreaming process, then it cannot help you. You can dream anything, and then it will not look like an alarm. It will have become something else. You have entered a temple and the bells are. Now there is no need to wake up. You have changed the alarm, the real thing, into a dream, and a dream cannot be disturbed by another dream, it can only be helped. These techniques are all artificial in a way. They are just devices to help bring you out of your dreaming state, but you can make them also part of your dream. Then you miss the point. Then you miss the point. Try to understand this because this is very basic, and once understood, it will be helpful. Otherwise, you can go on deceiving yourself. For example, I say, take a jump into sanyas. That is just a device. Your old identity is broken. Your old name becomes as if it belongs to someone else. You can look at your past more detachedly. You can be a witness. You are aloof. A distance is created. I give you a new name and a new robe just to create the distance. But you can make it part of your dreaming. Then you will miss the whole point. You can still think in terms of the old, that the old man, A, has taken sanyas. You feel, I have taken sanyas. I remain the old. I have changed my robe, my name, but I remain the old. And the old continues. Now this sanyas is just something added to the old. It is not discontinuous, it is continuous. If it is continuous, if you have taken sanyas, you the old one, if you have changed your robe and name, you have missed the point. You must be dead, you must not be the old now. You must feel that the old has died, that this is a new entity which you never knew, that this is not a growth out of the old. This is discontinuous with the old. Then the device will have helped. Then the alarm will have worked and the technique is useful. You are not missing the point. All these techniques are such that you can miss or you can use them. It depends. But remember well, the techniques are just techniques. If you understand the spirit, you may become alert even without any technique. For example, the alarm clock may not be needed. Go deeply into it. Why do you need an alarm clock? If you want to get up early in the morning at 3, why do you need an alarm clock? Deep down you know that you can deceive yourself, and deep down you know that if you really want to get up at 3, you will get up at 3 and no clock is needed. But with the clock, the responsibility is put off. Now you will not be responsible. Now if something goes wrong, the clock is responsible. You can sleep with ease now the clock is there. You can sleep without any disturbance. But if you really want to get up early at 3, you will get up early at 3. No clock is needed. This very intensity to get up will bring the happening. This will to get up at 3 may be so intense, you may not be able to sleep at all, and there will be no need to get up. You will already be awake the whole night. But to sleep well, the clock is needed. Then you can go to sleep. but you can deceive. When the alarm goes off, you can deceive. You can dream about it. These techniques are helpful only because your intensity is low. If you are really intense, there is no need of any technique. You can be alert, but your intensity is not such. Even with the technique, you may start dreaming, and many possibilities are there. The first possibility is that you will not believe that such simple techniques can be of any help. This is the first thing. Then there is no contact. Secondly, you may think that a very, very long process is needed, that it will come gradually. But there are certain things that only happen suddenly, they never come gradually. I am reminded that Mullah Nasruddin was asked to give his blessings to one of his neighbor's sons on his birthday. So he said, "Son, I hope you live 120 years plus 3 months." Everyone was wondering at this plus 3 months. The son asked, "But why it is okay 120 years? Why plus 3 months?" So Mullah Nasruddin said, "I would not like you to die so suddenly. Just 120 years, and suddenly you die. I would not like you to die so suddenly. That is why plus 3 months. But even with plus 3 months you will die suddenly anyway. Whenever you are going to die, you will die suddenly. Every death is a sudden death. No death is gradual because either you are alive or dead. There is no gradual process. One moment you are alive and the next moment you are dead. There is no time process. Death is sudden. Samadhi is also sudden. Spiritual explosion is also sudden. It is like death. It is more like death than it is like life. It is sudden. It can happen at any moment. If you are ready, these techniques can be of help. They will not bring it gradually. Really, they will gradually bring you to be ready for the sudden happening. Remember this distinction: they are preparing you so that the sudden samadhi happens. These techniques are not techniques for samadhi. They are techniques to prepare you, and then samadhi happens. So how you use these techniques depends on you. So don't think that a very long process is needed, because that may be just a trick. The mind says a very long process is needed so that you can postpone. You can say, "Tomorrow I will do it," or "the day after tomorrow," and you can go on postponing forever. A postponing mind goes on always postponing. It is not a question of whether you are going to do it tomorrow. There is only a question because you are not going to do it today, that is all. Tomorrow will again be a today, and the same mind will say, "Okay, I am going to do it tomorrow." And remember, you never postpone for years. You postpone for one day, because if you postpone for years, you cannot deceive yourself. You say, "It is only a question of one day. Just today I am not doing it. Tomorrow I will do it." And the gap is so small that you never feel you are postponing it forever. Tomorrow never comes, it is always today. And this mind which thinks in terms of tomorrow will always think in terms of tomorrow. And it never comes, it has never been, it will never be. All that you have is this very moment, so don't go on postponing. Now we will enter the techniques. The first technique: at the start of sneezing, during fright, in anxiety, above a chasm, flying in battle, in extreme curiosity, at the beginning of hunger, at the end of hunger, be uninterruptedly aware. It looks so simple: at the start of sneezing, during fright, in anxiety, or before hunger or after hunger, be uninterruptedly aware. Many things have to be understood. Very simple acts like sneezing can be used as devices, because howsoever simple they look, they are very complex, and the inner mechanism is a very delicate thing. Whenever you feel that a sneeze is coming, become alert, and the sneeze may not come at all. It may simply disappear, because a sneeze is a non-voluntary thing, unconscious, non-voluntary. You cannot sneeze voluntarily. You cannot will it. How can you? How helpless man is. You cannot will a single sneeze. Howsoever you may try, you cannot bring it out. A single sneeze, such a small thing, but you cannot will it. It is non-voluntary. Volition is not needed. It does not happen because of your mind. It is because of your total organism, your total body. And the second thing, when you become alert, when the sneeze is coming, you cannot bring it. But when it is coming, if you become alert, it may not come, because you are bringing something new to the process, the alertness. It may disappear, but when the sneeze disappears and you are alert, there is a third thing. First, a sneeze is non-voluntary. You bring in a new thing, alertness. When the alertness comes, the sneeze may not come. If really you are alert, it will not. It may not happen at all. Then a third thing happens. The energy that was going to be released through a sneeze, where does it move? It moves to your alertness. Suddenly there is a flash, a lightning. You become more alert. The energy, that was going to be thrown by the sneeze moves into alertness. Suddenly you become more alert. In that flash, in that lightning, even enlightenment is possible. That is why I say that these matters are so simple, they look absurd. Their promise seems to be too much. Just through sneezing, how can one become enlightened? But sneezing is not just sneezing. You are totally involved in it. Whatsoever you do or whatsoever happens to you is a total involvement. Observe again, whenever a sneeze happens, you are totally in it with the whole body, the whole mind. It is not just your nose in which the sneeze is happening. Every fiber, every cell of your body is involved in it. A subtle trembling, a subtle wavering goes all over the body, and with it the whole body becomes concentrated. And when the sneeze has happened, the whole body relaxes. But it is difficult to bring alertness to it. If you bring alertness to it, it will not happen, and if it happens, you can know that the alertness was not there. That is why you should be alert, at the start of sneezing. Because if it has started, nothing can be done. The arrow has gone. You cannot change it now. The mechanism has started. The energy is on its way to being released. It cannot be stopped. Can you stop a sneeze in the middle? How can you stop it in the middle? By the time you are ready, it has already happened. You cannot stop it in the middle. Just at the beginning, become alert. The moment you feel the sensation that it is coming, become alert. Close your eyes and be meditative. Bring your total consciousness to the focus just where you are feeling the sensation of an oncoming sneeze. Just at the beginning, remain alert. The sneeze will disappear, and the energy will be transformed into more alertness. And because in the sneeze the whole body is involved, the whole mechanism is involved, it is a release mechanism, and you are alert at this moment, there will be no mind. There will be no thought, no meditation. In a sneeze, thinking stops. That is why so many people like snuff. It unburdens them. Their minds feel more relaxed because for a moment thinking stops. Snuff gives them a glimpse of no thinking. Through snuff, when the sneeze comes, they are not minds, they become bodies. The head disappears for a single moment, but it feels good. If you become habituated to snuff, it is very difficult to leave it. It is more penetrating a habit than smoking. Smoking is nothing before it. It penetrates more deeply, because smoking is conscious and sneezing is unconscious. To leave snuff is more difficult than to leave smoking. And smoking can be changed. Substitutes can be found, but there is no substitute for snuff. Because, really, sneezing is a very unique phenomenon in the body. The only other thing that can be compared and which has been compared is the sex act. Those who think in terms of physiology, they say that the sex act is just sneezing through the sex organ, and the similarity is there. It is not 100% right because much more is involved in sex. Greater things are involved in it. But in the beginning, just in the beginning, the similarity is there. Something is thrown out from the nose and you feel relieved, and something is thrown out from the sex organ and you feel relieved, and both are non-voluntary. You cannot move into sex with will. If you try, you will be a failure, particularly men, because man's sex organ has to do something. It is active. You cannot will its act, and if you try, then the more you try, the more it will be impossible. It can happen, but you cannot make it happen. Because of this, in the West, sex has become a problem. This half-century in the West, sex knowledge has developed, and everyone has become so conscious about it that the sex act is becoming more and more impossible. If you are alert, sex will be impossible. If a man is alert while making love, the more he is alert, the more it will be difficult. He will not be able to get an erection. It cannot be willed, and if you will it, you will lose it. The same method, the same technique, can be used in sex. Just in the beginning, when you feel the sensation of an erection just coming to you but it has not yet come, you just feel the vibration, become alert. The vibration will be lost, and the same energy will move into alertness. Tantra has used this. It has tried in many ways. A beautiful naked woman will be there just as an object for meditation, and the seeker, the meditator, will sit before the nude woman meditating on her body, her form, her proportions, just waiting for the first sensation in his sex center. The moment the sensation is there, he will close his eyes. He will forget the woman. He will close his eyes, and he will become alert of the sensation. Then sex energy is being transformed into alertness. He is allowed to meditate on the nude woman only up to the point when the sensation is felt. When he has to close his eyes and move to his own sensation and become alert there, the same as is done in sneezing. And why does this flash happen? because mind is not there. The basic thing is that if the mind is not there and you are alert, you will have satori. You will have the first glimpse of samadhi. Thought is the barrier. So if thought disappears in any way, the thing will happen. But thought must disappear. Only then is alertness there. Thought can disappear even in sleep. Thought can disappear when you go unconscious. Thought can disappear when you take some drug. Thought disappears, but then there is no alertness to be aware of the phenomenon that is hidden behind thought. So I define meditation as thoughtless consciousness. You can become thoughtless and unconscious. Then there is no meaning. You can be conscious with thought. You are already that. Bring these two things together, consciousness and thoughtlessness. When they meet, meditation happens, meditation is born. And you can try with very small things because nothing is really small. Even a sneeze is a cosmic phenomenon. In existence, nothing is great and nothing is small. Even a minute atom can destroy the whole world, and even a sneeze, a very atomic phenomenon, can transform you. So don't see things as small or big. There is nothing small and nothing big. If you have the penetrating eye, then very small things are vital. Between atoms, universes are hidden. And between the universe and an atom, you cannot say which is great and which is small. Even a single atom is a universe in itself, and the greatest universe is nothing but atoms. So don't think in terms of great and small. Just try, don't say, what can happen in a sneeze? I have been sneezing the whole life, and nothing has happened. Bring in this technique just at the start of sneezing, during fright. When you feel afraid and fear enters, just when you feel the fear enter, become aware and fear will disappear. With alertness, there can be no fear. How can you be afraid when you are alert? You can be afraid only when you lose alertness. Really, a coward is not a person who is afraid. A coward is a person who is asleep, and a brave man is a person who can bring his alertness to the moments of fear. So fear disappears. In Japan, they train their warriors for alertness. The basic training is for alertness, and everything else is secondary. Swordsmanship, archery, everything is secondary. It is known, it is said about the great Zen master Rinzai that he never succeeded in his archery to get to the right point, to the right aim. His arrow always missed. It never reached to the right point. And he is known as one of the greatest archers, so it is asked, how is Rinzai known as the greatest archer when he never succeeded in any aim, and the point was always missed? His arrow never reached to the right point, so how is he known as one of the greatest archers? The followers of Rinzai say, it is not the end, it is the beginning. We are not concerned with the arrow reaching to the end, we are concerned with when the arrow starts its journey. We are concerned with Rinzai. When the arrow leaves the bow, he is alert. That is all. It is not the result that is irrelevant. One man was a disciple to Rinzai. He was a great archer himself. He never missed his aim, and then he came to Rinzai to learn, so someone said, to whom are you going to learn? He is not a master. He is not even a disciple. He is a failure, and you are a great master and you are going to Rinzai to learn. So that archer said, yes, because I have succeeded technically. But as far as my consciousness is concerned, I am a failure. He is technically a failure, but as far as his consciousness is concerned, he is the archer and the master because when the arrow leaves he is alert, and that is the point. This archer who was a master technically had to learn, for years under Rinzai, and every day he was 100% accurate in his aiming. Rinzai would say, no, you are a failure. Technically the arrow leaves rightly. But you are not there, you are not alert. You lose it in your sleep. In Japan, they have been training their warriors to be alert first, and everything else is secondary. A warrior is a brave man if he can be alert, and it was felt in the Second World War that you cannot match Japan's warriors. Their bravery is incomparable. From where does it come? Physically they are not so strong, but in consciousness, in alertness, fear cannot enter, they are not afraid, and whenever fear comes they will try Zen methods. This sutra says, during fright, in anxiety. When you feel anxious, much anxiety-ridden, try it. What is one to do? What do you ordinarily do when anxiety is there? What do? You try to solve it. You try alternatives, and you get more and more into it. You will create a bigger mess because anxiety cannot be solved through thinking. It cannot be dissolved through thinking because thinking itself is a sort of anxiety, so you help it to grow more. Through thinking, you cannot come out of it. You will go deeper into it. This technique says don't do anything with anxiety, just be alert, just be alert. I will tell you one old anecdote about Bokuju. another Zen master. He lived alone in a cave, all alone, but during the day, or even in the night, he would sometimes say loudly, Bokuju, his own name, and then he would say, "Yes, I am here." And no one else was there. Then his disciples used to ask him, "Why are you calling Bokuju, your own name, and then saying, 'Yes, sir, I am here'?" He said, "Whenever I get into thinking, I have to remember to be alert, and so I call my own name, Bokuju. The moment I call Bokuju and I say, 'Yes, sir, I am here,' the thinking, the anxiety disappears." Then, in his last days, for 2 or 3 years, he never called Bokuju his name and never had to reply, "Yes, sir, I am here." The disciples asked, "Master, now you never do this," so he said, "But now Bokuju is always there. He is always there and there is no need. Before I used to miss him. Sometimes the anxiety would take me, cloud me all over, and Bokuju was not there. So I had to remember Bokuju, and the anxiety would disappear. Try your name. When you feel deep anxiety, just try this. This is a beautiful thing, try your name. When you feel deep anxiety, just call your name Bokuju or any name, but your name and then reply to it, "Yes, sir, I am here," and feel the difference. Anxiety will not be there. At least for a single moment you will have a glimpse beyond the clouds, and that glimpse can be deepened. Once you know that if you become alert, anxiety is not there, it disappears. You have come to a deep knowing of your own self and the mechanism of inner working. Above a chasm, flying in battle, in extreme curiosity, at the beginning of hunger, at the end of hunger, be uninterruptedly aware. You can use anything. Hunger is there, become alert. What to do when you feel hunger is there? What has happened? When you feel hunger, you never see it as something happening to you. You become the hunger, you feel, "I am hungry." The real feeling is that I am hunger, but you are not hunger. You are only conscious of it. It is something happening on the boundary. You are the center, you have become aware of it. It is an object, you remain the subject, you are a witness. You are not hunger. Hunger is happening to you. You were there when hunger was not, and you will be there when hunger will have gone. So hunger is an accident. It happens to you. Become alert, then you will not be identified with it. If you feel hunger, become alert that hunger is there. Look at it, encounter it, face it. What will happen? The more you become alert, the farther away will the hunger be felt. The less alert, the nearer. If you are not alert, exactly at the center you will feel, "I am hunger." If you become alert, hunger is thrown away. Hunger is there, you are here. Hunger is an object, you are a witness. Fasting has been used only because of this, for this technique. Fasting in itself is of no use. If you are not doing this technique with the hunger, fasting is foolish, just foolish, of no use. Mahavira used fasting with this technique, and Jainas have been simply using fasting without this technique. Then it is foolish. You are just destructive, and it cannot be of any help. You can be hungry for months and identified with hunger, feeling that I am hungry. It is useless, harmful. There is no need to go on a fast. Every day you can feel it, but there are problems. That is why fasting may be helpful. Ordinarily, we stuff ourselves with food before we feel hunger. In the modern world, there is no need to feel hunger. You have a time fixed for your meals and you take them. You never ask whether the body is feeling hungry or not. At a fixed hour you take your meals. Hunger is not felt. You may say, "No, when it is 1 o'clock I feel hungry." That may be a false hunger. You feel it because it is 1 o'clock your time. Someday you can play a trick. Tell your wife or your husband to change the clock. It is 12, and the clock will show that it is 1. You will feel hunger. Or it is already 1 hour fast, it is 2 exactly, and the clock shows 1. Then you will feel hunger. You look at the clock and you feel hunger. This is artificial, false, it is not real, so fasting may be helpful. If you fast, then for 2 or 3 days you will feel a false hunger. Only after the 3rd or 4th day will real hunger be felt. Your body will demand, not the mind. When mind demands, it is false. When the body demands, it is real. And when it is real and you become alert, you become totally different from your body. Hunger is a body phenomenon. Once you can feel that hunger is different from you and you are a witness to it, you have transcended the body. But you can use anything, these are just examples. This technique can be used in many ways. You can devise your own way. But insist on one thing if you are trying with hunger, then go on at least for 3 months with hunger. Then only will you be disidentified with your body someday. Don't change the device every day because a deepening is needed with any technique. So choose anything for 3 months. Stick to it, apply the technique. go on working with it, and always remember to be aware in the beginning. In the middle, it will be very difficult, because once the identity is felt that you are hungry, you cannot change it. You can get changed mentally. You can say, no, I am not hunger, I am a witness. That is false. This is the mind talking. This is not a feeling experience. Just try to be aware in the beginning and remember, you are not to say that I am not hunger. This is how mind can deceive. You can say, the hunger is there, but I am not hunger. I am not body, I am the Brahman. You are not to say anything. Whatsoever you say will be false because you are false. This chanting that I am not the body will not help. You go on saying I am not the body because you know that you are body. If you really know that you are not the body, what is the use of saying I am not the body? There is no use, it will look stupid. Be aware, and then the feeling that I am not the body will be there. This will not be a thought, this will be a feeling. This will not be felt in the head, this will be felt all over your being. You will feel the distance that the body is far away, that I am absolutely different, and there is not even a possibility of mixing both, you cannot, the body is the body. It is matter and you are consciousness, they can live together but they never mix, they cannot become mixed. The second technique, the purity of other teachings, is an impurity to us. In reality, know nothing as pure or impure. This is one of the basic messages of Tantra. It is very difficult to conceive of it because it is absolutely non-ethical, non-moral. I will not say immoral because Tantra is not concerned with morality or immorality. Tantra says it is irrelevant. This message is to help you to grow beyond purity and impurity, beyond division really, beyond dichotomy, duality. Tantra says, existence is non-dual, it is one, and all distinctions are man-created. All distinctions, remember. Distinctions as such are man-created. Good, bad, pure, impure, morally moral, virtue, sin, all these concepts are man-created. They are attitudes of man. They are not real. What is impure and what is pure? It depends on your interpretation. What is immoral and what is moral? It depends on your interpretation. Nietzsche has said somewhere that all morality is interpretation. So something can be moral in this country and immoral in the neighboring country. Something can be moral to a Mohammedan and immoral to a Hindu, moral to a Christian and immoral to a Jaina. Or something can even be moral to the older generation and immoral to the younger generation. It depends. It is an attitude. Basically, it is a fiction. The fact is simply the fact. The naked fact is simply the fact. It is neither moral nor immoral, pure nor impure. Think of the earth without human beings. Then what will be pure and what will be impure? Everything will be simply be. Nothing will be pure and nothing will be impure. Nothing will be good and nothing will be bad. With man, mind comes in, mind divides. It says this is good and that is bad. This division not only creates a division in the world. This division creates a division in the divider also. If you divide, you are also divided in that division, and you cannot transcend your inner division unless you forget outer divisions. Whatsoever you do to the world, you have done to yourself also. Naropa, one of the greatest masters of Siddha Yoga, says an inch division, and hell and heaven are set apart an inch division. But we go on dividing. We go on labeling, condemning, justifying. Look at the bare fact of existence and don't label it. Only then can Tantra's teachings be understood. Don't say good or bad. Don't bring your mind to the fact. The moment you bring your mind to the fact, you have created a fiction. Now it is not a fact. It is not a reality, it is your projection. This sutra says, the purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. In reality, know nothing as pure or impure. The purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. Tantra says, what is very pure for other teachings, a virtue, is a sin for us, because their concept of purity divides. For them something becomes impure. If you call a man a saint, you have created the sinner. Now you will have to condemn someone somewhere because the saint cannot exist without the sinner. And look now at the absurdity of our efforts. We go on trying to destroy sinners, and we conceive of and hope for a world where there will be no sinners, only saints. This is nonsense because saints cannot exist without sinners. They are the other aspect of the same coin. You cannot destroy one aspect of the coin. They both will exist. Sinners and saints are both part and parcel of one thing. If you destroy the sinners, saints will disappear from the world. But don't be afraid. Let them disappear because they have not proved to be of any worth. Sinners and saints are both part of one interpretation, of one attitude towards the world, in which one says, this is good and that is bad. And you cannot say that this is good unless you say that that is bad. The bad is needed to define the good. So the good depends on the bad, your virtue depends on sin, and your saints are impossible. They cannot exist without the sinners. So they must be grateful to the sinners. They cannot exist without them, in relation to them, in comparison to them, howsoever much they condemn the sinners, they are part and parcel of the same phenomenon. Sinners can disappear from the world only when saints disappear, not before that. And sin will not be there when there is no concept of virtue. Tantra says that the fact is real and the interpretation is unreal. Don't interpret, in reality, know nothing as pure or impure. Why? Because purity and impurity are our attitudes imposed on reality. Try this. This technique is arduous, not simple, because we are so much oriented towards dual thinking, based, rooted in dual thinking, that we are not even aware of our condemnations and justifications. If someone starts smoking here, you may not have consciously felt anything, but you have condemned. Deep down within you, you have condemned. Your look may have condemned, or no look may have condemned. You may not have looked at the person, and you have condemned. This is going to be difficult because the habit has become so deep-rooted. You go on just by your gestures, you're sitting, you're standing, you go on condemning, justifying, not even aware of what you are doing. When you smile at a person, or when you don't smile at a person, when you look at someone or you don't look, you just ignore someone. What are you doing? You are imposing your attitudes. You say something is beautiful. Then you will have to condemn something as ugly. And this dual attitude is simultaneously dividing you, so within you there will be two persons. If you say that someone is angry and anger is bad, what will you do when you will feel angry? You will say that this is bad. Then there will be problems, because you say that this is bad, this anger in me is bad. Then you have started to divide yourself into two persons: a bad person, an evil person within, and a good person, a saint. Of course, you are bound to be identified with the saint within, so the devil, Satan, the evil within you is to be condemned. You are divided in two. Now there will be a constant fight, a conflict. Now you cannot be an individual. You will be a crowd, a house divided against itself. Now there will be no peace, no silence. You will feel only tensions and anguish. This is what you are feeling, but you don't know why. A divided person cannot be at peace. How can he be? Where to put your devil? You have to destroy it, and it is you. You cannot destroy it. You are not two. The reality is one. But because of your divisive attitude, you have divided the outer reality. Now the inner is also divided accordingly, so everyone is fighting with himself. It is as if you are fighting against one hand, fighting the right hand with the left hand, and the energy is one. In my right hand and left hand, I am flowing in both. But I can oppose one against the other, my right hand against my left hand, and I can create a conflict, a bogus fight. Sometimes I can deceive myself that the right hand has won, and now the left is down. But this is a deception, because I know that it is me in both, and any moment I can put the left up and the right down. I am in both. Both the hands are mine. So howsoever much you think you have put your saint above and crushed the devil down, know that at any moment you can change the positions, and the saint will be down and the devil will be up. That creates fear, insecurity, because you know that nothing is certain. You know you are so loving this moment, and you have crushed your hatred down, but you are afraid because at any moment the hatred can come up, and the love will be just crushed down, and it can happen at any moment because you are within both. Tantra says don't divide, be undivided. Only then will you be victorious. How to be undivided? You don't condemn. Don't say this is good and that is bad. Just withdraw all conceptions of purity and impurity. Look at the world, but don't say what it is. Be ignorant, don't be too much wise. Don't label, remain silent, non-condemnatory, non-justifying. If you can remain silent about the world, by and by this silence will penetrate within. And if the division is not there outwardly, the division will disappear from the inner consciousness, because both can exist together. But this is dangerous for society. That is why Tantra was suppressed. This is dangerous. Nothing is immoral, nothing is moral. Nothing is pure, nothing is impure, things are as they are. A real tantric will not say that a thief is bad. He will say that he is a thief. That is all. And by using the word thief there is no condemnation in his mind. This thief is just a fact, not a condemnation. If someone says that here is a man who is a great saint, he will say, okay, he is a saint. But there is no evaluation in it. He will not say, he is good, he will say, okay. He is a saint, and that man is a thief. Just like this is a rose and that is not a rose, this tree is high and that tree is low. Night is dark and day is light, but without comparison. But this is dangerous. Society cannot exist without condemning one thing, and without appreciating the other. Society cannot exist. Society exists on duality. That is why Tantra was suppressed. It was thought to be antisocial, but it is not. It is not. But that very attitude of non-duality is transcendental. It is not anti-society, it is transcendental. It is beyond society. Try this. Just move in the world without any values, just with natural facts. Someone is this, someone is that. And then, by and by, you will feel a non-division within yourself. Your polarities will be coming together, your bad and your good will be coming together. They will merge into one, and you will become one unity. There will be nothing as pure, nothing as impure. Know the reality. The purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. Tantra says that what is basic for others is poisonous for us. For example, there are teachings which are based on non-violence. They say violence is bad, non-violence is good. Tantra says that non-violence is non-violence, violence is violence. Nothing is good and nothing is bad. There are teachings which are based on celibacy, brahmacharya. They say that brahmacharya is good, sex is bad. Tantra says sex is sex, brahmacharya is brahmacharya. One is a brahmachari and one is not. But these are simple facts, no values are attached to them. And Tantra will never say that brahmacharya is good, the celibate is good, and that the one who is in sex is bad. Tantra will not say that. Tantra accepts things as they are. And why? Just to create a unity within you. This is a technique to create a unity within you, to have a total existence within, undivided, non-conflicting, not opposed. Only then is silence possible. One who is trying to move to some place against something can never be at peace. How can he be? And one who is divided within himself, fighting with himself, how can he win? It is impossible. You are both, so who is going to win? No one is going to win, and you will be at loss because you will dissipate your energy in fighting unnecessarily. This is a technique to create a unity in yourself. Allow valleys to disappear. Don't judge. Jesus says somewhere, "Judge ye not so that ye may not be judged." But this was impossible for the Jews to understand, because the whole Jewish conception is morality-oriented. This is good, and that is not good. Jesus in his teaching, "Judge ye not," is talking in terms of Tantra. If he was murdered, crucified, it is because of this. He had a Tantra attitude, "Judge ye not." So don't say that a prostitute is bad, who knows? And don't say that a Puritan is good, who knows? And ultimately they both are part of one game. They are based on each other on a mutual existence. So Jesus says, "Judge ye not." And this is what this sutra means, "Judge ye not so that ye may not be judged." If you are non-judging, not taking any moral standpoint, simply observing facts as they are, not interpreting them according to yourself, then you cannot be judged. You are transformed completely. Now there is no need for you to be judged by any divine power. There is no need. You have become divine yourself. You have become God yourself. Be a witness, not a judge. Chapter 42. Alertness through Tantra, not principles. The first question. Question 1. Is it not true that an immoral life creates hindrances in meditation? What is meditation? It is not your character. It is not what you do. It is what you are. It is not the character. It is the consciousness that you bring to whatsoever you do. The doing is irrelevant. Whether you are doing it consciously or not is the question, whether moral or immoral. Are you alert? If you are alert, meditation happens. If you are not alert, you live in sleep. You can be moral while fully asleep, there is no problem. Rather, it is better to be moral if you want to be fully asleep, because then society will not disturb you. Then no one will be against you. You can sleep conveniently. The society will help you. You can be moral without being meditative, but the immorality will always be just behind you. Just like a shadow, it will follow, and your morality will be just skin deep, because your morality can only be imposed from without when you are asleep. It can only be pseudo, false, a facade. It cannot become your being. You will become moral outwardly, but inwardly you will remain immoral. And the more moral you become outwardly, the more immoral you will be within in the same proportion, because your morality is bound to be nothing but a deep suppression. You cannot do anything else while asleep. You can only suppress, and through this morality you will also become false. You will not be a person, but simply a persona, just a pseudo-entity. Misery will follow, and you will consequently be on the verge of explosion of all that you have suppressed. It is there waiting for you. And if you are really honest in being moral while asleep, you will go mad. Only a dishonest person can remain moral without being mad. That is what hypocrisy means. Hypocrites just show that they are moral, that they are not, and they find ways and means to be immoral, constantly remaining moral on the surface or pretending to be moral. Then only can you remain sane. Otherwise you will go insane. This so-called morality leaves only two alternatives. If honest, you will become insane. If dishonest, you will become a hypocrite. So those who are clever, cunning, they are hypocrites. Those who are simple, innocent, who become victims of such teachings, go mad. While asleep, real morality cannot happen to you. And what do you mean by real morality? Something which is a spontaneous flowering out of your being, not imposed from without. And real morality is not in opposition to immorality. A real morality is just an absence of immorality, it is not in opposition. For example, you can be taught to love your neighbors, to love everyone, to be loving. It can become a moral attitude, but the hate remains within. You force yourself to be loving, and a forced love cannot be real, cannot be authentic. It is not going to fulfill either you or the other person whom you love. No one is to be fulfilled by this false love. It is just like false water. No one's thirst can be quenched by it. The hatred is there, and the hatred is trying to assert, and a false love cannot be a real hindrance to it. Rather, the hatred will penetrate the false love and will even poison it, and your loving will become just a sort of hatred. It is very tricky and cunning. A real morality happens to a person who has gone deep within himself, and the deeper you move, the more loving you become. It is not something forced against hatred. It is not something antagonistic to hatred. The deeper you move, the more love flows out of you. It has nothing to do with hatred at all. It is not concerned with hatred at all. The moment you reach to your center, you are loving without any moral imposition. You may not even be aware that you are loving. How you can be aware this love will just be so natural that it will be just like breathing, just like your shadow following you. You will simply be loving. Tantra teaches the inner journey. Morality will happen, but that will be a consequence, not a prerequisite. Be clear about this distinction. Tantra says don't be entangled with moral and immoral concepts. They are outer, rather, move within. So the techniques are there for how to move within. And don't be concerned with moral and immoral, pure and impure. Don't be concerned with distinctions. Just move within. Forget the outer world, the society and whatsoever the society has taught you. All that society teaches is bound to be dualistic. It is bound to be suppressive. It is bound to be a conflict within you. And if the conflict is there, you cannot move within. So forget the conflict and forget all that creates conflict. Simply move within. The deeper you go, the more moral you will become, but that morality will not be the morality of the society. You will be moral without being conscious that you are moral, because there is nothing opposed to it within you. You are simply loving because you feel blissful when you are loving. It is a bliss in itself. There is no end to it. No result is needed. It is not that you will get into the kingdom of God if you love. It is not a bargain. The morality that society preaches and so-called religions preach is a bargain. Do this and you will get that. If you don't do this, you will not get that. You will even be punished. It is a bargain. Tantric morality is not a bargain, it is a happening. The deeper you move, the more you start living in the moment. You feel that to love is bliss. It is not a step, a condition, a bargain towards something else. It is enough unto itself. You love because you feel blissful in loving. You are not doing anything for your neighbor. You are not obliging anyone else. It is a pleasure to be loving. It is good for you right here and now. There is no future heaven or hell. Just now it creates the heaven, and the kingdom of God enters you, and this happens with all the virtues. They flower spontaneously. Now look at the question is not true that an immoral life creates hindrances in meditation really. The contrary is the truth. A meditative life creates hindrances in immoral life. Immoral life cannot create any hindrances. Immoral life means that you are non-meditative, nothing else. You are fast asleep. That is why you are doing harm to yourself. For Tantra, the basic thing is meditation, alertness, awareness. Nothing else is more basic than that. When someone is immoral, it shows that he is not alert. It is just a symptom. The immoral life is just a symptom that he is not alert. What is ordinary teaching doing? Ordinary teachers will tell to this sleeping man who is immoral to be moral. He may change from immorality to morality, but the sleep continues. So the whole effort is wasted because the real disease was not immorality. Immorality was just a symptom. The disease was non-alertness, non-meditativeness. That is why he was immoral. You can convert him to morality. You can create fear, and you can make afraid only that person who is asleep. Otherwise, you cannot create fear. You can create a fear about hell, and you can create a profit motive for heaven. Both of these things are possible only while you are asleep. If you are not asleep, you cannot be threatened, and you cannot be motivated because of profit. Those two things are meaningful only to the mind that is asleep. So create the fear of punishment, and a person will move from immorality to morality, but he will move because of fear. Create a profit motive, and then he can move from immorality to morality, but he will move because of lust, greed, profit motivation. Greed and fear are part of the sleeping mind. He remains asleep, nothing basic is changed. He is good for the society. That is okay. For the society, the immoral person is a problem, but the moral person is not a problem. So society has solved its problems, but the man remains asleep. For himself, nothing is solved. He is now more convenient for the society. Previously, he was inconvenient. Try to observe the fact an immoral person is inconvenient to the society, but he is convenient for himself. A moral person becomes convenient to the society, but he becomes inconvenient to himself. So it is only that the coin is put upside down. That is why immoral persons look more happy and gay, and a moral person is serious, sad, burdened. The immoral person is fighting with the society, and the moral person is fighting with himself. The immoral person feels worried only because there is always a fear of being caught. He is afraid of being caught, but he is enjoying. If no one catches him, if there is no fear of being caught, he is okay. The moral person is caught in a struggle with himself. Nothing is okay with him. He is only okay with the society. Morality is a lubricant. It helps you to move easily with others. But then, you become uneasy with yourself. Uneasiness remains either with the society or with yourself. Only when you become awakened does uneasiness leave you. Tantra is concerned with the basic disease, not with the symptoms. Morality is removing symptoms. So Tantra says don't be concerned with moral or immoral concepts. It does not mean that Tantra says become immoral. How can Tantra tell you to become immoral when Tantra cannot even tell you to become moral? Tantra says the whole thing is irrelevant. Don't talk about morality and immorality. Come to the root. You can be moral or immoral, but that is only the symptom. Come to the root. The root is that you are asleep, fast asleep. How to break this sleeping pattern, how to be aware and how not to fall again and again into sleep. That is what Tantra is concerned with, and once you become alert your character will change. But that is a consequence. Tantra says you need not worry about it. That is a consequence. Inevitably, it happens, so you need not worry about it. You are not to bring it, it will happen. You simply become more and more alert, and you will be less and less immoral. But this morality that will happen to you is not forced. It is not something done by you on your part. You are just trying to be alert, and it happens. How can an alert man be violent? How can an alert man feel hatred and anger? It may look paradoxical, but it is so. One who is asleep cannot be without hatred. It is impossible. He can only pretend that there is no anger, no hatred. He can only pretend that there is love, compassion, kindness, sympathy. Those are all pretensions. Quite the contrary happens to the one who has awakened. If anger is needed, he can only pretend. He cannot be angry. He can only pretend. If anger is needed, and sometimes it is needed, he can only pretend. He cannot be sad. But if it is needed, he can pretend that he is sad. Now these are impossible. Love is natural now, as hatred was before. Love was a pretension before. Now hatred can only be a pretension if it is needed. Jesus fighting with the Munachangers in the great temple was pretending. He cannot be angry, but he has chosen to pretend. He cannot be really angry. He cannot be angry, but he can use anger as you use love and cannot be loving. You use love for certain purposes. Your love is just to get something else. It is never simply love. You may be trying to get money, you may be trying to get sex, you may be trying to get something ego fulfillment, a victory, a feeling that you are very powerful. You may be trying to get anything else, but it is never love. A Buddha can be angry if he thinks that it is going to help. Because of his love, sometimes he may be angry, but that is only a pretension and only fools are befooled by it. Those who know, they will simply laugh. As meditation deepens, says Tantra, you start changing, and it is beautiful when change happens to you. If you do it, it can never be something very deep because doing is just on the surface. So Tantra says, allow it to happen from the being, from the very center. Let it flow from the center towards the periphery. Don't force it from the periphery to the center. That is impossible. Tantra will not say moral or immoral. The only thing is if you are asleep, try to change it. Allow yourself to become more and more alert wherever you are. If you are immoral, Tantra says, it is okay. We are not concerned with your immorality, we are concerned with your sleep and with how to transform it into alertness. Don't fight with the immorality. Just try to transform your sleep. If you are moral, it is okay. Tantra is not going to tell you first to become immoral and then to try. Neither does the immoral one have any need to transform himself into a moral person, nor does the moral person have to transform himself into an immoral one in order to get into meditation. All that they need is to change their quality of consciousness. So wherever you are, a sinner or a saint, for Tantra there is no distinction. If you are asleep, then try the techniques for alertness, and don't try to change symptoms. The sinner is ill and the so-called saint is also ill because both are asleep. The illness is the sleep, not your character. Your character is just a byproduct. And whatsoever you do while remaining asleep will not make any basic change. Only one thing can change you and create a mutation, and that is alertness. The question is one of how to become more and more alert. So whatsoever you do, make it an object of alertness. If you do some immoral act, do it meditatively. It will not be long before the act will dissolve by itself and disappear. Then you will not be able to do it not because you have created an armor against it, but because now you are more alert. And how can you do a thing which needs sleep as a requisite? You cannot do it. Understand well this basic distinction between Tantra and what others teach. Tantra is more scientific. It goes to the very root of the problem, transforms you from the very being, not from your outer sheath of character, of morality and immorality, of acts and doings. Whatsoever you do is just on the periphery. Whatsoever you are is never on the periphery. The quality of the act, not the act itself, is meaningful for Tantra. For example, one butcher came to Nanin. He was a butcher, and Nanin was a Buddhist monk who believed in non-violence. His whole profession was of violence. The whole day he was killing animals. But when the butcher came to Nanin, he asked him, "What am I to do? My profession is one of violence. So am I to leave my profession first, and is it that only then I can be a new man? Or is there some other way?" Nanin said, "We are not concerned with what you do. We are concerned with what you are. So you go on doing whatsoever you are doing, but be more alert. While killing, remain alert, meditative, and go on doing whatsoever you are doing. We are not concerned." Nanin's followers became disturbed because here was a person who was a follower of Buddha, a believer in non-violence, allowing a butcher to continue. One disciple said, "This is not good, and we never expected that a person like you would allow a butcher to remain a butcher. And when he was asking, you should have told him to drop this. He himself was ready." Nanin is reported to have said, "You can change the butcher's profession easily." He was himself ready. But in that way you cannot change his quality of consciousness. He will remain a butcher. He may become a saint, but the quality of the mind will remain that of a butcher. That will be a deception for others and for himself also. Go and look at your so-called saints. Many of them remain butchers. The quality, the attitude, the violence, their very look towards you, is condemning, violent. You are a sinner and they are saints. When they see you, the very look is such that you are condemned, you are thrown into hell. Nanin said, so it is not good to change his outer life. It is better to bring a new quality to his mind, and it is good to let him remain a butcher, because he is disturbed by his butchery and violence. If he becomes a saint, he will remain a butcher, but then he will not be disturbed. His ego will be strengthened, so this is good. He is disturbed that violence is there, and he has become at least this much aware that this is not good. He is ready to change, but just readiness to change will not help. A new quality of the mind has to be developed. Let him meditate. After 1 year had passed, the man came. He had become a different man. He was still a killer, but the man had changed although the doing remained the same. He came to Nanan again and he said, "Now I'm a different man. I meditated and meditated and meditated, and my whole life has become a meditation because you told me to meditate in whatsoever I am doing. I am butchering animals, but the whole day I am meditating. Now what do you tell me to do?" So Nanan said, "Now do not come to me. Allow your awareness to make a path for you. You need not come to me." So the butcher said, "Now, only if you say remain in the profession will I pretend to be there. But as far as I am concerned, I am no more there. So if you allow me, I am not going back. But if you say to go, then it is okay. I will go and pretend and I will continue." This is how, when your quality changes your quality of consciousness, you become a different person altogether. And Tantra is concerned with you, not with what you do. The second question, question 2, if one follows certain laws of life and calls this moral, then is there any objection from a tantric? Tantra has no objections, but this having no objection is the problem. Tantra has no objection whatsoever. Tantra is not in any way condemning. It is not concerned to tell you do this or don't do that. If you feel good, if you feel happy following certain principles, then follow them. But following certain principles can never lead you to happiness because you are not going to change through principles, and through following them, you will remain the same. Principles are always borrowed. Ideals are always borrowed. Someone else has given them to you. They are not your own. They have not grown out of your own experience. They are without roots. The society, the religion to which you are born, the teachers you happen to be near, they have given them to you. You can follow them and you can force yourself accordingly, but then you will be a dead person not alive. You may create a certain peace around yourself, but that will be the peace of the cemetery dead. You may be less vulnerable to disturbances, more closed in because of the principles, but then you will become less sensitive and less alive. So-called principled men are always dead. Look at them, they look silent, still, peaceful, at ease, but a certain deadness is always around them. The aura of death is always there. You cannot feel the feast of life around them, the festivity of being alive, the celebration of being alive. You can never feel that around them. They have created an armor around them, a safety armor. Nothing can penetrate them. The walls of their principles and character stop everything, but then they are behind the walls, imprisoned, and they are their own prisoners. If you choose this, Tantra has no objection. You are free to choose a life which is not a life at all. Once Mullah Nasruddin visited a cemetery, and he saw a very beautiful marble mausoleum. Inscribed on it was the name Rothschild. Mullah is reported to have said, "Aha! Ah, this is what I call life. This is what I called living a beautiful marble mausoleum. But howsoever beautiful it is not life. It is marble beautiful, rich but not life." You can create a mausoleum out of your life through principles, ideals, impositions, but then you will be dead, although less vulnerable because death is not vulnerable. Death is a security. Life is always insecure. Anything can happen to a live person. Nothing can happen to a dead person. He is secure. There is no future, no possibility for change. The last thing has happened to him, death. Now nothing can happen. Principled personalities are dead personalities. Tantra is not interested in them. Tantra has no objection if you feel good being dead. It is your choice. You can commit suicide, and this is a suicide. But Tantra is for those who want to be more alive, and the truth, the ultimate, is not death. It is life. Remember that the ultimate is not death. It is life, more life. Jesus has said, abundant life, infinite life. So by being dead you can never reach to the ultimate. If it is life and abundant life, then by being dead you will never be in contact with it. Just by being more alive, more vulnerable, more sensitive, less principled and more alert, you will reach it. Why do you seek principles? You may not have observed why. It is because with principles you need not be alert. You need not be alert. If you live through principles, you need not be alert. Suppose I make a principle out of nonviolence and then I stick to it, or I make it a principle to be truthful and I stick to it. Then it becomes a habit. I create a habit of being truthful, of always speaking the truth. It becomes a mechanical habit. Now there is no need to be alert. I cannot speak lies because a principle, a habit, will always create a barrier. The society depends on principles. on inculcating and educating the children with principles. Then they become incapable, really, of being otherwise. If a person becomes incapable, he is dead. Your truth can be alive only if it comes through alertness, not through principle. Each moment you have to be alert in order to be true. Truth is not a principle. It is something born out of your alertness. Non-violence is not a principle. If you are alert, you cannot be violent, but that is difficult and arduous. You will have to transform yourself totally. It is easy to create a life according to principles, rules, and regulations. Then you need not worry. You need not worry about being more alert and aware. You can follow the principles. Then you are just like a railway train running on the tracks. Those tracks are your principles. You are not afraid because you cannot miss the path. Really, you don't have any path. You have just mechanical rails on which your train is running. You will reach the destination. You need not be afraid. You will be asleep and the train will reach. It is running on dead paths. They are not alive. But Tantra says that life is not like that. It is more like a river. It is not running on iron rails on tracks. Really, it is like a river. The path has not even been charted before. As the river flows, the path is created. As the river moves, the path is created. The river will reach to the sea, and this is how life should be if you understand the Tantra way. Life is like a river. There is no pre-charted way. There are no maps to be given to you which are to be followed. Just be alive and alert, and then wheresoever life leads you, go with full confidence in it. Tantra is a trust in the life force. Allow it to lead you, don't force it. Surrender to it and allow it to lead you towards the sea. Just be alert, that is all. While life leads you towards the sea, just be alert so that you don't miss anything. It is very important to remember that Tantra is not simply concerned with the end. It is also concerned with the means. It is also concerned with the path, not only the destination. If you are alert, even this life will be a bliss. The very movement of the river is a bliss in itself. Passing through the valleys, through the rocks, falling down from the hills, moving into the unknown is itself a bliss. Be alert here also, because the ocean, the ultimate, cannot just be a happening in the end. It cannot be. It is a growth. The river is growing to be the sea. It is not simply going to meet the sea. It is growing to be the sea, and this is possible only through rich experience, alert experiences, moving, trusting. This is how Tantra looks at the human search. Of course, it is dangerous. If rivers can be run through predetermined paths, there would be less danger, fewer errors. But the whole beauty of aliveness would be lost. So don't be a follower of principles. Just be a creator of more and more consciousness. Those principles will happen to you, but you will never feel imprisoned in them. The third question 3, the second sutra discussed yesterday says, the purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. In reality, know nothing as pure or impure. If nothing is impure, then how can the teachings of others be impure? Really, nothing is impure, but the teaching that something is pure and something is impure has to be discarded. Only in that sense does the sutra mean, the purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. Nothing is pure and nothing is impure, but if someone teaches that something is pure and something is impure, Tantra says that this has to be discarded. Only in this sense does the sutra say that the purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. This is just a discarding. It is just saying don't make any distinctions, remain innocent. But look at the complexity of life. If I say remain innocent, and if you then try innocence, that innocence will not be innocent. How can it be? If you have tried it, it has become a calculated thing. Then it cannot be innocent. If you try it, it cannot be. So what is to be done? Just discard those things which create cunningness. Don't try to create any innocence. You cannot. Just discard those things which create cunningness in your mind. This is negative. When you have discarded the root causes of cunningness, innocence will have happened to you. Nothing is pure or impure. But what is to be done then? Your mind is filled with distinctions. This is pure and that is impure. So Tantra says, for us this is the only impurity. This mind filled with concepts of purity and impurity is the only impurity. If you can discard it, you have become pure. This sutra is meaningful in another sense also. There are teachings with very fixed rules. For example, Catholic Christian teachings or Jaina teachings in India are against sex. They say that sex is impure, ugly, sin. Tantra says that nothing is ugly, nothing is impure, nothing is sin. Even sex can become a path. Even sex can become a path toward salvation. It depends on you. It is not sex, it is you who determines the quality of it. Even prayer can become a sin, and sex can become a virtue. It depends on you. The value is not in the object, the value is brought to it by you. Look at this phenomenon in a different way. Tantra says that even sex can become salvation, but then come to sex without any notions of purity and impurity, good or bad, morality and immorality. Come to sex as pure energy, just energy. Move in that energy as if you are moving into the unknown. Don't fall asleep, be alert. When sex brings you to the very root of your being, be alert. Don't fall asleep on the path. Be alert and experience everything, whatsoever is happening, the relaxation that comes, the tension that happens, the peak that comes, and the valley in which you are thrown back. Your ego dissolves for a moment. You become one with your beloved or with your partner. For a moment, the two are not there. The bodies are two, but deep down there is a communion, and they have become one. Be alert. Don't miss this moment in sleep, be alert. See what is happening. This oneness is what was hidden in the sex act. The sex was just the outer core. Now this is the meaning, the central point. This is what you were longing for. This is what the hankering was for. This was for what there was, the search, this unity, this dissolving of the ego, this feeling of oneness, this ecstasy of non-tension, this ecstasy of relaxation. This was the meaning, the goal, and this is what you were searching for through this woman and that, through this man and that. You were searching and searching, but no woman can fulfill it, no man can give it. Only through a deep tantric awareness does the sex act completely disappear, and a deep ecstasy is revealed. So Tantra says it is you. If you can bring meditation to your love, to your sex, the sex is transformed. So Tantra doesn't say that this is pure or that is impure, and if you want to use the old terminology of purity and impurity, then I will say that, for Tantra, sleep is impure, alertness is pure, and all else is just meaningless. The fourth question, question 4, if an emotional desire or mood becomes exhilarating for us, and if we do not express it outwardly, does this energy necessarily go back to the source and make the person fresh and energetic? Not necessarily. But if you are aware, then it is so necessarily. Any energy needs roots to move, and no energy can be destroyed. Energy is indestructible. It can only change into different forms. It can never become nothing. So when you try to suppress any energy, you are doing absolute nonsense with yourself. Energy cannot be suppressed, it can only be transformed. A suppressed energy will become a cancer. If you feel anger, two ordinary routes are available: either express it or suppress it. If you express it, then it becomes a chain, because then you create anger in the other person, and he will express it and there is no end to it. Then you will express it, and it can continue for years. It continues. That is how everyone is living, it goes on and on. Those who know deeply, they say that for lives also, for lives together, it goes on and on. You have been angry with a person in your past life, and still in this life you are repeating the same pattern with the same person. You are not aware, you are blissfully unaware. So it is good if you think something new is happening. 99% of the time nothing new is happening. Old patterns are just being repeated again and again. Sometimes you suddenly see a stranger, and you become angry. He has not done anything, you have not even met him before, but you feel depressed or angry or violent, or you want just to escape from this person. You feel bad. Why? It is some old pattern. Energy never dies, it remains, so if you express it, you are falling into an eternal chain. Someday you will have to come out of it. And the whole thing is useless, it is just wastage. Don't start the chain. Then the other ordinary alternative is to suppress it. And when you suppress it, you are creating a wound within yourself. That will be a suffering. That will create problems. And the anger will go on being suppressed, and you will become a volcano of anger. So it may be that you are not now expressing your anger, but now your whole personality will become angry. There will be no eruptions. No one will see you beating someone and being violent, but now your whole personality will become angry because so much anger within poisons you. Now whatsoever you do, the angry part is there. Even while you are loving someone, the angry part is there in everything. If you are eating your food, the angry part will be there. You will be violent with your food, you will not be loving. If you are opening a door, the angry part will be there. You will be violent with the door. One day in the morning, Mullah Nasruddin was passing down a street shouting oaths and saying very angrily, "The devil will take possession of your spirit and beets will grow in your belly," and so it went on and on. One man looked at him and said, "Mullah, whom are you cursing so much so early in the morning?" Mullah said, "Who, I don't know. But don't worry, someone will turn up sooner or later." If you are filled with anger, this happens, you are just waiting, and sooner or later someone will turn up. Inside you are bubbling with fire, just waiting for some objects, some medium, someone who should help you to unburden yourself. Then your whole personality becomes angry or violent or sexual. You can suppress sex, and then the suppressed sex becomes your whole personality. Then wherever you look you will see sex. In whatsoever you touch you will see sex. Whatsoever you do will be a sexual act. You can suppress sex very easily. It is not difficult. But then sex will spread all over you. Your every fiber, every cell will become sexual. Look at the celibates. Their minds become totally sexual. They dream about sex, they fight with sex. Constantly they fantasize about sex, they are obsessed. That which could have been natural has become perverted. If you express it, you create a chain. If you suppress, you create a wound, and both are not good. So Tantra says that whatsoever you do, for example, if you are angry, when you feel that anger is coming, be uninterruptedly aware. Don't suppress it and don't express it. Do a third thing. Take the third alternative, be suddenly aware that anger is coming. This awareness changes the energy that is moving as anger into a different energy. The very energy that is known as anger becomes compassion. Through alertness, there is the transmutation. The same energy which is known as sex becomes brahmacharya, spirituality, through awareness. Alertness is the alchemy. Through it, everything changes. Try it, and you will come to know. When you bring alertness, awareness to any mood, any feeling, any energy, it changes its nature and quality. It is never the same again, and a new route opens. It is not going back again to the same place where it was, from where it came. It is not moving outwards, the horizontal movement has stopped. With alertness, it becomes vertical, it moves upwards. That is a different dimension. A bullock cart moves horizontally. An airplane moves vertically upwards. I would like to tell you one parable. One fakir, a Sufi, used to say that someone was presented an airplane, a very small aircraft, by a friend who was a great king, but the man was poor. He had heard about airplanes, but he had never seen one. He knew only bullock carts, so he thought that this was a new device, a new type of bullock cart. He used his 2 bullocks to bring the airplane home, and then he used the airplane as a bullock cart. He was very happy. Of course, the small aircraft worked as a bullock cart. But then, by and by, just from being curious, he started studying it. Then he came to understand that bullocks were not needed. It had a motor, and it was able to go by itself, so he fueled it and used it as a motor car. But then by and by, he became aware of the wings, and he thought, why are they there? And it seemed to him that the man who had devised this machine must have been very intelligent, a genius. Thus, he could not have added something unnecessarily. The wings showed that the machine could fly also, so he tried. Then the airplane came to its own. It became vertical. You are using the mind that you have as a bullock cart. The same mind can become a motor car. Then bullocks will not be needed. It has an inbuilt mechanism, but then too it will be moving horizontally. However, the same mind has wings. You have not observed, that is why you don't know that it has wings. It can fly, it can move upwards. And once it moves upwards, once your energies start moving upwards, the whole world is different. Your old questions simply fall down, and your old problems are no more there, because you are now moving vertically. All those problems were there because you were moving horizontally. The problems of a bullock cart are not problems for an airplane. The road was not good, so there was a problem. The road was blocked, so there was a problem. Now this is not a problem because the road is not used at all. Whether blocked or not, whether good or not, it is irrelevant. Moral teachings are bullock cart teachings. Tantra's teaching is vertical. That's why all those problems are irrelevant for Tantra. The energy that you know as anger, sex, greed, or whatsoever is moving horizontally. Once you bring your alertness to it, you have brought a new dimension. Just by being alert, you move upwards. Why? Observe the fact when you are alert, you are always above the fact. Become alert about anything, and you are always above the fact. The fact is somewhere below, down, and you are looking from above, from a peak. Whenever you have witnessed something, you have moved upwards, and the thing has remained below. If this attention is really authentic and you can be uninterruptedly aware, then the energy that was moving horizontally as anger, as sex, will move into this new dimension. It will come near to you, to the witness. Then you have started flying. And for lives and lives, you have been using the device which is meant for flying as a bullock cart, unnecessarily creating problems, because you were just not knowing what is possible for you. The fifth question 5 You said that one should neither suppress nor indulge in anger, but that one should remain passively alert and meditative. Obviously, IT will need a sort of inner effort to avoid suppression or indulgence, but then is this not also a sort of suppression? No, it is an effort but not a sort of suppression. Every effort is not suppression. There are 3 types of effort. One is the effort which is expression. When you express your anger, it is an effort. Then the second type of effort is when you suppress it. When you express what you are doing, you are forcing your energy outwards to the person, to the object. You are throwing out your energy, the other is the target. Energy moves to the other. It is an effort. When you suppress, you return the energy back to the original source, to your own heart. You force it back. It is an effort, but the direction is different. In expression, it moves away from you. In suppression, it again moves near you. The third thing, alertness, passive alertness, is also an effort, but the dimension is different. The energy moves upwards. In the beginning, it is an effort. When I say be passively alert, in the beginning, even passivity is bound to be an effort. Only by and by, as you become more acquainted with it, will it not be an effort. And when it is not an effort, it becomes more passive, and the more passive, the more magnetic. It pulls the energy upwards. But in the beginning, everything is going to be an effort, so don't become a victim of words. It creates problems. Mystics have always been talking about effortlessness. They say don't make any effort. But in the beginning, even, this is going to be an effort. When we say be effortless, we only mean don't force the effort. Allow it to come through awareness. If you force it, you will become tense. If you become tense, anger cannot move upwards. Tension is horizontal. Only a non-tense mind can be above, hovering like a cloud. Look at the clouds floating with no effort. Just bring your witnessing in like a floating cloud. In the beginning, it is going to be an effort, but remember only that it is going to become effortless. You will be forcing it and allowing it more and more. This is difficult because language creates the difficulty. If I tell you to relax, what will you do? You will make a sort of effort. But then I tell you don't make any effort, because if you make any effort that will create tension and you will not be able to relax. I tell you to simply relax. Then you are at a loss and you are bound to ask, then what do you mean? If I am not going to make any effort, then what am I supposed to do? You are not supposed to do anything. But in the beginning, that non-doing will look like a doing. So I will say, okay, make a little effort, but remember that the effort is to be left behind. Use it as a starter just in the beginning. You cannot understand non-doing. You can only understand doing. So use the language of doing and action. Start, but use effort only as a starter. And remember, the sooner you leave it behind, the better. I have heard that when Mullah Nasruddin became very old, he became a victim of insomnia. He couldn't sleep. Everything was tried: hot baths, pills, tranquilizers, syrups, but nothing was of any help. Everything was of no avail. And the children were disturbed because Mullah would not sleep himself, and he would not allow anyone in the house to sleep. So the whole night had become a nightmare for the whole family. They searched desperately for any method, any medicine that would help Mullah to sleep, because the whole family was going crazy. So finally, they brought a hypnotist. The children came very happily, and they told old Mullah, "Now you need not be worried, Papa. This is a miracle man. He creates sleep within minutes. He knows the very magic of it, so don't be worried. Now there is no fear, and you will sleep." The hypnotist showed a watch with a chain to Nasruddin and said, "Only very little faith will do the miracle. You need a little trust towards me, just trust me, and you will fall like a small babe into deep sleep. Look at this watch." He started moving that watch left and right. Nasruddin looked at it, and the hypnotist said, left, right, your eyes are becoming tired, tired, tired. You are falling asleep, 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 asleep. Everyone was in joy, happy. Mullah's eyes closed, his head moved down, and he felt like a small babe going into deep sleep. A very rhythmic breathing came. The hypnotist took his fee, and he put his finger on his lips, just to indicate to the children not to be disturbed now. Then he sneaked out. The moment he was out, Mullah opened one eye and said, "That nut, has he gone yet?" He was making an effort to relax, so he relaxed like a babe. He had started breathing rhythmically and closed his eyes, but it was all an effort. He was helping the hypnotist. He thought that he was helping the hypnotist, but it was effort on his part, so nothing happened. Nothing could happen. He was awake. If he could have just been passive, if he could have heard what was being said, looked at what was being shown, the sleep would have happened. No effort on his part was necessary. Only passive acceptance was necessary. But even for you to bring your mind to that passive acceptance, in the beginning you will need effort. So don't be afraid of effort. Start with effort, and just remember that effort has to be left behind, and you have to move beyond effort. Only when you have moved beyond will you be passive, and that passive awareness brings the miracle. With passive awareness, mind is no more there. For the first time your inner center of being is revealed, and there is a reason. Effort is needed for anything that is to be done in the world. If you want to do something in the world, anything, effort is needed. But if you want to do something in the inner, no effort is needed. Just relaxation is needed. Non-doing is the art there just as doing is the art in the outward, the outside world. This passive alertness is the key. But don't become disturbed by language, start with effort. Just keep in mind that you have to leave it, and go on leaving it. Even leaving will be an effort, but a moment comes when everything has gone. Then you are there. Simply there, not doing anything, just there, being. That beingness is samadhi, and all that is worth knowing, worth having, worth being, happens to you in that state. Chapter 43. Finding the changeless through the changing, be the unsame same to friend as to stranger, in honor and dishonor. Here is the sphere of change, change, change. Through change consume change. Northrop says somewhere that the Western mind has been continuously searching for the theoretical component of existence, the causal link for how things happen. What is the cause? How the effect can be controlled? How man can manipulate nature? And the Eastern mind, says Northrop, has been on a different adventure. The search has been to find the aesthetic component of reality, not the theoretical, but the aesthetic. The Eastern mind has not been much involved with the search to know how to manipulate nature, but it has been interested in how to be one with nature, not in how to conquer it, but in how to be in a deep friendship, a deep participation with it. The Western mind has been in a conflict, a struggle. The Eastern mind has been in a mystique, a love relationship. I don't know whether Northrop will agree with me or not, but my feeling is that science is a hatred, a relationship of hatred with nature. Hence, struggle, fight, conquering, the language of victory. Religion is a love relationship. Hence, no conflict, no struggle. In another way, science is a male attitude, and religion a female attitude. Science is aggressive, religion is receptive. The Eastern mind is religious. Or, if you allow me, I will say that wherever a religious mind is, it is Eastern. The scientific mind is Western. It makes no difference whether a man is born in the East or the West. I am using East and West as two attitudes, two approaches, not as two geographical denominations. You can be born in the West, but you may not belong there. You may be Eastern through and through. You may be born in the East, but you may not belong. You may be scientific, the approach may be mathematical, intellectual. Tantra is absolutely Eastern. It is a way of participating with reality, a way how to be one with it, how to dissolve boundaries, how to move in an undifferentiated realm. Mind differentiates, creates boundaries, definitions, because mind cannot work without definitions, without boundaries. The more clear-cut the boundaries, the better the possibility for the mind to work. So mind cuts, divides, chops everything. Religion is a dissolving of boundaries in order to move to the undifferentiated where there is no definition, where there is no limit to anything, where everything moves into everything else, where everything is everything else. You cannot cut, you cannot chop existence. The consequences are bound to be very different in each approach. By the scientific approach, by dividing, chopping, you can come only to dead particles, atoms, because life is something which cannot be cut into divisions. And the moment you cut it, it is no more there. It is as if someone goes to study a symphony by studying each single note. Each single note is part of the symphony, but it is not the symphony. The symphony is created by many notes dissolving into each other. You cannot study a symphony by studying notes. I cannot study you by studying your parts. You are not just a total of parts, you are more than that. when you divide and cut and analyze, life disappears. Only dead parts are left. That is why science will never be capable of knowing what life is, and whatsoever is known through science will be about death matter, it will never be about life. Science may become capable of manipulating life, of knowing the parts, the dead parts. It may be capable of manipulating life, but still life is not known, not even touched. Life remains unknowable for science. By the very method of its technology, its methodology, by the very approach, life cannot be known through it. That is why science goes on denying anything else other than matter. The very approach debars any contact with that which is life. And the vice versa happens also if you move deeply into religion, you will start denying matter. Shankara says that matter is illusion, it is not there. It simply appears to be. The whole Eastern approach has been to deny the world, matter, anything material. Why science goes on denying life, the divine, consciousness. Deeper religious experiences go on denying matter, all that is material. Why? Because of the very approach. If you look at life without differentiation, matter disappears. Matter is life divided, differentiated. Matter means life defined, analyzed into parts. So, of course, if you look at life undifferentiatedly and become part of it, in a deep participation, if you become one with existence as two lovers become one, matter disappears. That is why Shankara says that matter is illusion. If you participate in existence, it is. But Marx says that consciousness is just a byproduct, it is not substantial. It is just a function of matter. If you divide life, then consciousness disappears, becomes illusory. Then only matter is. What I am intending to say to you is this: existence is one. If you approach it through analysis, it appears material, dead. If you approach it through participation, it appears as life, as divine, as consciousness. If you approach it through science, there is no possibility of any deep bliss happening to you, because with dead matter bliss is impossible. At the most it can only be illusory. Only with a deep participation is bliss possible. Tantra is a love technique. The effort is to make you one with existence, so you will have to lose many things before you can enter. You will have to lose your habitual pattern of analyzing things. You will have to lose the deep-rooted attitude of fighting, of thinking in terms of conquering. When Hillary reached to the highest peak of the Himalayas, Mount Everest, all of the Western world reported it as a conquering of Everest. Only in a Zen monastery in Japan, on a wall newspaper, it was written, "Everest has been befriended, not conquered." This is the difference: Everest has been befriended. Now humanity has become friendly with it. Everest has allowed Hillary to come to it. It was not a conquering. The very word conquer is vulgar, violent. To think in terms of conquering shows aggressiveness. Everest has received Hillary, welcomed him, and now humanity has become friendly. Now the chasm is bridged. Now we are not unacquainted. One of us has been received by Everest. Now Everest has become part of human consciousness. This is a bridging. Then the whole thing becomes totally different. It depends on how you look at it. Remember this before we enter the techniques. Remember this: Tantra is a love effort towards existence. That is why so much of sex has been used by Tantra, because it is a love technique. It is not only love between man and woman. It is love between you and existence, and for the first time existence becomes meaningful to you through a woman. If you are a woman, then existence becomes for the first time meaningful to you through a man. That is why sex has been so much discussed and used by Tantra. Think of yourself as absolutely asexual, as if all sex were removed from you the day you were born. Just think all sex was completely removed from you the day you were born. You will be unable to love. You will be unable to feel any affinity with anyone. It will be difficult to get out of yourself. You will remain enclosed. You will not be able to approach, to go out to meet someone. There in existence, you will be a dead thing, closed from everywhere. Sex is your effort to reach out. You move from yourself. Someone else becomes the center. You leave your ego behind. You go away from it to meet someone. If you really want to meet, you will have to surrender, and if the other also wants to meet you, he will also have to move out. Look at the miracle in love at what happens. You move to the other and the other moves to you. He comes into you and you go into him or into her. You have changed places. Now he becomes your soul and you become her soul or his soul. This is a participation. Now you are meeting. Now you have become a circle. This is the first meeting where you are not enclosed in the ego. This meeting can become just a stepping stone toward a greater meeting with universe, with existence, with reality. Tantra is based not on intellect but on heart. It is not an intellectual effort, it is a feeling effort. Remember this, because that will help you to understand the techniques. Now we will enter the techniques. The first technique: be the unsame same to friend as to stranger, in honor and dishonor. Be the unsame same, this is the base. What is happening in you? Two things are happening. Something in you remains continuously the same, it never changes. You may not have observed it, you may not have encountered it yet. But if you observe, you will come to know that something in you remains constantly the same. Because of that sameness, you can have an identity. Because of that sameness, you feel yourself centered. Otherwise, you will be a chaos. You say, my childhood. Now, what has remained of it? Who says my childhood? Who is this my me? Nothing has remained of your childhood. If your pictures of your childhood are shown to you for the first time, you will not be able to recognize them. Everything has changed. Your body is no more the same. Not a single cell has remained the same. Physiologist says that the body is a flux. It is river-like. Every moment many cells are dying, and many new ones are born. Within 7 years your body will have changed completely. So if you are going to live 70 years, 10 times over your body has renewed itself completely. Every moment your body is changing, and your mind. You cannot recognize a photograph of your childhood, and if it were possible to give you a photograph of your mind, of your childhood mind, it would be impossible to recognize it. Your mind is even more of a flux than your body. Every moment everything changes. Even for a single moment, nothing remains the same. In the morning you were different as far as your mind is concerned. In the evening, you are totally a different person. When someone would come to meet Buddha, before the person would depart, take leave of him, Buddha would say, remember, the man who has come to meet me is not the man who is going back. You are totally different now. Your mind has changed. Meeting with a Buddha is, of course, bound to change your mind for better or worse, but you cannot be the same. You came here with a different mind. You will go with a different mind. Something has changed. Something new has been added. Something has been deleted. And even if you are not meeting anyone, if you are just remaining by yourself, then too you cannot remain the same. Every moment the river is moving. Heraclitus has said, you cannot step twice in the same river. The same can be said about man, you cannot meet the same man again, impossible. And because of this fact, and because of our ignorance of it, life becomes a misery because you go on expecting the other to be the same. You marry a girl and you expect her to be the same. She cannot be. Unmarried, she was different. Married, she is completely different. A lover is something else. A husband is something totally different. You cannot expect your lover to meet you through your husband. That is impossible. A lover is a lover. A husband is a husband. The moment a lover becomes a husband, everything has changed. But you go on expecting. That creates misery, unnecessary misery. If we can recognize this fact that mind goes on moving and changing continuously, we will escape many, many miseries without any cost. All you need is simple awareness that mind changes. Someone loves you and then you go on expecting love. But the next moment he hates you. Then you are disturbed not because of his hate, but only because of your expectation. He has changed. He is alive, so he is bound to change. But if you can see the reality as it is, you will not be disturbed. The one who was in love a moment before can be in hate a moment later, but wait. 1 moment later he will be in love again. So don't be in a hurry, just be patient. And if the other can also see this changing pattern, then he will not be fighting for changing patterns. They change. That is natural. So if you look at your body, it changes. If you try to understand your mind, it changes. It is never the same. Even for 2 consecutive moments, nothing is the same. Your personality goes on like a flux. If this is all and there is nothing which remains the same continuously, eternally, timelessly, then who will remember that this was my childhood? Childhood has changed, the body has changed, the mind has changed. Then who remembers? Then who knows about childhood and about youth and about old age? Who knows? This knower must remain the same. This witness must remain the same. Only then can the witness have a perspective. The witness can say, this was my childhood, this was my young age, this was my old age, this moment I was in love, and this moment the love changed into hatred. This witnessing consciousness, this knower, is always the same. So you have 2 realms or 2 dimensions existing together in you. You are both the changing which is always changing and the non-changing which is always remaining non-changing. If you become aware of these two realms, then this technique will be helpful. Be the unsame same. Remember this, be the unsame same. You are bound to be unsame on the periphery, but at the center remain the same. Remember that which is the same. Just remembering will be enough. You need not do anything else. It is non-changing. You cannot change it, but you can forget it. You can be so engrossed, obsessed with the changing world around you, with your body, with your mind, that you may completely forget the center. The center is so much clouded by the changing flux, and of course, there are problems. That which is constantly the same is difficult to remember because change creates problems. For example, if a constant noise goes on around you, you will not be aware of it. If a clock on the wall goes on, tick-tock, tick-tock the whole day, you are never aware of it. But if suddenly it stops, you will immediately become aware. If something is constantly the same, there is no need to take any notice. When something changes, the mind has to take notice. It creates a gap and the pattern vibrates. You were hearing it continuously, so there was no need to hear it. It was there, it became part of the background. But if now suddenly the clock stops, you will become aware. Your consciousness will suddenly come to the gap. It is just as if one of your teeth falls out. Then your tongue goes continuously to the place. When the tooth was there, the tongue never tried to touch it. Now the tooth is not there, just a gap is there. Then the whole day, howsoever you try, you cannot help it, the tongue goes to the gap. Why? Because something is missing and the background has changed. Something new has entered. Whenever something new enters, you become conscious for many reasons. It is a safety measure. It is needed for your life to survive. When something changes, you have to become aware. It may be dangerous. You have to take notice, and you have to adjust again to the new situation that has come into being. But if everything is as it was, there is no need. You need not be aware. And this same element in you, what Hindus have called Atman, the soul, has been there always from the very beginning, if there was any beginning. And it is going to the very end, if there is going to be any end. It has been eternally the same, so how can you be aware of it? Because it is so permanently the same, eternally the same, you are missing it. You take notice of the body, you take notice of the mind because they are changing. And because you take notice of them, you start thinking that you are them. You know only them. You become identified. The whole spiritual effort is to find the same amidst the unsame, to find the eternal in the changing, to find that which is always the same. That is your center, and if you can remember that center, only then will this technique be easy, or if you can do this technique, remembering will become easy. From both the ends you can travel. Try this technique. The technique is to be the unsame same to friend as to stranger, to the friend and to the enemy, or to the stranger, be the unsame same. What does it mean? It seems contradictory. In a way you will have to change, because if your friend comes to meet you, you will have to meet him differently, and if a stranger comes, you will have to meet him differently. How can you meet a stranger as if you know him already? You cannot. The difference will be there, but still, deep down remain the same. The attitude must remain the same, but the behavior will be unsame. You cannot meet an unknown person as if you know him already. How can you? You can pretend at the most, but pretensions will not do. The difference will be there. There is no need to pretend with a friend that he is a friend. With a stranger, even if you try to act as if he is a friend, it will be pretension, something new. You cannot be the same. Unsameness will be necessary. As far as behavior is concerned, you will be different, but as far as your consciousness is concerned, you can be the same. You can look at the friend as at the stranger. It is difficult, you may have heard. Look at the stranger as if he is a friend, but that is not possible if what I am saying is not possible. First look at your friend as the stranger. Only then you can look at the stranger as at the friend. They are correlated. Have you ever looked at your friends as if they are strangers? If you have not, then you have not looked at all. Look at your wife. Do you really know her? You may have lived with her for 20 years or even more, and the more you live with her, the more is the possibility that you will go on forgetting that she is a stranger, and she remains a stranger. Howsoever you love her, it will not make any difference. Really, if you love her more, the more strange she will look, because the more you love, the deeper you penetrate, and the more you know how river-like she is, moving, changing, alive, every moment different. If you don't look deeply, if you just stick to the level that she is your wife, that this is her name or that, Then you have chosen a particular fragment, and you go on thinking of that particular fragment as your wife. And whenever she has to change, she has to hide her changes. She may not be in a loving mood, but she has to pretend because you expect love from your wife. Then everything becomes false. She is not allowed to change. She is not allowed to be herself. Then something is being forced. Then the whole relationship goes dead. The more you love, the more you will feel the changing pattern. Then each moment you are a stranger, you cannot predict. You cannot say how your husband is going to behave tomorrow morning. You can predict only if you have a dead husband, then you can predict. Predictions are possible only about things, never about persons. If some person is predictable, know well he is dead. He has died. His living is just false, so you can predict. Nothing is predictable about persons because of the change. Look at your friend as at a stranger. He is one, don't be afraid. We are afraid of strangers, so we go on forgetting that even a friend is a stranger. If you can look at the stranger in your friend also, you will never get frustrated because you cannot expect anything from a stranger. You take your friends for granted. Hence, expectations and then frustrations because no one can fulfill your expectations. No one is here to fulfill your expectations. Everyone is here to fulfill his own expectations. No one is here to fulfill you. Everyone is here to fulfill himself or herself, but you expect others to fulfill you and others expect you to fulfill them. Then there is conflict, violence, struggle, and misery. Go on always remembering the stranger. Don't forget, even your closest friend is a stranger as far removed from you as possible. If this feeling happens to you, this knowing, then you can look at the stranger and you can find a friend there also. If a friend can be a stranger, then a stranger can be a friend. Look at a stranger, he doesn't know your language, he doesn't belong to your country, he doesn't belong to your religion, he doesn't belong to your color. You are white and he is black, or you are black and he is white. You cannot communicate through language. You don't belong to the same church. So there is no common ground in nation, religion, race or color, no common ground. He is totally a stranger. But look into his eyes, and the same humanity is there, that is the common ground. And the same life, that is the common ground. And the same existence, that is the root of your being friends. You may not understand his language, but you can understand him. Even silence can be communicative. Just by your looking deep down into his eyes, the friend will be revealed. And if you know how to look, then even an enemy cannot deceive you. You can look at the friend in him. He cannot prove that he is not your friend. Howsoever far removed, he is near you because you belong to the same existential current, to the same river to which he belongs. You belong to the same earth of being. If this happens, then even a tree is not far away from you, then even a stone is not far away from you. A stone is very strange. There is no meeting ground, no possibility of any communication, but the same existence is there. The stone also exists, the stone also participates in being. He is there, I call it he also takes up space, he also exists in time. The sun also rises for him as it rises for you. One day he was not, as you were not, and one day you will die and he will also die. The stone will disappear. In existence we meet. The meeting is the friendship. In personality we differ. In manifestation we differ. In essence we are one. In manifestations we are strangers, so howsoever close we come we remain far away. You can sit close, you can embrace each other, but there is no possibility to come more close. As far as your changing personality is concerned, you are never the same. You are never similar. You are always strangers. You cannot meet there because before you can meet you have changed. There is no possibility of meeting. As far as bodies are concerned and minds are concerned, there can be no meeting, because before you can meet you are no more the same. Have you ever observed, you feel love for someone, a very deep upsurge, you are filled with it, and the moment you go and say, I love you, it has disappeared. Have you observed? It may not be there now, it may be just a memory. It was there, but it is not there now. The very fact that you asserted it, made it manifest, has made it enter into the realm of change. When you felt it, it may have been deep in the essence, but when you bring it out you are bringing it into the pattern of time and change, it is entering into the river. When you say, I love you, by then it may have disappeared completely. It is so difficult, but if you observe, it will become a fact. Then you can look. In the friend there is the stranger, and in the stranger the friend. Then you can remain the unsame same. You change peripherally. You remain the same in the essence, in the center, in honor and dishonor. Who is honored and who has dishonored you? Never. Only that which is changing and that you are not, someone honors you. If you take it that he is honoring you, you will be in difficulty. He honors a particular manifestation in you, not you. How can he know you? You don't even know yourself. He honors a particular manifestation. He honors something which has come into your changing personality. You are kind, loving. He honors it. But this kindness and this love are just on the periphery. The next moment you will not be loving. You may be filled with hate. There may be no flowers, only thorns. You may not be so happy. You may be just sad, depressed. You may be cruel, angry. Then he will dishonor you. Then again the loving manifestation. Others come in contact not with you, but with your manifestations. Remember this, they are not honoring and dishonoring you. They cannot do either because they don't know you. They cannot know you. If even you are not aware of yourself, how can they be? They have their own formulas, they have their theories, they have their measurements and criteria. They have their touchstones and they say, if a man is such and such we will honor him, and if a man is such and such we will dishonor him. So they act according to their criteria, and you are never near their touchstones, only your manifestations. They can call you a sinner one day and a saint another. They can call you a saint today, and the next day they may go against you, stone you to death. What is happening? They come in contact with your periphery, they never come in contact with you. Remember this, that whatsoever they are saying, it is not about you, you remain beyond. You remain outside. Their condemnations, their appreciations, whatsoever they do is not really concerned with you, just with your manifestations in time. I will tell you one Zen anecdote. One young monk lived near Kyoto. He was beautiful, young, and the whole town was pleased. They honored him. They believed him to be a great saint. Then one day everything turned upside down. One girl became pregnant, and she told her parents that this monk was responsible, so the whole town turned against him. They came, and they burned his cottage. It was morning, and a very cold morning, a winter morning, and they threw the child onto the monk. The father of the girl told him, "This is your child, so take the responsibility." The monk simply said, "Is it so?" And then the child started weeping, so he forgot about the crowd and began caring for the child. The crowd went and destroyed the whole cottage, burned it down. Then the child was hungry, and the monk was without any money, so he had to go to beg in the city for the child. Who will give him anything now? Just a few moments before he was a great saint, and now he is a great sinner. Who will give him anything now? Wherever he tried, they closed their doors in his face. They condemned him completely. Then he reached to the same house, to the house of the girl. The girl was very much distressed, and then she heard the child weeping and screaming, and the monk standing there just saying, "Don't give anything to me, I am a sinner." But the child is not a sinner. You can give milk to this child. Then the girl confessed that just to hide the real father of the child, she had taken the name of the monk. He was absolutely innocent. So the whole town turned around again. They fell at his feet, started asking his forgiveness. And the father of the girl came, took the child back with weeping eyes, tears rolling down, and he said, "But why did you not say so before? Why did you not refuse in the morning? The child does not belong to you." The monk is reported to have said again, "Is it so?" In the morning he had said, "Is it so? This child belongs to me." And in the afternoon he said, "Is it so? This child doesn't belong to me." This is how this sutra has to be applied in life. In honor and dishonor, you must remain the unsame same. The innermost center must remain the same, whatsoever happens to the periphery. The periphery is bound to change, but you must not change. And because you are two, the periphery and the center, that is why opposite, contradictory terms have been used to be the unsame same. And you can apply this technique to all opposites in love and hate, poverty and richness, comfort and uncomfort, or in anything. Remain the unsame same. Just know that the change is happening only to your periphery. It cannot happen to you, it is impossible, so you can remain detached, and this detachment is not forced. You simply know it is so. This is not a forced detachment. This is not any effort on your part to remain detached. If you try to remain detached, you are still on the periphery. You have not known the center. The center is detached. It has always been so. It is transcendental. It is always the beyond. Whatsoever happens below never happens to it. Try this in polar situations. Go on feeling something in you which is the same. When someone is insulting you, Focus yourself to the point where you are just listening to him, not doing anything, not reacting, just listening. He is insulting you, and then someone is praising you. Just listen. Insult, praise, honor, dishonor, just listen. Your periphery will get disturbed. Look at it also. Don't change it. Look at it. Remain deep in your center, looking from there. You will have a detachment which is not forced, which is spontaneous, which is natural. And once you have the feeling of the natural detachment, nothing can disturb you. You will remain silent. Whatsoever happens in the world, you will remain unmoved. Even if someone is killing you, only the body will be touched, not you. You will remain beyond. This beyondness leads you into existence, into that which is bliss, eternal, into that which is true, which is always, into that which is deathless, into life itself. You may call it God, or you can choose your term. You can call it nirvana, whatsoever you like. But unless you move from the periphery to the center, and unless you become aware of the eternal in you, religion has not happened to you, neither has life happened to you. You are missing, simply missing all. That is possible to miss the ecstasy of living. Shankara says that I call the man a sannyasin who knows what is changing and what is non-changing, who knows what is moving and what is non-moving. This, in Indian philosophy, is known as discrimination vivek. To discriminate between these two, the realm of the change and the realm of the unchanging, this is called vivek, discrimination, awareness. This sutra can be used very, very deeply and very easily with whatsoever you are doing. You feel hunger, remember the two realms. Hunger can only be felt by the periphery because the periphery needs food, needs fuel. You don't need food, you don't need any fuel, but the body needs them. Remember, when hunger happens, it is happening to the periphery. You are just the knower of it. If you were not there, it would not be known. If the body were not there, it would not happen. By your absence, only knowledge will not be there because the body cannot know. The body can have it, but it cannot know it, you know it. You cannot have it, so never say that I am hungry. Always say within, I know that my body is hungry. Give emphasis to your knowing. Then the discrimination is there. You are becoming old, never say, I am becoming old. Just say, my body is becoming old. Then in the moment of death also you will know, I am not dying. My body is dying. I am changing bodies, just changing the house. If this discrimination deepens, one day, suddenly, there will be enlightenment. The second sutra here is the sphere of change, 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 through change consume change. The first thing to understand is that everything you know about is change. Except for you, the knower, everything is change. Have you seen anything which is not change? This whole world is a phenomenon of change. Even the Himalayas are changing. They say, the scientists who work on it, that they are growing. These Himalayas are the youngest mountains in the world, still a child, really, still growing. They have not yet become mature. They have not reached to the point from where something begins to decline. They are still rising. If you compare them with Vindhyachal, another mountain, they are just children. Vindhyachal is one of the oldest and some say the oldest mountain in the world. It is so old, it is decreasing, coming down. For centuries, it is coming down, just dying, in its old age. So even a Himalaya which looks so stable, unchanging, unmoving, is changing. It is just a river of stones. Stones make no difference. They are also river-like, floating. Comparatively, everything is changing. Something looks more changing, something looks less changing, but that is only relative. Nothing is unchanging that you can know. Remember my point, nothing that you can know is unchanging. Nothing is unchanging except the knower. But that is always behind. It always knows. It is really never known. It can never become the object. It is always the subject. Whatsoever you do or know, it is always behind. You cannot know it. When I say this, don't get disturbed. When I say that you cannot know it, I mean you cannot know it as an object. I can look at you, but how can I look at myself in the same way? It is impossible, because to be in a relationship of knowledge, two things are needed, the knower and the known. So when I look at you, you are the known and I am the knower, and the knowledge can exist as a bridge. But where to make the bridge when I look at myself, when I am trying to know myself? There only I am, alone, totally alone. The other bank is missing. So where to create the bridge? How to know myself? So self-knowledge is a negative process. You cannot know yourself directly. You can simply go on eliminating objects of knowledge. Go on eliminating the objects of knowledge. When there is no object of knowledge, when you cannot know anything, when there is nothing but the vacuum, The emptiness, and this is what meditation is, just eliminating all objects of knowledge. Then a moment comes when consciousness is, but there is nothing to be conscious of. Knowing is, but there is nothing to know. The simple, pure energy of knowing remains, and nothing is left to be known. There is no object. In that state, when there is nothing to be known, it is said that you know yourself in a certain sense. But that knowledge is totally different from all other knowledge. It is misleading to use the same word for both. There have been mystics who have said that self-knowledge is contradictory. The very term is contradictory. Knowledge is always of the other. Self-knowledge is not possible. But when the other is not, something happens. You may call it self-knowledge, but the word is misleading. So whatsoever you know is change. Everywhere, even these walls, are constantly changing. Now physics supports this. Even the wall, which looks so stationary, non-changing, is changing every moment. A great flux is on. Every atom is moving. Every electron is moving. Everything is moving fast, and the movement is so fast that you cannot detect it. That is why the wall looks so permanent. In the morning it was like this. In the afternoon it was like that. In the evening it was like this. Yesterday it was like this, and tomorrow it will be like this. You look at it as if it is the same, but it is not. Your eyes are not capable of detecting such great movement. The fan is there. If the fan is moving very fast, you will not be able to see the space. It will look like just one circle. Space cannot be seen because the movement is fast, and if the movement is so fast, just as fast as electrons are moving, you will not see that the fan is moving at all. You will not be able to detect the movement. The fan will look stationary. You will even be able to touch it. It will be stationary, and your hand will not even be able to enter into the gaps, because your hand cannot move so fast as to go into the gaps. Before you move, another blade will have come. Before you move, still another blade will have come. You will always touch the blade, and the movement will be so fast that the fan will look like it is non-moving. So things that are non-moving are very fast-moving. That is why there is the appearance that they are stationary. This sutra says that everything is change. Here is the sphere of change. On this sutra, Buddha's whole philosophy stands. Buddha says that everything is a flux, changing, non-permanent, and that one should know this. Buddha's emphasis is so much on this point. His whole standpoint is based on it. He says, change, change, change. Remember this continuously. Why? If you can remember change, detachment will happen. How can you be attached when everything is changing? You look at a face. It is very beautiful. When you look at a face that is very beautiful, there is a feeling that this is going to remain. Understand it deeply. Never expect that this is going to remain. But if you know that this is changing fast, that this is beautiful this moment and it may be ugly the next, how can you feel any attachment? It is impossible. Look at a body, it is alive. The next moment it will be dead. All is futile if you feel the change. Buddha left his palace, his family, his beautiful wife, his child, and when someone asked him, why, he said, where there is nothing permanent, what is the use? The child will die. And the night Buddha left, the child was born. He was just a few hours old. Buddha went into his wife's room to have a last look. The wife's back was towards the door. She was holding the child in her arms in sleep. Buddha wanted to say goodbye, but then he resisted. He said, what is the use? A moment came in his mind when a thought flashed that the child is just 1 day old, a few hours old, and I must have a look. But then he said, what is the use? Everything is changing. This day the child is born, and the next day the child will die, and 1 day before he was not here. Now he is here, and 1 day again he will not be here. So what is the use? Everything is changing. He left, turned back and left. When someone asked, why have you left all that? He said, I am in search of that which never changes, because if I stick to that which changes there is going to be frustration. If I cling to that which is changing, I am stupid, because it will change, it will not remain the same. Then I will be frustrated. So I am in search of that which never changes. If there is anything which never changes, only then does life have any worth and meaning. Otherwise everything is futile. He based his whole teaching on change. This sutra is beautiful. This sutra says, through change consume change. Buddha would never say the second part. The second part is basically tantric. Buddha will say that everything is change. Feel it, and then you will not cling to it. And when you don't cling to it, by and by leaving everything that changes, you will fall into yourself to the center where there is no change. Just go on eliminating change, and you will come to the unmoving, to the center of the wheel. That is why Buddha has chosen the wheel as the symbol of his religion, because the wheel moves, but the center on which it moves remains unmoving. So the samsara, the world, moves like a wheel, your personality moves like a wheel, and your innermost essence remains the center on which the wheel moves. It remains unmoving. Buddha will say life is change. He will agree with the first part. The second part, is typically tantric through change consume change. Tantra says don't leave that which is changing. Move into it, don't cling, but move. Why be afraid? Move into it, live it out, allow it to happen, and you move into it. Consume it through itself, don't be afraid, don't escape. Where will you escape? How can you escape? Everywhere there is change. Tantra says everywhere is change. Where will you escape? Where can you go? Wherever you go, the change will be there. All escape is futile, so don't try to escape. Then what to do? Don't cling. Live the change, be the change. Don't create any struggle with it, move with it. The river is flowing. You flow with it, don't even swim. Allow the river to take you. Don't fight with it, don't waste your energy by fighting with it. Just relax, be in a let go and move with the river. What will happen? If you can move with a river without any conflict, without any direction of your own, if the river's direction is your direction, suddenly you will become aware that you are not the river. You will become aware that you are not the river. Feel it, someday try it in a river. Go there, relax, and allow the river to take you, don't fight. Become the river. Suddenly you will feel that the river is all around, but you are not the river. In fighting you may forget this. That is why Tantra says, through change consume change, don't fight. There is no need because in you the change cannot enter, so don't be afraid. Live in the world. Don't be afraid because in you the world cannot enter. Live it. Don't choose this way or that. There are two types of people, one that will cling to the world of change and one that will escape. But Tantra says it is change, so to cling is futile and to escape also. What is the use? Buddha says, what is the use of remaining in the world of change? Tantra says, what is the use of escaping from it? Both are futile. Rather, allow it to happen. You are not concerned with it. It is happening, you are not even needed for it. You are not and the world was changing, and you will not be and the world will go on changing, so why create any fuss about it? Consume change through change. This is a very deep message. Consume anger through anger. Consume sex through sex. Consume greed through greed. Consume the samsara through the samsara. Don't fight with it, be relaxed, because fight creates tensions and fight creates anxiety, anguish, and you will be unnecessarily disturbed. Allow the world to be as it is. There are two types of persons. One type is those persons who cannot allow the world to be as it is. They are called revolutionaries. They will change it, they will struggle to change it. They will destroy their whole life in changing it, and it is already changing. They are not needed, they will only consume themselves. They will burn out in changing the world, and it is already changing. No revolution is really needed. The world is a revolution. It is changing. You may wonder why India has not created great revolutionaries. It is because of this insight that everything is already changing. Why are you disturbed to change it? You can neither change it nor stop the change. It is changing. Why waste yourself? One type of personality always tries to change the world. In religion's eyes, he is neurotic. Really, he is afraid of coming to himself, so he goes on and becomes obsessed with the world. The state has to be changed. The government has to be changed. The society, the structure, the economics, everything has to be changed, and he will die. And he will never have a moment of ecstasy in which he could know what he was, and the world will continue and the wheel will go on moving. It has seen many revolutionaries, and it goes on moving. Neither can you stop it nor can you accelerate the change. This is a mystic's attitude. Mystics say there is no need to change the world. But mystics are also of two types. One will say there is no need to change the world, but there is a need to change oneself. He also believes in changing, not in changing the world, but himself. But Tantra says there is no need to change anyone, neither the world nor yourself. That is the deepest core of mysticism. You need not change the world, and you need not change yourself. You are just to know that everything is changing, and to float in the change and relax in the change. And the moment there is no effort to create any change, you can relax totally, because if the effort is there you cannot relax. Then tension will be there, because in the future something of value is going to happen, the world is going to change. the world is going to become communistic, or the earthly paradise is to come, or some utopia in the future, or you are going to enter into the kingdom of God, or into moksha. Somewhere in paradise the angels are waiting to welcome you, but somewhere is the future. With this attitude, you are going to be tense. Tantra says forget it. The world is already changing, and you are also already changing. Change is existence, so don't become worried about it. It is already happening without you. You are not needed. You just float in it with no anxiety for the future, and suddenly amidst change you will become aware of a center within you which never changes, which has remained always as it is the same. Why does it happen? Because if you are relaxed, then the changing background gives you the contrast, and through it you can feel the non-changing. If you are in any effort to change the world or yourself, you cannot look at the small, unmoving center within you. You are so much obsessed with change, you are not able to have a look at what is the case. The change is all around. The change becomes the background, the contrast, and you are relaxed. So there is no future in your mind, no future thoughts. You are here now. This moment is all. Everything is changing, and suddenly you become aware of a point within you which has never changed. Through change consume change. This is what is meant by through change consume change. Don't fight, through death become deathless. Through death allow the death to die. Don't fight with it. The Tantra attitude is difficult to conceive of because our minds want to do something, and this is a non-doing. It is just relaxing, not doing, but this is one of the most hidden secrets. If you can feel this, you need not bother about anything else. This one technique can give you all. Then you need not do anything because you have come to know the secret that through change, change can be consumed, and through death, death can be consumed, and through sex, sex can be consumed, and through anger, anger can be consumed. Now you have come to know the secret that through poison, poison can be consumed. Chapter 44, Tantra's Secrets of Love and Liberation. The first question, question 1, in reference to your statement that Tantra is a love technique. Please explain why modern man and woman have become incapable of love. Love is spontaneous. It cannot be controlled. You cannot make love. You cannot do anything about it. And the more you do, the more you will miss it. You have to allow it to happen. You are not needed for it. Your presence is the hindrance. The more you are absent, the better. When you are not, love happens. Because of their inability to be absent, modern man and woman have become incapable of love. They are capable of doing things. The whole modern mind is based on doing. Whatsoever can be done, modern man can do more efficiently than any man that has ever existed. Whatsoever can be done, we can do more efficiently. We are the most efficient century. We have turned everything into technology into a problem of how to do it. We have developed one dimension, and that is the dimension of doing, but in developing this dimension, we have lost much. At the loss of being, we have learned how to do things, so that which can be done we do better than anyone, better than any society that ever existed on earth. But when the question of love comes, a problem arises because love cannot be done. And not only is this so with love, we have become incapable of all that cannot be done. For example, meditation, we have become incapable of it. It cannot be done, or play, we have become incapable of it. It cannot be done, or joy, happiness, we have become incapable of them because they cannot be done. They are not acts. You cannot manipulate them. On the contrary, you have to let yourself go. Then joy happens to you. Then happiness comes to you. Then love enters you. Then love takes possession. And because of this possession, we have become afraid. Modern man, the modern mind, wants to possess everything and not be possessed by anything. Modern man wants to be the master of everything, and you can only be the master of things, not of happenings. You can be the master of a house. You can be the master of a mechanical device. You cannot be the master of anything which is alive. Life cannot be mastered. You cannot possess it. On the contrary, you have to be possessed by it. Only then is there contact with it. Love is life, and it is greater than you. You cannot possess it. I would like to repeat it. Love is greater than you. You cannot possess it. You can only allow yourself to be possessed by it. It cannot be controlled. The modern ego wants to control everything, and you become scared of whatsoever you cannot control. You become afraid. You close the door. You close that dimension completely because fear enters. You will not be in control. With love you cannot be in control, and the whole trend which has led to this century was one of how to control. All over the world, and particularly in the West, The trend is for how to control nature, how to control everything, how to control energies. Man must become the master, and you have become the master, of course, only of those things which are possible to possess, and side by side you have been developing an incapacity for those things which cannot be possessed. You can possess money. You cannot possess love. And because of this, we have been turning everything into a thing. You even go on turning persons into things because then you can possess them. If you love a person, you are not the master. No one is the master. Two persons love each other, and no one is the master, neither the lover nor the beloved. Rather, love is the master, and both are possessed by a greater force than themselves, encircled by a greater force, a whirlwind. If they try to possess each other, they will miss. Then they can possess each other. Then the lover will become the husband and the beloved will become the wife. Then they can possess, but a husband is a thing and a wife is a thing. They are not persons. You can possess them. They are dead entities, legal labels, not alive. We go on turning persons into things just to possess them, and then we feel frustrated because we wanted to possess the person, and the person cannot be possessed. When you possess a person, he is no more a person. He is a dead thing, and you cannot be fulfilled by a dead thing. Look at this contradiction. You can be fulfilled only by persons, never by things, but your mind desires possessions, so you turn them into things. Then you cannot be fulfilled. Then frustration sets in. Possessiveness, the attitude to possess, has killed the capacity to love. Don't think in terms of possession. Rather, think in terms of being possessed. That is what surrender means, being possessed. You allow yourself to be possessed by something greater than you. Then you will not be in control. Then a greater force will take you. Then the direction will not be yours. Then you cannot choose the goal. Then the future is unknown. You cannot be secure now. Moving with a greater force than yourself, you are insecure, afraid. If you are afraid and insecure, it is better not to move with great forces. Just work with lower forces than you. Then you can be the master, and you can decide the goal beforehand. Then you will achieve the goal, but you will not get anything out of it. You will have just wasted your life. The secret of love and the secret of prayer and the secret of anything that can make you fulfilled is surrender the capacity to be possessed. The problem with love exists because this capacity is not there. There are other reasons also, but this is the base. The first reason is too much emphasis on intellect, reason. So man is lopsided. Your head has grown, and your heart has remained absolutely neglected. And love is not a capacity of the intellect. It has a different center. It has a different focus, source. It is in your heart, it is your feeling. It is not reasoning. But the whole modern education consists of reasoning, logic, intellect, mind. The heart is not even talked about. It is denied, really. It is just a poetic fiction. It is not. It is a reality. Just look at it in this way. If from the very beginning a child is brought up without any training of the mind or the reasoning, without any intellectual training, will he have an intellect? He cannot. There have been such cases. Sometimes it has happened that wolves have brought up a human child. Just 10 years before, one child was caught in a forest. The wolves had brought him up. He was 14 years of age. He couldn't even stand on two legs. He would run on all fours. He couldn't speak a single word. He would roar like a wolf. He was in every way a wolf and 14 years of age. Those who caught him named him Ram. The child took 6 months to learn the name. Within a year the child died, and the psychologists who worked on him suspected that he died because of too much strain on the intellect. This forcing, this training to get him to stand on 2 feet, this memory training to get him to remember the name, the effort to make him a human being, killed him. He was robust in health when he was caught, more healthy than any human being ever is. He was just like an animal, but this training killed him. Every effort was made so that if you could have asked him, "What is your name?" he would be able to say Ram. This was his whole intellect. After 6 months of constant training, punishment, creating a profit motive in him, the only proof that the child could give of his intellect was this much: he would be able to say Ram. What happened? If someone from Mars could get hold of this child, he would think that humanity has no mind, no intellect, no reason. The same has happened to the heart. Without training it is as if it is not. It has been completely neglected, so your whole life energy has been forced towards the head, not towards the heart, and love is a functioning of the heart center. This is why modern man has become incapable of love. Modern man has become incapable of the heart. He calculates, and love is not a calculation. He knows arithmetic, and love is not arithmetic. He thinks in terms of logic, and love is illogical. He always tries to rationalize everything. Whatsoever he is doing, reason must support it, and love is not supported by reason. Really, when you fall in love, you throw your reason completely. That is why we say man falls in love. Falls from where? Falls from the head down into the heart. We use this term of condemnation, falling in love, because the head, the reason, cannot look at it without condemning it. It is a fall. Is love really a fall or a rising? Do you become more with it or do you become less? Do you expand or do you shrink? With love you become more, your consciousness is more, your feeling is more. Your ecstatic sensation is more, your sensitivity is more. You are more alive, but one thing is less, reasoning is less, you cannot reason it out. It is blind. As far as reason is concerned, it is blind. The heart has its own reason, that is another thing, and the heart has its own eyes, but that is another thing. The eyes of reason are not there, so reason says it is a fall. You have fallen. Unless the heart center starts functioning again, man will not be capable of love, and the whole misery of modern life is because unless he loves, he cannot feel any meaning in his life. Life looks meaningless. Love gives it meaning. Love is the only meaning. Unless you are capable of love, you will be meaningless, and you will feel that you are existing without any meaning, futilely, and suicide will become attractive. Then you will like to kill yourself, to finish with yourself, to end, because what is the use of existing? Mere existing cannot be tolerated. Existence must have a meaning. Otherwise, what is the use? Why go on prolonging yourself unnecessarily? Why go on repeating the same pattern every day? Getting out of the bed and doing the same thing, and again falling asleep, and the next day the same pattern. Why? You have done it so far, and what has happened? And you will do it unless death comes and relieves of you of your body. So what is the use? Love gives meaning. It is not that through love any result comes into being or any goal, no. Through love every moment becomes of value in itself. Then you never ask this. If someone asks what is the meaning of life, know well that love is lacking. Whenever someone asks what is the meaning of life, he is asking because he has not been able to flower in a love experience. Whenever someone is in love, he never asks what is the meaning of life. He knows the meaning. There is no need to ask. He knows the meaning. The meaning is there. Love is the meaning in life. And through love, prayer is possible because prayer is again a love relationship not between two individuals, but between one individual and existence itself. Then the whole existence becomes your beloved or lover. But it is possible only through love experience that you can grow into prayer or into meditation, and the ultimate ecstasy is just like love. That is why Jesus says that God is love, not that God is loving. Christians have been interpreting it in this way, that God is kind, loving. That is not the meaning. Jesus says that God is love. He simply equates God and love. You can say love or you can say God. They both mean the same. God is not loving. God is love itself. If you can love, you have entered the divine. And when your love grows to such an infinity that it is not concerned with anyone in particular, rather, it has become a diffused phenomenon. When there is no lover for you, rather, the whole existence, all that is, has become the lover or beloved, then it has become prayer. And Tantra is a love method. So the first thing is how to love, and then the second thing is how to grow in love so that love becomes prayer. But one must start from love. And don't be afraid of love, because that fear shows you are afraid of the heart. The head is cunning. The heart is innocent. With the head you feel protected. With the heart you become vulnerable, open, anything can happen. That is why we have become closed. The fear is there. If you are vulnerable, anything can happen to you. Someone can deceive you. With the mind no one can deceive you. You can deceive others. But I tell you, be ready to be deceived, but don't close the heart. Be ready to be deceived, but don't close the heart. That vulnerability to be deceived is of worth because you will not lose anything by it. And if you are ready to be deceived infinitely, only then can you believe in the heart. If you are calculative, cunning, clever, too much clever, then you will miss the heart, and modern man is so educated, so sophisticated, so clever. That is why he has become incapable of love. Women were not like this, but they are following modern man fast, they are copying modern man fast. Sooner or later they will become just like man, or they may even overtake him. Now they are also becoming incapable because the same head orientation, the same effort to be cunning and clever, is there now. They may form a women's liberation movement or anything like it, but it is not heart-oriented. It is just a copy of the same stupidity that man has been doing with himself. You may go to the other extreme, but if you react, even in your reaction you are following. A great crisis is there. It is difficult now to prevent women all over the world from copying man and his nonsense because man seems to be so successful. He is successful in a way. He has become the master of things. Now he possesses the whole world. Now he feels he has conquered nature, and success succeeds. Nothing succeeds like success. Now women feel that man has succeeded and has become the master, so they must copy him. But look also at the thing in which man has failed completely. He has lost his heart. He cannot love. Reason alone is not enough, and reason in control is dangerous. The heart must be higher than reason because reason is just an instrument and the heart is you. The heart must be allowed to use reason, not vice versa. But you have been doing that. The head is allowed to dominate. In its domination, the head has killed the heart. And thirdly, one thing more has to be remembered as to why modern man has become incapable of love. Love is basically a sort of madness, a sort of deep participation with nature, a sort of dissolving of the ego. It is primal, you are born out of love. Your every cell of the body is a love cell. Your very energy, your life energy, is a love energy. You exist in it, but there is no ego in that energy. You cannot feel I. That energy is unconscious, and when you move in love, you become unconscious. Only a fragment of your mind is conscious, and in that fragment of the mind exists the ego. The mind has 3 layers. First is the unconscious. When you are deeply asleep with no dreams, you are in it. The child in the mother's womb is absolutely unconscious. He is just part of the mother. The child is not aware that I am separate. He is just part of the mother. There is no separation, no defined existence. He is undifferentiated from the mother and from the existence itself. There is no fear because fear comes only when you become aware of yourself. The child is totally at ease. He is unconscious, and the second layer is of consciousness. It is a very small fragment. 1/10 part of the unconscious has become conscious in you through training, education, society, family. It was needed for survival, so a part of you has become conscious. But that part also gets tired very soon. That is why you need sleep. In sleep, you become again a child in the womb. You have fallen back. The conscious is no more there. It has become part of the unconscious. That is why sleep is so refreshing. In the morning you feel alive again, fresh, because you have fallen back into the mother's womb. You may not have observed this. Observe someone who is deeply asleep. More or less, he will be in the same posture in which he was in his mother's womb. And if you can be in the right posture, sleep will follow more easily. If you feel any difficulty in falling asleep, just feel your mother's womb as if you are in it. Imagine it, and take the posture in which you would have been in your mother's womb. In that posture, you will fall deeply asleep. You need the same warmth. Otherwise, the sleep will be disturbed. You need the same warmth as there was in your mother's womb. That is why hot milk is good. If you sip hot milk before you go to sleep, it will be good, because that again makes you a child. Milk is child's food, and if it is hot, you are again at your mother's breast. Hot milk is good for sleep only because of this reason you fall back into childhood. You are reduced into a child. Sleep refreshes you. Why? Because the conscious mind gets tired. It is just a part, and the whole is unconscious. It has to fall back to the whole to become revived. It is again resurrected. That is why in the morning you feel good, and morning looks beautiful, not only because morning is beautiful, but because again you have a child's eyes. The afternoon is not so beautiful. The world is the same, but you have lost those innocent eyes again, and the evening becomes ugly because you are tired. You have lived too much in the conscious. This conscious has ego as the center. These are 2 ordinary states which we know. The third state, that with which Tantra and Yoga are concerned, is the superconscious. Superconscious means that your whole unconscious has become conscious. In the unconscious there is no ego. You are total. In the superconscious, again there is no ego. You are total. But in between the two, the conscious mind has a center, the ego. This ego is the problem. This ego creates problems. You cannot fall in love because then you will have to become unconscious, just as unconscious as you become in sleep. Or, if you want to rise to prayer, you have to become totally conscious like a Buddha or like a Mira. So love becomes impossible, prayer becomes impossible. The ego creates the barrier. You cannot lose yourself, and love is losing, dispersing, dissolving, melting. If you melt into the unconscious, it is love. If you melt into the superconscious, it is prayer, but both are a melting. So what is to be done? Remember this: you cannot do anything about it. Let it be deeply noted: you cannot do anything about love, about prayer. Your conscious mind is impotent. It cannot do anything. It has to be lost. It has to be put aside. And then remember surrender whenever you want to move beyond yourself. Surrender is the way, either in love or in prayer. Whenever you long to move beyond, somewhere else where you are not, then surrender. Let go is the path. Allow something to happen to you. Don't manipulate. And once you know how to allow, many things will start happening. You may not be even aware of what is possible for you, of what a great, tremendous energy you have closed within yourself, which can explode and then become an ecstasy. Your whole life will be filled with consciousness, light, and bliss, but you don't know it. It is just as if every atom is an atom bomb. If one atom explodes, tremendous energy is released, and every heart is also an atom bomb. If it explodes in love or prayer, tremendous energy is released, but you have to explode and lose yourself. The seed has to lose itself. Only then is the tree born. And if the seed resists and says, "No, I must survive," then the seed can survive, but the tree will never be born. And unless the tree is born, the seed will feel frustrated, because the tree is the meaning. The seed will feel frustrated. The seed can feel fulfilled only when the tree is there flowering. But then the seed has to lose itself, die. Modern man has become incapable of love because he has become incapable of death. He cannot die to anything, he clings to life. He cannot die to anything. In Old English, 300 or 400 years ago, this was a usual expression. The lover would say to the beloved, "I want to die in you." This was a love expression. It is beautiful, I want to die in you. Love is a death of the ego. Only then is your real self born, and modern man is very, very afraid of death. In every way, surrender is death, love is death, and life also is a continuous death. If you are afraid, you will miss life itself. Be ready to die every moment, die to the past, die to the future, and die in the present moment. Don't cling and don't resist. Don't make any effort for life, and you will have abundant life. Life will happen to you if you are ready to die. This looks paradoxical, but this is the law. Jesus says that one who is ready to lose will gain, and one who clings will lose everything. The second question, question 2, you said last night that the periphery is always changing, whereas the innermost center is eternally unmoving. To realize the center is it necessary that the peripheral movement must cease. Can that be? How and when? You have missed the whole point. The whole point was not to make any effort to change the periphery. Allow the periphery to be as it is, and you cannot change it. It is the nature of the periphery to move and change. You cannot make it static. Nature is a flux. It is so. You cannot make it static. And don't waste your time and opportunity of life trying to make it static. Just know it as change. Be the witness of it, and you will come to feel the innermost center, which is not change. The world is change, your personality is change, your body-mind is change, but you are not. You are not the change. What is the use of struggling with change? No need. Tantra says please be re-established in your center, be aware of the center which is unmoving, and allow the whole existence to move. It is not a disturbance at all. It becomes a disturbance only if you cling to it, or if you try to make it unmoving. Then you are falling into absurdities, foolish efforts, they will not succeed. You will be a failure. Know well that life is a change, but somewhere within this change there is an unmoving center also. Just become aware of it. That very awareness is enough to liberate you. That very feeling that I am unmoving liberates. That is the truth, you know it, and you are different. Don't fight with shadows. And the whole life is a shadow, because change is nothing but a shadow. The unchanging is the real. The changing is the unreal. So don't ask whether the peripheral change and movement has to be forced to cease in order to realize the center. There is no need, and you cannot force it. It cannot cease. The world goes on. Only it will not go on in you. You can remain in the world, and there is no need for the world to be in you. The world is not the disturbance. When you get involved in it, when you become the change, when you feel that you have become the change, then it creates problems. Problems are created not by the changing periphery. They are created by the identification that I am this change. You have fallen ill. Illness is not really the disturbance. When you feel that I have fallen ill, it is a disturbance. If you can be a witness to that illness, if you can feel that illness is a happening somewhere on the periphery, that it is not happening to you, it is happening to someone else, and you are just the witness, then death also can happen, and you will be just a witness. Alexander was returning from India. Some friends had requested him to bring back a sannyasin from India. They said, when you come with conquered possessions, don't forget bring a sannyasin also. We want to see what a sannyasin is, what type of a man renounces the world. We want to know what has happened to one who has renounced all desires, what type of bliss comes to one who leaves all hankering, thirst or hunger for the future, for possessions and things. Just at the last moment, Alexander remembered. In the last town from where he was to leave India to go back to his country, he told his soldiers to go and find a sannyasin. They went to the town, and they asked an old man of the town. He said, "Yes, there is a sannyasin, a great sannyasin, but it will be difficult. It will be very difficult to persuade him to go with Alexander to Athens." But the soldiers were soldiers, so they said, "Don't you be worried about it. We can force anyone. Just tell us where he is. We know how to force him, so there is no need to persuade. If Alexander tells even the whole town to follow him, you will have to follow, so what of a single sannyasin?" But the old man laughed, and the soldiers couldn't understand because they had never encountered a sannyasin. They reached the sannyasin. He was standing naked on the bank of the river, and they told him, "Alexander orders that you have to come with us. Every care will be taken, there will be no inconvenience for you. You will be the royal guest, but you have to come with us to Athens." The sannyasin laughed, and he said, "It will be very difficult for your Alexander to take me with him. No force in this world can force me to follow. You will not be able to understand, but it is better that you bring your Alexander." Alexander was disturbed. He felt insulted, but he wanted to see this man. He came with a naked sword, and he said, "If you say no, then immediately you lose your life. I will cut your head." The name of the sannyasin was as it is reported in Alexander's records, Dandami. The sannyasin laughed and said, "You came a little late. You cannot kill me now because I have killed myself already. You are a little late. You can cut my head, but you cannot cut me because I have become a witness. So when this head will fall down on the earth, you will see it falling down, and I will also see it falling down. But you cannot cut me. You cannot even touch me. So don't waste time. You can cut. Raise your sword and cut my head." Alexander couldn't kill that man. It was impossible because it was useless. The man was so beyond death, it was impossible to kill him. You can only be killed if you cling to life. That clinging to the changing pattern makes you immortal. If you don't cling, you are as you have always been immortal. Immortality is your birthright. It has always been there. You become immortal only if you cling. So there is no question, there is no need to force the changing periphery to be static. There is no need, and you cannot make it static. It will go on, the wheel will go on. All that you can do is to know that you are not the wheel. You are the axis, not the wheel. The third question, question 3, man being as he is it not difficult for him to dissolve change through change, sex through sex, etc., without attachments, and with their consequent anxiety and disappointment? Man as he is can do this, and this is suggested only for man as he is. Tantra is a medicine for you for those who are ill, so don't think that it is not for you. It is for you and you can do it, but you will have to understand what is meant when you say that there is the possibility of falling into attachments, and then the consequences will be there and frustration. You have not understood. Consume change through change means that even if there is attachment, don't fight with it. Be attached, but be a witness also. Let the attachment be there. Don't fight with it. Tantra is a non-fighting process. Don't fight. Frustration will come, of course, so be frustrated. But be a witness also. You were attached and you were a witness. Now the frustration has come and you know well that it had to come. Now be frustrated but be a witness. Then through attachment, attachment is consumed, and through frustration, frustration is consumed. Try this when you feel miserable. Be miserable. Don't fight with it, try this, it is wonderful. When there is misery and you feel miserable, close your doors and be miserable. Now what can you do? You are miserable, so you are miserable. Now be totally miserable. suddenly you will become aware of the misery. And if you try to change it, you will never become aware, because your effort, your energy, your consciousness is directed towards change, towards how to change this misery. Then you start thinking about how it came, and what to do now to change it. Then you are missing a very beautiful experience, the misery itself. Now you are thinking about the causes, and you are thinking about the consequences, and you are thinking about the method for how to forget it, how to go beyond it, and you are missing misery itself. And misery is there, and that can be liberating. Just don't do anything. Don't analyze how the misery is created. Don't think about what consequences are going to follow. They will follow, so you can see later on. There is no haste. Be miserable, simply miserable, and don't try to change it. Try this, see for how many minutes you can remain miserable. You will start laughing about the whole thing. The whole thing will look stupid, because if you are totally miserable, suddenly your center is beyond misery. That center can never be miserable, it is impossible. If you remain with the misery becomes the background, and your center, which can never be miserable, suddenly rises above, and then you are miserable, and you are not miserable the same unsame. Now you are consuming misery through misery. This is what is meant. You are not doing anything. You are simply consuming misery through misery. Misery will disappear as clouds disappear, and the sky will be open, and you will be laughing, and you have not done anything. And you cannot do anything. All that you can do will create more confusion and more misery. Who has created this misery? You, and now you are trying to change it. It will get worse. You are the creator of the misery. You have created it, you are the source, and now the source itself is trying. What can you do now? The patient is treating himself, and he has created the whole thing. Now he is thinking of surgery. It is suicidal. Don't do anything. The inside is very deep. You have tried so many times to stop misery, to stop depression, to stop this and that, and nothing has happened. Now try this, don't do anything. Allow the misery to be there in its totality. Allow it to happen in its full intensity and remain non-doing. Just be with it and see what happens. Life is change. Even the Himalayas are changing, so your misery cannot be unchanging. It will change by itself, and you will see that it is changing, that it is disappearing, and it is going away, and you feel unburdened and you have not done anything. Once you know the secret, you can consume anything through itself. But the secret is to be silently without doing anything. Anger is there, so be, just be. Don't do anything. If you can do this much, this non-doing, if you can just be there present, witnessing, but making no effort to change anything, allowing things to have their own way, you will consume anything. You can consume anything. The last question for Tantra says, do not struggle or swim, but let go and float in the river of life. But experience shows that the modern city life of speed and heavy technology creates constant tensions and exertions physically and mentally. What will be Tantra's attitude about IT? Is IT not good to avoid unnecessary exertions? Life has always been so modern or primitive. Tensions are there, anxieties are there, objects change, but man remains the same. 2,000 years back you were driving a bullock cart. Now you are driving a car, but the driver remains the same. The bullock cart has changed, things are different now. You are driving a car, but the driver remains the same. He was anxious about his cart, tense about his cart. Now you are tense and anxious about your car. Objects change, but the mind remains the same. So don't think that because of the modern life you are so much in anxiety. It is because of you, not because of modern life, and you will be in anxiety anywhere, in any type of civilization. Go to a village for a few days, 2 or 3 days, and you will feel good for a while, because even diseases need readjustment. But within 3 days, you will be adjusted to the village, and then anxieties will start coming, disturbances will be felt again. Now the causes will not be the same, but you are the same. Sometimes it happens that you may be disturbed because of city traffic and noise, and you may be saying that you cannot sleep at night because there is so much traffic and noise. Then go to a village, and you will not be able to sleep because there is no traffic and no noise. You will have to come back because the village looks dead, dull because there is no life. People go on reporting such feelings to me. I told one friend to go to Kashmir, to Pahalgam. He came back and said that life is dull there, that there is no life. You can enjoy for 1 or 2 days valleys and hills, and then one gets bored. He had been telling me here that city life was getting on his nerves, And now he said that those hills were getting boring and he began longing to come back home. You are the problem. Kashmir will not be of any help. It is not Bombay that disturbs you or London or New York. It is you. And it is not that London has created you, you have created London. It is not the traffic and the noise and the mad rush you have created this you and others like you. Look, the cause is within you. It is not that you are tense because of noise. The noise is there because you are tense, and you cannot live without it. That is why it is there. You need it, you cannot live without it. And in villages, people are suffering. They want to come to Bombay or to New York or to London, and the moment they get the opportunity, they run. And I have been listening to people who go on talking about the beautiful village life, but they never go to live there. They never go to live there, they simply talk about it. Who prevents you? Why not go? Go to the forest. Who prevents you? You will not like it, you cannot like it. Right now you will like it for a few days because it is a change and then you will get bored, you will find it dull, and you will like to escape from there. This city life is created by your mad mind. You are not becoming mad because of these cities. These cities are built because of your mad mind. They are built for you and by you, and they exist for you. And unless this mad mind changes, these cities cannot disappear, they will have to remain. They are your byproduct. Remember one thing: whenever you feel that something is wrong, first find out the cause in yourself. Don't go anywhere. Out of 100 times, 99 times you will find the cause within yourself. And if you find the cause within you, 99 times out of 100, the 100th cause will disappear by itself. You are the cause of whatsoever is happening to you, you are the cause, and the world is just a mirror. But it is consolatory always to find the cause somewhere else. Then you never feel guilt, you never feel self-condemned. You can always point out that here is the cause, and unless this cause changes, how can I change? You can escape into it. This is a trick. So your mind always goes on projecting causes somewhere else. The wife is disturbed because of the husband. The mother is disturbed because of the children. The children are disturbed because of the father. Everyone is disturbed because of someone else, and everyone always thinks that the cause exists outside. Mullah Nasruddin was passing down a street. It was evening, and the darkness was descending. Suddenly he became aware that the street was empty with no traffic, and he became afraid. A group of people were coming toward him, and he was reading about dacoits, robbers, murderers. So he created fear, he started trembling. He thought, he projected, that now these murderers and dacoits were coming, and they were bound to kill him, so how to escape them? He looked all around. There was a cemetery, so he jumped over the wall of the cemetery. There was a ready-made grave for someone, so he thought that it would be good to be dead in this grave. They will feel that he is dead, so there won't be any need to murder him. So Mullah lay down. The group was just a marriage procession, but they saw this man trembling and jumping. Then they became afraid and wondered what was the matter and who this man was. They thought, he seems to be up to some mischief. He is hiding there. So the whole procession stopped and they jumped over the wall. Mullah became more afraid. Now they came near and they asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you here in this grave?" So Mullah said, "You are asking a very difficult question. I am here because of you and you are here because of me. And this is happening everywhere. You are disturbed because of someone else. He is disturbed because of you. And you are just creating everything around you, projecting, and then becoming afraid, scared, and making efforts to defend. And then there is misery and frustration and conflict and depression and fighting. The whole thing is stupid, and it will remain unless you change your attitude, and always try first to find the cause within you. How can the traffic noise disturb you? How, if you are against it, it will disturb. If you have the attitude that it disturbs, it will disturb. But if you accept it, if you allow it to happen without any reaction, then you may even start enjoying it. It has its own melody, its own music. You have not heard it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have its own music. Someday forget yourself and listen to the traffic noise. Just listen, and don't bring in your attitudes that this is disturbing, that this is not good. Don't bring in your attitudes, just listen to the melody. In the beginning it will look chaotic. That too is because of the mind. If you relax totally, sooner or later everything will fit into a harmonious whole, and even the traffic noise will become music. You can enjoy it, and you can dance to its tune. It depends on you. Nothing disturbs unless you think that it disturbs. For example, I will tell you that many things have disturbed humanity because there was a certain concept that they disturb. When the concept changes, the things remain the same, but they don't disturb. For example, masturbation disturbed the whole world. Just half a century before, the whole world was disturbed by masturbation. Every teacher, every father, every mother was disturbed, and every child was disturbed. And still in the larger, ignorant world, the disturbance remains. And then physiologists and psychologists discovered that masturbation cannot disturb anyone. It is natural, and nothing is wrong with it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it, but the old teaching was that if you become mad, it was because of masturbation. Everything was forced down, reduced to masturbation. And more or less every child was doing it. Every boy was doing it. So every boy was afraid. He was doing it, and he was afraid that now he was going to be mad, inferior, crazy, eccentric, ill, and his life would be wasted. But he couldn't resist. He had to do it, and these ideas entered into the mind and had effects. They affected him, and many went mad, many remained inferior, many remained stupid because of it, and it has no relationship at all. Modern science. Modern research says that rather it is healthy. Medical science says that it is good because a boy at the age of 13 or 14 or a girl at the age of 12 or 13 becomes sexually mature. If nature were allowed, they would have to get married immediately. They are ready to reproduce, but civilization of necessity forces that they will have to remain unmarried for 10 years at least or even more. But medicine says that 14 to 20, these 6 years, are the most sexually potent. A boy is never so potent again as he is then. The energy is bubbling up. The whole body is ready to burst into sex. But the society says no, the energy should not be allowed to move. However, the energy is moving and the child cannot do anything, and whatsoever he is going to do will have effects because of the philosophy around him. He will feel he is doing something wrong. He will feel guilt, and that guilt will follow like a shadow. And many diseases will happen because of the idea, not because of the act. Medicine says that it is healthy because he is relieved of unnecessary energy. That unnecessary energy would create problems otherwise, so it is healthy. Now, particularly in America and England and other Western developed countries who know much more about physiology, masturbation is being propagated. Now, there are films on how to masturbate to show to the children, and every teacher will be teaching sooner or later how to masturbate rightly. They say it is healthy. And now those who think it is healthy feel very healthy about it. I don't think it is either. It is neither healthy nor unhealthy. The idea is the thing. If it is healthy and the concept is stretched, it will become healthy. Now in the West, they say not only that masturbation never affected anyone's intelligence adversely, but that the better the intelligence, the more masturbation will be there. So a boy who is masturbating more will be of higher IQ than the boy who is not masturbating. And they have reasons for saying this, because even for a boy to discover masturbation is a sign of intelligence. He is finding out a way. The society has closed the door for marriage, and the nature is forcing the energy. The intelligent one will find a way, and the non-intelligent one will just be blocked. He will not be able to find the way. Now the studies show that those boys who masturbate are more intelligent. If this idea is spread, and it is bound to be there, sooner or later the whole world will be having this idea. Then masturbation will be healthy, and you will feel a well-being from it. Now every parent is afraid because the parent knows what he did when he was young. When his boy comes to the same age, he becomes afraid and he starts looking around at what the boy is doing. He is afraid, and if he catches the boy he will punish him. But the new knowledge says don't punish the boy, no. Rather, teach him. If he is not masturbating, then go to the doctor and find out what is wrong. If this knowledge becomes well spread, then this will happen. But both are positions. Both are positions. And when some boy masturbates, he is very suggestive in that moment because when sexual energy is being released, he becomes vulnerable, open, flexible, and his mind is silent. Any idea put in at that moment will have its effects, so if you tell him, you are going to be ill because of it, he will feel ill. If you tell him, you are going to be healthy because of it, he will become healthy. If you say to him, you will be stupid for your whole life if you do this, he will remain a dunce. If you say, now this is a good sign of intelligence, he may develop a higher IQ. You are simply suggesting something to him in a very vulnerable moment. Whatsoever you think starts happening. Buddha is reported to have said that every thought will become actual, so be aware. If you think that the traffic noise disturbs you, it will disturb you. You are ready for disturbance. If you think that a family life is a bondage, it will be a bondage for you. You are ready for this. If you think that poverty will help to make you liberated, it will help. Ultimately, it is you who is creating a world around you, and whatsoever you think becomes the noosphere, the milieu, and you exist in it. Tantra says remember this causality, it is always within you. And if you know this, then you will not cause anything. If you know this, you will not cause anything for yourself. And when someone is not causing anything, he is liberated. Then he is not in misery and not in bliss. Bliss is your creation and misery is also your creation. You can change your misery into bliss because it is your creation. The liberated one, the enlightened one, is really in neither because he has ceased to cause anything around him. He simply is. That is why Buddha never says that the enlightened one is blissful. Whenever someone asked him, "Tell us something about someone who has gone beyond whether he is in perfect bliss," Buddha laughed and said, "Don't ask. I can say only this much, that he is not in misery. I cannot say anything more. He is not in misery. That is all I can say." Why so much insistence on the negative? Because Buddha knows. When you have come to know that you were the cause of your misery, then you know well that the bliss also was caused by you. Then one ceases to cause anything. That is what nirvana is, a cessation of causing anything around you. Then you are, simply no misery, no bliss. If you can understand, only this is bliss. There is no misery and no bliss, because if there is bliss then misery is there. You are still causing something, and if you can cause bliss, then you can cause misery, and you will become bored of the bliss also. How much can you stand it? How much? Have you ever thought about it? 24 hours in bliss, will you be able to stand it? You will become bored, and you will go on seeking teachers who can teach you how to become miserable again. If the world becomes blissful, I cannot conceive that there won't be any teachers. There will be teachers, because then people will need misery. Someone will be needed to tell them how to become miserable again, just for a change. Then you can go back to your bliss, and you will feel it more because only then can you feel it more, when you have missed it. Teachers will be there. Now they are teaching how to become blissful. Then they will teach how to become miserable, how to have a taste of hell. A little change will be helpful, healthy. But you are the cause, and you will become enlightened the moment you have known that the world you are living in was caused by you. When you will not cause it, it will have disappeared. The traffic will go on, the noise will be there, and everything will be there as it is, but you will not be there because you will have disappeared with the cause. Chapter 45, Remaining with the Real. As a hen mothers her chicks, mother particular knowings, particular doings, in reality. Since, in truth, bondage and freedom are relative, these words are only for those terrified with the universe. This universe is a reflection of minds. As you see many suns in water from one sun, so see bondage and liberation. Huineng had asked a person, "What is the problem? What are the roots so that man can be solved, and man can make some efforts to know who he is? Why shouldn't he know without any effort? Why should there be any problem at all? You are, you know you are, so why can't you know who you are? Where do you miss? You are conscious. You are conscious that you are conscious. A life is there. You are alive. Why are you not aware who you are? What becomes the barrier? What prevents you from this basic self-knowledge? If you can understand the barrier can be dissolved very easily. So the real question is not how to know oneself. The real question is to know how you are not knowing yourself, how you are missing such an obvious reality, such a basic truth which is so near to you, how you go on not seeing. You must have created a device. Otherwise, it is difficult to escape from oneself. You must have created walls. You must, in some sense, be deceiving yourself. So what is that trick of escaping from oneself, of not knowing oneself? If you don't understand that trick, whatsoever you do will not be of any help because the trick remains, and you go on asking how to know oneself, how to know the truth, how to know the reality, and consequently you go on helping the barrier. You go on creating it also, so whatsoever you do will be of no use. Really, nothing positive is needed to know oneself, only something negative. In a way, you have only to destroy the barrier that you yourself have constructed, and the moment that barrier is not there you will know. Knowing happens when the barrier is not. You cannot make any positive effort for it. You have just to be aware of how you are missing it. So a few things have to be understood as to how you are missing it. When you live in your dreams, and then dreams become barriers, reality is not a dream. It is there, you are surrounded by it everywhere. Inside and outside. It is there, you cannot miss it, but you are dreaming. Then you move in a different dimension which is not a reality. Then you go on moving in a dream world. Then dreams become like clouds around you, and they create the barrier. Unless mind ceases dreaming, the truth cannot be known. And when you see through dreams, the reality is distorted, and your eyes are filled with dreams, and your ears are filled with dreams, and your hands are filled with dreams. So whatsoever you touch is touched through the dreams, and whatsoever you see is seen through dreams, and whatsoever you hear is heard through the dreams, and you distort everything. Whatsoever reaches you, reaches through dreams, and they change everything, they color everything. Because of the dreaming mind, you are missing the reality outside and the reality inside. You can go on finding ways and means how to come to reality, but you will be trying that too through your dreaming mind. So you can dream religious dreams, you can dream dreams about reality, about truth, about God, about Christ and Buddha, but that too will be dreaming. Dreaming must cease, and dreaming cannot be used to know reality. What do I mean when I say dreaming? You are hearing right now, but a dream is there, and that dream is constantly interpreting what is being said. You are not hearing me. You are hearing yourself, because simultaneously you are interpreting, are you not? You are thinking about what is being said. What is the need to think? Just hear, don't think, because if you think you cannot hear, and if you go on thinking and hearing, then whatsoever you hear is your own noise. Then it is not what is being said. Stop thinking. Let the passage of hearing be clear of thoughts. Then that which is said will be heard. When looking at the flower, stop dreaming. Don't allow your eyes to be filled with thoughts and dreams about the past and future, with what you know about flowers. Don't even say that this flower is beautiful, because then you are missing the reality. These words will become a barrier. You say, this flower is beautiful, and words have come in, the reality is interpreted through the words. Don't allow words to gather around you. Look directly, hear directly, and touch directly. When you touch someone, just touch. Don't say that the skin is beautiful, smooth. Then you are missing, you have moved in dream. Whatsoever the skin is, it is here now. Touch it and allow the skin itself to be revealed to you. You look at a beautiful face. Look at it and allow the face to enter itself. Don't interpret it, don't say anything. Don't bring your past mind in. The first thing, dreams are created by your past mind. It is the past mind continuously moving around you. Don't allow the past to come in, and then don't allow the future. The moment you see a beautiful face, a beautiful body, immediately desire arises, you want to possess. You see a beautiful flower and you want to pluck it. Then you have moved. The flower is there, but you have moved into desire, into the future. Now you are not here. So either you are in the past, which is not, or you are in the future, which has not come yet, and you are missing that which is there right now. So the first thing to remember, words should not be allowed to exist between you and reality. With less words, there are less barriers. With no words, there are no barriers, and then you face reality directly. Immediately you are face to face. Words destroy everything because they change the very meaning. I was reading someone's biography. She was describing one day after just coming out of her bed. The woman writes that one day, in the morning, I opened my eyes. Then immediately she says, but it is not right to say that I opened my eyes. I didn't do anything. The eyes opened by themselves. She changes the sentence and she writes, no, it is not good to say that I opened my eyes. I did not do anything. There was no effort on my part. It was not an action at all. Then she writes, the eyes opened by themselves. But then she feels this is too absurd because the eyes belong to her, so how can they open themselves? So what to do? Language never says what is. If you say, I opened my eyes, it is a lie. If you say, the eyes opened by themselves, it is a lie again, because eyes are just fragments. They cannot open themselves. The whole organism is involved. And whatsoever we say is like that. If you go to Aboriginal societies in India, and there are many Aboriginal tribes, they have a different language structure. Their language structure is more basic and more real, but they cannot create much poetry. Their language structure cannot be helpful for dreaming. If it is raining, we say, it is raining. They ask, what do you mean by it? What do you mean by it? They have simply the word rain. What do you mean by it? What is raining? They just say rain. Rain is the reality, but we go on adding things, and the more words are added, the more we are lost far away, thrown far away from reality. Buddha used to say, when you say, "A man is walking," what do you mean, where is the man? Only the walking is. What do you mean by the man? When we say, "A man is walking," it appears that there is something like a man and something like walking, two things added together. Buddha says there is walking. When you say, "The river is flowing," what do you mean? There is just flowing, and that flowing is the river. The walking is the man, the seeing is the man, standing and sitting is the man. If you eliminate all these walking, sitting, standing, thinking, dreaming, will there be a man left behind? There will be no man behind. But language creates a different world, and by constantly moving into words we go on moving away. So the first thing to remember is how not to allow words unnecessarily. When there is a need, you can use them, but when there is no need, remain empty, remain nonverbal, mauna, remain silent. There is no need to be constantly verbalizing things. Secondly, don't project. Don't verbalize, don't project. Look at what is there. Don't add things and then look. You see a face. When you say, "It is beautiful," you are putting something into it, or if you say, "It is ugly," you are again putting something into it. A face is a face. Beauty and ugliness are your interpretations. They are not there, because the same face may be beautiful to someone and ugly to someone else, and to a third it may be neither. He may be indifferent. He may not even look at it at the same face. The face is simply a face. Don't put things into it. Don't project. Your projections are your dreams, and if you project, then you miss. And this is happening every day. You see that a face is beautiful. Then desire is created. The desire is not for that face or that body. It is for your own interpretation, your own projection. The person that is there, the real person, has been used as a screen, and you have projected yourself. And then disillusion is bound to be there because the real face cannot be forced into unreality by your projection. Sooner or later, the projection will have to be dropped, and the real face will come out, and then you will feel that you have been cheated. You will say, "What has happened to this face? This face was so beautiful, and this person was so beautiful, and now everything has gone ugly." Again, you are interpreting. The person remains whatsoever he is, but your interpretations and projections go on, and you are never allowing energy to assert itself. You go on suppressing it. You are suppressing inwardly and outwardly also. You never allow the reality to assert itself. I am reminded that one day, a neighbor asked Mullah Nasruddin whether he could have his horse for a few hours. The mullah said, "I would gladly give my horse to you, but my wife has gone with the horse, and they will be out for the whole day." Just at this moment, the neigh of the horse was heard from the stable, so the man looked at Mullah Nasruddin. Nasruddin said, "Okay, whom do you believe, me or the horse? And the horse is a notorious liar to boot. Whom do you believe? We create an untrue world around us because of our projections. But if the reality asserts and the horse neighs from the stable, we ask, whom do you believe? We always believe ourselves, not the reality that goes on asserting. It is asserting every moment, but we go on forcing our illusions. That is why every man feels disillusioned in the end. It is not because of reality. Every man and woman feels disillusioned in the end, as if the whole life has been a waste. But now you cannot do anything, you cannot undo it. Time is no more with you. Time has flown and death is near and you are disillusioned, and now the opportunity is lost. Why does everyone feel disillusioned? Not only those who are unsuccessful in life, but those who are successful in life, they also feel the same. It is okay if unsuccessfuls feel disillusioned, but even those who succeed feel this way. Napoleons and Hitlers and Alexanders, they also feel disillusioned. The whole life has been a waste. Why? Is the cause really in reality, or is the cause in the dreams which you were projecting? And then, you could not project them, and the reality asserted itself, and ultimately reality wins and you are defeated. You can win only if you are not projecting. So remember the second thing, look directly at things as they are. Don't project, don't interpret, don't force your mind upon things. Allow the reality to assert itself, whatsoever it is. This is always good, and howsoever beautiful your dreams, they are bad, because you are bound on a journey of disillusion. And the sooner you are disillusioned, the better, but once one illusion is gone, immediately you start creating another to replace it. Allow a gap. Between two illusions, allow a gap. Allow an interval so the reality can be seen. This is very arduous to look at the reality as it is. It may not be according to your desires. There is no need for it to be according to your desires. But then you have to live with reality, to live in it and you are in it. It is better to come to terms with reality than to go on deceiving yourself, and you are not aware how you go on projecting. Someone says something, and you understand something else. And you base things on your understanding, and then you make a house of cards out of it. You create a palace of cards. It was never said. Something else was meant. Always see what is there. Don't be in a haste. It is better not to understand something than to misunderstand. It is better to remain ignorant consciously than to think that you know. Look into your relationships at the husband, the wife, the friend, the teacher, the master, the servant. Look. Everyone is thinking in his own ways, interpreting the other, and there is no meeting, no communication, then they are fighting, in constant conflict. The conflict is not between two persons, the conflict is between false images. Be alert so that you don't have any false image of anyone else. Remain with the real, howsoever hard, howsoever arduous and difficult, even if sometimes it seems impossible. But once you know the beauty of remaining with the real, you will never be a victim of dreaming. And thirdly, why do you dream? It is a substitute. Dreaming is a substitute. If you cannot get whatsoever you desire in reality, then you start dreaming. For example, if you have fasted the whole day, in the night, you will dream about food, of being invited by a great emperor, or some such thing. You will be eating and eating and eating in your dreaming. The whole day you were fasting, and now in the night you are eating. If you are sexually suppressive, then your dreams will become sexual. Through your dreams, it can be known what you are suppressing in the day. Your daytime fast will be shown by your dream. Dreams are substitutes, and psychologists say that it will be difficult for man as he is to live without dreams, and they are right in a way. As man is, it will be difficult to live without dreams, but if you want a transformation, then you have to live without dreams. Why are dreams created? Because of desires. Unfulfilled desires become dreams. Study your desiring. Be aware and observe it. The more you observe it, the more it will disappear. And then you will not create webs in the mind, and you will not move in a private world of your own. Dreams cannot be shared. Even two intimate friends cannot share their dreams. You cannot invite anyone into your dreams. Why you and your lover cannot both be in the same dream? Your dream is yours. Another's dream is another's. They are private. Reality is not so private. Only madness is private. Reality is universal. You can share it. You cannot share dreams. They are your private madness fictions. So what is to be done? One can in the day, live so totally that nothing is left suspended. If you are eating, eat totally. Enjoy it so totally that you don't need any dream in the night. If you are loving someone, love so totally that no love enters into your dreams. Whatsoever you do in the day, do it so totally that nothing is suspended on the mind. Nothing is incomplete which has to be completed in dreams. Try this, and within a few months you will have a different quality of sleep. Dreams will go on becoming less and less, and deep sleep will deepen. And when in the night dreams are less, in the day projections will be less because, really, your sleep continues and your dream continues. With closed eyes in the night and with opened eyes in the day, they continue. Inside a current goes on, any moment. Close your eyes and wait, and you will see that the film has come back. The dream is running. It is always there, just waiting for you. It is just like the stars in the day. They have not disappeared, but only because of the sunlight you cannot see them. They are there waiting, and when the sun will set they will start appearing. Your dreams are just that way, moving within you even while you are awake. They are just waiting. Close your eyes, and they start functioning. When dreams are less in the day you will have a different quality of waking. If your night changes, your day changes. If your sleep changes, your waking changes. You will be more alert, with less dreams running within, you will be less asleep. You will look more directly. So don't leave anything suspended, that is one thing. And whatsoever you are doing, remain with the act, don't move anywhere else. If you are taking a shower, be there. Forget the whole world. Now this shower is the whole universe. Everything has ceased. The world has disappeared. There is only you and the shower. Remain there. Move with each act so totally that you are neither lagging behind nor jumping ahead. You are with the act. Then dreams will disappear, and with less dreaming you will be more able to penetrate the reality. Now the technique. The technique is concerned with this. As a hen mothers her chicks, mother particular knowings, particular doings in reality. The key term is in reality. You are also mothering many things, but in dreams, not in reality. You are also doing many things, but in dream, not in reality. Don't mother dreams, don't help dreaming to grow more in you. Don't give your energy to dreaming. Withdraw yourself from all dreams. It will be difficult because you have invested so much in your dreaming. If you suddenly withdraw yourself totally from dreaming, you will feel as if you are sinking and dying, because you have always lived in a postponed dream. You have never been here and now, you are always somewhere else. You have been hoping. Have you heard the Greek parable of Pandora's box? To revenge a certain deed on the part of a man, Pandora was sent a box, and the box had all the diseases that are now rampant in humanity. They were not there before, and when the box was opened, the diseases were released. Pandora, being afraid after seeing the diseases, closed the box. Only one disease remained there, and that was hope. Otherwise man would have dissipated, all these diseases would have killed him, but because of hope he continued. Why are you living? Have you ever asked? There is nothing to live for here and now. There is just hope. You are carrying a Pandora's box. Why are you living right now? Why do you get up every morning? Why do you start the whole day again and again? Why this repetition? What is the reason? You cannot find any reason right now for why you are living. And if you find something, it will be something in the future, a hope that something is going to happen someday, something is going to happen. You don't know when that day will come. You even don't know what it is that is going to happen, but someday something is going to happen. And so you go on prolonging yourself, you go on carrying yourself. Man lives just in hope. And this is not life, because hope means dream. Unless you live here and now, you are not alive. You are a dead weight, and that tomorrow which will fulfill all your hopes is never to come. When death will come, then only will you realize that now there is no tomorrow, and now you cannot postpone. Then you will feel disillusioned, cheated, but no one has cheated you. You are the master of the whole mess. Try to live in the moment, in the present, and don't cherish hopes, whatsoever their nature. They may be worldly, they may be otherworldly. It makes no difference. They may be religious somewhere in future, in the other world, in heaven, in the nirvana, after death, but it makes no difference. Don't hope. Even if you feel a subtle hopelessness here, remain here. Don't move from the moment here and now. Don't move, suffer it, but don't allow the hope to enter in. Through hope dreaming enters. Be hopeless. If life is hopeless, be hopeless. Accept it, but don't cling to any future event. Then suddenly there will be a change. Once you remain in the present moment, dreams stop, because then they cannot arise. The source has been withdrawn. You cooperate with them, you mother them. That is why they arise. Don't cooperate with them, don't mother them. This sutra says, mother particular knowings. Why particular knowings? You also mother, but you mother particular theories, not knowings. Particular scriptures, not knowings. Particular hypotheses, systems, philosophies, worldviews, but never particular knowings. This sutra says throw them away. Scriptures, theories, they are of no use. Have your own experience which is real, your own knowings, and mother them. Howsoever trivial, a real knowing is something. You can base your life upon it. Whatsoever they are, always think of real, particular knowings that you have known. Have you known anything? You know many things, but everything is borrowed. Someone has said them, someone has given them to you. Teachers, parents, society, they have conditioned your mind. You know about God, you know about love, you know about meditation. You don't know anything really. You have not tasted anything, this all is borrowed. Someone else has tasted, the taste is not your own. Someone else has seen, but you have your eyes and you have not used them. Someone else has experienced, a Buddha has experienced, a Jesus has experienced, and you just go on borrowing their knowings. They are false. For you, they are of no use. They are more dangerous than ignorance, because ignorance is yours and the knowledge is borrowed. It is better to be ignorant. At least the ignorance is yours. It is authentic, it is real, sincere, and honest. Don't go on with borrowed knowledge. Otherwise you will forget that you are ignorant, and you will remain ignorant. This sutra says, mother particular knowings. Always try to know something in a way that is fresh, direct, immediate. Don't believe in anyone. Your belief will lead you astray. Trust yourself, and if you cannot trust yourself, how can you trust anybody else? Sariputta came to Buddha, and he said, I have come to believe in you. I have come, help me to build faith in you. Buddha is reported to have said, if you don't believe in yourself, how can you believe in me? So forget me. First have trust in yourself, believe in yourself. Only then can you have trust in someone else. So remember this, you cannot trust anybody if you cannot even trust yourself. The first trust is always within. Only then can it flow. Only then can it overflow, it can reach to others. But how can you trust if you don't know anything? How can you trust in yourself if you don't have any experience? Try to trust in yourself. Don't think that this experience of looking through others' eyes is only with the absolute. It is with ordinary experiences also. But let them be your own. They will help you to grow. They will make you mature. They will make you ripened. This is really strange. You look with others' eyes. You live with others' lives. You call a rose beautiful. Really, is it your feeling or just a teaching that is spread around you that a rose is beautiful? Is this your knowing? Have you known it? You say that moonlight is good, beautiful. Is it your knowing? Or is it just that poets have been singing about it and you are repeating it? If you are like a parrot, you cannot live your life authentically. Whenever you assert anything and whenever you say anything, first check within whether it is your knowledge and your experience. Throw out all that is not yours, it is of no use, and cherish and mother all that is yours, because only through that will you grow. Mother particular knowings, particular doings in reality. Always remember in reality, do something. Have you done anything ever? Or have you been just following others, just following orders? Love your wife, have you really loved her? Or are you just doing a duty because it has been said, because it has been taught? Love your wife or love your mother, love your father, love your brother, so you are loving and you are following. Have you really loved any time when you were there? Was it ever the case that no teaching was working and no other was being followed? Were you ever authentically in love? You can deceive yourself. You can say, yes, but find out before you say anything. If you have loved, you would be transformed. The particular act of love would have changed you, but it has not changed you because your love is false, and the whole life has become false. You go on doing things that are not your own. Do your own thing and mother it. Buddha is good, but you cannot follow him. Jesus is good, beautiful, but you cannot follow him. And if you will follow, you will become ugly, you will be a carbon copy. You will be false, and you will not be accepted by the existence. Nothing false is accepted. Love a Buddha, love a Jesus, but don't be their carbon copies. Don't imitate. Always allow your own self to move in its own way. You will become Buddha-like one day, but the path will be basically your own. One day you will become a Jesus, but you will have traveled along a different route. You will have experienced different things. One thing is certain, whatsoever may be the route and whatsoever may be the experience, it must be authentic, real, and your own. Then you will reach one day. Through falsity you cannot reach the truth. Falsity will lead to more falsity. Do something, remembering well that it is you who are doing it without following anybody. Then even a very small act, just a smile, may become a source of satori, a source of samadhi, cosmic consciousness. You come back to your home and smile at your children. That smile is false. You are pretending. You are smiling because a smile is expected. It is a painted smile. Nothing else is smiling in you but the lips. They are manipulated. The smile is mechanical. And you can become so habituated in this that you may completely forget how to smile. You may laugh, but the laughter may not be coming from your center. Always remember, no matter what you are doing, observe whether your center is involved in it or not, because if it is not involved, it is better not to do a thing. Don't do it. No one is forcing you to do anything. Don't do it. Preserve your energy for the moment when something real happens to you. Then do it. Don't smile, preserve the energy. The smile will come and then it will change you completely. Then it will be total. Then every cell of your body will smile. Then it will be an explosion, nothing painted. And children know you cannot deceive them. The moment you can deceive them, they are no more children. They know when your smile is false, they can detect it. Anyone who is real will detect it. Your tears are false, your smile is false. These are small acts, but you are made up of small acts. So don't think to do something big that then you will do this. If you are false in small things, you will always be false. It is easy to be false in big things. If you are false in small things, it is very easy to be false in big things, because big things are always on exhibition. They are for others to see, so you can very easily be false. You can be a saint if saintliness is respected. Then you are on exhibition, just an exhibition piece. You can be a saint because it is respected and ego-fulfilling, but everything will be false. Just think, if a society changes its attitudes as they have been changed in Soviet Russia or in China, immediately, saints disappear because there is no respect for them. I remember one of my friends, a Buddhist bhikkhu who went to Soviet Russia in Stalin's days. He told me that whenever somebody would shake hands with him, suddenly the man would shrink and would say, "You have the hands of a bourgeois." He had very beautiful hands. As a bhikkhu, he had never done anything. He was a beggar, a royal beggar, so there had been no labor. His hands were very smooth, beautiful, feminine. In India, whenever someone touched his hands, he would say, "So beautiful." In Russia, whenever someone would touch his hands, he would shrink away, and the condemnation would come into his eyes, and he would say, "So you have bourgeois hands, the hands of an exploiter." He came back and told me, "I felt so condemned there that I longed to be a laborer." Saints disappeared from Russia, because now there is no respect. All that saintliness which was there was only on exhibition. It was a showpiece, painted. Only real saints can exist now in Russia. For unreal ones there is no possibility because you will have to struggle there to be a saint, and the whole society will be against you. In India, the easiest way to survive and exist is to be a saint. Everyone respects you, you can be false, and falsity pays. Remember this from the very morning, when you open your eyes, try to be real and authentic. Don't do anything which is false. Only for 7 days, go on remembering. Don't do anything which is false. Whatsoever is lost, let it be lost. Whatsoever you lose, lose it. But remain real, and within 7 days a new life will be felt within you. The dead layers will be broken, and a new living current will come to you. You will feel alive again for the first time, a resurrection. Mother doings, mother knowings. In reality, not in dream. Do whatsoever you like to do, but think really, are you doing it? Or is your mother doing it through you, or your father doing it through you? Because dead men, dead parents, societies, old generations gone long ago are still functioning within you. They have created such conditionings that you go on fulfilling them, and they were fulfilling their dead fathers and mothers, and you are fulfilling your dead fathers and mothers, and no one is fulfilled. How can you fulfill someone who is dead? But the dead are living through you. Always observe when you do something, whether your father is doing it through you or you are doing it. When you get angry, is it your anger, or is it the way your father used to be angry? You are just imitating. I have seen patterns going on, being repeated. If you marry, your marriage is going to be just approximately the same as your father's and your mother's. You will act like your father, your wife will act like her mother, and you will create the same mess again. When you get angry, observe, are you there or someone else? When you love, remember, are you there or someone else? When you speak something, remember, are you speaking or your teacher? When you make a gesture, remember, is it yours or is someone else present in your hand? It will be difficult, but this is sadhana. This is what spiritual effort means. And leave all falsities. You may feel a certain dullness for a time being, because all your falsities will drop and the real will take time to come and assert itself. There will be a period of a gap. Allow that period, and don't be afraid and don't become scared. Sooner or later, your false selves will drop, masks will drop, and your real face will come into being. Only through that real face can you encounter God. That is why this sutra says, as a hen mothers her chicks, mother particular knowings, particulars doings in reality. The second sutra, since, in truth, bondage and freedom are related, these words are only for those terrified with the universe. This universe is a reflection of minds. As you see many suns in the water from one sun, so see bondage and liberation. This is a very deep technique, one of the deepest, and only very rare minds have tried it. Zen is based on this technique. This technique is saying a very difficult thing, difficult to comprehend, not difficult to experience. But first comprehension is needed. This sutra says that the world and nirvana are not two things, they are one. That heaven and hell are not two things, they are one. And that bondage and liberation are not two things, they are one. It is difficult because we can only conceive of something easily if it is in terms of polar opposites. We say that this world is bondage, so how to get out of this world and be liberated? Then liberation is something which is opposite, which is not bondage. But this sutra says that both are the same, liberation and bondage, and unless you are freed from both you are not freed. Bondage binds, and liberation also. Bondage is a slavery, and liberation is also. Try to understand this. Look at a person who is trying to go beyond bondage. What is he doing? He leaves his home, he leaves his family, he leaves the riches, he leaves the things of the world, he leaves society just to get out of bondage, out of the fetters of the world. Then he creates new fetters for himself. Those fetters are negative. I have seen one saint who cannot touch money. He is respected, he is bound to be respected by those who are mad after money. He has moved to the other pole. If you put money in his hand, he will throw it as if there were some poison, or as if you have put some scorpion in his hand. He will throw it and he will become scared. A subtle trembling comes to his body. What is happening? He has been fighting with money. He must have been a greedy man, too much greed. Only then can he move to this extreme. He may have been too much obsessed with money. He is still obsessed, but now in the reverse direction. However, the obsession is still there. I have seen one sannyasin who cannot look at any female face. He becomes afraid. He will always look down. He will never look up if some woman is there. What is the problem? He must have been too much sexual, obsessed with sex. He is still obsessed, but then he was running after this woman or that, and now he is running from women, from this one and that. But he is still obsessed with women. Whether he is running after or running from, his obsession remains. He thinks that now he is liberated from women, but this is a new bondage. You cannot become liberated by reaction. The thing you go against will bind you negatively. You cannot escape it. If someone is against the world and for liberation, he cannot be liberated. He will remain in the world. The attitude of being against is a bondage. This sutra is very deep. It says, since in truth bondage and freedom are related, they are not opposite, they are relative. What is freedom, you say? Not bondage. And what is bondage, you say? Not freedom. You can define them by each other. They are just like hot and cold, not opposite. What is hot and what is cold? They are just degrees of the same phenomenon, degrees of temperature, but the phenomenon is the same, and they are relative. If there is in one bucket cold water, and in another there is hot water, and you put in both your hands, one hand in the hot, and one in the cold, what will you feel? A difference of degrees. And if at first you cool down both your hands on ice and then you put both your hands into the hot and the cold water, what will happen? Now again you will feel a difference. Your cold hand will now feel more hot in the hot water than it felt before. And if your other hand has become cold, much colder than the cold water, then that water will now look hot. You will not feel it as cool, it is relative. There are only degrees of difference, but the phenomenon is the same. Tantra says that bondage and liberation, samsara and moksha, are not two things, but a relative phenomenon of the same thing, so Tantra is unique. Tantra says that you have to be liberated not only from bondage, you have to be liberated from moksha also. Unless you are liberated from both, you are not liberated. So the first thing, don't try to go against anything because you will move to something which belongs to it. It looks opposite, but it is not. Don't move from sex to brahmacharya. If you are trying to move from sex to brahmacharya, your brahmacharya will be nothing but sexuality. Don't move from greed to no greed, because that no greed will again be a subtle greed. That is why if a tradition teaches to be non-greedy, it gives you some profit motive in it. I was staying with a saint, and he told his followers, if you leave greed you will get much in the other world. If you leave greed, you will gain much in the other world. Those who are greedy for the other world will be influenced by this. They may be motivated, and they will be ready to leave many things to gain. But the motive to gain remains. Otherwise, how can a greedy man move toward non-greed? Some motive must be there which fulfills his greed deeply. So don't create opposite poles. All opposites are related. They are degrees of the same phenomenon. If you become aware of this, you will say that both poles are the same. If you can feel this, that both poles are the same, and if this feeling deepens, you will be liberated from both. Then you are neither for samsara nor for moksha. Really, then you are not asking for anything. You have stopped asking. In that stopping, you are liberated. In that feeling that everything is the same, the future will have dropped. Where can you move now? Sex and brahmacharya both are the same, so where is one to move? And if greed and non-greed are the same and violence and non-violence are the same, where has one to move? There is nowhere to move. Then movement ceases. There is no future. You cannot desire anything because all desires will be the same. The difference will be just of degrees. What can you desire? Sometimes I ask people when they come to me, I ask them, what do you really desire? Their desire is based in them as they are. If they are greedy, they desire non-greed. If they are sexual, obsessed with sex, they desire brahmacharya, how to be beyond sex, because they are miserable in their sex. But this desire for brahmacharya is based, rooted in their sexuality. They ask how to get out of this world. The world is too much on them, they are too much burdened and they are clinging too much, because the world cannot burden you unless you cling to it. The burden is in your head not because of the burden, but because of you, you are carrying it, and they are carrying the whole world. Then they get burdened. And in this experience of misery, there arises a new desire for the opposite, so then they start hankering for the opposite. They were running after money, so now they run after meditation. They were running after something in this world. Now they are running after something in that world, but the running remains, and the running is the problem. The object is irrelevant, desire is the problem. What you desire is meaningless. You desire, that is the problem, and you go on changing objects. Today you desire A, tomorrow you desire B, and you think you are changing. Then the day after tomorrow you desire C, and you think you are transformed. But you are the same. You desired A, you desired B, you desired C, and ABC are not you. You desire that is you, and that remains the same. You desire bondage, then you get frustrated, fed up. Then you desire liberation. You desire, and desire is the bondage, so you cannot desire liberation. Desire is bondage, so you cannot desire liberation. When desire ceases, liberation is. That is why this sutra says, in truth, bondage and freedom are relative. So don't become obsessed with the opposite. These words are only for those terrified with the universe. These words of bondage and freedom are for those who are terrified with the universe. This universe is the reflection of minds. Whatsoever you see in this universe is a reflection. If it looks like bondage, it means it is your reflection. If it looks like liberation, again, it is your reflection. As you see many suns in water from one sun, so see bondage and liberation. The sun rises, and there are many ponds dirty and pure, big and small, beautiful and ugly, and one sun reflects in many ponds. One who goes on counting the reflections will think that there are many, many suns. One who looks not into the reflections but to the reality will see one. The world, as you look at it, reflects you. If you are sexual, the whole world seems sexual. If you are a thief, the whole world seems to be in the same profession. Once Mullah Nasruddin and his wife were fishing, and the place was restricted. Only license holders could fish there. Suddenly a policeman appeared, so Mullah's wife said, "Mullah, you have the license, so you run away. Meanwhile, I will escape." So Mullah started running. He ran and ran and ran, and the policeman followed. Of course, Mullah left the wife there, and the policeman followed him. Mullah ran and ran until he felt that now his heart would explode. But by that time the policeman caught hold of him. The policeman was also perspiring, and he said, "Where is your license?" So Mullah produced his papers. The policeman looked at them and they were okay, so he said, "Why are you running, Nasruddin?" "Why did you run away?" Nasruddin said, "I am going to a doctor, and he says after every meal to run for half a mile." The policeman said, "Okay, but you saw me running after you, chasing you, yelling, so why didn't you stop?" Nasruddin said, "I thought that maybe you go to the same doctor, it is logical. It is what is happening. Whatsoever you see all around you is more a reflection of you than of any real thing there. You look at yourself mirrored everywhere. The moment you change, the reflection changes. The moment you become totally silent, the whole world becomes silent. The world is not a bondage, bondage is a reflection, and the world is not liberation. Liberation is again a reflection. A Buddha finds the whole world in nirvana. A Krishna finds the whole world celebrating in ecstasy, in bliss. There is no misery. But Tantra says that whatsoever you see is a reflection unless all seeing disappears, and only the mirror is seen with nothing reflected in it. That is the truth. If something is seen, it is just a reflection. Truth is one. Many can only be reflections. Once this is understood not theoretically, but existentially, through experience you are liberated, liberated from both bondage and liberation. Naropa, when he became enlightened, was asked by someone, "Have you achieved liberation now?" Naropa said, "Yes and no both. Yes, I am not in bondage, and no because that liberation was also a reflection of bondage. I thought about it because of bondage. Look at it in this way: you are ill, then you long for health. That longing for health is part of your illness. If you are really healthy, you will not long for health. How will you? If you are really healthy, where is the longing? What is the need? If you are really healthy, you never feel that you are healthy. Only ill, diseased persons feel that they are healthy. What is the need? How can you feel that you are healthy? If you are born healthy and you have never been ill, will you be able to feel your health? Health is there, but it cannot be felt. It can be felt only through contrast, through the opposite. Only through the opposite are things felt. If you are ill, you can feel health, and if you are feeling health, remember, you are still ill. So Naropa says, yes and no both. Yes, because there is no bondage now, but with the bondage, liberation has also disappeared. That is why no, it was part of it. Now I am beyond both, neither in bondage nor in liberation. Don't make religion a search, a desire. Don't make moksha, liberation, nirvana, an object of desiring. It happens when there is no desiring.